Lods? Chill. Alright.
Mainit,
Sige.
mainit.
Mainit.
Oo.
Pakilala naman kayo mga men sa mga viewers natin, your name, your agenda, at yung role nyo sa team.
Ako nga pala si Jeff Subang, IGN sa Gitno, ang fighter ng Excretion.
Ay, ako nga pala si Joshua Mangilog, aka ChooxTV, ang tank ng Excretion.
Ako nga pala si Billy Alfonso, aka Zapno, fighter assassin ng Execration.
Ako nga pala si Patrick James B. Kaidik, a.k.a. Tomax, ang main support ng Team Execution.
Ako naman si Jaylord Gonzalez, a.k.a. Hate, assassin mage ng Execration.
Ako nga pala si Benedict Gonzalez, a.k.a. Benny Cutie, ang fighter mage na Execration.
Captain, eto Max, ikaw na ngayon yung captain. Ano naman yung journey ng Execration ngayong season 6?
Ngayong season 6, bago mag-start yung season, syempre sobrang excited kami dahil nga alam namin, nahanap namin yung role ng bawat isa, tsaka sobrang ganda ng performance na lumalabas namin. Tsaka mas nakikita ko na mas lumalakas pa yung team namin ngayon. Tsaka alam kong mas lalakas pa sa darating na playoffs.
Sino yung pinaka nilook forward mong kalaban? At kung sakaling nasa grand finals kayo, sino yung gusto mong kalaban doon?
Aura PH siguro kasi pag naglalaban kami yung gaya ng regular season, sobrang ganda eh, sobrang dikit eh. Mananalo na kami, tas bigla pang mananalo, tas gano'n. Mananalo na rin sila, makakambak pa namin, gano'n. Sobrang gandang laban pag Aura PH yung kalaban namin.
Masarap talaga kalaban niya kasi back-to-back champion niya.
Ikaw, sa Gitno, meron ka bang gusto makalaban?
Sa akin, next play kung aabot.
ChooxTV, kung meron kang dream team, kasama ka doon, sino yung mga players na yun?
Hindi, ito lang yung gusto kong team. Ito lang yung dream team ko. Execration lang. Sila-sila pa rin.
Zapno, gaano ka-importante itong MPL Season 6 para sa organization mo?
Siguro, every season naman, importante talaga na manalo kami. Pagpapalagay na natin na win or loss, okay lang. Pero para sa akin, malaking bagay sa akin na lagi kami nananalo. Lalo na makuha namin tong championship na to. Gusto talaga, since season 1, although na nag-champion na ako sa mga ibang tournament like MPC, pero gusto ko rin talaga mag-champion dito sa MPL since day 1. Since season 1 yan.
Good. Okay, sige, ganito na lang. Isa-isa, ano gusto mong sabihin sa mga fans ninyo tsaka sa mga makakalaban nyo sa playoffs?
Sa mga fans namin, patuloy nyo na kami supportahan. Hindi namin kayo bibigoyin. Darating din tayo dyan. At sa mga kalaban namin, maganda na kayo. Ito na kami.
And sa mga fans namin dyan, patuloy na rin kami supportan. Salamat. Sa kalaban namin, wait nyo kami.
Sa sumusuporta sa amin simula season 1 hanggang season 6, maraming salamat. Nandiyan pa rin kayo sumusuporta sa amin. Tapos doon naman sa mga kalaban namin, siguro, digmaan na talaga. Dito ng mga batang pasaway.
Mga supporters ng Team Execution na simula of season 1, yun. Patuloy pa rin sumusuporta kahit na taon-taon na kayong umaasa sa amin na makapag-champion yan. Sana ngayong taon yan, hindi namin kayo bibigoyin yan. Tsaka sa mga kalaban namin siguro, may panahon pa kayo para umatras.
Sa mga fans dyan, salamat sa lahat. Tsaka sa mga kalaban namin, good luck sa atin. Pakitaan natin magandang laban yung mga viewers.
Sa mga fans ng Execration, maraming salamat sa suporta at sa pananatili nyo sa pagsuporta sa amin. Sa makakalaban namin, masisigurado namin na mabibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban kasi mas naghahanda na yung Execration ngayon.
New and improved Execration naghahanda na at may kulit pa rin naman, may angas pa rin. Abangan nyo daw sila sa playoffs ng MPL-PH Season 6. What is up everyone? My name is Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon ang pinaka-relentless pero pinakamaganda rin ang skincare na team dito sa MPL Season 6, ang MLBB. What's up? What's up?
What's good? Mr. Wolf.
Pakilala muna kayo sa mga viewers natin, your name, IGN at role sa MLBB.
So hello guys, this is John Marbilla Luna, the tank support and the team captain of Onyx-PH.
Hi, I'm Jay, and tank support din na Onyx-PH.
I'm Kyle Barceño. My IGN is Rio. I'm the coach of Onyx-PH.
I'm Gerald Trinchera, DLAR, fighter ng Onyx-PH.
I'm Christian Manaog, Iakno, fighter ng Onyx-PH.
I'm Peter Bryce, basic, fighter ng Onyx-PH.
I'm Dannery James Wise, multi-role of Onyx-PH.
Kamusta naman ang journey sa MPL Season 6?
So hello Sir Wolf, thank you for that wonderful question. So about the journey of Onyx-PH this Season 6, I would say na mas mahirap siya compared nung journey namin nung Season 4 and Season 5. Dahil yung Season 6 ngayon is mas bigger na siya compared sa mga nakaraang season. And also, yung mga kalaban ngayon is mas malalakas na and mas mauutak na compared before. Kaya mapapansin nyo yung journey namin from week 1 is medyo hindi kami stable and medyo nahihirapan kami mag-adjust. But despite nung mga na-experience namin this past few weeks, masabi kong mas nakaka-adapt na kami.
What do you think, Coach, is the biggest obstacle? Ano yung mga humaharang sa inyo?
Aura PH pa rin, tsaka Bren.
And how are you planning na lagpasan ang dalawang obstacle na to?
Siguro tiwala na lang sa isa't isa kasi ayun nga, gaya ng mga previous season, Season 4 against Sunsparks ng finals and Season 5 against Aura PH ng finals din na umabot kami ng finals. So, ayun, nagtitiwala pa rin ako na kaya namin umabot ng finals at kaya namin mag-champion.
Okay, Wise, paano kayo nagpe-prepare ngayon para sa playoffs?
Ginagawa namin is double or triple effort talaga. Lalo ngayon na nabanggit ng captain namin na lahat malakas na kalaban namin. Ngayon kasi may na kami, management na tumutulong sa amin kung ano yung mga dapat namin gawin.
Okay, Dilar, meron ka bang gustong makaharap sa mismong finals nyo? Sino yun? Kung meron, sinong team yun?
Siyempre yung Aura PH kasi 2 beses na namin sila nakatapat nung Season 4 at Season 5, di ba? Siyempre, masyado na sila sumusobre. At sa kanila nilelegan na eh. Kaya, yun, gusto ko talaga sila katapat.
Sa tingin mo, observing the other teams, sino yung top 3 ng best performing players ngayong season?
Para sa akin talaga si Gymnast yung pinaka-number 1 eh. Throughout the season, feel ko talaga malaki na ambag sa next play.
Venus, what does it mean para sa Onyx-PH na maging champion this season?
After being back-to-back first placer from Season 4 and Season 5, and yung expectations namin ng mga tao ngayon is mas doble na. So winning Season 6 means everything para mapatunayan namin na talagang kaya namin. Mapatunayan namin sa mga taong dumuda sa amin na hindi namin kaya.
Jay, if there's anything na gusto mong sabihin sa trophy na to?
Gusto ko lang sabihin sa trophy ng MPL Season 6, matataas din kita ulit.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong hingin namin yung gusto nyo sabihin sa fans ninyo at sa mga makakatapat nyo sa playoffs.
Para sa mga fans namin na talagang sumusuporta sa amin, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana huwag kayong magsabang suportahan kami, especially to my friends, family, and sa BYs pa. And para sa mga makakalaban naman namin, maghanda kayo dahil mas naghahanda kami.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, Onyx-PH, maraming salamat and sana masuportahan nyo kami hanggang playoffs, hanggang matapos si playoffs. And sa mga makakalaban namin, umanda na kayo at alam namin na kami ang magka-champion.
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Onyx-PH tsaka sa akin, maraming salamat. Sana suportahan nyo kami this coming playoffs. Tsaka sa masasabi ko sa mga makakalaban namin sa playoffs, maganda na kayo. Kasi kami puro TikTok lang eh.
Tingin sa mga sumusuporta sa Onyx-PH. Sana suportahan niyo kami hanggang sa dulo. Sa mga susunod naming laban, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa mga makakalaban namin, maganda na kayo.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa fans ng Onyx-PH. Salamat sa walang sawang suporta. Tsaka gusto ko rin magpasalamat sa Go Express tsaka Cebuana Lulier. Dahil sa inyo, araw-araw kaming motivated. Sa mga kalaban naman namin, maganda na kayo.
Thank you sa mga Onyx-PH fans na laging positive yung comments, lagi na yung nababasa yan. Dahil sa inyo, mas lalo kaming nagiging motivated maglaro. Patuloy nyo lang kaming suportahan. And sa mga kalaban namin, good luck and have fun.
Sa mga fans ng Onyx-PH, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana supportahan nyo kami sa darating na playoffs ng MPL-PH Season 6. Sa mga makakalaban namin, magandaan na kayo, lalong-lalo na kay Daki.
Mainit, mainit. Yun, maraming salamat, Onyx PH. Of course, most relentless team. At third time's the charm na ba para sa Onyx PH? Abangan yan sa playoffs. Good day everyone, ako nga pala si Wolf, your host, at kasama ko sa mga pinakamaangas na contenders dito sa MPL-PH Season 6, ang Omega. Pakilala nyo ang inyong mga sarili sa mga viewers natin, yung IGN nyo, tsaka kung ano yung role nyo sa team.
Kenneth Villa, Kenji, offlaner.
John Kurt Matira, Kurt TZ, multi-role.
Salik Imam, Hajizi, Marksman Assassin.
Steven Bitog, coach.
Adrian G. Bacalio, Toshi, Mage Fighter.
Janiel Batanon, Hayes, Tank Support.
Ervin Jan Esperanza, IGN Heat, Tank Support.
Coach, para naman sa'yo, paano naman naka-apekto yung pandemic situation para sa team?
Parang 50-50 kasi meron kasing time na hirap kasi yun nga yung mga pamilya inaalala namin. Tapos nakalayo pa kami. Tapos di pa kami nakakauwi. Yung good side naman is, parang di naman kasi nagbago sa amin. Nasa bootcamp lang kami. Kumbaga, mas naging pabor pa sa amin nakapagbatak yung team.
Paano mo na lang din in-maintain yung mental fortitude ng team mo? Yung parang sa mentalidad nila na makapag-focus pa rin sila. At the same time, ay maganda pa rin yung relationship nila with their families.
Siguro lagi ko na lang sinasabi sa kanila na mahirap yung buhay sa labas ng bootcamp.
Sino sa members ng team mo tingin mo this season yung nag-shine talaga?
Sila lahat eh. Kasi kung sabihin na natin na mag-effort yung isa, mag-effort silang lahat eh. Ayaw nilang yung isa nahihirapan na siya lang yung nag-effort. Gusto nila silang lahat mag-effort.
And I think yun yung dahilan din kung bakit ang consistent nyo rin this season, right?
Kasi isa lang din yung goal nila na gusto nila mag-champion eh.
Okay, may tanong ko dun sa Kambal, sa Ricard at si Kaji. Kung sakaling Grand Finals na ngayon, nandun na kayo sa Grand Finals, sino yung pinakagusto nyong makatapat para sa championship at bakit?
Para sa akin po is Bren Sport. Kasi po, sila ngayon yung pinakamalakas ngayong season na challenge po kami dun.
Okay. Ikaw?
Next play. Kasi po mga famous po sila.
Okay, when it comes to players naman, yung gusto nyo talagang makatapat sa mga karole nyo or kahit sinong player yan, gusto nyo talagang bigyan. Ano bang ganun?
Para sa akin po si Flap. Kasi po pares kami TC.
Sa akin po si Chester. Kasi po consistent.
Heath, kung meron kang dream team, sino-sino yung mga nandun?
Para sa akin po, ito na yung dream team eh. Dahil dream ko mag-champion.
Gano'n ka-importante para sa Omega, sa organization ninyo, itong MPL-PH Season 6 na manalo sila bilang champion?
Para po sa akin, kumpara sa mga nakaraang season, ito yung pinaka-importante. Kasi iba na yung dinadala naming pangalan eh. Hindi na katulad dati na. Ngayon, sobrang laki na nung dala-dala naming pangalan sa MPL.
Bibigyan kita ng chance na kausapin itong trophy na to. Ano yung sasabihin mo sa kanya?
Wait mo lang ako dyan, buddy.
For the last question, bibigyan ko kayo ng opportunity isa-isa na magpasalamat sa inyong mga fans, sa mga supporters. At gusto ko rin malaman kung anong sasabihin nyo sa makakatapat nyo sa playoffs.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Pagpatuloy nyo lang kaming supportan, lalo na this coming playoffs. Kung sino man makakalaban namin, good luck na lang.
Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta. Patuloy lang po yung pagsuporta. Tapos sa mga kalaban namin, good luck na lang din.
Maraming salamat po sa mga suporta sa Smart Omega. Sana po kahit manalo matalo, patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan. Tapos sa makakalaban namin, good luck na lang.
Maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta sa Team Omega. Sana manalo matalo, patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan. Sa mga makakalaban namin, hindi kami magiging easy sa inyo. At good luck na lang sa inyo.
Salamat sa mga sumuporta sa Smart Omega. Supportahan nyo lang yung Omega, lalo na this coming playoffs. Sa mga makakalaban namin, hindi kami magbibigay ng easy na panalo.
Sa lahat ng fans ng Smart Omega, thank you sa pagsuporta sa amin hanggang dito sa bagong brand namin. Tapos, dun sa mga makakalaban namin, galingan natin kasi hindi na kami yung dating SGD na Omega na parang easy game. Ngayon, papahirapan namin kayo.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Sa mga kalaban namin, mag-ready na kayo sa playoffs. Pahihirapan namin kayo.
Papahirapan daw ng Omega ang mga kalaban nila sa playoffs. Abangan natin sila sa playoffs ng MPL-PH Season 6. Brem lang malakas. Mga kaibigan, ako nga pala si Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon sa mga pinaka-consistent at pinakamalalakas. Pero sige, magpakilala muna kayo dun sa mga viewers natin. Name, IGN, at ano yung role sa team.
Ako si Angelo Kailar Kangel, IGN Few. Ang role ko is support.
Ako si Alan Castomayor, IGN ko Lasti. Role ko sa team ko, tank.
Ako nga pala si CJ Ribo. Ang role ko sa team namin, fighter.
Ako pala si Carl Gabriel na pumaseno. IGN ko Carl TZ, role carry.
Ako nga pala si EJ Zambrano. Ang IGN ko is EJ and the role ko tank support.
Few, kamusta naman yung journey ng Bren eSports dito sa MPL Season 6?
And okay naman yung journey namin ngayong MPL Season 6 na patapos na yung regular season. Kahit may bago kaming player na si Flap TZ, okay pa rin naman yung mabilis namin nakuha yung chemistry namin. Kita nyo naman sa results ng mga laban namin.
Sino sa mga members mo ngayon, sa mga players ninyo, nag-shine ng pinakamaganda ng season?
Para sa akin, si Flap talaga. Kasi kinuha namin siya, galing lang siya sa RG. Tapos ngayon siya na yung isa sa pinakamagaling mag-offlane sa Pilipinas.
Sino sa tingin nyo ang pinakamalaking obstacle ngayon sa Season 6 para mag-champion kayo? Tingin nyo?
Sa akin yung Omega kasi sila yung tumalo sa amin nung last season tsaka yung ngayon din. Yung wala kaming talo, sila na naman tumalo sa amin.
EJ, paano kayo nag-prepare ngayong playoffs?
Nagpe-prepare kami kumukuha kami ng mga scrim sa ibang bansa, gano'n, sa Indo, then kakalabanin namin. Kasi sa PH, medyo parang sila na yung pinakamalakas talaga, wala nang makaharap. So talagang umaano kami sa ibang bansa. Doon kami kumukuha ng ibang meta.
Carl, sino yung team na gusto mong makatapat? Kung wala championship na to, grand finals na. Sino yung gusto mong makatapat doon?
Gusto ko makatapat yung Aura kasi sila yung back-to-back champion.
Ikaw, Ribo, sinong gusto mong makatapat dun sa finals?
NXP. Mas sikat kasi sila, kaya pag dinurog namin, malalaos agad sila.
Sakto na rin, Ribo. Pwede mo namang sabihin kung sino yung top 3 players na nag-perform ngayong season, tingin mo?
Sa top 3 ko, yung pinaka-top 1 talaga dun si Chester. Siya yung consistent talaga maglaro. Laging papatay ng papatay. Tapos top 2 ko si Lasty.
Ba't ako?
Siya daw pinakamagaling mag-tank sabi niya.
Totoo yan, totoo. Legit.
Tapos top 3 ko si Carl. Magaling sana kaso sobrang tamad.
Para sa'yo, Few, syempre sa Bren eSports, this is your second season sa Bren eSports. Gano'n ka-importante para sa organization mo na makuha at mag-champion dito sa MPL?
Kasi nung last season parang ine-expect nila na makuha na namin yung champion kasi nga top 1 kami sa regular season. Tapos ngayong season siguro mas ine-expect nila kasi mga 2-0 na yung mga score namin eh. So tatry namin yung best namin para makamit namin yung championship ngayon.
Tanungin ko dito si Carl TZ. Kung makakausap mo tong trophy na to, ano yung sasabihin mo?
Trophy, dyan ka lang. Ngayong season kukunin na kita.
Angas-angas. Kung hindi alam ng mga viewers natin, may mga 3 nag-champion na rin dito. Kayo ba, may gusto kayo sabihin?
Yung sa trophy, diyan ka lang. Makukuha ka na naming 6. Lahat, makukuha ka na namin ng Brand eSports. Babalik ka na ulit sa amin.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong kausapin yung mga fans nyo, magpasalamat kayo, or kung may gusto mo lang kayo sabihin sa mga fans, pati na rin sa mga katapat nyo sa playoffs.
And sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, maganda kayo kasi mas pag-aandaan namin kayo, hindi na kami mag-choke sa playoffs. Tapos sa mga fans, salamat sa mga sumusuporta palagi, kahit minsan natatalo kami, nandiyan pa rin kayo.
Sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, ready na kayo. Dudurugin namin kayo. Kaya sa fans namin, kahit natalo kami ng isang beses, nandyan pa din kayo sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa brand, dyan lang kayo.
Sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, pagandaan nyo kami. Sana next play agad para laglag agad yung mga EI sa MPL. Tapos sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, dyan lang kayo dudurugin namin next play kung sila matapat.
Sa sumusuporta sa Brand eSports, maraming salamat. And wag sana kayo magsawang sumuporta sa amin. Ayun lang.
That's been Bren Esports, the best teams dun sa MPL Season 6 regular season. At kaya na ba nilang mag-champion this time? Abangan natin yan sa playoffs.
Mobile Legends.
I was building on a lecture.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Working on applying the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The freeze cut, freeze up, straight drop for the kills. Taking over pieces and shares. A bomb hit sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. One shot. Now the future is yours.
Legendary.
Shocker na dito. Mountain Shocker plus the stun, plus yung extra pang stun ng Garote. Okay. Goyos Pagoy hindi na pinapunta doon. At si Toshi nandito sa gilid. The hard guard will not save. Mula sa malayo, mula Batanes hanggang Hulo, inikot ang buong mapa para talaga nilang maging aggressive dito. Yes, the turtle will always, probably will be dito, Rob Luna. Magiging aggressive ang Exe pero mukhang pawirin sila. Haze naman siya dito ng side at tinamaan pa siya dito. Men, ito lang naman yung kailangan gawin ng Exe. Habang si Benny Cutie kumalmot na. Roar! Sabi dito ni Benny Cutie. Humapana! Sa pulga na naman! Ito match! It might be na ma-ejector dito. Okay. Will target Carl TZ. Okay. Patribo and company will set up the Carl TZ. Kinagat. Rum. Sabi dito niya, dahil gusto ng Brand eSports ang laban na to. The Hawks, tinusok na naman. At isa pa, tinikman, ladies and gentlemen. Napakahalo. Meanwhile, sabi ni Takwil sabi ni Flap TZ, pumalik ka dito. Eto na, blazing duet para kay Carl TZ. Tutong pa na ba ang MLBB?
To think of it, all of this almost didn't happen. But the powers that be let it happen. 8 weeks of regular season, 3 days of playoff action, 4 last teams, 3 last matches, 1 last day. Welcome to the grand finals of the MPL Season 6. My name is Reptar, and before I introduce my 2 co-panelists here, just have to thank all of the organizations that made this possible. Smart, squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Our official sponsor as well, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Gillette, #Shave the Day. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack and select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Logitech, our official headset partner, here like a pro. Partner in eSports as well, PayMaya. Get free 50 credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. We're a partner in eSports, TikTok as well. Just search #MLBB on TikTok to see some awesome and great MLBB content. All of this is powered by Moonton. Don't forget about the official Halloween event, Trickster's Village. Log in from October 26 to November 13. Get a chance to get that awesome new Turizla skin. Gotta say, the nerves are kicking in. It's the grand finals day. I'm feeling nervous for the teams, and I'm pretty sure Cherizawa and Midnight are feeling the nerves as well. Yesterday was a crazy day. Semifinals. Cherizawa, unang araw mo to dito sa MPL playoffs. Pero nung nag-uusap tayo, pinanood mo naman yung mga aksyon. Ano yung reaction mo nung nakita mo yung mga nangyari kahapon?
Yung sa execution kasi, ang playstyle kasi ng execution, di ba, is lagi nilang pinapa-late game. Tapos sinihintay nilang magkamali yung kalaban. Tapos tsaka silang mag-go, then irerekta nila tapusin yung base. Kaya lang, ang kalaban nila is Omega. And ang problema doon, madalang nagkakamali ang Omega.
Yeah, that's true. And we rarely saw Execution made it to the late game against Omega. And it just shows the sharpness that Omega has now in terms of their rotations, which they've always had throughout the regular season. We're going to be seeing Omega later on. Pero other than X and Omega, nakita din natin yung laban ng Onyx at Bren. How did you feel about that?
Honestly, it is probably the most surprising out of every matches that we've seen. We didn't expect Onyx to go out in such fashion. Kasi in-expect natin medyo close series eh. Kahit bigyan natin ng one game advantage si Bren, 3-1 at the very least, diba? Pero what they did to Aura, Bren did to them. So surprising talaga yung grand finals natin.
And speaking of the grand finals, tignan muna natin ang brackets. After all the action that we saw in the past 3 days, Exec and Omega yesterday, unang laban ng araw, Omega winning that 3-1. Sila ang nakasecure ng unang slot nila sa Grand Finals, which is a first for Omega here. Not a first for one of their players, but we're gonna be talking more about that later. Onyx at Bren naman, kakasabi lang ni Midnight, ang daming tao sa social media, mga supporters ng teams, they were surprised, but then in the same way, in some way, parang hindi din surprising eh, because that's just how good Bren has been throughout the regular season.
Yeah, kasi ano naman eh, track record, kumbaga wala talaga nakaka-surprise sa ginawa ng Bren for their first game, 3-0, second game, 3-0. They get their promise. Again, ang nakakagulat lang dito is the fact na hindi na nga natin makikita yung Aura Onyx ng Grand Finals and nalaglag pa yung isang contender. Literal na lahat to, fresh set of Grand Finalists.
Yeah, and di pa rin naman tapos ang MPL ng Exec at Onyx dito kasi ang Execration Onyx, unang laban natin para sa araw na to, it is gonna be their battle for third. Pride na yung hinahanap ng mga teams natin dito. We both know these two teams always aim high. Every season gusto nila yung championship, but this time, Pride na lang ang hinahanap. Meron din tayong malupit na show match mamaya, Team Dogie versus Team Choox. So kung mga supporters kayo ng mga creators na yon and then yung mga all-star teams nila, you can watch out for that as well. And of course, to close out the day, Grand Finals. Omega versus Bren. I am glad to be your panel host for today. I'm glad to have these two with me in the panel. But, you know what? Let's look closer into the teams. Hindi mangyayari ang hashtag Give Billy a Trophy this season. Pero makita pa rin natin ang Execration ngayon. In their battle for third laban sa Onyx. Cherizawa, alam ko, marami kang kaibigan sa Execration. Can you fill us in? Kamusta naman? Alam ko, nakausap mo naman sila. Sana all nga.
Sana all.
Alam ko nakausap mo naman ang ex eh. So, kamusta naman sila?
Malungkot sila ngayon. Kausap ko nga lang si Benny Cutie bago tayo mag-start. Tapos sabi ko, good luck sa match nila ngayon. And then, ang reply sa akin, sayang po talaga ate shirt, tapos sad face. So, ayun. Feeling ko malungkot silang lahat. Pero, kailangan nilang galingan kasi kailangan nila i-lift yung team nila. Ayun. Kasi kailangan nila ipaglaban yung pride nila as third.
Yeah. Sa Execration, sino ba yung sa team nila na naggagawa ng motivation? Like, let's say, lahat sila down. Sino yung boses na naririnig ng Execration na, guys, kaya natin to, laban pa tayo?
I think si Billy talaga eh.
Si Billy talaga dahil sa experience natin nila niya and everything. And hopefully, we could potentially see Zapnu play today. Alam natin si Zapnu hindi madalas naglaro throughout the regular season. Now, anything that you saw yesterday from Execration's performance na you feel they can bring into the match against Onyx today and potentially baka sila pa ngayon magwagi?
I think on their series yesterday, hate step up, definitely. Yung hinahanap nating hate factor, no? Kasi for the longest time, ang story with Execration has been Chakno and Chakno and Benecuti. And yesterday, we saw on game 2 lahat ng hinahanap natin from Execration, yung aggression ni hate and yung unbending will, kumbaga wow, no? Emblem, pero diba, yun yung narrative ng Execration. Eh. This is a team that has been infamously known as the unbending team. Literal, wala silang pakialam kung Onyx ka, kung Bren ka, or Sunsparks, or Aura, di ba? Kaya ka nilang kuhaan ng game and series, di ba? Nakita natin yun no Season 5. And the only thing that has been lacking with Execration is the consistency of hate. And nung Game 2, nakita natin yung hate talaga. Hashtag funnel the hate, di ba?
funnel the hate, feel the hate, and nahirapan nga din yung Omega in that game. But of course, we know Omega ang nagwagi and Execration are here in the battle for third. Another team who are going to be in the battle for third, a team that dreamt high this season. Kala nila this is their best chance na manalo sa championship, manalo sa grand finals kasi natumba nila yung pinakamalaking demonyo nila sa buhay nila, which is Aura PH. Here is Onyx. Hopes were very, very high for Onyx PH when we saw them in their first series of the playoffs against the defending champions. Nanalo sila 3-0. Nakita natin ang potentially the best form of Onyx we've seen. But then natumba sila ng Bren eSports 3-0. Wise, Iyaknu Delar, Oh My Venus, Jay, and someone that we haven't seen yet in the playoffs, Basic. Do you think Basic could still be a factor here in the playoffs, man?
I feel like it should be kasi at this point etong dalawang teams ito again pinaglalabanan nila is for third. It's for the honor of the team. Pero it's an opportunity din as well to showcase your six-man, no? Kaya nga maganda na sana na paglaruin si Zapnu, mamaya and pa rin na rin si Basic kasi it's their last opportunity to play on the playoffs. And next time na makikita natin sila next MPL na. So I think it should be a factor here with Onyx versus Execration, and beneficial to for Onyx, to be honest, kasi it's the battle of assassins Basic versus Hate, ang gandang narrative niyan.
Basic versus Hate. Hopefully we do get to see a bit of that. Pero all throughout the playoffs, we've seen the main five ng Onyx PH, Cherizawa. When it comes to the roster of Onyx, what do you have to say about them? Sino ba ang nagsa-stand out sa'yo sa Onyx?
For me is si Venus. Kasi kapag siya yung support mo, parang hindi mo kailangan mag-worry sa bawat galaw mo. Alam mong may follow-up agad. And nagbibigay siya ng magandang vision for the team.
Yeah. The support and captain. Laki ng ano niya laki ng ambag niya sa series nila against Bren eSports. You can really tell na there are moments na they were able to stay in the fight. Nakakalaban sila sa Bren because of the control and the vision, and you can just hear the shout calls of Venus coming in for Onyx.
To be honest, yung yung Oh My Venus and J combination, although maganda yung comp nila, yung theory ng team building or yung team dynamics, it just doesn't work. And nakita natin siya sa series nila against Bren. Kasi the duo of Jay and Venus medyo complicated. Dalawa silang support So I think that was the hole na talagang in-exploit ng Bren. This is something that Bren specializes at, especially with a very fundamental coach behind their back, si Dogie, no? He knows na ito yung pwede nilang abusuin talaga. And if you saw the series between Bren and Onyx, hirap na hirap yung Onyx sa early game. Why? They don't have the standard duo na, well, nakakakuha sila ng heroes nila. Pero they don't have the proper dynamics kasi nag-a-adjust lang yung Onyx as the draft goes on. And meanwhile, sa side ng Bren, they play the cards right kasi nakukuha nila yung mga kailangan nila.
And this is why we are here. The battle for third, Onyx versus Execration. Now, these two teams have a lot of pride. A lot of history. Execration, we've known them for the longest time. Onyx PH, we've known them since Season 4. Pero ever since Season 4, they have always dreamt high, aimed high, and always had their eyes on the championship. But here, third place ang pinapaglabanan ng dalawang teams natin. Let's hear what they have to say.
Kamusta naman ang journey sa MPL Season 6?
So hello, Sir Wolf. Thank you for that wonderful question. So about the journey of Onyx PH this Season 6, I would say na mas mahirap siya compared nung journey namin nung Season 4 and Season 5. Dahil yung Season 6 ngayon is mas bigger na siya compared sa mga nakaraang season. And also, yung mga kalaban ngayon is mas malalakas na and mas mauutak na compared before. Kaya mapapansin nyo yung journey namin from week 1 is medyo hindi kami stable and medyo nahihirapan kami mag-adjust. But despite nung mga na-experience namin this past few weeks, masabi kong mas nakaka-adapt na kami.
Captain, eto Max, ikaw na ngayon yung captain. Ano naman yung journey ng execration ngayong season 6?
Ngayong season 6, bago mag-start yung season, syempre sobrang excited kami dahil nga alam namin, nahanap namin yung role ng bawat isa, tsaka sobrang ganda ng performance na lumalabas sa amin. Tsaka mas nakikita ko na mas lumalakas pa yung team namin ngayon. Tsaka alam kong mas lalakas pa sa darating na playoffs.
Okay, Wise, paano kayo nagpe-prepare ngayon para sa playoffs?
Ginagawa namin is double or triple effort talaga. Lalo ngayon na nabanggit ng captain namin na lahat malakas na kalaban namin. Ngayon kasi may ano na kami, management na tumutulong sa amin kung ano yung mga dapat namin gawin.
Venus, what does it mean para sa MLBB na maging champion this season?
After being back-to-back first placer from season 4 and season 5, and yung expectations namin ng mga tao ngayon is mas doble na. So winning season 6 means everything para mapatunayan namin na talagang kaya namin. Mapatunayan namin sa mga taong dumuda sa amin na hindi namin kaya.
Zapno, gaano ka-importante itong MPL Season 6 para sa organization mo?
Siguro, every season naman, importante talaga na manalo kami. Pagpapalagay natin na win or loss, okay lang. Pero para sa akin, malaking bagay sa akin na lagi kami nananalo. Lalo na makuha namin tong championship na to. Since season 1, although na nag-champion na ako sa mga ibang tournament like MPC, pero gusto ko rin talaga mag-champion dito sa MPL. Since day 1. Since season 1 yan.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong hingin namin yung gusto nyo sabihin sa fans ninyo at sa mga makakatapat nyo sa playoffs.
Tingin sa mga sumusuporta sa MLBB-PH. Sana suportahan nyo kami hanggang sa dulo. Sa mga susunod naming laban, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa mga kalaban namin, maganda na kayo.
Sa sumusuporta sa amin, simula season 1 hanggang season 6, maraming salamat. Nandiyan pa rin kayo sumusuporta sa amin. Tapos doon naman sa mga kalaban namin, siguro digmaan na, digmaan na talaga. Dito ng mga batang pasaway.
Tignan nga natin kung magpapakita ang mga batang pasaway. That was Execration and Onyx. By the way, those interviews, if you haven't noticed, those were recorded bago mag-playoffs. So looking back at it, really, it's a mixed emotion kasi you could really see the high goals that they've set for themselves. Pero at the same time, you can really tell na sobrang importante to para sa mga players natin. And we know that whatever position they find themselves in, ilalabas nila talaga. Yung kailangan nila ilabas, yung 100% lakas nila, just to give a show for the fans, for the supporters, and everyone. And I'm pretty sure that's what we can expect from Execration, who has a very strong frontliner and a very, very strong main carry funnel as well. Tell us more about Chaknu and Hate.
Hate, magaling siya as an individual player talaga. Tapos, kapag kasama niya si Chaknu, syempre parang feeling siguro nila kaya nila talaga. Kahit sinong humarang. Ang humarang gigiba.
Kung harang giba. Kung si Chaknu pa naman talaga yung tank mo, siguro kung si Chaknu tropa ko, Chak, tara mag-rank nga tayo. Baka may Figa Glory na tayo. Sana all
Feeling ko pag si Chaknu din, kampi ko mag-MPL ako
And we've seen it all throughout the regular season as we look into the stats here. Yung grabe talaga yung ambag ni Chaknu.
Oh yeah.
For
Definitely.
Execration na this is why when it comes to head-to-heads, I like to focus on Chaknu. Kasi, man, pag down yung team mo, isang play lang, isang entry ng kufra niya o kung sino man tank ginagamit niya, man, it works. He'll make it work and biglang ma-turn around ng Execration, which is what we saw all throughout the regular season, yung 18 minutes curse nila. Average KDA, mas mataas dito para sa Onyx, match win rate as well. First blood counts, average team net worth difference, 5th to 6th. Pero isipin mo yung 5th and 6th place lang yan, ang laki na ng difference nila.
Yeah. That's 1,000 gold, and ito yung dito mo makikita yung separation ng top 5 teams of MPL, yung net worth difference nila. It goes very, very high. If I remember correctly, si Bren nasa around ano siya, 6,000 ata, yung average team net worth difference. So that's high of a difference is between the 4th and 5th place. Pero ang key factor dito is yung first blood counts. This is, alam na natin ito eh. Alam na rin na lahat na execution is really weak in the early game. Parang may weird movements or may weird rotations sila ginagawa pagdating sa early game. Pero the thing that makes it change for them is that, again, the playmaking factor of ChooxTV. That's the reason why pagdating ng mid-game and late game, nahihirapan yung mga kalaban nila. Kasi nag-e-exist yung taong yun. Alam mo yun, si TikTok gods na nasa team na yan. And Onyx, for the longest time, sila din yung sumpa sa totoo lang na aura. Kasi yung early game nila, it's refined. Pero na compared to other teams like Bren, Omega, Blacklist, si Onyx medyo medyo parang nasa normal lang. And yung iba yung nasa bandang taas.
Even here, turtle control rate, Lord per game, mas mataas rin para sa Onyx. And I guess that goes hand in hand yung the early game weirdness ng execration. Pero pag dinala mo sa 18 minutes, 17 minutes or more, biglang, uy, ba't tayo natatalo?
Yeah.
Why is this happening? As we look into the top hero picks here, Cho, siguro magiging priority ba for that all throughout? Ano pa yung mga priority picks dito ng execration that potentially baka makita natin sa laban na to?
Ang execution parang naglulunox din sila eh. Tapos Farsa nga na side lane or Alice, ayun, ginagamit ni Benny yung Alice.
Yeah.
Then if siguro maganda para sa team fight, ipipick nila siguro yung Louie with the Atlas again.
Potentially. Medyo matagal na natin since we've seen an Atlas come out. Pero feeling ko at this point, run the greatest hits of the season na lang para sa execration. And even for MLBB na baka maglabas sila ng pick na we haven't seen since siguro halfway or earlier ng regular season natin. More stats are going to be coming up here, but those were the top hero picks. And as you see here, lamang pa rin ang Onyx sa mga numero natin.
Interesting yung interesting yung turtle control rate tsaka Lord per game. Kasi as far as I'm concerned, Exec has one of the highest Lord steals and turtle steals all throughout the season.
Yeah.
So although medyo mababa siya, it's natural point of contention naman for both teams. Pero I think the difference is when the clutch time comes in. Execution talaga maasama dyan kasi nga yung stats nagre-reflect naman.
In their last matchup, ito ang interesting. Week 6, day 3 ng Season 6, nanalo ang execution. Hey, we're seeing some picks here na mention dito ni Cherizao. Baka yun nga, kung gumana to laban sa Onyx before, why fix something that's not broken? The Loyi, the Atlas combination, nilabas nila sa game number 2. Game number 1, we saw a glimpse of what we would be seeing a lot dito sa playoffs natin. Yung paglabas ni 1-1, siguro kasi nakita nila yung isang Albert ng RRQ sa MPL Indonesia. So now we're seeing more 1-1s here. Any heroes here that you potentially we might see more of? Or baka meron bang hindi tayo nakikita dito na baka makita natin?
I feel like it's the Roger and the Lancelots. Medyo weird nga na wala si Lancelot dito, no? Literal na hindi pinansin. Pero I believe that this was before Project Next and this was before MPL Indo. So sa mga nagsabi dyan na Indonesia ay nauuna sa meta, ayan na, may double marksman na tayo. Nauna tayo, guys! For the first time in the history of MPL, nauna ang Pilipinas. Joke lang. Pero execution kasi, I believe personally, they have one of the highest potential pagdating sa pagra-run ng 1-2-2 strategies. They've been doing that for a long time already. Even Season 5, sila yung pinakaunang lumabas sa playoffs na nagdalawang core setup. And I believe they have the capability to do so. Interesting lang na may mga hero choices talaga na hindi pinapansin execution. Like for this specific matchup, walang Lancelot. Pero this is probably because wala si Basic dito sa lineup na to and si Wise yung naglalaro. Pero for this series, Execution versus Onyx, I think the point of contention for both teams is yung Roger and Lancelot talaga. Yung mga assassin archetype heroes. Kasi yan yung playstyle ng yan yung playstyle ng dalawang superstar boys mo eh. Even si Wise, kahit ang dami niyang Yisun Shin, he specializes on aggressive heroes talaga. That's why medyo nakikita natin yung progression ni Wise, medyo nagiging relaxed player siya. Nung early parts ng regular season, parang sinasabi nila, ba't ganyan yung Yisun Shin ni Wise, masyado aggressive. Then nakapag-adjust siya. Ngayon, dumating siya sa point na medyo lie-low na si Wise. Pero the natural playstyle of the hero is very, very aggressive talaga.
Now, we've seen it from a team perspective. Let's get closer and more micro. Let's look into the player head-to-head. Benny Cutie laban kay Iyakno. sorry, natatakot lang ako sa kay Iakno. Yung tingin ni Iakno talaga yung ano eh. Kalain kita. Talaga? Tulog ka? Parang
yun yung
mga
ano
Iakno
eh.
dito.
Yun yung mga dati mahaba bangs eh, no? Yung nagpagupit lang.
Yung pagupit na nakita mo din yung Akas nila. There we go, the KDAs. Really close. Unique heroes used. That's a big leap. Maybe because, 50-18. Pero dalawa lang naman ang difference nila. Usually they go into the gold lane. Benny Cutie though, now correct me if I'm wrong. Iakno most of the time nakita natin siya on the fighter roles. Pero si Benny Cutie, siya yung fighter na can really act as a second marksman. No?
Oh yeah, definitely. Iakno is the typical side laner 2. Parang dalawa kasi side laner, no? Si Dilar yung main side lane, yung mga sustain side lanes talaga. And si Iakno yung pick-off type of side lane. Hindi siya masyado nagme-mage, pero siya yung mga heroes na makikita mo na playmaking, yung mga Cho, yung mga Samus, 'di ba? Yan yung mga heroes na nila, mga Samus. Yung mga X-Borg yan, yung mga Jawhead, yung mga nilalaro ni Iakno. Si Benny Cutie, siya yung talagang secondary core. Literal na secondary core siya. Mga Alice, 1-1, even the Clods, 'di ba? Yan yung nilalaro ni Benny Cutie. So there's a slight difference between the two. Although the playstyle is quite similar kasi dalawang players sobrang aggressive and they really like fighting into team fights.
Yeah. Tignan naman natin ang ating positioning for the players here. Eventually we are going to be seeing that. There we go. Execration. Sa Gitno and Benny Cutie in the side lanes, na kalaban nila here would be Iakno and Dilar. So in a game where you usually see strong side laners, equally as important would be control in the mid lane. E2max versus Oh My Venus. What do you like about E2max's game?
E2max kasi is parang killer support siya.
Killer support.
So, feeling ko parang parehas lang sila eh. No, so, dito talaga natin makikita kung sinong mas magaling sa kanilang dalawa. Lalo na kung sino mas magaling mag-maintain ng mid lane.
Yeah. Mid control here is gonna be super important. E2max, I feel like it's sleeping giant siya minsan ng execration eh. Na lahat ng mata napupunta either kay Hate, Benny Cutie, ChooxTV, sometimes kay Sagitno or kay Zapno, pero utility support mo si E2max. And pag nagising mo yung higanteng natutulog, I feel bad for you kasi execration din kalaban mo and E2max will show up in the utility support. Now, Onyx, Oh My Venus, Wise, Iakno, Jay, and Dilar. Do you think Onyx might have some problems here in the draft, seeing as how nakita na natin paano in game number 1, Bren versus Onyx, na-exploit ng Bren yung limit ni Oh My Venus with the backline utility supports?
Yeah, honestly, with this matchup, well, actually most of Onyx matchup naman, sila yung lugi sa draft. Siguro exemption na lang yung aura no first series nila on playoffs. Kasi if you think about it, you already have exploited the fact na kapag, kunwari, binigay yung Selena, di ba? If execution doesn't ban out the Selena, baka ma-attract yung Onyx na, uy, kunin natin Selena. Pag di naman nila kinuha yung Selena, you have E2max. On the other hand, na one of the best Selena players out there. One of the most consistent din as well, no? Nasa taas ang rankings niyan. That can play the Selena. So if you think about it, ang draft flexibility dito nasa side ng execution. And Onyx-PH needs to address that. Kasi if you are willing to let go of those heroes, dapat may mga options na nakahanda for Onyx-PH. And ang other option na lang nila is yung pag-flex nila dito is have Jay on Natalia, which frankly speaking has been banned out every single time for the entire playoffs with the exemption of Aura and Execution.
Yeah. And I believe it also made one appearance laban sa Bren. But that was yesterday. And today, ito ang keys to victory ng Execration. Don't lose the early game. Enable, channel, feel the hate. Mag-dark side na talaga kayo, Execration. ChooxTV on a playmaking hero, which most of the time would mean na put him on a tank that can dive or maybe someone na merong hard stun. Diba? Fight against the YSS and double court. Now, pag si ChooxTV, pag hindi siya napunta sa tank, ano ba yung iba pa na kaya na ilabas ni ChooxTV dito?
Hindi ko alam eh. Parang for me, dun talaga siya nababagay eh.
Yeah.
Kasi lalo na kapag
Very
sa
true.
late game at gusto nila bumawi, isang magandang set lang ni ChooxTV makakabawi na sila.
Yeah. Even on the moments na nakita natin siya sa ibang support katulad ng, let's say,
Natalia.
we saw him on one like in Natalia. It didn't work out so well.
That was the weirdest game of Execration.
Yeah, parang sanay mo na nakita yung bouncing ball ni ChooxTV pag nakatago siya. But
Ganito kasi yun eh. Pag nakatang si Chakno, para siya nagtitiktok sa game eh. Yung laging gumagawa ng highlights. Stonks nga si ano eh. Stonks yung TikTok ng Mobile Legends eh, kasi laging may highlight na pwedeng ipasok eh, di ba? Pero with the likes of Natalia, nawawala yung playstyle nung tao na parang super aggressive kasi ni Chakno by nature, no? Super aggressive na tao ni Chakno. And if you place mo na hero like Natalia, na dapat control ka pagdating sa information, play safe si Natalia. So, alam mo, hindi match. Talaga, hindi matchy-matchy.
Parang, it just doesn't work. Kung hindi gumagana, edi bitawan mo na lang.
Yes.
Oy, naku po. Onyx naman, dito, for their keys to victory, now that we've seen a little bit of execration, we're gonna be talking about Onyx keys to victory in just a moment. Double core, yeah, they really should go for that. Kung it's there. Kasi nakita natin yung mga games talaga na hindi makaano si Hate. Benny Kitty really steps up eh.
Kailangan kailangan na emergency eh. Diba?
Yung emergency meeting.
Tulong.
Tulong.
Send help. Diba? Send reinforcements.
Saklolo, Benny Cutie. Pero nagkagawa din naman eh. Ni Benny. Ito na nga, Onyx-PH. Shutdown Chakno. Grabe.
Grabe, unang-una.
Unang-una. Shutdown Chakno.
Grabe yung nagsulat niya na.
Feeling ko yung mga nagsusulat ng keys to victory natin minsan nagigrain ako pag nasa broadcast. Establish early game lead as well. So dito natin nakikita yung yung pagka-contrast nila. If Exe kailangan nila mag-control ng early game, Onyx-PH, it's establish the early game lead because they're one of the teams that can really build up from it. Now, I want to know more, go into the mind of Execration here real quick. I know we're talking about Onyx, pero ano ba yung mindset ng Execration sa early game? Ba't parang okay, may something there eh. Bakit madalas sila yung behind sa early?
Oo nga eh. Pero baka yun talaga yung playstyle nila.
Nagpapabugbog doon.
Oo nga naman pala. Nagpapabugbog nga sa umpisa yung mga bida kasi.
Sila yung tunay na Pilipino kasi. Execration. Nakita niyo naman yung diba, itsura nila, diba? Pinoy na Pinoy. Proud na proud.
That is true. And let's see kung yung protagonist natin today can make it prioritize Venus and Wise in the draft, i-act to a playmaking hero, and protect positions, territories. Those are the keys to victory ng Onyx-PH. And now we've seen it. Onyx-PH, Execration, keys to victory are there. It's gonna be one of those things that, in a way, it's a little bit hard to call. Because, yeah, if we look at the stats, andun din yung factor ng teams natin if, how are they feeling? Kahapon lang nangyari yung mga heartbreak sa kanila. Ready ba sila ngayon? So many questions, but only seeing the game, seeing the action can answer that. This is the battle of the third. It's Execration versus Onyx-PH. Let's see and hear their fans cheer for them.
Hi guys, I'm Kayla Heredia, also known as K-Bear, and I'm inviting all of you to come and support Onyx-PH.
Go Onyx!
Go Team Onyx!
Hashtag all for Onyx.
Hashtag all for Onyx.
Hashtag go Onyx.
Hashtag Exeshot.
Hashtag Exishot.
Hashtag Exishot.
Exishot.
Hashtag Exeshot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and this is Championship Sunday for the MPL-PH Season 6 playoffs.
Is it?
And we
This
are,
is it.
yes. And before we head on, Rockhart, we are going to be your shoutcasters. I am your anchor for today, Butters. And alongside me is my analyst, Rockhart. And you seem hyped.
Really, really hyped. Just because I've been hearing some rumors about this matchup, which we're not gonna mention, obviously, but it should be it's something that a lot of our teams can definitely look forward to. So this is going to be something for the books, not just because of the cash prize, like the panel said, but because we gotta go at it for pride. You gotta go for that podium, you know.
Yeah.
In any big sporting event, first, second, and third, they're the ones who get the spotlight. You don't get to the top. This is the best you can do. You gotta go for it.
You gotta go for it. That is true. Now, if you're a fan of these two teams, you would know that they are out of championship contention.
That's true.
But that doesn't really stop them from securing a better placement into this tournament. And we will be heading into the draft right now because the zoom out just happened. And remember, when it's zooming out, it means we're probably gonna go to draft.
Zoom out, draft out. There you go.
Yeah, that's
Beautifully
true.
done.
Okay.
Beautifully
All
done
right,
right there.
all right.
Beautifully
Now,
done. So,
for the side of Execration, they ban out the Natalia and they ban out the Roger. For the side of Onyx PH, they ban out the Serena and they ban out the Kufra. What are the things that you're expecting in terms of banning here, or the pick patterns that we're gonna see for this certain match?
well, if we're going to base it on the keys to victory here, we're going to expect a lot of bans to tanks, if ever. And if you don't ban him out, you got to pick him out first and stop that X Factor. Stop Chaknu, who admittedly yesterday had a bit of a... It was different. The Chak Mamba was different yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe it could have been because of a few factors, different factors. There could have been draft issues. There could have been like confidence issues. We don't know that, but this is definitely one of those times where they can definitely catch it up. And when Chaknu gets into form, it's a different story.
I mean, if you saw that yesterday, it was really a drafting factor for Omega versus Execration, and Chaknu, he wasn't really put in the most favorable of spots.
Yes, exactly.
Like, Execration would draft for him for the first pick, but with that certain thing that they did to Hate yesterday on the side of Omega, they were forced to give Hate the priority, and thus Chaknu losing any priority whatsoever for the games. He just didn't perform as expected, but right now they are looking to change that. Let's see Execration getting that link.
Okay, so a Hate hero right off the bat means that will be not an issue anymore. So Execration can kind of breathe easy, knowing that Hate's gonna be not gonna be in that position where he has to wrestle for Lancelot, for a Ling. You know, they're in this hero and they really like their position right now.
And clearly, for the side of Onyx, you could see that there is a bit of an emphasis, if you will, into just limiting what Etomax and Chakna could do. For them, these two are the greatest threats, and probably that Esmeralda is kind of a meta ban. But Onyx PH still sticking to their roots, and well, they get an ally, so that means there could be no control mage here for the side of Execration.
Yeah.
They're probably thinking that Execration would want to pick a Farsa, and they just pick that up.
That's right. I mean, this is already something that's been super prevalent for Execration. They really like this. They really like this Alice as well. But for some reason, it's just not going to be available for Benny Cutie. Just because of the deny pick. So smart picking here from Onyx PH, not to mention getting wise on the comfort hero. The problem is, we've seen this yesterday, Yi Sun Shin, they suffer very hard against Yu Zhong.
Okay, so how does Wise live from this? This is the same type setup that Bren Esports did to Onyx PH yesterday.
That's true.
And have they learned their lesson? Because the thing is, you put yourself into this position once again.
Why though?
And I think it's because of Alice getting picked on their side. And that only means that they have free reign over the Farsa.
Yeah, the Alice boosted the confidence, right?
Yeah.
Of Onyx PH to go for these picks. But again, Farsas against the Yu Zhong, oh man. This is just, they pick straight into it.
Isn't this something like, okay, you have a Yu Zhong.
Yes.
We have a Farsa, we have a Yi Sun Shin. So choose who you're going to answer.
Oh, right. Look for a target because the Yu Zhong can't handle both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that's a good point.
I remember Black Dragon form is big. But at the same time, Rockhart, if you think about it, once that form just subsides, he has to pick. Who does he go for? Does he go for Wise, who has Traceless, or does he go for Oh My Venus, who can actually use Wings by Wings to get away?
Yeah, completely different story, right? I mean, so many targets to go for that will probably just confuse not just the Yu Zhong, but, Hate as well on this lane. So, I guess giving so many targets to Execration might also kind of give Chaknu a hard time to choose a target. Unless he wants to go for an AoE tank like an Atlas, which is still not out of the question. We might see something pretty similar to yesterday as well, like a Baksha.
I'm thinking actually that there is this Alice Yuzhong comparison for me, where they
can
actually
fly
do the
faster?
same. Yeah, they can actually do the same thing.
Yes, you're
Flowing
right.
blood and Black Dragon form in a way.
Then you dive into your target, right?
Those two things are one and the same. Not really as big as a Black Dragon form, but flowing blood, it puts people in check.
Yeah, it's like a Yuzhong without the passive, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of. With a big AoE, no knock up, and basically AoE damage all throughout. That's what Alice does. So, pretty similar. I definitely agree. Although they still kind of need one more solid offlaner to compensate, because they have a pretty squishy lineup if you leave it just like this. So they need a solid tank offlaner, and that's going to be probably support tank on mid, which will be used by Jay.
And we did see Jay punish Karlzy yesterday. Although they could not contain him, still, he did his job.
Yeah, he did his job absolutely perfect. I think 2 perfects too many times. Like, there were so many ejections in the Onyx games yesterday. There you go. Right on cue. Right on cue.
And it just feels so... Chakno feels so at home.
Yeah, it feels so normal, doesn't it?
It feels so normal
Yeah.
when Chakno gets these kinds of heroes. Onyx PH, what is their answer? They lack another side lane. Khaled is still in the pool. Will they go for that?
Khaled is definitely the big pick. There's like very few others that can do the same things that Khaled can do this matchup. So looking forward to seeing that, Khaled. I don't know why they're thinking about it too hard. And I'm still a little sad we didn't get to see Basic and Zapnu. That might have shaked things up, but you know, in terms of predictions. But then again, you know, it's still the winning team that they have.
Oh,
okay. That's something that we kind of.
Okay. We
We
haven't seen Ruby for the longest time, but
yeah, that's true. It's been a while.
The main idea of Onyx PH right now, I do get the Ruby because what they want is for Execration to clump up together.
True, that's true.
Because that means they will deal so much more damage. I mean, with the Feathered Airstrike, with Blood Ode, with everything that they can, and the Mountain Shocker is there as well. So if you get We Are Angry, if you pull 2 people in,
that's like 2 Mountain Shockers on a single target, and Feathered Airstrike will also do massive amounts of damage.
And at the same time, Alice will be there. Alice doesn't even have to use Flowing Blood to get near the enemy, and he can use it. Alice can use it for the chase down.
Yeah, that sounds like the win condition right there already.
Yeah,
that sounds like the battle plan already for Onyx PH.
But
so
for the side of Execration, what is the conditions of victory?
Kind of similar, right? Very similar, that you have a Chaknu setup with a lot of AoE damage by the Ling, by this Yuzhong. And of course, making sure that the Ling survives for a long time with Etomax's Angela. Although it's a little bit more linear. I mean, they expect this, but there's more flexibility in terms of who the Angela uses Heart Guard to. So that's kind of gonna put a little bit of a wrench in the gears of Onyx PH for sure.
Let's check how will this pan out, ladies and gentlemen. This is the battle for third. This is the MPL Mobile Legends Professional League Season 6.
Still in the best of 5.
This is the last day, Rockhart.
Exactly. We're in the last day of the MPL.
How does it feel?
Man, I just have to tell you, feels different, man. Feels a little different the way that we did with the single eliminations. No repeat of the teams, right? It feels completely different, but at the same time, it's just there. The fight is just there.
You know what? They already did the repeats on the regular season.
Yeah, they did on the regular season. So we didn't see it anymore on the playoffs.
It doesn't feel incomplete, you know.
Yeah, it just feels different.
I mean, I could say that the format right now is cutthroat.
It's so cutthroat,
but
exactly.
You cannot say that we didn't really get enough of these teams.
Yeah.
Because in the regular season, some of them met each other twice already.
Yeah, that's 8 weeks. So.
That's 8 weeks.
That's way more.
It was pure us.
Purely us.
Okay.
Right? So that's a lot of Mobile Legends, and this feels like one of the longest seasons ever.
Yeah.
Used to be we had 6 or 7 weeks. Now we have 8, and we have a very long best of 5 of the playoffs. It's a lot of Mobile Legends. I really love it.
Yeah, and right now, this is the culmination of everything that we've casted and everything that the players have played. And you know what? For the side of execution right now, things are looking steady. They're not really putting a lot of pressure into the map, but Wise here will give his allies a bit of an advantage, if you will.
Probably, right? That's going to be a...
And
just when we were saying it, right there, you know,
advantage.
Advantage already with the Mountain Shocker. They spotted him out right away. And a lot of damage coming down there from MLBB. Great collapse.
And this is what you'd expect, to be honest. But Benny Cutie here, getting caught out in the middle. They catch out Farsa. Farsa doesn't have the wings by wings. Jay here, the next target knock-up is there. And Sagitnu, he's not kidding around.
He is not kidding around. Ultimate right off the bat. The moment he gets that Black Dragon form, it's going to be Yaknu fighting off right into the face of the Yuzhong. No fear whatsoever. They will keep that lane steady.
And teams are really liking this Alice. And right now, this is going to be a lot of pressure on Hate because Jawhead, as you can see, once he sees the sight of Hate in the map, he immediately rotates to that certain lane.
Yeah, he's like hunting. He's on the hunt, right?
And look at him. Look at him. He's just
Look at
staying
this
in the
guy.
brush. Just staying in the brush.
Just waiting for
He's already there.
He's waiting for a victim, man. He already expects him to back.
He cannot get away just because there's a Jawhead in his path. If he stays so near, he can get ejected. And where do you go from there?
Yeah, it's an insurance policy already, but Benny Cutie is really pushing a lot into D-Lock. Whoa!
Okay.
Whoa.
Not bad. Chaknu there with the intercept. And that was like somewhat like basketball, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it did.
And Jay, look at Jay.
Feel like basketball.
He went in.
Oh boy.
That was too deep.
Way too deep. I mean, Jay, he might have gotten a little bit overconfident there, knowing that Venus and Wise were close. But again, they can't go near you with minions right in front. They were clearing. That sounded like a miscom.
And look at Chaknu here. Will get punished, and that is the answer. Onto the side of MLBB, Dilar and the others, they are just staying in lane, and they are not caring about what's happening onto the mid lane. Mid lane right now is a war zone.
It is a war zone, man. And these two, Yaknu and Sagitnu, you know, got the new brothers going down. Oh boy.
Oh, that is going to be another pickoff.
Another huge pickoff here. And Onyx, they're on fire.
Look at Jay.
He's so busy with the buffs.
He's so annoying.
So annoying, man. It's like his only job to log in today was to annoy people.
And Benny Cutie here answering with their own aggression. They catch out Wise. Wise used the Traceless to deal damage. And that is not going to pan out well for him.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to pan out well. And Traceless, again, is just one of those utilities that you have to
conserve.
Conserve, exactly, at the perfect time. You can't use it for mobility too much.
And they get their answer. Benny Cutie here with a 4-1, but he will get shut down. And that is going to be gold for the side of MLBB. Now, bottom lane has been bottom lane turret. The first bottom lane turret for execution is destroyed. Chaknu here going in. Tempest and Blades catching out Venus. Venus, does he have the wings by wings? Yes, he does. But it won't really matter as Hate here. Oh, we are angry. Will miss by a pixel.
Wow, they are really fighting it out into the inch. Up to the fight. There you go. It's going to be another Yuzhong death for this game. Execration still on the chase, though. You want to get some blood. Trying to go for D-Lore.
But while that's happening, look at the Yaknu. He's on top lane.
On top lane, he's just clearing.
He's just clearing. He's just getting the scaling that he wants. And look at this. He's near the fight. Yaknu gets caught out. But he will just get away. Flowing blood. Such a good skill.
Despite losing out on the turtle, MLBB is still definitely in the lead with that goal. And they are, of course, pushing back the offense. It feels like Execution is pushing against a boulder right now. And they are able to do so, but the boulder is pushing back. It's like look at this.
Look at the Yaknu here. Just
Yaknu.
Just going in and using that sticker. Go Onic.
Go Onic indeed.
This is quite interesting for the side of Onic-PH on how they will utilize and take advantage of this lead that they're getting right now.
Yeah, because on one side, you have Onic, who is ahead in gold, which means they'll probably have better items. But on the other side, you have Hate, who is free farming, who has the Angela Heart Guard, and also has the turtle buff. So you can't really tell who's ahead here, just by the gold.
To be honest with you, you really have to put it in mind that Dilar, Benny, QT, and the others are having their own fights onto the side lanes. And I think Execration are winning those.
Yeah, they're winning the fights absolutely, but can they also win the macro game? That is a question. That's what Onic is trying to do. They're trying to get ahead on gold, trying to get those kills. Spots out E2 Max, lots of damage from Feather Airstrike. And again, they're non-stop pushing on the bottom, on the top, but Onic Execration is doing it in mid and bottom.
Look at Venus here. He just forced Etamax to go home so that they won't have enough time to defend this top lane turrets that they have, and no more outer turrets onto the side of Execration on the top lane. For the side of Execration, how will they answer? That means one guy gets relegated into the top lane as to not get that tier 3 turret push. But onto the mid lane, Rockheart, this is the next target for Onic-PH.
Looks like the next target for Onic is going to be to open up the jungle by taking out that mid turret. However, of course, Execration, they don't want to let this go as well.
Why do you even get like a Demon Hunter sword on Thams?
That is a very good question. That's pure DPS if you ask me. And I don't know, it just feels a little weird. Usually our fans kind of want to go for the tanky option.
I mean, do you usually do this when you're dominating? I mean, Benny Cutie right now is having a good time.
Absolutely, right? And he's getting the kills. He's doing it against the Alice. Maybe it works well against Alice. It's maybe more of a situational item. If you have so much health and he can't do damage with his normal skills, just use that Demon Hunter Sword passive to eat through the HP.
Yeah, and that is going to be a great initiation by Chaknu. Chaknu here, Chak Mamba. He will go in. Hate here with the help of the Heart Guard. He will try to get away, but Hate, one more hit could have done it, but Wise fell a bit short. Sa gitna here, falling
wrong way.
Wrong way. He went the wrong way. He went the wrong way.
He was flying and he was like, oh wait, this is a no-fly zone. There's no friends.
Yeah.
I don't have friends.
And look at this. They got the middle lane. And now, things are gonna get scary for the side of Execration.
Execration looking like they're a bit more on form with the engagement, but they were not able to estimate the damage output of Onic well. And that's why Onic got ahead there, because they were able to chunk out the HP really quickly in that tower dive.
And they got the ultimate. Look at this. Hate going ham. And that was your Gillette Instant Replay hashtag Shave the Day. And Onic-PH, they need to look out for these Chaknu engagements.
Yeah, the Chaknu engagements are way too scary. Even if you're a single guy, you're not safe. Chaknu's gonna use that Fatal Links whether or not you are grouped up by 1, 2, or 3. As long as they are sure that they can get a kill, you will be the target. And they have to be careful with that.
Wise and the others, they are aiming to just control this tempo of the game. Things are looking great for Onic, while for Execration, they need to be very careful and they need to tread this wisely, because if they do, there is a big chance that they can turn this around. Now, it's not really a factor here of just waiting them for them to scale. I think for the side of Execration, it's about isolating them and getting the pick-offs. Chaknu has been doing great and right of Chaknu's momentum right now.
Yeah, and Chaknu is definitely the guy to look out for, but Benecuti is going to be having a hard time here in the bottom lane. I think he's just being outmaneuvered, even with the Heart Guard, right?
Yeah.
That's just a little weird for me to see. And that's what happens when you buy a Demon Hunter Sword, man. You don't have enough tankiness in the early game.
And they went for Wise, but Wise right now has a Blade of Despair. So as long as Wise can hit you and you do not have any way to stop Wise from hitting or bursting
They're
him
gonna
down,
suffer.
you can't really go for him 1v1.
Especially right now that he is with Jay, with Yaknu. Want to go for a fight again.
Oh, Wise here. Well timed. That was perfect. And Dilar getting chased down. They will stop there. Onyx-PH, they still know that they can push because on Execration, they are avoiding. They don't want any fight right now just because they are not equipped.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case here. And right now, though, what they're going to find is a very low HP. Oh, my Venus. Hate, look at it.
Oh!
Talk about effort.
Look at Hate here. Really wants this. He really wants to get away. But then again, if you do that and you have Angela on Heart Guard on you, then that means you're putting Angela in a bad spot as well.
That's right. You're putting your teammate in danger by going for that very deep dive. You could really tell that he had hatred. You know, trying to go for Venus. There was something there.
Look at Max. He's being put into the... Oh!
Okay.
He used the Heart Guard.
Don't fly off into the sunset, into the mid lane. It's a free V1 if ever. And here comes Jay.
And Sagitna here will be the target. They overstayed there. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Another one.
And he gets thrown back, and that
Love
is
waves.
going to be his death. Benny Cutie getting pulled back, and Dilar doesn't want
this.
Benny Cutie. Dilar wants
Oh my
Max.
gosh.
But they will just turn back, and right now, Execration, things are not looking great for their side.
What is happening to Execration right now? They're all over the map.
Oh, that was a good initiation coming up from Shaknu, but sadly, there was no follow-up. Shaknu here getting all the initiations down.
And they want to finish it.
They want to finish it right now.
Yeah, and they think they can, absolutely. That's going to be Onyx-PH with a very quick 1-0 in this first game against Execration for Battle for Third.
Okay, slowly but surely, Onyx-PH sticking with their identity, and they will get game number 1. Now, beautifully done. You can see that the Onyx identity is still there. But you know what? I'm clearly seeing Execration here struggling a bit.
Especially in that last few minutes, they were all over the map, man. I didn't feel like
Do you find
they were...
it weird?
This is not the Execration we know. This is, they're trying to go for big engages. Hate is super aggressive. All on his own. Under the tower, it's not the usual Hate that we know.
It's not them. I mean, emotions are probably there.
Probably, right?
But
It's a factor, probably.
Then again, this is the battle for third.
Podium finish.
You have to... This is a podium finish. You still have to bring your A game. Execration, I hope they can find their groove for game number 2, because if they play the same way that they play for game number 1, that's going to be 2 games going to Onyx, because Onyx never lost their identity. Execration, they're doing well, but I think they should just do not let the Alice go to the hands of Onyx anymore.
That's true.
It's way too hard to contest.
Take it. It's a priority pick for your team anyway.
Yeah.
It's fine to take it. And maybe we'll see some changes later on. I mean, I'm really expecting something to get back here for Onyx, for Execration.
And speaking of get back, let's get back to it. Back to Wolf. Wolf, what can you say about this game?
Third, my name is Wolf, your analyst. Let's talk about that game. Ang ganda nung napili, actually, ng Execration. Their answer laban sa Onyx-PH, meron sustain lineup na unang-una din na pick ang Alice. They were actually winning in some parts of the match. In fact, si Benny Cutie with this times was phenomenal. Ang ganda ng game niya. Ang ganda rin ng itemization niya going for this casual deadly blade. Lagi natin sinasabing effective laban sa mga sustain type of heroes. Ngayon, syempre, we expect a lot from Chakno with this Atlas. Unfortunately, doon naman sila na out-maneuver ng Onyx. Even when you're looking at Onyx-PH, yung kanilang lineup ay may pagka-all-in din or gusto nilang gumo with this Ethan Shin, Ruby, Alice. Gusto nilang pumasok sa laban in a way dun sa mga clash na nakita natin na nakakapag-disperse sila. Have to take note though, Execration with Sagitno and Benny Cutie. Ang ganda naman ng kanilang performance all throughout this game. It's just that hindi sila sabay-sabay nagpa-pop off. Hindi sila parang sabay-sabay nag-online. And we can see that later in the actual highlights. But why don't we look at the post-game stats? Kung tingnan natin yung damage output ng bawat members dito, looking at Benny QT, this is really a standout game para kay Benny QT with his Thams, amazing display of Thams. Sagitno was also phenomenal with the Yisun Shin, with the Yuzong. Kaso nga lang sabi natin, hindi sila sabay-sabay, hindi gaya ng Onyx, na meron tayong tema na nakikita sa kanila. Merong minsan na nagsasacrifice, kung nagkaroon nga ng team fight, merong na -1 agad sa kanila, pero eventually nananalo sila sa clash. This happened all throughout. Even si Wise ay maraming beses na pick off. 2 beses na siya namatay, pero maraming beses siyang single out na members ng execration. Pero kasi after dun sa formation ng MLBB, napapunish nila yung execration. And I'm sure that we can see that in the highlights. I want to take note though, the first play na ginawa na importantly dito ng MLBB ay yung pag-delay ng lane. You can see here, gagamitin ni Jay etong ejector para doon sa cannon. I think maraming beses din na din natin tong nakita all throughout the MPL Season 6 playoffs. But just to explain yung importance na ginagawa nito, you do this against heroes na dependent sa buff. Normally, ang rotation po ng isang Ling na buff dependent ay mag-clear muna siya ng mid. And syempre, kung na-delay yung cannon, which is we can see right now, ginagamit nga naman yung ejector para makuha to. Tapos, na-clear na nila with Farsa, Yisun Shin. Look at the positioning of Wise, up top. Pwede na siya pumunta sa buffs. Pero nasan si Link? Kailangan pa niyang tapusin yung cannon. Because otherwise, kukulangin siya ng kanyang order at hindi siya makakakuha ng level 4 agad. So, what is the importance of this? Now, si Wise makapag-farm dahil dun sa play na yun. We can see some of the clashes after the early stages of the game. Wise is already level 4. Si Hate ay level 3 pa lang. Kung nakita nyo yung inyong mga screens kanina. Now, syempre, sinasabi natin kanina, may mga heroes ng MLBB ang nahuhuli dahil sa nature na rin ng damage output ng execration. But in the long-drawn fights, ang MLBB pa rin ang nananaig. Kumbaga, kung nagkakaroon ng trade-off, yes, namamatayan ang MLBB. But in a way, nakakalamang pa rin sila sa mga nangyayaring mga palitan. Kaya naman, unti-unting lumalaki yung gold ng MLBB. Kasi execration, ang ganda naman ng kanilang performance dito. Hindi mo rin masabi kung sino yung mas malupit talaga when it comes to mechanics at when it comes to team fights. Pero sure ako, itong dalawang team na to, gustong-gusto nilang maglabanan agad. You know? Gusto nilang mag-clash na mag-clash. And honestly, I'm gonna be excited about this particular series dahil maraming best pa tayo makikita ng mga ganong kalulupit na clashes. It was perfect, definitely, para sa side ng MLBB, but then again, execration, nakakita tayo ng glimpses of hope. And I do hope na makakita pa tayo ng marami pang team fight compositions from execration. This guy is the MVP of the game, but overall, good effort, great effort from MLBB. At kailangan na talaga itong bantayan. Naku, kahit sino makakatapat. I mean, execration na yung pinakahuli makakatapat ng MLBB. But this guy, hindi na siya pwedeng bigyan ng Yisun Shin for sure. Maybe, pwede natin yan makita sa game number 2. But if you are here to support MLBB sa kanilang huling campaign dito sa MPL Season 6, do scan this QR code. Kung ikaw naman ay fan ng #XShot, well, you can show your support team by scanning this QR code as well. And syempre, para din mapalaganap ang ating eksena, ang ating scene dito sa Philippines with MPL-PH, do visit the official MPL-PH page. It's fb.com/mplph.official or scan the QR code para makatulong kayo. And kung meron kayong mga feedback, why don't you answer this survey shown in these codes? Just scan that QR code at sagutan nyo yung survey. Pati na rin yung parating na survey code dito para din malaman namin ang mga feedback ninyo para sa MPL at sa Mobile Legends in general. Then again, hindi naman din basta-basta kami nangingi lang sa inyo. Bibigyan din namin kayo dahil loyal viewers kayo ng mga giveaway codes. Do take note, every after game, during my analysis segment, bahala sa inyo, meron kayo 3 giveaway codes. So, we do hope na sabihan nyo yung mga tropa nyo na umalis kapag patapos ng game. Nako, stick with us here kasi hindi lang kayo makakuha ng giveaway codes. Marami pa kayong matututunan. That has been game number 1 only of a best of 5 battle for third. And I'm telling you guys, etong battle for third, hindi lang siya basta-basta placings. In fact, a lot of money ang nandito. Kung ang team na mananalo ay magkakaroon ng, if I'm not mistaken, approximately 100,000 pesos more than the team that will finish 4th. So I think this is still very important in execration and MLBB, paglalabanan nila yan. My name is Wolf. I'm gonna be passing it back to the casters.
And ladies and gentlemen, you did not catch me putting anything down.
No.
You did not. I am going to... Well, that was our analysis coming up from Wolf. That was... And I am Butters, not Butnu, and this is Rockheart. And
Who's
this...
Butnu?
I don't know. It's the trends of the names of the players.
Oh yeah, we have
for
the new brothers.
Yeah, for the Philippines, we have a few. You know, how do you call this? It's not a prefix. It's a
suffix.
Suffix. A suffix. The suffix of the teams is like GZ, TZ,
yeah,
Nu, QT.
Forever.
Cutie forever. Those are the trends that happen in the Philippines. And you know what? I just gotta say, it's from season 1 to season 6.
It's been there.
It's been there, and people are still using it. And I think right now, clearly, they are turning into memes.
They are absolutely. Everyone's in-game name is changed to Nu, to TZ, to Oh my something.
Yeah, it's Oh my is a
Right?
prefix.
Oh my
Rockheart.
prefix, yeah.
Oh my Rockheart.
Oh my Sayolod.
Oh my Sayolod. Okay.
So,
You went a bit too overboard there, but
overboard.
take it
I know,
easy.
I know.
Take it easy. You know what? Seeing players do this, I mean, it's just fun.
It's really
But
fun.
You know
I
what? Let's head back to the game. Now, Execration here, they lost touch when it entered the mid-game.
They did. And that was just, I don't know if it was lack of what, coordination, or maybe hate got overpowered by emotion going for the dives. And they did not look like the team that they used to be, especially with the engages. ChooxTV's finding a lot of engages, you noticed?
Yeah.
Right? At least 2 people all the time. But the follow-up is very difficult to find. I'm trying to look for it. I can't find it.
Yeah.
You know?
That's actually a lyrics to a song. Like a girl like you's impossible to find.
Oh yeah.
But that's
sorry.
how ChooxTV was feeling at that point.
I know. He's
Yeah.
like, my backup is impossible to find. Where's my backup? Yeah, that's what we're looking for. I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel like it anymore. It's different. I mean, the way Execration's playing, it's a little different.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of the Angela. Maybe A2Max is trying to back them up, but the Angela hard card is not enough.
Yeah, but clearly, Execration, they overestimated what the Angela could do.
Yeah.
And Angela, A2Max did great. But the thing is, if you do not put Angela onto the side lane, it doesn't have the same effect.
Yeah.
It doesn't
It's way
have the
too
same
slow,
effect.
right?
It's
If
way
you-
too slow. Because remember this, hard guard will scale along with the level of the Angela.
Yes.
So, if you put Angela on a support, then that means you're getting less resources. And you cannot expect the same amount of help with an offlane Angela.
Right, it's just completely different, and I'm really hoping to see something similar to what Omega used to do with the Angela. I want to see something like that. If you're gonna force yourself into a position where you're gonna use the Angela, make it so that it gains level efficiently, gains level ahead of everyone else, or else that hard guard is only just gonna be like a bonus round. It's gonna be just a 2v1 bonus round, and you don't want to see that, especially at this level of the game.
When Wise got his Blade of Despair, it was like 1 to 2 hits and the heart guard just went away.
Exactly. You know, it made a lot of sense to just, wait for the heart guard to go in and then just hit the target. Don't be scared. And then the shield goes away right away, almost immediately. And therefore, you basically just became a normal 1v2, right? If
Yeah.
you're ganking.
And right now for MLBB, they go straight for the Ling. Execution, not really wasting any more time. They go for the Louis. They go for the Atlas. And they're just, they're just having fun with this.
This is the lineup that Execration uses when they want to cheese some wins, They want to cheese some wins early with this lineup. They want to go, and if they lose, they can go for that emergency meeting in a different part of the map and then just catch the enemy team by surprise.
Yeah, catch the imposter.
Yeah, catch imposter in the back line. You know, someone's doing something wrong here, and they become the imposter in the Onyx PH map. So, what surprises me even more though is even though there was a Yuzhong, it did not feel like a threat to the Farsa nor the Yi Zhenshin.
Oh, Barretts. Now this is going to be interesting. It's a perfect mix of tankiness and probably they could put a bit of a, how do I say this, magic damage in between, like make it like count in a way where you could counter initiate with the Barrett's ultimate when you time it right. Because the thing is, if you consume like let's say Sakit and the others, they would be forced to go back because the Barretts will spit the the consumed target to them and they will get stunned. So it's actually kind of a counter initiate versus an Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I just thought about something.
What?
Atlas should be invulnerable during the Fatal Links, right? Or no? Because if he's not, can you devour an Atlas while he has a few targets on him?
I think it depends. Like, where in the
what phase of
the
Fatal Links
are you in? Because if you're still charging it, you're channeling it, then that means it's gonna get cancelled. But if you're already did jump, that's the time where there is going to be a bit of a, there's going to be a bit of a problem. Because for the side of Excretion here, they ban out the Yuzhong when they could have picked Yuzhong themselves.
They could have done that. They could have picked the Yuzhong, but they went for the Yi Zhenshin. They want to go for the Cho instead. And maybe they're just happy with just a Uranus. Maybe they think, wait, our lineup is too tanky. We need some damage.
Because they will get YSS.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I guess it's a good point. Plus this, because of the picks that they have, this Cho, it can go for that super damage Cho. Because everyone else is just tanky and mobile. Now, it's a double core, by the way, for Onyx PH. So, seems gonna be like it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Okay. Now, this is going to be... The level 1 is going to be hard for the side of Execution.
Yeah, for sure.
Level 1 is going to be hard.
They're going to have to rely on Itomax on the Loyi for the early game damage. And it's not that reliable. It's Loyi is definitely just a support, but it doesn't do as much damage as I think.
Remember, you cannot go into diversion as 4 people, as 5 people. Remember that, because when you do, you are in range of the Ferret Airstrike always.
That's true. I mean, that's like setting yourself up to be the target, right?
Yeah, and this is, I don't know. I kind of like Execution's lineup.
I do.
But
it's good.
For me, Onyx PH here, it seems to me that they have the capability to take it late game. Like, early game is going to Execution 100%. In terms of scaling, in theory, it should go to them. But for the side of Onyx, with the Jawhead, with the Farsa, they can delay. They can delay these heroes from the side of Execution as much as possible.
There's only delay, especially with the Barretts in your lineup, with the Jawhead in your lineup. You want to fight? Yeah, go ahead. Go back to your team. I'm gonna eject you back, right? So there's a lot of disengage factor coming in for Onyx. Not to mention there's a Farsa for that early game control as well. So I think this is gonna be a big question of whether or not both teams have great lineups this time, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a question of whether or not they're gonna be able to pull off those cheeky teleport plays for Execration, and whether or not they can scale up for Onyx PH, because they have two very hard scaling carries. You know, we have a 1/1, and you also have a we have a 1/1, and you also have that Ling. So I'm looking forward to whether or not you can kind of scale on both of these heroes, because Onyx has the tools to be able to, like you said, right, to be able to delay this game. But will Execration let that happen?
Yeah, and
right?
You know what? Etomax has been playing very good, very good Louis for the regular season. And right now we are going to see it in the playoffs. I think this has the making to be a 1-1. But there is a 1-1 onto the side of Onyx.
A 1-1 using a 1-1.
You know that I
Yeah.
have to use that
It
once or
was
twice
right
in a
there.
day.
It was right there.
And that was my daily quota for today, I think.
For 1-1.
Yeah, for 1-1. But
We can't use it in the finals anymore later, right? So
I mean, I could use it twice.
that's your quota.
That's your
twice?
quota.
That's
That's
once
my
per
max.
game, once per matchup.
Once per matchup. I
Right.
can use it twice per day, one per matchup. You should, if I use it again next game, then that means
Yeah, it's reset.
I don't know. Maybe it's
Probably.
something special because it's
It's probably a different audience.
Yeah.
Maybe the teams
Grand
of-
finals?
Yeah, later. Maybe the different.
But we casted these two yesterday already.
Oh yeah, good point. So
These guys, they saw us yesterday. So, we have a remake in progress,
Yeah, we
ladies
have a
and
remake.
gentlemen. There's been a bit of a, how do I say this? In the terms of emblems, something didn't really pop out.
yeah, I think it kind of
Yeah.
just glitched a little bit in their phone.
Yeah, and
so we need to wait for them to remake it.
And you have to notice how things are gonna be set up here for the side of execration. You have to love this Uranus coming out from them, and it settles the score between the Barretts and the Uranus. Like we did see this yesterday. Onyx picking the Barretts. They've been using it well, but the main problem that they had was they lacked damage.
In that lineup, they did lack damage. Yesterday, they were like super tanky, but no one to close out the game actually. This time around, they have 2 cores though. So it might be a little different, depending on whether or not the 1-1's gonna do great on the lane, and depending on whether or not they're gonna do the same things that Hate did. They're probably not,
Yeah.
right? They're probably not gonna do the same things that Hate did in the previous matchup, where Hate's Ling. You can really tell this guy is mad. He's out for blood.
Yeah.
Just don't do that if you're Onyx, and you should be fine in the late
Yeah.
game. I
All
think, right?
I get your point to as to not be that aggressive, still play your game as if it is you're playing for championship contention. You can have fun with it, but still take it seriously.
And I think they should. They really should. I feel like
Yeah.
again, you never know what the future holds. You never know if you're gonna get called up for an article.
There's probably a reason why we're having a battle for third right now.
Probably, aside from the prize difference.
Yeah,
obviously.
I don't know. We haven't really heard anything.
Not yet. No news yet. But
No news yet. But you know what?
Possibilities are endless.
This is the first battle for third that we're having.
Is it?
Yeah, this is
6 seasons of MPL. Have we ever had a battle for third?
Have you casted a LAN event where it wasn't the lower bracket finals heading to the grand
yeah,
finals?
exactly. Right.
Never.
Right. It was
Never.
always upper bracket,
Even
lower bracket.
even if we went through online for season 5 as well,
there was a lower bracket as well.
there was a lower bracket
Exactly.
finals.
I get your point.
So this is the only time where we get a battle for third.
Interesting.
And why is that?
It's probably because of different things.
Yeah, different things. Yeah, and we're not really saying anything because we don't know anything.
I don't know.
But there could be a reason why we are getting this battle for third.
And they should really, because of that, the teams should really try to calm down a little bit. you
Yeah.
know? Try to get back into their normal groove because they might be playing a little too crazy, playing a little bit too out of the ordinary. But there was nothing out of the ordinary about the lineup of Execution. The Execution
I agree.
lineup that we had in the last game, it looked very familiar, especially with Chaknu back on the Atlas. That was Chaknu that we knew. The problem is, again, communication might be different in that team today. Maybe they kind of maybe they couldn't practice that much. I don't know. Last night because of
and we actually had a bit of fun with Onyx yesterday. They felt down.
Oh, yeah.
That's to be expected. A lot of these players will just break down in terms of defeat, but these guys really know how to recover properly. And
do.
we did see them yesterday. They were sad. They didn't really want to do anything, especially Onyx. Onyx, the grand final stage is so familiar with them.
Yeah, they've always been ready to go for that finals.
Yeah, but now Rockhart, you're not gonna see them in the grand finals. Even Aura.
Yeah, it's
a really hard task on the MPL-PH to make it to 3 grand finals. Only one team has done it, and that's Bren Esports. Season 1, Season 2, Season 3.
and they're back at it again.
And they're back at it again. 3 consecutive. Now they have 4 grand finals appearances. Not putting their MSC or the other stuff, but still, in terms of MPL-PH, 3 consecutive and another one on MPL-PH Season 6. But we head on to the Celestial Palace to get this game going. This is Execration versus Onyx PH. Battle for 3rd, best of 5, hashtag be legendary.
Hashtag be legendaries indeed. We are on game 2 and can't be very excited to see whether Execution can put it back into the 1-1. Last time we'll ever say that with Wan.
Yeah.
You gotta say it differently. Wan.
And I'm actually Butters.
Butters.
And you are... Okay, so for the side of Execration...
You know what? To be fair, that's what people in social media call us. You know, they kind of misspell us sometimes.
Yeah.
That's usually what I read. So I don't mind.
I don't mind as well. I'm just gonna cast the game right now.
Oh boy.
Hope you get a memo. No, just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh boy. So I think we are definitely going to be experiencing a big engagement in the jungle here. And they reset it. That's a lot of time being spent to reset that buff. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so right now Dilar, he is being very aggressive, but BenQT is there. Heath is their primary target here, and look at this. Oh,
hey!
Dilar going in. And BenQT just backing off. He knew that, you know, BenQT and the others.
Oh man.
They're still gonna get the kill, and Dilar almost getting that. Hate, he knew that he was sending hate. He was wasting hate's time, and he just went for it. He could have gone for the kill, but you know what? Sometimes it don't happen. It doesn't happen.
You could have actually gone back earlier, and then you could have made an exit, but you wanted to really just get into hate. You wanted to buy some time for Wise, because of course the early game, Wise kind of is slower. A Ling is slower in the early game compared to a Yi Sun-shin, who has a lot of ways to up his damage. The Ling only has like literally just the Defiant Blades.
Yeah, and look at this Jay. Oh, just went in and tried to take out Sagitnu just to try to toss him back. Still, Ayaknu here is at level 3. If you will look at it right now in terms of the preparations, it's Avarice for Sagitnu. Nothing really special. I mean, you could see for the other regions or the other countries that the Barats would use the Festival of Blood, but here in the Philippines, I think Avarice is their go-to spell. Oh, my Venus here. They collapse on him.
That's
and
a
he
big
just
collapse. That's going to be Dilar pushing back BenQT. The follow-up from Wise is really strong. The revenge is real. Etomax here in the wrong place at the wrong time, my friend. Chaknu trying to save Etomax, but will be using that Cyclone Eye to make an exit instead.
That could have been really great for them because they took a kill from Oh My Venus already and Dilar. But you know what? They just gave out 2 kills to the side of Onyx PH, so it doesn't really matter at this point. You just equalized everything that you did.
Yeah, it really does not matter except BenQT with just the Jeet Kundo.
Oh, they catch him out. Etomax here doesn't get hit. And that is going to be the chase down. Flicker in. Etomax, you are dead.
Basically, just deleted the turtle buff from the map. But that was great. Execution got the turtle gold. That's saying something.
Oh my Venus.
Oh my Venus. You're playing with fire there. Tempest of Blades for Wise though. Be able to clean up Chaknu again.
And this is how you control the map with 4 people. Wise going in. You stole my purple. I am gonna try and go steal your orange, but the retribution was used by Hate, and he gets that.
Yep, and Hate
Easily
is going
gets
to
that.
be just, he's going to be happy. Just take it, you know? There you go. Let's go for the Gillette instant replay. We'll see that it was a bit of a miscom already. I mean, that was not supposed to happen. They should have secured it with the Retribution, but again, Benecutie just smart timing. Basically just denied a big turtle for Wise. It didn't go to Hate, but it didn't go to anyone. So that means that Hate's gonna slow down, or sorry, Wise is gonna slow down. Look at this. Look at Wise. He can't fight well without the turtle buff.
Yeah, and Etamax is the main target here for Jay and Dilar. Sagitnu really wants Venus. Sagitnu will just get away. He pops out the Purify, and you cannot get targeted, or you cannot get consumed by the Daytona's Welcome when you have Purify on your side. Dilar in the middle. He cannot face 3 people consecutively at this point of the game. Jay will be collateral damage, and that's going to be a double kill for Hate.
Alright, I think Onyx-PH might have overestimated their welcome here into this tower, overestimating its power. You can't do that. Hate looks like he's on point this time. And that's going to be a tower going down. Onyx-PH are going to be the behind in gold.
Very clean. I mean, Execration, they are getting what they want. And to be honest, I'm actually thinking about it right now. Why did Execration give Benecutie this show? It's people don't, other teams don't do that.
That's right. It is it's a bit of a disrespect to not ban it out against Execration, I think. And it's showing in this matchup why. You know, they're gonna get Etamax again. That's kind of already a given at this point.
Oh.
But you have to watch out for Hate.
That could have been an injector, but Traceless was there. He will use it to get out. Jay, will he go for Chaknu? He knows that if he throws back Chaknu, there could be a fatal links to Venus, and that could mean that Venus is gonna go down. But Sagitnu here trying to go for Wise, but go Chaknu.
Oh,
okay.
A bit too much there. I think Onyx also might be pushing, eating a little bit more Dick and Chew in this fight.
Oh! They even catch out Wise. Wise here with the Finch Poise and Tempest of Blades. He will get away.
Onyx is fighting 1 by 1. I don't know why that's happening. They're kind of just this time they're the ones who don't seem to have a plan. They're just trying to delay. They're not grouping up for the fight. They're not grouping up to go for kills. They are just literally just trying not to die in this matchup.
And that's fair, because if you think about it, Iyakno here still needs his items. That's fair.
He does. Absolutely. Look at this. It's going to be Execration on the offensive this time, and Chaknu could look for something.
I mean, well, Iyakno is here. Iyakno can fight this. Iyakno is trying to fight, but he gets hit by the arrow.
It's a little difficult, especially right now with Iyakno. I don't think he has, he's probably at 1 to 1 and 1.5 items. I don't think he's going to make it to 2 just yet. But if he doesn't, that's the problem. I mean, he can't fight. He can't defend the towers. Especially if your damage is just like that. Look at that. His damage to the minions are even a little low.
Ooh.
So this turtle is going to go down without a fight for sure.
This is... Oh, look at Benecutie. That's way too deep. He's trying to get Wise here. Just trying to take him down. Benecutie flickering and just away from
what was that
certain place. But you know what? Feather Strike is down. Execration can fight. Chaknu here with the fatal links. They're just way too tanky. Iyaknu just wants blood, and that's going to be a crossbow of tank. It will hit people. Hate here trying to get away. He gets a bit of distance, but Iyaknu will go down, in Iyaknu here just dancing around. Sagitnu
going over the wall.
Oh my goodness! Iyaknu, is he gonna do it? Yes, he is.
He is.
Yes, he is!
Oh my god! That performance on the Wan. The slick moves from Iyaknu.
You now know why Crossbow of Tang is one of my most disliked skills to go up against.
There's no counterplay to that one.
I like it when the 1-1 is on my side, but when the 1-1 is on the other side, if you see her pop of her ulti, I don't like it.
Yeah, that's basically it. Great positioning over the wall. I mean, Iyaknu could have gone down any moment here with one more Ionic Edge, but you know what he did? went over the wall, made even more distance, made it so much harder for Sagitnu to reach him. And after that, with no one else to back you up, that was just a dead Uranus. You can't run, you can't TP. There you go.
1-1. Wise. Wise will he go to
Blades.
Oh no.
Look at this.
This is really bad for Wise. This is going to be bad for Onyx-PH.
That's
if
two
Wise
members
goes
down.
Yeah.
That's Jay and Yaknu going down on while that was happening.
They got
Off cam.
1-1 too.
Oh yeah, they got 1-1. Yeah, that's right. So wow, seriously. I mean, where did that come from? That was just pure outplay here. Right? We didn't even get to see it. That's the sad part. Oh my gosh. There you go. Daytona's welcome straight into the wall. Not much not much in terms of damage. That's absolutely fine. But of course, what's the problem? The big thing is that they're gonna miss out on the Lord take.
Oh, Sagitnu here. He's not as tanky as he seems. Dilar is here in the area. They want
Look at Benny Cutie.
And Benny Cutie.
He's hunting down Wise.
And he knows that he will have this advantage. Just because he has high and dry.
Yeah, you can't win on a 1v1 with something like this. It's difficult. It's just very difficult. You're going to have to run away. You're going to have to finch poise. You're going to have to go ahead and Defiant Sword into a ground that's far away. Because you know what? If you fight straight up against Cho, especially with this build of the Endless Battle Blade of Despair, that's a bad decision, right? You don't fight this.
Yeah. And just seeing how they're doing this right now, I mean, Jay and the others, they're just looking at the Lord. 1-1 is here. Iyaknu is just trying to clear up the waves, just trying to get the items. Corrosion Sight, Demon Hunter Sword, Queen's Wings. 3 items. And I think 1-1 is online.
Yeah, this is an online 1-1. Just safety items. All he needs right now are safety items and maybe a last Blade of Despair. But other than that, you don't want to be caught in the 1-1 pool right now.
Oh. This is going to be interesting. How will Execration get past this 1-1 problem? Right now, 1-1 is up. It's almost 12 minutes. And Execration, time is ticking onto their side.
Absolutely. Time is ticking. Your late game is online for Onyx-PH. And what do you do against that? Where are the big teleport plays? We're missing out on that for now. Still looking for a way that you can get to the back line. You can get to Iyaknu without having a bad position yourself. Oh, there they go.
Lord Enhanced.
And they fight. Iyaknu.
Oh, Chaknu. They got Chaknu.
Oh, Chaknu. He went alone.
Etomax will be the next target here. Flicker in. And this going... He's just delaying the inevitable. Oh, they got hate as well.
What is this?
They got hate as well. Then that means it's going to be an easy Lord for the side of Onyx.
Why? I mean... Man, I hated seeing that play. Chakno was there all alone in the middle of 5 people. Like, okay, what do you expect?
Look at Iyaknu. Look at Iyaknu.
Iyaknu, he's not even popping the crossbow of Tang yet. He's not on the activation. And now he is. Have a vulnerable target here. But decides to back off in the end.
And they go for the Lord right now. Ling is there. And let's see if Dilar and the others have something to say about this Chaknu Atlas really trying to get in their faces and not letting them take the Lord in peace.
Why did Chaknu even ult at that point? That was just...
I think he just wanted to live.
He just wanted to get away, you know.
Wanted to get away. Wanted to live. And that is going to be the Antikyras onto Jay, and things are getting harder and harder.
Well, I like it. Benny Cutie, he's doing his very, very best to just try to distract Onyx. It's not happening. It's not working out that way.
Benny Cutie here trying to take out Wise. If
Looking
Wise
for
moves a bit here, Wise. Okay.
He's waiting for the buff, waiting for the skills to get used. This is very sneaky.
Let's check. I mean,
sneaky,
Benny.
Sneaky. Oh, Benny.
Here.
Jay's the target.
And that was a very good. That was a very good snipe. That was a good snipe coming out from Benny Cutie, realizing that he had enough damage for that. Even with the Antikyras, he just hurts as hell.
Okay, so Onyx kind of fell off the wagon there. They were not sure what to do. They did not know where Benny Cutie was. That's why they didn't go for the Lord. They didn't execute right away into the orange buff, and Jay paid the price. He was the one who caught the...
Wise. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
Like
it's
Tempest of Blades is still there.
Oh man. But Hate is back on the field. You know, he can probably do something here.
Let's see how will Onyx PH answer this. I mean, Jay is already here. Dilar didn't really let them have this Lord take in peace, so they will just run away. And seeing how Onyx PH is you know, behaving right now, they just want to show out the other lanes.
I think that's reset number 3 or number 4 of the Lord. So this Lord is not gonna get taken anytime soon. And the teleport play did not work out. They didn't catch anyone. So what's the plan here? I mean, I'm still out of words. Like, Execration's playing really different. Oh, look at that.
And Sagit, that is a long
wait!
And chap.
That's a bad idea!
They catch out Hate.
Hate's gone!
Yaknu is the next target here for the side of Execration, but they really need to take him down right now.
Sagito.
Yaknu having fun. Crossbow of Tang is there. Benny Cutie onto the middle. How can they do this? Execration. You are almost one up by Onyx PH in terms of getting the draft, and
support play. The supportal combat.
Supportal combat, yeah. Benny.
Wow.
He gets Benny Cutie, and this is going to be 100% Benny Cutie going down.
What did this guy have for breakfast, though? Benny Cutie's effort in this game, maximum potential.
And this is, let's say that this is going to be the Cho game that Benny Cutie wants.
It is. It's absolutely the support game.
He's super comfortable with the Cho. He's not really, you know,
and he's left alone.
He's left alone.
No one can bother him.
Yeah, he's getting the kills that he wants. He's getting the item that he wants. He has the high end, right?
But it's just him.
It's just him.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's just him.
What more can you ask for? And the Lord charges. And I think it's on cooldown right now. And they get Sagitnu. Sagitnu goes down. There's no way Sagitnu.
There's no way Oh, wait.
There is actually a way.
There is.
There's actually a way.
He's tough.
And he was taken back. On a diversion.
He got pulled back, man.
He got pulled back. Iyaknu, there are no... Well, damage output here. Iyaknu is the only one alive. Iyaknu here, can he do this? Benny Cutie going in, but the Lord is still there. And the Consume Daytona's welcome, and that is going to be game number 2 going to Onyx PH.
Man, you gotta... There's just one thing. That's just the guy I'm looking at. In this whole game right now. It's not even Chakno anymore. Benny Cutie just... This is the most effort I've seen from a single player to carry the whole team. That is just so commendable. Deserves a medal. But again, the victory will go over to Onyx PH.
This is match point already for the side of Onyx. Are we going to see another 3-0?
I'm not ready for that yet. I'm not ready. I want to see these guys play more. I want Execration to get to that point where it's gonna look like even, because it doesn't look even anymore.
I mean, it will never be even at this point. 0-2. The pressure is on for Execration.
Maximum pressure, right? And is that pressure the reason why the rest of the members of Execration are looking like they're kind of having a hard time figuring out what they want to do?
I mean, this is how do I say this? This is the thing with these kinds of matches, that they don't really have that time to just recover. But speaking of recovery, we will recover from our casting, and we will throw you back to Wolf.
Yung ginawa ng Onyx PH ay kumuha sila ng 1-1 against a sustained type of lineup. Now, kung papansinin nyo yung draft, may mga naban na heroes na perfect sana for side lanes na alam natin na priority ng Onyx PH. If you look at their past games, ang priority nila ay makakuha ng mga side laners nga. But this time, si Iyaknu ay napilitang mag 1-1. Well, hindi naman talaga napilitan because it makes a lot of sense here. Looking at the heroes of Execration, meron kang Uranus, meron kang Atlas. It's all about sustain. at saktong-sakto para sa 1-1 yan. Well, you don't have X-Borg or any percent-based HP damage, but kitang-kita nyo naman yung importance ni 1-1 laban sa isang sobrang makunat na hero katulad ng Uranus. And honestly, if you're Uranus, hindi mo matatakasan ng 1-1 kapag nag-off na nga. I also like to take note, Dilar played well in this game. Ginawa niya yung isang condition para nga naman gumana ang double core setup, which is to bully any other part of the map. Dapat maging problema ka para sa kay ibang team. Bakit? Para sa iyo magre-react yung team, hindi doon sa isa nyo pang core na pinapag-farm. And kaya naman nakapag-farm dito si Yakno because of that. Surely, makikita natin ngayon in the late game, it's still Hate who gave a lot of damage output para sa execration. Actually, ang ganda rin ng performance syempre ni Etomax and Jackno. Benecutie in this particular game, hindi mo rin matawaran yung kanyang ginawa dito sa game. Unfortunately, the lineup of Onyx-PH ay mas komportable sa mga ganitong condition. Another condition, by the way, para mapagana ang double core setup is magkaroon ka ng pang-prolong ng game. Meron kang wave clear. So where will that come from? Definitely the Farsa. Siyempre, meron din yung Barats na pang-delay ng push ng execration. Makikita natin sa highlights kung paano din naman unti-unting ginawa ng Onyx-PH at na-achieve nila yung kanilang win condition. It's actually more about taking fights outside of the lane. Nakikita ninyo, yung Onyx-PH nagiging aggressive sila because they need to make time para sa 1-1 at puwersahin mag-react si Uranus. Lubayan yung 1-1, makapag-farm. At by the way, Onyx-PH are also very particular when it comes to delaying the buffs of execration at nakikita mo yan kay Jay. And they are buying enough time. You can see that Onyx-PH, all they need to do is to push and push and push or clear the waves. And later, makikita natin ang malulupit na plays from this 1-1. Wise was also okay naman ang kanyang performance on this Ling. Hindi natin siya masyado nakikita on the Ling, but in this particular clash, makikita nyo na si Yakno. Nako, na-kite na nga. And I think that this is impossible to digest ng hindi na lang natin pinapanood. Wala na explanation. It's just Yakno things. Sobrang na-kite ang Uranus. Nakita nyo kung gano'ng kalaking counter ang isang 1-1 sa mga big tanks. Wanna say though, execration nakakabawi sila kasi ang gaganda rin ng initiation ni Hate at ni Chakno as well as Benecutie's Cho na nakakuha bigla ng mga pickoffs. In fact, execration are so good when it comes to trading, but this clash happened at in the end, ang Onyx-PH ang nag-capitalize dito. Evidently, ang makikita natin si Benecutie, sabi niya, talo na yung laban, I'll just shove the waves, get a push, habang kinukuha ng Onyx-PH yung Lord. Etomax did a diversion play, by the way, doon. Unfortunately, Oh My Venus outplayed him like this. Nakikita nyo naman. Beautiful. Kasi alam niya, mas malakas yung damage output niya. Pag hindi siya masyadong gumagalaw laban sa isang Louis, mas ma-outplay niyan kasi meron siyang feathered airstrike. In this particular clash, it was really, really chaotic for the taste of Onyx-PH. Mas gusto nila na nakapag-push na lang sila. Pero nakita nyo naman, MVP of the game. Worthy of that match. I mean, Yakno with this 1-1 performance, this is something na hindi dapat makalimutan ng MPL-PH scene. Sabi nga nila, Onyx-PH exiting this tournament, if ever ma-3-0 nila ang execration, itong play na yon, with this guy, tatatak yan for sure. Then again, ang maganda sa pinakita ng Onyx-PH is meron pa silang double core setup na bala ngayong playoffs. Na probably ngayon lang natin makikita dahil normally nag-hyper carry sila. Pero this time, Yakno showed us how it's done as well as the rest of Onyx-PH. Now, they are at match point. If you want to support, hashtag all for Onyx or hashtag OnyxMagic, scan nyo lang itong QR code na to. But, of course, kung fans pa rin kayo ng Shot at gusto nyo pang mapuwersa ang game number 4, do scan this QR code to show support for your team. Gusto rin namin kayong mahingan na tulong mula sa inyo para naman syempre sa MPL-PH scene. To show your support, visit the official MPL-PH page at fb.com/mplph.official or scan this QR code. Gusto na rin namin makarinig mula sa inyo and we would love to hear from you guys. So please, 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 please fill in this survey to win rewards as well. May rewards pa rin yan. Siyempre meron na rin dito sa susunod na survey form. Hindi lang naman kami manghihingi from you guys. Namimigay din kami. Like I said, sabihan nyo na lahat ng nanonood ngayon na meron tayong giveaway codes every time na matatapos ang ating laban. So more matches, more giveaway codes for you guys. All you have to do is wait. 3 giveaway codes po ang pinapamigay natin every single game. Unfortunately, mukhang na match point na nga bigla ng Onyx PH ang execration. Well, of course, hindi lang naman natin gustong padamihan ng giveaway codes. Gusto rin natin paramihan ang mga napapanood nating matches. Thing is, how can execration extend this into potential game 4 or even a game 5? Abangan natin yan. Siguro kasi may maririnig tayo sa ating mga malulupit na analyst. From one Jawhead Wolf to another Jawhead Reptar. Take it away.
Thank you, Jawhead, Coach Wolf. Ako si Reptar, still here with Cherizawa and Midnight for the Execration versus Onyx series. Now, pinag-usapan natin or sinet up natin yung laban ng E2Max versus Oh My Venus in the mage role dun sa middle lane. Kamusta naman yung matchup nila so far para sa'yo?
Dun sa first game, hindi natin siya masyado nakita kasi naka-Angela si E2Max, which is full support. Kaso nga lang, parang hindi nila na-execute ng maayos. Kasi kung titignan mo, parang lahat doon pwedeng saniban ni Angela. Pero na-outplay pa rin sila ng Onyx. Then sa second game naman, nakaluyi na ang execration, pero na-outplay pa rin ng Farsa yung Luyi. Lalong-lalo na dun sa part na hinintay niya mag-flicker si Louie bago niya i-drop yung last shot ng ulti niya.
Yeah. Oh My Venus really still another level of mage supports, and we've been seeing it for 4 seasons naman talaga. Now, this is the comfort role of Oh My Venus. At this point, expect Oh My Venus to be able to play and pull off highlight plays like that. Pero hindi lang si Venus nagpo-pull off ng highlight plays dito sa series natin so far, di ba?
I feel like the series is a very good conclusion of how good Iakno is. Based on Game 1 and Game 2, nakita natin kung gaano talaga consistent tong taong to. Game 1, actually, dito parang ina-underestimate ng tao yung Jawhead and how balanced the hero is when it comes to drafting. Kasi dami nagsasabi na parang one-dimensional hero daw siya. If you look at how Jay played that game on the Jawhead, he provided what Onyx PH lacked, yung pick-off. And dagdag mo pa dyan yung Ruby ni Dilar, which was fantastic as well. Ang daming heroes na nahuhuli from the side of Execration. Even though may sustain ang Execration, the thing is, Onyx PH never stops on playing very, very aggressive. Yan yung nakita natin nung series between Omega and Execration actually, na parang yung sustain battle, hindi kaya labanan ng Omega. Kasi the one thing that they lacked on that game was catch. And dito sa Onyx PH, they have two. And Jay was running everywhere. Na parang, alam mo yun, ang trabaho niya lang niya gumanon. Di ba gumaganon si Jawhead? Di ba? Yun lang trabaho niya.
Paano ulit?
Gumaganon ulit.
Patako, si Midnight, hindi ako.
Sabihin niya ako, gumaganon lang yung Jawhead. Di ba pag tumatakbo siya, gumaganon yung Jawhead? So, alam mo yun, kung ikaw yung Execration, kung ikaw si Hate, di ba, link ka. Pag nakita mo yung Jawhead, naka-ejector, naka-second skill, sumasayo siya ng gano'n, nakakatakot lapitan yun. And it's very hard for you to get team fights running for Execration kasi nga, wala kayong presence of catch on your side. Meron silang team fight. Don't get me wrong, meron kayong Atlas. Meron silang Yuzong, meron silang Ling. Pero after team fight, Onyx PH, yung sinabi nga ni Wolf, doon lang sila lagi lumalaban sa mga jungle. Clear lang yung lanes, hanapin mo yung Execration, then utilize your Jawhead. Kasi that's the natural way for you to win. Just get pick-offs habang nagpa-farm yung Execration kasi alam nila, downtime nila pagdating sa team fight.
Yeah, and we saw it for 2 straight games from Jay. In game number 1, nag-Jawhead rin siya. Game number 2. Now, fair point that you brought up kanina that it wasn't really more of a battle of the mage dun sa mid lane. Yes, andun nga sa mid lane sila, Oh My Venus siya kasi E2Max, pero yung playmakers natin nung game number 1, that was Jay and that was Chaknu. We saw some highlight plays from Chaknu in game number 1 from Execration. Sa game 1 and game 2 so far, meron bang nagsa-stand out sa'yo para sa Exe other than Chaknu? And siguro, who else other than Chaknu nagsa-stand out sa'yo for Exe?
Sa Exe, si Hate kanina nung hinabol niya yung Farsa. Kaya lang, namali yata siya ng direction nung tumakas na siya.
Yeah, actually.
Kasi muntik na siya mamatay dun sa tower pero nakaalis pa siya. Yun nga lang mali yung pinuntahan niya. So namatay pa rin. Pero worth it sana siya if nabuhay pa.
Yeah. There's a thing that we call such as target prioritization. Wow, tumaterms na gano'n, terminology. For funnels, isipin niyo parang may trade values. If you get a pick-off on the enemy funnel, fine. Sige, mamatay ka. Diba? Bahala ka sa buhay mo. Pero if you get a pick-off on supports, then they get you as well. Kumbaga yung trade-off ay nasa kanila. Lamang na lamang yung kalaban mo. Like for example, yung ginawa ni Hit kanina, diba? Pinatay niya si Venus. Yes, sige, nakuha niya yung kill. Diba? Merong gold and naka-regen naman siya kahit paano. If he was able to run away, fine, that was fantastic. Pero kung mamatay siya, if mamatay siya, hindi worth it yung kill na yun. And mind you, Ling gamit mo ang dapat ngang takbo ni Hate pabalik sa kampi niya, palayo pa siya. Maganda lang kasi namatay din si Wise, courtesy of Benny Kitty. Pero if you're the funnel, ito kasi yung consistency na hinaharap natin from Hate. If you're the funnel, you're not willing to make that trade. Diba? Sinasacrifice mo yung sarili mo for a Farsa kill. And on this example naman, dito sa Onyx versus Execration, Wise played the Ling, sabi ni Wolf, okay lang naman. Pero for me, personally, he played fantastic. Kasi the job of the 4 heroes is just to stall the game. And yun lang trabaho nila. Stall nyo lang yung game. Pag nag-online na si 1-1, then we go all in. Kaya medyo quiet din yung Ling on this specific game. Di siya super aggressive. He was just playing the Ling game.
And that was the Ling game that we saw where Onyx has taken control of the series. 2-0 na ang lead nila after bringing out a double core for game number 2, which of course we see 1-1 coming back. Nakita natin yun sa day 1 ng ating playoffs. We seen it in MBL Indonesia, and now we're seeing it here again, and it's working out for Onyx. Execration, maybe Hate, baka Hate na lang ang kailangan nila ulit. We have seen games where if Hate steps up, as Midnight mentioned earlier, against Omega, kayang-kaya ng Execration. We might even see Hate go on the Hellcurt here if it's going to be available. Something na successful naman si Hate na gamitin. Still, a lot of questions. It's game number 2. Isang game na lang. Onyx is going to get 3rd place. Execration is going to be 4th if they go down. Now, let's see what our casters have to say as we go into game number 3.
And we are back, and that was our match point analyst panel. Thank you, guys. And we are your shoutcasters. I am Butters. Alongside me is Rockheart. And yeah, production is having fun with this.
I know about that, man. It's spelled wrong. It's T. You'll add the E's. Just remove the E's.
We'll
get to that later.
We'll get to that later. We'll fix that later. But now, speaking of fix, how will Execration fix this certain predicament that they're in?
Man, that is just such a difficult. That's a difficult question. I mean, that's what the analyst desk has been trying to answer as well for us, as well as Wolf. You know, and there's just. Maybe they just need to get the groove back, you know, get the groove flowing once more, because this is not it.
Yeah.
This is not what we're used to seeing, right? I mean,
these two teams, their framework is of teamwork. The ones that get them going, the ones that separate them from the other teams is actually teamwork. But it seems to me that Onyx has better ways of dealing with team fights rather than Execration.
Yeah, better ways of dealing with the, the mental strain of yesterday's losses as well. And in the highest level of MPL, the highest level of Mobile Legends, that's just what you need. You need to be able to bounce back. You know, you gotta bounce back. And that's something that Onyx has been doing very well in this matchup compared to what Execration has been going through, where this is so far from their regular season. From the regular season form.
It's like all confidence just went out the window. Execration just pans out a Roger. They don't want it at this point.
Yep. And they know that if they use it on Hate, he's probably gonna dive in even more than he usually does.
Yeah.
So they're trying to control these heroes, right? And making sure that Onyx-PH doesn't a well-formed Roger. But definitely, we are rooting for Game 5. I mean, we want to see more of these games. And Execration fans, they're sure to be spamming hashtag #XShot already. And All for Onyx is still a thing right there. And right there on your screens, that's the teams that you want to support as well.
XShot versus
All for Onyx.
All for Onyx.
Yep.
This is going to be a Uranus pick onto the side of Execration. They ban out the Natalia. But for the side of Onyx, it's going to be a Selena, a Kufra, and an Esmeralda. These are the same heroes that this team banned out for the side of Execration the whole time.
Yeah. And these actually even until yesterday, right? I mean, these are the very familiar bans that we've been seeing from the teams, it's really shaping up the Philippine meta, right? They're representative of what we have currently here in MPL-PH. And I would say that this is fine. This is absolutely fine for the most part. We just need to look out for the outliers, like especially Oh My Venus, for 3 games in a row on the Farsa. Jay, 3 games in a row on the Jawhead. They are not bothering to change anything.
They don't have to. I mean, they're not even going for the Hilda.
Right, exactly. It's just Jawhead's fine for them.
Why is that? Why does Execration don't want the Hilda in any way?
Yeah, what's wrong? I've been wondering that. What's wrong? I mean, these are picks that have been so prevalent. They've been so successful. These are picks that can kind of go toe-to-toe with what Jawhead's trying to do, right? It goes toe-to-toe with, it can go on dives against a Farsa. So what's wrong? Why are we not picking up these heroes anymore?
I think for the side of for the side of Onyx, they find Unstoppable Force and Injector much more useful to their cause rather than that power of Wilderness.
Apparently so. Apparently so. I agree. There's so many plays that Jay can make, and he's being unleashed in this matchup.
Yeah, and this is the Onyx special. Farsa and the YSS.
You know what Jay's fighting for in this game as well?
What?
His former teammates on the SEA Games team. They're on first and second. Either whatever happens in grand finals, one of them is going to be first and second. He wants to be on the third. He still wants to be on that podium.
He wants to be on the podium.
And he's going to fight for it for sure.
100%
He's using
sure.
this Jawhead as a road to victory to third.
That is actually a good point. You know what? Clearly for the side of MPL-PH, we're seeing them right now, and they are ready, willing, and able to just keep on fighting. But you know what? It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel the same.
Doesn't feel the same, man. I completely agree. Funny on the Wan ban for Onyx. No, we had too much fun with this hero. Let's not give him a chance to do that as well. You know, there's a good chance that Execration might go double core in this one, just because of their current lineup. They can go for another core. They can go for one support, one core in this matchup. And although the offlane option for Roger would have been great, but that's too much. For most teams, that's too much. So they're thinking about a good tank for Chaknu, finally. Will he go back to the Atlas? Still, I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I don't think the Atlas worked for them.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Absolutely.
Let me be a devil's advocate for now. Like, just stay away from that hero. I mean, Kufra, you won't get that. You won't get the Kufra.
It's insta-lock.
In
they know
any way.
They know. Onyx knows what Chaknu's capable of in that hero. Absolutely. And they will not let him anywhere near that hero. It's been banned for 3 games straight now.
And there's a reason why.
And good reason why.
This guy is just a monster on that certain hero.
It's really funny that Onyx is actually just going for the ban on the Lo Yi. Just making sure that, they don't do anything cheeky, anything cheesy,
Yeah, but, we've seen that in the regular season. We've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen
we
that.
know that they're capable of doing things in a way where you can't really say that it's the best hero right now, but if they make a play in which they catch you off guard, that's when Execration makes the most out of this Loyi.
Yep, and the Loyi pick is definitely something that is well known to all teams. I think they've all watched that. They've been amazed already. And there's no way that Etomax is going to have a hold of that hero. Now, we need to look for substitutes.
Yuzhong? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's very difficult for Execration to look up for a solid support, possible big support. We can still go. There's still an option to go double core here. And they do. Double core it is. One good support, Chang'e, probably. Something that can kind of deal with Farsa and the Yuzhong and the Jawhead. It's very difficult to find. It's very difficult to find support like that.
Let's try to see what is going to be their last picks here.
Feels like a Chang'e.
Execration. Chang'e, wow.
Dude, our predicts are on point today, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I
Anyway.
mean, I didn't expect Execration to go for a Chang'o. They're not the ones who actually pick this a lot, but you know what? For this certain play, yeah, sure.
So this is what happens when you ban the Loyi and the Selena.
I was expecting a Lunox.
Oh really?
They play Lunox more.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. It has a more. They use it in certain situations where they really need that damage.
Yeah, and look at it. Etomax has 33.3% win rate on this Chang'o.
That's their last resort.
Yeah, that's their last resort. And I was expecting a Lunox just to make sure that Yuzhong and the others, especially Khalid. I was thinking that Khalid could be a possibility for the side of Onyx-PH. That's why I thought maybe it could be, you know, the Lunox, but it's going to be the Chang'o.
Dude, 100% win rate for Iakno on the Khalid.
This is scary. I
That's
think
scary.
it's automatically gonna go to Iakno. Dilar here will get that Yuzhong, and Wise signature YSS.
YSS. There we go. So, it's oh my god. This is painful to watch. But yeah, this is the at-home Onyx lineup. This is their default.
That does not. I wouldn't really. Well, Onyx is at home.
Oh yeah, they are at home. Yeah, so that's comfort pick. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for pointing that out.
Onyx is at home.
Yeah, they are at home.
Now, Execration. Never ever underestimate the individual skills of this team. Mechanically, they can make plays on their own. There are times where they don't find their own they don't find teamwork to be working for them. But when the times that they do, they just overpower the other team with their mechanical prowess.
That's true.
And this is really what Execration is made of. Let's see what will happen. Are we going to have a 3-0? Or will Execration put Onyx in place as they will put us to a game number 4? Will that be the case? We don't know right now, but let's head in to the Celestial Palace for the possible last game of this battle for third.
2-0 so far in favor of Onyx-PH. Will Execration be able to get back on the horse? Let's find out. Because definitely they have again, win rates for the specific heroes they have. Not that good. On that Claude, 40% plus.
So what's Venus here? Dealing damage, is getting the gold.
A lot of bonus
making
gold,
it rain.
right? Yeah, making it rain.
Making it rain.
And Jay's still here. He's trying to go for the reset, I think, but yeah, it's too risky for him. This similar to what happened last game.
Nice.
But Ejector's still there. Purify for the kill. That's Sagitno with the first blood.
And Sagitno really did a great job there. Didn't go straight. Well, he did use the Purify in the very early stage, but for a Uranus, unless you get ganked, you don't really get to use that early.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
innately tanky.
So it's good to have it on cooldown, right?
Yeah.
And especially for an offensive reason, for a way that you can get some gold for it. But oh my, Venus is going to be the target here. Level 4 against level 2. That's going to be a very dead Farsa right there.
And this is Venus getting left in the middle lane, while Hate is getting everything that he wants in lane. Hate here is, you know, trying to get this crab coin.
Dude.
But Yaknu has his eyes on everything that's happening onto the top lane right now.
What's happening to the levels of Onyx-PH here? They're also low. I'm a little surprised at the same time, you know, I'm trying to look for a reason. Yaku was level 2 in that exchange. There were 3 people around him. He could have died.
Well, there is a certain amount of pressure going to the side of Onyx-PH right now, but the Execration here won't stop. There, Hate going in.
Dude, Hate on fire right now on this lane. And Comfort Hero for Hate is definitely making up for the fact that they are not going to be, they're not going to be focusing on him.
And it seems that Execration has a second wind.
Yep, this is the Hate that we know, right? This is the Hate that moves like this. Chaknu, though, will be the first casualty. Etomax following suit. 2 kills right away.
This has become all too normal for us right now. We are seeing Execration getting a few kills left and right, then down and center. Benny Cutie is the next target. Rockets are there, and no flicker. And nice use of the BMI there just to get away.
Hate again going straight. Oh my Venus. Where's the backup? They are kind of just looking at him.
Well, he did use wings by wings to get there. So Venus put himself in a very bad spot.
Yeah, the aggressive plays are actually working out in favor of Execration. Onyx aggression is way too much here.
Okay, so there is a blazing duet to clear the waves. Iyakno is here. He is just looking down, trying to take down Benny Cutie.
What kind of aggression?
That was predicted, ladies and gentlemen. Benny Cutie was predicting that he would go forward. But the slash, he went back.
That was not what was planned. That was not part of the plan right there.
And it's because Iyakno analyzed that he will be going back to the BMI.
And he didn't. And so far, it's looking really good for Execration here. All of a sudden, although Hate is very low, again, Turtle will go over to MLBB. Surprisingly, I don't know how they got this free Turtle, but now they're going to be suffering. I mean, Execration is going to be suffering for it.
Oh, look at this. Sagitlo going back and forth, and here comes the meteor shower. Sagitlo with the rotations.
That is it. That's how you play it. Sagitlo's rotating very, very hard into the mid lane whenever he's needed, making sure that there's always a lot of pressure on the side of MLBB.
Is he gonna BMI back? No, he's not. Well, he is right now when Jay just went out. And as you can see, Wise is here.
This could be bad.
This could be good as well. And Sagitlo here is his main target. Not really the best target that you wanted, but some placement of everything. They get, oh my Venus. Hate here. Eto Max. He's near, but no more kills for the side of Execration. And MLBB, they're getting punished.
Execration's pressure on the map is unbelievable. Trying to go hard into weak points. And again, they're fighting off against weakened members of MLBB. Execration. They are finally getting back here, and they are not slowing down.
I just want to say that MLBB right now, especially Venus, he's been using the wings by wings to get in the fights, and he has no way to get out. Hate almost going down. Iyakno here falling very low. ChooxTV is the next target. Benny Cutie is in the vicinity, but he will just go back, and that's another kill on the pockets of Wise.
He's still holding on, man. That's a good thing about this. Again, we are looking for the aggression from Onyx to just kind of slow down if they want to win. And for Execration, they need to take advantage.
And oh my goodness, Jay here trying to control
Still alive.
Still alive. Wow. He cannot commit anymore. He will just go back.
What a brave little robot. You know, he's still punching even though he's like one hit away under the tower, trying to bait out Sagitlo. Again, it's not going to be
It's not
there.
like you can do anything at this point.
Exactly. Exactly. So far, Execration is going to be ahead by 1,600 gold, and they will get the second turtle of the game.
Well, let's see how will this move onto the side of Execration. I mean, Execration still has the lead. Clearly, they still have the lead.
Clearly.
But with the keep away game that MLBB can play,
Hate looks a lot better.
Yeah,
though.
Hate looks a lot better.
Hate looks so much better in this game. He's really realizing, you know what, I need to wake up. I need to wake up and want to stay in this tournament. We got to keep going. They're doing it.
And Iyakno here will be using that. Oh, I like that proactivity. Ladies and gentlemen, Hate there. Going in, and Wise tries to take him down, but they know that Sebastian, it would take a lot of time, a lot of resource, and Benny Cutie going in. Fortunately for MLBB, they did not take the bait.
Yeah, that's even more resources going to Execration because of that top tower take. So their Execration's kind of really ramping up the gold production, making sure that MLBB doesn't, you know, they don't group up together. This is a very good Chang'e play from Itomax as well.
They get Hate. They almost got
him. Tempest of Blades right on time means that, you know what, they'll be able to at least slow down Execration by a little bit. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Execration could go and run away with the win there if they want to go for a push. It can be done. It can be done here in the mid lane. Bottom lane will be coming soon as well.
Okay, so let's see. Wise here. Is he going to get this buff? Okay, Chaknu going back and forth, and that is the push. Oh, Raging Sandstorm hits too! Sagitnu here, trying to get the Yaknu falling very low, but here comes the damage. Mountain Shocker in the middle of everything. Hate here doesn't have the key anymore, and that is going to be disengaged, but that is going to be stolen. A stolen purple buff onto the side of MLBB.
That is a big buff steal, not to mention Benecutie is also pushing on the opposite end of the map, going for turrets, going for those minions, going for the crab coin, non-stop. He's level 10 right now.
Oh, Athena shield going out for Jay, and that is going to be a retribution on that turtle. They still get wise. Here. They still get wise. Hate here. He is going at it. He is playing out of his mind.
Yep, Benecutie gonna be another. Oh, Yaknu! That was a little bit off, but he's able to make it out instead. Yet the target will be Sagitnu. So many tanky members from Execration. MLBB doesn't know how to deal with it.
And look at this, how they're dealing with it. Etomax here playing one hell of a Chango game as well. He doesn't have the best stat for this, but it's really working for them. Go Onyx, Execration. They are just using the stickers of their own enemy against them.
Exactly. Just throwing it out there and trying to get into the minds of MLBB. Will that be enough though? We'll have to wait and see. Against the Gate is so tanky on the Uranus, he can actually do whatever he wants. And Benecutie, he's only showing himself whenever he gets the turtle.
Okay, Etomax here will go down, and this is a 4v3. Okay, Hate is the next target. They go straight for Venus and the others. Pilar in the middle, and Hyaktu is onto the bottom lane. They will stop fighting even if it's a 4v3 favoring the side of Onyx.
They're playing it safe now. They don't want to take any chances. They're not sure whether or not Hate is going to go back. And Hate, if he wanted to go back, he could actually really quickly. They're taking their minds on that. Hate locking in Demon Hunter Sword means that his hits are only going to be so much stronger now.
And Alter Ego is coming out. A lot of teams here from MPL IDs getting thrown out here. I don't know, man. That's kind of throwing me off.
I know. It's not what we're looking for, man. Solid 4 is going to go down. Jay, he's low. He can't sustain.
Hate almost going down, and Hate here is the next target. That is a godlike killing spree, and Farsa getting the kill.
Hate shut down.
That is the shutdown, and is this the comeback that MLBB wants? Is this the opening that they want? But
don't forget about Benecutie.
Don't forget about Benecutie. That's what I'm about to say.
Exactly.
Because you can never ever count the Claude out.
Yep, this is the Claude that has not shown its face for a long time. And when you don't see Claude for a long time on the map, expect a lot of crazy stuff to happen, especially like this.
And the counter engage is there to stun. Wow. Well timed.
Wow, oh my Venus, right on time to slow and stun him down, or else he would have been dead. And there's going to be Benecutie again, getting ready near the Lord area. They can take this really quickly. They have the items to do so.
And let's see, Wise, how will he deal with this? He's trying to get as much items as possible here. He needs to survive. He needs to get away. He needs to not be inside of the Ling every single time. That's the only reason why he cannot do things, is because Hate is always at his throat.
Absolutely. I completely agree, man. It's just... Oh man, Benecutie is going to be the next target here for sure. I mean, it's time to kind of just put Hate as a secondary target.
Yeah.
Because if you ignore Benecutie, Onyx is going to get wiped out in one fell swoop.
I'm just seeing Benecutie here as long as he takes care of, let's say, getting hit with the Feather Strike. They're going to do well. Mountain Shocker is there. They spot it out. They know that something is happening here, and they won't contest it.
They can't do anything about this. Lots of damage output from the Chang'e. Plus, of course, the Claude is there. Means that you can't contest. You can't out-damage this lineup.
And they keep on using Goonic. Lord will come out in the bottom lane. And Rockhart just seeing Onyx PH right now, I don't think that they have the highest of chances to go for a comeback, especially with the Quag on the other side.
Yeah, this is starting to start to become unlikely. Unless Iakno pulls off a miracle Khaled that's like super carry. I mean, you can't out-carry 2 carries on your own if you're wise.
Jay here is the target of that meteor shower, but Dilar and the others, they won't let Lord even get to that area. Benny Cutie going in with a BMI, he's trying to do so much damage
Look
here.
at that.
But
Onyx
Dilar,
HP.
Dilar here trying to contain everyone here on the side of Execration, but that's such a tall order for them, and nobody even goes down at the hands of the Execution squad or the Onyx squad.
That's right. The Goldie is 9k, and they are not starting to barrel down on top and mid. That's very scary for Onyx. The next creation, they want more. They're slowing down a bit though.
Yeah, and they don't have the Lord anymore. They got what they wanted. They opened down bottom lane, and they do not have the freedom to do the things that they want for Execration. I mean, they have the lead, but you don't abuse that lead.
Exactly, right? I mean, right now the items are definitely looking better on the side of Execration. Look at that! On the go again.
Hate here sticking near that wall. Finch voices all day long. Oh, they got hate. They actually got hate.
Oh yeah? Slowing down, but again, Black Dragon form will be down as well. 2 minutes on the Lord means that's a long time that Execration can just wave clear non-stop. Sorry, Onyx can wave clear non-stop to defend their base against Execration.
Now, the question is, how will you reach Oh My Venus? How can you get to Oh My Venus?
It's Benny Cutie. It's all up to Benny Cutie at this point in Hate. And if that happens, they're risking a lot. They're risking a lot to do that.
Okay, so Sagitnu hasn't fallen down once. Shaknu here, he is the target. He gets caught out. Jay here.
Wait a second.
Oh, Hate going in.
There you go.
They take down Farsa. They don't have an answer. Wise trying to do so much damage. Hate, will he go
Hate's
down?
flying.
And Sagitnu will be there to cover up for his brother. Hate here, still alive.
This is what I'm talking about. Go for the Farsa using the Claude and you can BMI out. That's the key. That's the key right there.
Dilar trying to get away. Here comes the Claude. Claude here has enough damage, and that's going to be the Uranus. Wise going with the blazing
And there you
duet.
go.
And they do not want to end this early. Claude goes down. BMI still hitting that BMI still hitting that base. And let us see. Can Jay do something here? Can he stop the... Oh,
wait.
They actually stop it.
They stop it for a little bit. But that's a dive in by Jay. Mid lane will be kept alive. I thought it was it. I thought that was over. But apparently they don't want to give it up yet.
He threw it back, and that was masterful play there, knowing the limits of their base.
That's
and
the base
look
gone.
at this, Sagitnu. They gave the Uranus, and the Uranus is making them pay.
Onyx does not have a way to deal with the HP bars of Execration. That much is true, and that will be the win. We have a series 3-1, 2-1 rather, in favor of Onyx PH. Execration still get it.
This is going to be interesting as Execration takes us to game 4.
Look at those smiles. That's the Execration we want to see. And they're looking so confident here.
This is the Execration that we want to see. This is the Execration that we want to cast. And Hate just went crazy there.
He went nuts.
He went nuts, ladies and gentlemen.
That was what we usually want to see from Execration, right? That, not the slow down version, not the beaten down version. We want to see Execration back on full 4, and we are starting to get a glimpse of that again here in Game Frame.
For the side of Onyx, do not give Uranus to the side of Execration.
Yeah, that was impossible to deal with.
That was impossible to deal with.
Especially with a single core. No, there's just no.
No, just if you're not getting a Baksha, you're not getting heroes to deal with that, you might as well just not give it. It just punished you all throughout. It made you suffer. That's how strong it was.
And that game was in the late game. That was prolonged suffering for Onyx. It
Yeah.
was just Wise trying each and every time.
And we will be throwing it to Wolf. Wolf, what do you have to say about that game?
So, Execration na nagpakita naman ng kanilang variant ng double core setup. I want to say, however, that the key word here is reach. Kung ano yung naaabot. Kung gaano kalayo. Well, technically speaking, pwede siyang about range. Pero kasi yung battle dito ng Onyx at Execration, it's about reach, naghahabulan at hindi abot ng Onyx-PH. Unfortunately, ang Execration, while Execration had all the time in the world para ikahit ang Onyx-PH. Looking at the draft here, coming out from both teams, inuna ng Execration ang kanilang Baxia at ang kanilang Uranus. So this signals us na maganda agad yung side lane setup ng Execration. Kasi nga naman, meron kang Baxia na pwedeng umikot kahit saan. At pwede rin siyang side lane, tapos Uranus ay napaka-solid. Makes me think, Onyx-PH isang team na kabisado ang Uranus. But it seems like wala silang sagot in this particular game. Dahil wala silang hard stun, wala rin silang percent-based damage, at wala rin silang anti-sustain. Kaya din, mapapatanong ka, bakit sila nag-last pick ng Khalid? Now, Execration, mukhang na-download nila yung Onyx-PH after 2 games. Kasi yung galawan ng Onyx-PH, nakabisado nila to the point na hindi nahuhuli yung mga crucial members sa Execration. At sa kabila naman, na-outreach nila ang Onyx-PH. Meaning to say, mas hindi sila maabot ng Onyx, pero yung Onyx, abot na abot nila. Kasi naman, sa ating stats, ang laki ng ambag dito ni Etomax with the damage. And I think this is also important dun sa sinasabi nating double core setup. So una, solid side lanes. Pangalawa, wave clear. Wave clear coming out from Etomax. And nakikita nyo naman yung damage output niya kahit sa heroes. I'm sure sa minions, ganun din. Even sa Lord, sa Turtle, Etomax was there. Kaya naman, etong Onyx-PH ay hindi nakapag-snowball agad. Hindi agad nila natapos yung laban. And in return, Benny Cutie and Hate nakapag-farm sila ng malupit. Now, we can see in the highlights later, pag nakita natin yung mga clash na nangyari, mararamdaman mo kung gaano kahirap para na i-execute ang lineup ng Onyx-PH kasi nga, lagi sila naghahabol. In the early stages, obviously, it's Execration having a good time while Onyx-PH, they're trying their best na pigilan yung pag-farm na Execration. Unfortunately, si Hate ay nakapag-farm pa rin. Dilar and Yakno, they were phenomenal in their own side lanes, but in the mid-game, parang doon nagkakaroon nga ng disconnect. Walang nagsisimula ng laban para sa Onyx-PH, or at least kailangan sabay-sabay sila. Kaya din naman sila na-outplay ng Execration. At si Benny Cutie, nagpapahabol, nakapag-farm. This Avarice, Yakno was great, like we said. Pero syempre, kapag teamfights na doon na sila nalugi. Also, Execration, they had a great idea na talagang hanapin si Venus or si Wise. And they were really successful in doing so. Dahil nga naman, meron silang reach of their own. Meron silang Claude na kahit long range yan, meron diyang BMI. You have the link, obviously, to go backwards. Tapos, parehas silang pwedeng lumayo. So naman, yung Onyx-PH, maghahabol sila after the clashes. And we can see that happening time and time again. They had to commit their Yuzong many times, and you can see that the MVP actually is Benny Cutie dahil sa kanyang malupit na performance with the Claude. But I guess this is more about the feel of the draft. Ngayon nyo lang siguro naririnig yung ganong klaseng theory in MOBA or in Mobile Legends about reach. But I think this is one of the most perfect examples, di ba? Dahil nakita nyo na yung isang team, kaya abutin yung kabilang team, pero sila hindi naabot. And I think that's the sabihin na natin yung pinaka-layman's term para maintindihan yung lahat yan. That is, of course, Execration forcing game number 4. Will we see something different para sa Execration ulit come game number 4 to force game 5? We don't know. But Onyx-PH definitely will have to go back to the drawing board for this one. If you're supporting #ExeShot, scan this QR code. Para naman sa mga fans ng Onyx-PH na gusto nang magmerienda, actually, saktong-sakto, or isabay nyo na para sa game number 4, well, scan this QR code as well. We would like to hear from you guys, and we would love it if you're able to support the MPL-PH scene. Just visit the official MPL-PH page sa fb.com/mplph.official or scan this QR code para alam nyo agad ang lahat ng balita tungkol sa MPL-PH. Siyempre gusto rin namin makarinig from you guys, so we would love it if you fill in the survey through this QR code. Pwede rin kayo manalo ng rewards. Hindi lang yan, pati na rin sa susunod na survey na ito. So, two surveys ang pwede nyong masagutan. We'd love to hear from you guys at bibigyan din namin kayo ng chance na manalo ng rewards. At ito yung sure ball. Kapag nauna kayo, nako, sakto sa mga giveaway codes natin na 3 ang pinapamigay natin every single time na matatapos ang ating laban. So siguro tuwa kayo dahil na-force nga in game number 4. And maybe if game number 5 is coming, more chances for you guys and more giveaway codes. So, sabihin nyo lahat ang tropa ninyo at be there para during the analysis segment ay meron kayong chance sa manalo ng giveaway codes. Anyways, that is game number 3. Maganda dahil nakakita tayo ng kakaibang flavor ngayong playoffs and Execration not going down without a fight. Will we see a game number 5? Or tatapusin na ba ito ulit ng Onyx-PH? Sa game number 4, we're about to find out. My name is Wolf, your resident analyst, and I'm gonna pass it back now to the casters.
Thank you, Wolf. And it goes to a game number 4. Execration isn't gonna go anywhere.
Not
I'm
yet.
Butters with a smiley, Rockhart with a heart. The 2 hearts. Anyway, just going back to the game. Onyx, they had their lapses there. What do you think is the major, I'm not gonna say major, was the major problem in that certain game that Onyx-PH did?
Well, I think Wolf put it there beautifully. It was reach, right? It was reach for exit, and I think it was just damage for Onyx. Like, okay, what are we gonna do against the Uranus? And it wasn't just the Uranus, it was also Ibaksha, who could deal very well with the Yi Sun-Shin. After the Yi Sun-Shin was done, okay, who's next? Nobody? Nobody's doing damage anymore? Like, that's the story. That's the story altogether. I mean, don't get me wrong, Onyx was doing great in pulling off the lineup. It's just that it was the wrong lineup to fight against Execration when it reaches the late game. You needed to win in the early game to mid game with this lineup. You had to. You had the Farsa, right? You had the Yi Sun-Shin who could spam out those Mountain Shockers comboed. But that was only an early game finish. You needed to take out towers with that. If you can't, that would mean that the late game is gonna go to the team that has the double core setup, right? There's no way around that.
And I think they need to shut down hate.
Stop hate, guys.
They need to shut down the hate. They need to shut down the hate factor for the side of Execration and for the side of Onyx, because hate did carry that early game really well.
He really did.
He was at 5-0, below 10 minutes, and whatever it is Benny Cutie enjoyed in terms of the freedom to farm, it was all because of hate, because hate was just going at it on all sides of the map, and it seems to me that Execration has found their footing in this game.
Yeah, and it's not just hate like playing aggressively. In game 1, he was playing aggressively. This time, he was not dying. He was not overdoing it. He wasn't overdoing it, who basically did not show his face for like the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game.
He just went out like a new man, and he told them, guys, did you miss me? Okay, I have all my items. Let's go. It's late game.
I got some. I got a Demon Hunter sword here. I got Golden Staff. You also got the everything. Everything was just ready. He was ready to go for battle, and he was bought. He was basically helped by his teammates in that game. That was the extra teamwork that we were looking for.
And this is going to be really interesting for the side of Execration. What kind of draft are they gonna bring now, and what adjustments are Onyx going to make? So these are the things that they really need to think through, because for Onyx right now, they just lost their momentum. It went back to Execration. Execration right now has a firm grasp on how to, beat Onyx once again. But for Onyx here, if they do not have anything else in their sleeves, this could go to game number 5.
Yeah, and like I said, that last draft was already a very Onic lineup,
Yeah,
it was
that was the most Onic you can get.
it was basically just overall comfort for Onic PH. If they play comfort again, what will happen? Let's find out
Who
as we head
knows?
into the draft here for Onic PH versus Execration Game 4 in this battle for third.
Let us see Onic PH. They just ban out the lane. I like that. Just respect it. But Esmeralda was banned here for the side of Execration though. So those are the 3 heroes that they don't want. Just Onic PH just said, okay, don't give it. Don't give the assassins.
Yep.
And Execration, I think they are probably aiming
Barretts?
to...
No?
Yeah, I think Barretts is a good ban here. But I think in a way, Execration wants to low-key secure the lands ASAP.
Oh, that's a good point, man.
Because Hate has been playing these assassins, he's been doing great. But if you put him on another role, that's when he is going to have a hard time.
That's a good point. Oh, Baksha! Wow, interesting. But you know what the Baksha ban means?
What?
You're thinking about a Claude.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be 100% yet, but it's a good possibility because Baksha is one of those heroes that's just so resistant to a Claude. We've seen that in previous games here in the MPL. And now we are on to the first pick.
Venus. What would you go for? I think a Khalid, a Yuzhong, a Lance could, just give you the extra oomph that you need right now, and they go for the Alice. Well, this is Onic. Why am I not surprised?
Why am I not surprised, right?
This is Onic. They like this Alice.
What's surprising is the first pick, Roger again. Execration's really, this is the, regular season Execration. These are the picks that we see from these guys.
But there's a certain limit for a Roger, right? Like if Roger doesn't get the early game that he wants, he's most likely to fail. He's most likely to fail just because of the innate nature of the marksman just being in your face.
Absolutely. And I think they should be able to secure another. I don't think it's just the Roger. It's not just the Roger. Although, when I think about it, Roger plus Claude is overkill. So it's probably not going to be happening. But I'm surprised Natalia still is out for Jay. And why is he doesn't want to change his heroes. 4 straight game of Yi San Shin and no Barretts ban means Execration will take the Barretts for themselves.
Yeah, you have to really see how much pressure can the Barretts make for this certain Onic PH lineup. I think in a way, Execration got the Barretts, but if you think about it, Onic PH still has the capability to adjust on the side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the absolute adjustment is going to be side lanes because, again, you only have that... we very rarely see a Natali side lane. In other countries, it's kind of prevalent, but here, in our meta right now, that's just not a thing. So, we'll see if that's going to be the next target here for banning for Execration. They ban out the Valir instead. First time Barretts for Benny Cutie, if ever he's the one who picks it up. Although Sagitnus seems to be the more prominent candidate for the Barretts, if ever. Or Chaknu.
I think Sagitnu will be using this.
Sagitnu is probably the one, right?
Benny Cutie
Chaknu's going to be on that jawhead for sure.
Benny Cutie is way too, for me, he's super aggressive, and I don't like the Barret on his hand. I'm not saying that he's not capable of playing it. I'm saying I would just prefer to see him playing another hero.
I think so. And I think having the ability to play a different hero is going to up their aggression.
I'm actually looking at... I'm trying to look at stats right now, ladies and gentlemen. And Uranus has, still has the highest ban in the MPL. Like Uranus... Let's say Uranus has over 120 bans already. And it's really annoying when you... It's been 2 seasons already.
Yeah, Uranus Gaming, right?
It's still there.
We saw last game what happens. Like, people can it's very difficult to deal with, especially if you don't have an Esmeralda, which is still banned. And that's why, it's really easy for them to just deal with it. To get away with it, rather. If you're Uranus, just spam those shields, man. You're fine. You're fine. You can push. You can bully. You can go to the side lanes. You can jungle. You can do whatever you want.
You spam it. You make it very much part of you. To be honest, so
it gets. I know it's just like a hero that just casts Ionic Edge nonstop, walks around the map, But if you think about it, it's kind of boring when you go to the lane if you're Uranus. But you're just so strong, and that's what matters, right? Well, that's what the teams want. You have a strong laner that you cannot basically impossible to push back the base.
Think about it. Your mechanics is based on just pressing that one single skill that you can spam
and a jump. That's all.
And you jump on them.
And you jump on people, and you just spam the Ionic Edge, and it's just it over and over again,
And I mean, if you know the limits of the hero, then that means you're practically unkillable.
You're unkillable. You're golden. Once you know when to pop that consecration, once you know when to get into that regen, you got it. Speaking of getting it, Eudora gonna get picked up here. Last pick by Execration. Surprisingly, I was expecting Venus to pick that, but nope, they don't have the lineup for it. That means Chang'e will be the one to be picked up by Onyx for the support role.
I am actually scared for the one who's gonna use Alice right now.
Yeah, you're gonna have a hard.
You're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna go in. You're gonna get Daytona's welcome. If you're not gonna get Daytona's welcome, you are going to get that combination coming out from Eudora.
You want to regen? Yeah, go ahead, regen if you're dead, because you're gonna get instantly killed. And this should be game 5. I don't know. This feels like a game 5 lineup.
This actually feels like a game 5.
Yeah, this feels like a game 5.
I mean, let's see. I'm not taking Onyx out of the equation right now.
Yep.
But it feels to me that it all comes down to what Jay can do.
Everyone's so squishy on Onyx. Like, everyone can get destroyed by a Jawhead. And knowing it's Shaknu's Jawhead, like, oh my gosh, seriously. Early game is going to be... Early game is going to be hell for Onyx.
We will see. We will see. But, for me, I'm seeing that Jay needs to carry a lot of stuff in terms of early game tempo.
He really does. He really does.
He really does. But this is going to be game number 4. Will Execration take us and make us go the distance? Or will Onyx stop their momentum right now?
Let's find out as we head into the matchup here. Execration versus MLBB, and we are still going for the battle for third. Here, in this matchup.
And you have to give it to, Oh My Venus. He has been stepping up in terms of the hero pool right now, and Dilar going up against Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie here will be the target, and that is going to be the first blood.
And I was talking about the early game. You want to win if you're Onyx, you gotta win it. You gotta get in that early game. You gotta get in before A2Max gets the levels, who is, by the way, leveling up very well on the mid lane. No one's getting targeted yet. And,
Benny?
Benny.
Oh, they still want more.
They're not done. They're not done.
They're not done. They want Benny Cutie, and they want him now.
They're going to try to follow up, and they're going to try to cancel out Benny Cutie here in the top lane. But can they do that? Can they hold on? Can they keep poking it until he gives and just stays in base? That's not going to happen, but obviously they want that.
Look at Natalia. Look at
Mid
Natalia.
lane.
Look at mid lane. Look at mid lane.
Mid lane, please.
Oh, no.
I don't know what's happening in mid lane.
Something's happening, but Iyakno here going 1v1 Benny Cutie. Look at that. Okay.
A lot of stuff happened, but no one died.
They're chasing down
here
Chak.
he is. Here he is.
Chak will go down.
Chak goes down. And of course, there will be an answer. Oh My Venus also will be the casualty. But 1-for-1s are going to keep this game pretty much even in terms of gold. Now we are going to see the spells here, the battle spells for Execration. Let's go ahead and open it up there. Execute, double execute for Onyx, and the quad flicker for Exec.
I like the adjustment coming up from Onyx. Like, realizing that you need the executes here from Dilar and Jay. The other team is just way too tanky.
Yeah, way too tanky.
And if you can get them to a certain threshold of HP, then just use that and take them down, then that's going to be beneficial for you.
It will be, absolutely. So we are going to see an absolutely beautiful game here from Execration. They're holding steady with their lineups who wants also to go to the late game. And again, Onyx, they're getting a lot of gold for their efforts, and they're keeping up, which is, again, supposedly, if you have an Eudora on the enemy, that's just, whoa. It's just instant kills.
Venus!
Like, here we go.
Is the target here, and that is called a Death Brush. And I don't have to explain why it's called a Death Brush.
I was just saying that's what happens when you have a,
there's actually something happening there. Jay, he will take down Eudora. Jay trying to get away, but he has something else in mind. He wants that kill, and he will get it. Chaknu going 1v1 against Dilar. Weiss, where are you? He's at bottom lane, and that means it's going to be prime time for Execration to just take that turtle, rather.
Yep, absolutely. There you go. Turtle's going to be the one to go down. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the game. We're already free. Execration looking a lot better this matchup.
But you know what? Sagitnu is in front. He's trying to fight this as much as possible. Jay here gets stunned. Ultimate is their combination. The damage isn't enough. Still isn't enough.
No. Careful.
But that is a preview of things to come.
It really is. And I think this combination of Chaknu throwing people back with Ejector and Itomax just staying behind, it's gonna keep going. It's gonna be a template here.
Make this viral. Make this a trend.
What?
That's what Execration wanna do.
Just throw people back.
Just throw people back.
Look at this.
And look at this.
They're getting dismantled by the Eudora in the early game. This is what I'm talking about. This is the hell Execration is going to be going through in the early with a Eudora in the lineup. That long stun followed with a Lycan Pounce will mean that someone almost instantly dies as long as he's alone. Like right now, I think Jay's dead. Yeah, there you go.
He was zoned out, put in a triangle, and he was made to run the other way. And with that, another kill goes to Hate. And Hate here, he has awakened.
Yep, he's up. This is it. This is a free 0-2 Roger. And at 5 minutes, that's saying something.
Wow. Just clearly, there's the awaken. Oh, my Venus will be the next target. Ejector to the stun, to the execute. Man, oh man. If you're Onyx PH, how do you even fight this?
Yeah, exactly. That's just the question here. And again, this is the early game that they were supposed to win. But no, it's not gonna happen. Dilar even using the Reiki Sandstorm defensively at this point.
Execration. They're looking at the turtle right now. More objectives on their side. But you know what? For the side of Onyx PH, I think they kind of gave that, how do I say this, jawhead out that easily. And it's really costing them at this point. Hate trying to run away, Lycan Pounce to the buff. It doesn't really reach Jay.
Yep, absolutely. There you go. This is the early game I'm talking about that Execration wants, and they are getting it each and every time. Oh, my Venus, doesn't even look like he knows what he's going to do next. Gets thrown back to the Wolves. Literally thrown to the Wolves there.
Benny Cutie wants Weiss. Weiss here with a flicker, and Daytona's welcome. They get him. Jay just runs away. And they're collapsing right now. They cannot take this pressure. Execration, this is what we expected of them from game 1 to game 2.
Yep, absolutely. Whoa, there's a bit of a blur that happened there. But that's going to be a kill that's going to be picked up by Onyx out of nowhere. But that doesn't matter. Execration is going to barrel down on mid, and this is going to be very little that Onyx can do to stop it.
Execration. Oh, my Venus going in, trying to take them down. Netomax here, eating a lot of the meteor showers. Sagitnu catches those hits for Etomax.
Yeah.
And
That was a meteor shower that was not powered up with a shield, so the damage was so low.
Was it?
Yeah, there was no shields on on Venus at that point. So that's why it was just like a little line.
And there is a pause. Now, if you're on the side of Onyx PH, you can you might have a bit of a panic right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's this thing that's happening for Onyx where they cannot answer this Jawhead Eudora combination that Execration is putting on them right now. It seems like every time Chaknu gets an ejector, throws him back, you said this yourself, the stun from the Eudora will come out, and that is going to be a long stun enough for any kind of Roger player to take you down.
It was just the combo is a sure kill at this point, especially with the Jawhead. It's just, what are you gonna do when you get thrown into the wolves, especially if there's a Lycan Pounce? That's like 100% kill to anyone. And at level 8, between level 7 to 9, or level 6 to 9, you're just so squishy, and you cannot withstand the damage.
And Execration right now, the atmosphere, it became more lively, environment-wise. As you can see, these players are just chilling. Look at Benny Cutie, that very relaxed state.
Yeah, the very sly smile actually for Benny Cutie there.
You saw them earlier. They were down. They were really thinking on how to win. But for the side of Execration, right now, they found it and they want to win.
Yep, they got it. They got the groove, as they say. And yeah, it's looking like Execration wants to go for it. At this point, they can go for it, and then there's very little that Oni can actually do against this.
And Sagitnu is playing a good Barrett's game. You don't see Barrett's having a good time right now.
Yep, absolutely.
To be honest, Barrett's is probably one of the lowest hero win rates in the MPL-PH Season 6. For other regions or for other countries, it's not looking that way. He's one of the most successful ones.
Yep, he's almost instantly locked, instantly picked for most times. And it's good for a good reason, especially at this point. Not only do they have a Jawhead, they also have the Daytona's Welcome. And that's just another tool in case the ejector's off on cooldown. That's something you can use.
That is true. And you have the Meteor Shower here. And Oh My Venus just wants to stall the game a bit. As you can see, in terms of items, you have Hate on 6,750 gold. Windtalker, Endless Battle, Raptor Machete, and Wise is still working his way to a Blade of Despair.
Yep. That's a oh my gosh. At 9 minutes he doesn't even have the Blade of Despair yet. That's how far behind.
That's how far behind, yeah.
PHR right now.
For the side of Execration, they just really want to put Etomax here in front. Not really gonna hit.
He will walk out, but that's not enough. These slippery slopes that this Natalia is taking is not gonna be enough to make any big difference, except when he does plays like this. He's trying to control the waves. Everyone's so far away, and where are you looking at? Where are you at?
And as you can see, Sagitna here is really just having a good time.
Mind games,
the mind games, and he's just going to wherever wherever he can see a hero, he's just gonna go there and he's gonna try to annoy them. And clearly, things are going great for the side of Execration just because they have the Eudora, they have, let's say, they have a Benny Cutie. But the thing is, if Onyx PH take this to a late game, I am seeing that Execration might have a hard time in terms of damage. Well, in terms of bursting down someone, they do have the Eudora. But I would still put my money on late game scaling with Alice, UYSS, and Natalia.
Yeah. Man.
And Chango. Chango is there as well.
Chang is not even becoming a factor here at 0-4 and 1. Oh my gosh.
It's really easy for people to actually just eject the Chango.
That's true.
And
there's no counter stun.
There's no out. He can't get away with that. And if he stays in the backlines, let's say Venus stays in the backlines, then that means the ejector will always be with the flicker. So if he isn't really that alert, he doesn't react on time, he's just gonna get thrown out.
Yep. So what I don't know what happened here. Why we have a no CC lineup for Onyx PH. They're so confident in just their damage output. But the problem is, at this point, when you're under-leveled, there is no damage output. Except for Dealer going to the back line. He fights Max.
And Dealer here going 1v1 with Hate. Hate at half HP. Look at this, Iyaknu trying to use the Blood Ode. And here comes Daytona's Welcome, getting thrown into the front of the wall. Look at Benny Cutie going in. He's trying to tank up 3 members here on the side of Onyx PH. He cannot do it. 4 members alive. Wise almost going down. That's a triple kill for Hate. Hate once more, but Hate will not go in as they will take down the base. And they take us to a game number 5, and look at Sagitno. They are actually throwing the chokes right now onto Onyx.
They are throwing the chokes, making it felt right there. Whew.
Oh my goodness.
Careful.
They're just having fun. And
there you go.
he almost ripped his jacket there.
Yep.
And they're taking this way too seriously now.
Execration.
This is literally execration.
This looks more like it. This looks more like their form in the previous.
It's like execration did not want to take this seriously, but when they saw the choke thing that Onyx was doing, they were like, it's game time.
We're gonna go for that. We're gonna go for that.
We're not gonna take that lightly. You have to fight for your 3-0 now.
Oh my gosh.
You have to fight for your win now.
This looks very familiar. Very, very familiar. So,
and this is what happens when you anger execration. I just feel that that choke thing has to do something with it.
Absolutely. Wow. This is like Onyx, what happened to Onyx on the grand finals. So they're on the final game of the season. They have a 2-0 already, you know? And they just need to finish it.
Then
and this happens.
Then again, when it comes to podium finishes, these guys really have a problem in closing out games. These guys really have a problem in getting game 5 or winning, closing out the series for BO5s. So let's talk to Wolf. Maybe he can tell us something about it. Wolf, what's your take?
Dahil mas maganda yung kanilang execution sa team fights. And we will see that later, lalong-lalo na pag nakita natin yung highlights. But for now, why don't we look at the heroes at yung mga napili nilang items in this particular game. I think ang naging crucial para sa execration is yung fact na hindi sila nabully nitong Natalia ni Jay. This is what I'm really surprised about. Perhaps yung execration, madami silang napanood na mga VODs about Natalia, na may nag-involve ng Natalia, or nakita nila yung galawan ni Jay. Kasi sobrang na-check ng execration yung nangyari na clash ito. Imagine this, ang ganda nung lineup ng Onyx PH para sa isang invasion tactic. Meron silang solid side laner setup na Khalid plus Alice. But if you're looking at execration, very good Barrett's pick, by the way, as well as the Thams. Ngayon, bakit hindi nabubuli itong si Hate? Right? Even when there is a Natalia present dun sa Onyx PH. Yun yung nakakapagtaka talaga. Then, if you look at the draft, bigla palang may Eudora na last pick ng execration. And this is really what turned the tables around. Yung aggressiveness ng Onyx PH ay hindi nila nagawa dahil bago pa makalapit ang mga members ng Onyx, na nagagalawan agad sila ni Etong Max. You can see the damage output, the poke potential of this Eudora is way too high. And maybe if we see the post-game data, doon natin makikita kung ano nga ba yung reflection at yung importance ng damage output ni Etong Max. In fact, 25,000 damage. Top 2 of his team when it comes to hero damage. Samantala sa Onyx PH naman, may Venus on this Chang'e, hindi siya ganun ka-impactful. So nakikita nyo yung difference between the impact of this Chang'e as well as this Eudora. See, may Venus on this Chang'e, ang problema is kailangan niya maghintay ng ultimate or even yung mismong cooldown ng ultimate bago siya makakapag-wave clear or bago siya makapangharas. Well, for Eudora, wala siyang hinintay actually. Kahit level 1, kayang rock and roll yan. Kaya naman si Jay ay hindi rin nakapwesto. Jay wants to be aggressive. Dapat siya yung magiging saboteur dito ng jungle. Unfortunately, hindi natin yun nakita dahil nga sa strength ng Eudora. And this is really what shocked Onyx PH. Pun intended. But tingnan natin ngayon ang highlights. And this is how we see Execration take advantage of the poke type of strategy that they have. Unti-unti nakikita na kahit si Alice na sustain type ay madaling mapatay. Gamit nga naman ang immediate burst coming out from Etomax. Naka-magic worship pa. Makikita nyo dito ang malupit na pag-dive ni Hate. And of course, alam nila kasi na malakas sila ngayon. Kahit nga si Alice hindi makaporma dito sa ating laban kasi nature ng Alice ay nagre-regen, nagre-reap yan. Sustain type yan. But we don't see that happening dahil constantly nga siya nababurst ng Execration. By the way, napakaganda ng Barats against sustain type of lineups dahil meron ka agad -1 courtesy of the Detona's welcome. Kaya hindi rin makaporma yung Onyx-PH. Wise, kahit gano'ng kalupit ang kanyang positioning dito, yung fact na yung draft ay hirap para sa Onyx-PH. Talaga na-overtake lang sila ngayon ng side ng Execration. The MVP of the match is Sagito on this Barats. Kita mo, 0 kills, 0 assists. Pero yung impact nandun. Yung kanyang pressure sa mapa at yung kanyang teamfight prowess, Sagitno was able to aid Hate in this particular game. Even when the MVP is Sagitno, pwede rin natin sabihin na ito yung yata yung pinakamaganda, pinaka-goods na game ni Hate, at least for this series against Onyx-PH. Wonderful performance on the Roger. And di ako masussurprise kung i-ban or i-deny pick yan ng side ng Onyx-PH in the coming game number 5. Here we are, game number 5. If you want to support Execration, do scan this QR code. At kung gusto mo naman ng Onyx-PH ay tigilan ang reverse sweep ng Execration, do scan their QR code as well. Hashtag all for Onyx ba o hashtag Exeshot. Baka natin yan sa game number 5. But before that, would like to hear from you guys. So if you want to know the latest updates para sa MPL-PH, punta na kayo sa fb.com/mplph.official para makita ang latest news. Siyempre, pwede nyo rin scan itong QR code na to para makatulong sa inyo. We would also love to hear from you guys. So fill in the survey form and win rewards by scanning this QR code or this QR code. Dalawang QR codes yan. Siyempre, hindi lang naman kami nagtatang dito. We also want to give back to you guys dahil nakinig ka ng aking analysis. Do take note, every after game, dahil paraming games natin, game number 5, nako, may chance kayo na makakuha ng ating mga giveaway codes. So, give away 3 codes every after match and would love to see you there sa mga susunod pang mga post-match analysis. Dito lang syempre sa analysis segment. Game number 5, it's down the wire. Huling-huling laro ng pares sa teams na to para sa MPL-PH Season 6. The winner will have 100,000 pesos more than the loser of this game number 5. Ganon ka-importante, hindi lang placing, pati na rin syempre yung angas. Dahil para silang nag-aangasan na rin sa kanilang post-match poses, di ba? But we will see. Is it gonna be hashtag all for Onyx or Onyx Magic or hashtag Exeshot? Abangan natin yan. My name is Wolf and I'm gonna throw it back to the casters.
Both of them need to, bring their A game. Because we are going to a game number 5 and surprisingly, nothing has changed on our names. Social media handles.
Yeah, what's up, Direct?
Yeah.
What's up? What happened?
I think
You ran out of ideas?
Yeah, he ran out of ideas.
We're gonna pay for that later.
Yeah. And
all right.
Yeah, step up, prod, step up. Direct, you need to step up, man.
There we go. We are here.
Stop losing ideas. Okay, but
let's go.
For Onyx and Execration, it seems to me that their post-game poses really had a lot of. He really had a lot to tell us. Like, I think. Well, okay, he did that. So now for the side of Execration, they really look like they wanted to, give a statement of choking. They were doing this. And just because they saw Onyx doing this choke mechanic.
I think that happened both ways. Either Execration themselves is choking Onyx, or Onyx themselves are choking. They're already winning, but they're falling. You know that moment where you're already on the match point, you want to win, it's 2-0, then you choked, and you're back to 2-2? I think that's what they mean.
Sometimes when you're in these kinds of tournaments, Rockhart, any kind of reason goes out of the window.
Yeah, they're just doing whatever they want to do.
If
Yeah.
you do something like this and you win, that only means one thing. You're pointing it towards the other team. So that's what went into the heads of Execration, and they said, you wanted a game, you wanted to play. Okay, we will give you a hard game. Execration here took us to a 2-2. There, it's on top.
Yep.
Something there. It's a 2-2 right now.
Exactly. And either way, it will be both of these teams' last match in this playoffs. And their last draft, they have to make it count. Probably the last draft, this current meta for them, and you know, it's gonna be a while before they can get back here. Probably into the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long time before the next playoff. So make it count. Make it count.
Oh, maybe the next time MPL comes back, it's going to be 2021 already.
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? But what we know is we are still not done with this certain series.
No, yeah, absolutely. This is a battle.
It is a
ladies
battle.
and gentlemen. This is a battle.
Now, Nick, they saw that. They saw that choke mechanic. They saw that
They were
choke
watching,
action.
you know,
They were
for sure.
watching
They were
that
watching
for
the
sure.
stream. I mean,
How
I
will they
would-
answer? If Execration took it in a way where it was clearly a challenge, and they just wanted to make sure, you guys were making fun of us. Okay, let's do this.
That might have ignited the fire.
That might have
somewhere.
ignited the fire,
Yeah.
and hate, just unleash the hate on side of Onyx. What can Onyx do to give it back?
That's good. That's a good one. That's like, what's going to be the comeback here? And what? Are we going to go back to a normal Onyx lineup? Are we going to go to a very aggressive Iaknu again? Like, Iaknu's aggression has kind of died down a little bit, I think, ever since we came into this. It was a big difference compared to what he was in Week 7, Week 8. So I want to see that Iaknu fire again, and maybe watching that is gonna bring it back. Who knows? I'm hoping, keeping my fingers crossed for that.
Yeah, man. You really have to see how these players, just react to whatever it is they're doing in the game. And you know what? Wise has been playing good YSS games, but it seems to me that Hate really has upper hand in terms of the hero pool. He can play YSS, he can play Ling, he can play Lance, he can... Man, this guy can probably play every hero in the pool right now for the carries.
Probably. Speaking of carries, maybe it's time to stop going to YSS and go back to carry. I don't know. Maybe Wise can think about that. But we are going to be in the draft here for Execration versus MLBB. And this is Game 5. So
let's see how they...
It's all or nothing.
Let's see how this happens. They took out the link for the side of Execration last time. Now, for the side of Onyx, do you still take out the link? Because it means that Execration will get another Uranus.
I don't think the Uranus is going to be... I don't think Ling is going to be banned if Uranus is left alone. I mean, Onyx has proven that they can handle the Ling.
Okay, Uranus.
But both of these heroes apparently will not be banned. There you go. Insta-lock Uranus. They banned out the Esmeralda. They let the Uranus go. What's that about?
They don't want Chaknu doing... They don't want Chaknu having a good time. And they don't want the factor of Kufra Chaknu just... rain on their parade. I guess for MLBB, they might have been too fixated into just banning out that Selena. Because clearly for me, if you're gonna ban out the Selena, then that means you are respecting Etomax for the Selena play that he's doing.
Maximum.
But then again, if you have good map potential as a team, you can, just get by that Selena that Execration is going to use.
Finally, we're out of the Yi Shin focus, and we are in the lane for Onyx. Let's see if that's going to be effective, as, of course, on the other side, the Execration's drafting a very beefy lineup.
Harith! They secured that. Pronto.
Interesting.
They got that. They just went for it, and they know that when they let this slip to the second phase, this is going to get banned alongside the carry heroes of Hate.
Yep, double core lineup is as the signal I'm getting with this matchup. You can get the double core lineup if you have the FAMs and the Uranus as your offlaners. You have the two beefy boys, two really big bruisers, is just difficult to deal with. Now, possibility of a Farsa is gonna get shown here. And it's going to be Yu Zhong instead, trying to compensate, trying to see if they can find a good matchup for the Uranus and Disc, of course, FAMs.
Let's see. Ling, 75% win rate. For Wise, Benecutie has 80%. 50% on Sagitno. And I think Sagitno will be playing that Uranus. Well, Benecutie will get the thumbs. I mean, they haven't changed anything in the certain setup. This is still Hate just getting one of his heroes.
Yep.
Nothing has changed.
It's really impossible to ban out Hate completely. Like, a lot of teams have been trying. Onyx-PH completely just gave up altogether.
Yeah.
Like, they literally no carry bans anymore. And they're just going for the supports and the tanks.
I mean, if I was Execration right now, if I were in Execration shoes, I'd take out a Farsa. Because I don't have any more use for a Farsa. To be honest. And if you let the Farsa get away, it's going to go to the hands of Onyx-PH. Then that means Harith is going to, be pushed out or kicked out of his Saman Force just because there's a Feathered Airstrike there.
Absolutely.
You don't want that.
You don't want that. And I really want to see that Farsa ban. I really want to see it go down there for Execration. You wanna be able to give your Harith the maximum freedom of movement that you can do here for this hero. And if the Farsa's there, it's just going to make it so much harder. Not just for the Harith, but also for the FAMs.
And yeah, just have that extra protection. What can Onyx-PH ban right now? They're going to ban out the Baksha. They don't want Jay and Dilar getting controlled if ever they are the ones who's going to use the Yu Zhong and that Jawhead. It's going to be the Claude. They don't care about the Farsa as much. They want it. They have an answer for it. And Alice has been banned here for the side of Execration, so there's no Alice shenanigans that's going to happen for Onyx-PH. But there is still a Khalid that Onyx-PH can get.
We're kind of still looking for one offlaner and one possible either offlaner or double core plus support for Onyx. So whichever will fit that criteria. I would not be surprised if we saw a Rafaela go down if there's Natalia that pops up for Execration. Eudora instead. There you go.
Yeah.
For that support, already filled up. Got the Eudora. They're flexing their last pick to be either an offlane or... Whew. It looks like it was pre-planned already. The insta-lock.
That's so much tankiness into one core. And Execration right now, their lineup is looking like a football team.
It really is.
Hate is a quarterback with a Harith. And everyone is just gonna let him breathe. Everyone is gonna let him run. Everyone is gonna let him deal damage. While having damage with Benecutie and Sagitno probably at max as well.
What a tanky lineup.
What a tanky lineup, yeah.
Wow. I can't believe it.
Okay, so I like the Eudora pick. Because the thing is, for the longest time, we've been saying that Harith is gonna have a hard time with an Esmeralda, Lunox, just because Lunox has, homing. It's not a skill. It's not a skill shot, but it's going to be the Iyakno hero, I feel. But
talk about
for
prediction.
this one, Oh My Venus can just stun, Hate, hold the Harith down, and do not let him go back and forth.
There you go. That's gonna be the carry. Locked in for Onyx-PH, and that's the answer to massive amount of tanks. Just get someone who can destroy tanks really quickly. Gotta agree, that's a very good call, but again, the Eudora is not gonna do much. He's not gonna do as much damage as it usually would. Like last game, the Eudora was great. There were so many squishies. This time, the only squishy here is Harith. He's the only one who's gonna get comboed down. He's gonna need a lot of help if he wants to one-shot people.
Okay, so Now I'm looking into this. They really needed the carry. Look at the lineup here of the side of Execration. Those are very tanky heroes. And in the early game, you need to peel them down. And if you don't get to your 6 items, then that means you are just going to have a hard time. What carry brings to the table is if they go 1v1 with her and he has the certain items, golden staff, endless battle, and everything in between, swift boots, he can slowly just take them down. It's not going to be a fast process, but at least they're surely able to get the true damage on the side of Execration.
Yep. True damage. Scaling is the game.
Scaling
For
is the game.
PH.
Of course.
Can they prolong
But,
this?
You know what, Rockart? I'd say I like the draft of Execration as well.
Yep. It's a draft that's gonna take you by surprise. So look at this. This is what I'm talking about. That damage is gonna get negated over and over again by Power of the Wilderness. I don't like the odds of this Eudora in the mid lane. But again, we are not done. We are very far from starting. We're heading into Game 5 for Execration versus Onyx, and here we go.
Look at Iyakno here, just putting the stacks onto Sagitno right now. And Sagitno going in,
Just
and
ignoring
he's
this guy.
forcing him out of the lane. And Dilar getting hit by the minions.
What more?
Is he gonna go down? Benny Cutie. Benny wants this. Benny wants this.
To get the kill.
Oh!
the
Will he get
execute.
it? Will he get it?
Wait,
No, he
the
doesn't.
minions
No,
are
he
too
doesn't.
strong.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get
He
it.
didn't get hit by the molten sights. That's the
Yeah.
problem. No tick damage.
And Dilar went for the execute. And Iyakno taking down Uranus. So
Wow.
Uranus can't really... I did not expect Uranus to go for the Avarice this time. I think Concussive Blast is going to be better.
There you go.
Because he can't really fight this, but Onyx Magic.
2 kills.
It's working right now.
Absolutely.
They're making it work.
Two of the biggest hitters for Onyx PH getting the gold that they need and the experience that they need to get ahead. Classic answer to tanks is this carry. And if you want to make this Eudora work, you need that. You need team effort to get a target because everyone in Execration is just so tanky, like I said in the beginning.
And look at Iyakno. They're not really going home, but we have Wise onto the bottom lane. He's gonna go for Hate. There's the stun. Can Hate run away? Does he have a summon force? No, he doesn't. And they will just go back. Tempest of Blaze has been used, and that is the right time for Execration to get out.
Well, the isolated Zaman Force. Basically, Onyx PH zoning the Zaman Force itself so that Hate can't use the key. And it's a throwback to Jay. Gets that Akai. Who's gonna be next, though? Oh. Go in. Sagitno. How did he get that kill on top lane? That was weird. Oh, everything's black. Okay, there you go.
So, you clearly have to look at the things that Execration went for here. Concussive Blast on 2 of their heroes. You have Chakno and you have Etomax on that. So, they have a lot of damage into the early game. It's going to stack. It's going to hurt for Wise if ever they want to go for these kinds of invades in very narrow places. But I don't like Sagitno's Avarice here against the carry.
Oh man, Wise could go down here. He's gonna be able to get that buff at least. Using Tempest Blaze to get out. Those are 2 tanks. The damage output is slow. That's fine.
So, you have a fight onto the bottom lane. Benny Cutie going in. And it's Benny. Benny was, he's really trying to give it to Iyakno. And looking at it right now, Etomax ends onto his way through that brush. And they really wanted to fight this. But Iyakno wants blood. One more hit could have gotten the true damage stack. That wouldn't have been able to kill him. But at least he's forced to go back.
Yeah, that's the point right there.
Because Hilda just stays in the brush, and that's like home for her.
Yeah.
Home. That's like her house. He regens there, he baits there, he sleeps there. And for Etomax right now, he's just having a good time. He is yet left behind. Wise was his target. And that is going to be another kill going to the side of Onyx PH.
Despite the 4-2 score, though, in favor of Onyx, the gold is still in favor of Execration. That's a massive deficit. And that's because Execration does things like this. They zone out hard, they get the outer turret energy shields, they maximize their earnings.
And you know what? Top lane turret, well, bottom lane turret right now for us is destroyed onto the side of Onyx PH. And as you can see, there are items here coming out from Hate. He has the Calamity Reaper, he has the Beast Hunter, and he has the tankiness that he wants. He has the extra damage that he needs. This is core item number 1 for Hate.
Absolutely. That's what you want. And of course, with Eudora going down, those items are only going to get added up even more. Man, the pressure is really here for Onyx PH to perform in the early game. And again, that tanky lineup, the carry apparently for the meantime is not enough to deal with it.
Well, as you can see here, Rockhart, we are kind of seeing how Onyx PH can come back from this. But the thing is, it really takes late game for Onyx PH to do it.
It's going to be super late game.
Yeah, super late.
For the meantime, yeah, you're going to get bullied over and over again like what's happening right now.
And as you can see, Wise getting caught out, and that's going to be the Tempest of Blades. Can he get out? Yes, he will. Pinch Boys is there. Etomax will be the prey of Dilar. Dilar here will get that kill. Ben Cutie, on the other hand, just staying into the bottom lane, trying to push this as fast as possible, just lowering or just lessening that map control that Onyx has right now. Onyx, this is bad for them. They have 2 cores. They need to distribute the economy right now with the thing in mind that we don't have full control of our jungle anymore.
Yep, and Onyx trying to do that. They're trying to regain the control of the jungle. ChooxTV's all alone there. The isolation play works.
And they go in. Tempest of Blades catching out Sagitno. Sagitno here getting out, and Hate unscathed. There was no damage on Hate.
Yep, all the focus was on ChooxTV, and Hate was basically left to do free hits in that one, even without the tank.
Look at Benny here. Benny's just pulling, is not pulling his punches in any way. And Benny wants to push as much as possible. And this is how Execration does it. Ladies and gentlemen, they are marching on towards the top lane. Benny Cutie will get that tier 1 turret onto the top lane. In Execration, they are successful in infiltrating the base here of Onyx PH.
Yep, and it's going to be Onyx PH just on the defensive this time. There's no way they can walk out, especially now that X is so aggressive. Even the Black Dragon form being dealt so much damage.
And look at this, even the Blender getting sent out. Let's see, how will Onyx fight this? Will Onyx Magic really come out right now? Or X's shot will take their shot and take this series by a reverse sweep. This could be our first reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's first ever for the playoffs. There you go. Oh my Venus though.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be the chase down that Onyx PH wants. And that is going to be the extra movement speed coming out from skill 1 here for the Hilda. And they will just run away. Benny Cutie, he wants to fight, and he knows that the Cyclone Eye is still there. He will get away. And Dilar going to the other side of the map. Benny Cutie getting a bit of HP there, trying to re-engage against Dilar. Dilar here doesn't have the dragon for him anymore. And did he just throw out his ally?
He threw out his ally.
Okay, Benny Cutie, that is a 1-for-1. He's pretty happy with that now. But Jay will just get away.
Man, that was a little bit of a miscalculated play as well, because of that open turtle means that's going to be free for Hate if he wants to, but he's waiting in the bush instead.
Sagitno going for... Oh, look at... Wow! ChooxTV with... Did you see that 1,000-pounder flicker formation? And we see Hate. This is the Salmon Force. This is the fight that they want. Wise getting caught out, getting stuck. Sagitno going in front of his enemies, and Dilar will just force him out.
Yep, that's going to be it. There's just no way that they're going to be able to contest this turtle because of that. Wow, ChooxTV on the plays here. The Sakai. It really works well. It really works well in favor of Execration. Despite ChooxTV dying for a few times here, I mean, he's the one who's been doing the plays here. Everyone else has just been following suit. They're following where ChooxTV goes. And it's been bearing results. One more big one. And Hade, Salmon Force down on the ground. Takes out Jay at the back end.
And this is looking bad for the side of Onyx PH. They're getting manhandled right now. And everything, the outer turrets onto the side of Onyx PH is going down 1 by 1. And now they don't have it. Execration, they're doing it. Benny Cutie going 1v1 with Wise. Dilar jumping out, really trying his best to take down people here, but Iyaknu gets caught out. He goes down. Synchrovision, Chrono Dash, everything that he wants. Wise gets thrown out, and this might be the turret. Etomax will just try to run away. Benny Cutie opens a path onto the middle lane. Oh My Venus is the next target. He will take down Benny Cutie, but Benny Cutie doesn't care. Venus goes down as well. Sagitnu breaking the top turret onto the bottom lane. Here comes Hate. Jay, what can you do? Can you defend this? You have two people waiting for MLBB, and this is going to be a tight one. Zaman Force is there. Jay will go down. Monster kill for Hate, and the disengage will happen right now.
Still going to be an open field here for MLBB. They have lost their inhibitors, but they are not down yet. However, massive lead here for Execration. Almost 10,000 at this point. Gotta be careful here if you're MLBB.
Man, I am actually surprised that we are seeing Onyx. They were so strong. They were so strong in the early game. Right?
It's gone.
It's gone,
man. They were getting a 4-2, but overall Execration still farmed way better. And just from there, you can already tell that the battle plan here for Execration is just overpowered.
Oh my goodness, Wise finding himself in these very, how do I say this, bad spots? He's not getting anything from this. He's just running back and forth,
away. He's
back
just
and forth.
trying to slow down Execration, but how do you slow down a rampaging bull headed straight for the bullseye? That's the question. Gotta be.
This is.
There's no way they can get back from this now that Lord is also on the side of Execration.
This is just. I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I'm out of words. MLBB, they looked really strong from game 1, game 2, but in terms of best of 5s, it seems that they cannot still close out these podium finish matches.
And that's it. Gonna be the last big team fight, man.
And this is going to be it. The cameras have been shown. Will this be the winning moment of Execration? Onyx falling down one by one. Dilar here with the regen. He's still alive, but Iyaknu is down. Benny Cutie here going straight for Wise. Wise here takes him down, but that is going to be Hate going for Venus.
That's it.
That was a wipeout. Execration gets 3rd place. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, is your battle for 3rd and the choke. The choke.
Victory.
It's there, ladies and gentlemen. The choke.
They complete the reverse sweep against MLBB right there. And MLBB will be relegated to 4th place.
You have to look at it in a way where Hate just played the best Mobile Legends games that he has ever put in
back.
this playoffs. Those were his best games. If only he could have put that into yesterday's games, that might have been a whole other story. But for them, Execration, they get this win. Congratulations, Execration, and congratulations, Onyx, for securing 4th place. I know this is still not your goal. This is still not your aim. You still want to be champions, but you know what? This is the reality. This is MPL.
Yep.
This is how cutthroat this current format is, and we should be thankful for everything that we get.
Yep, and this is just the beginning, of course.
It's just the beginning
for this team. A very freshly formed team in terms of like getting back their composure. They're back in form. It's a far cry from a 2nd place finish that they've had. They're done with 2nd place. They've had a hard time getting back to the podium. So you'll have next season for that.
Oh my goodness, the first reverse sweep. And this is actually very interesting. Now, I'm actually interested in what Wolf is going to say. So, Wolf, take the floor.
My name is Wolf, your resident analyst. My goodness, what a game from Execration, and siguro pwede nating pag-usapan yung draft ng malupit dito sa laban ng Execration sa game number 5. Reverse sweep fashion. And this last picked carry para sa Onyx PH, mapapaisip ka, is it actually a genius pick or is it a bad pick? Individually, maganda ang isang carry laban sa Uranus and when it comes to dealing damage. Against Akai, against Hilda, ang daming tanky heroes sa Execration, lahat yan. Yung 4 na yan, kayang-kayang tunawin ng isang carry. Pero, kailangan ng farm. Unfortunately, para kay Iakno, he died 4 times. Total dito sa ating laban, 6.9k lang ang kanyang gold. Kung ikukumpara mo yan sa isang Harith, doble. Si Sagitno, na first blood ni Iakno, pero hindi siya nakapag-farm afterwards. And dito ka mapapaisip what happened with Onyx PH. Ang nakita ko lang din na difference kasi para sa isang double core setup, para na nag-include ng isang Ling, ay mas farm heavy sila. Looking at all of these, both of these heroes, Ling as well as Carry, sobrang dependent sa farm. And even when you get good start, and when it comes to your rotation, sa mga unang mga pagpa-farm mo bilang Ling and Carry together, kailangan mo pa rin ng solid na mid-game. Unfortunately, Execration, hindi nila hinayaang mangyari yon. Merong butas ang lineup ng side ng Onyx PH, so you can see, which is after the laning stage, walang magde-defend sa kanilang mga tore. Hindi pwedeng mag-defend mag-isa ang isang carry. And Yuzong needs to participate into team fights. So Execration took advantage of that. Tapos, nung marami na silang item, marami silang damage output, doon na sila nag-group up at doon na sila hindi napigilan ng Onyx PH. And we will see that for sure sa ating highlights. Nakikita natin kung paano makakuha ng recovery ang Execration after this early game. In fact, actually, Onyx PH, after some few kills in the early stages, parang lugi rin sila when it comes to gold. So kasi movement sa mapa ng side ng Execration ay mas maganda. Look at this. Once na si Iakno ay nagde-defend na mag-isa, totally ay idadive siya ng mga members ng Execration. No matter what happens, maganda ang dive comp ng Execration. Tapos kung isipin sa Onyx PH, meron silang damage sa late game kung nakapag-farm, pero wala rin silang ganong kalakas na catch. Let's just say na maganda ang catch ng isang Joyd sa early game. Come the late game though, makikita natin na talaga nagpo-fall off na yon. Si Omay Venus, he did everything he can na mag-shove, mag-poke ng kanyang mga kalaban, but unfortunately, kulang na kulang yung damage. We can see in the late game clashes na kahit pa nag-free hit na ng 5 segundo, si Iakno, wala pa rin siyang mapatay. Even si Wise, not enough energy even or damage output para mag-survive at makakuha ng kill. And look at this guy, 10-0-5 with this Harith. Nako po, mukhang Harith ang naging problema ng Onyx PH all throughout the playoffs. And of course, Hate, wonderful performance with this Harith as well as yung draft na din totally ng side ng Execration. Sobrang komportable nila sa laban at wala silang takot sa Onyx PH. Now, the third placers of MPL Season 6. Onyx PH now, nandun sila sa 4th place. And that is it for both of these teams. Buti na lang ang Execration on an upward note at the end of this MPL Season 6. If you want to support them, do scan this QR code. At syempre, para naman sa mga supporters pa rin ng Onyx PH after a wonderful season, hindi man nila nakamit ang kanilang gustong maabot this season, at least na conquer nila ang kanilang adversary, ang kanilang destined rival na Aura PH, and that might be their trophy even, kung yun ang kanilang iniisip. That if you want to support them, scan the QR code. Of course, kung gusto naman supportan ng MPL-PH scene, go to fb.com/mplph.official or scan this QR code. If you have some feedback for MPL-PH or Mobile Legends in general, do scan this QR code para sa ating survey at mananalo din kayo ng rewards. Hindi lang yan, pati rin dito sa susunod na QR code, there is a survey for all of you guys. Would love to hear from you. But that's it. Meron tayong Game 5 series or at least a 5-game series for our first best of 5. Mauulit ba yan mamaya? I think kung ikaw ay nanonood ngayon, gusto mo mangyari na magkaroon ng either 5 or 7-game series, because best of 7 ang ating grand finals, dahil maraming giveaway codes kaming imamamigay sa inyo. Every aftermatch, we will be giving away bonus codes for you guys, and we just hope that you stay with us kahit pa sa ating mga analysis segment. My goodness, congratulations sa Execration for finally a third place finish. Well, they started with the third place finish ng MPL Season 1, and after 6 seasons, dito na ulit sila sa podium for MPL-PH. And of course, Onyx will have to go back drawing board if they want to Pero again, nagawa na lang din na yung whatever they are set to do, defeating Aura. So that's at least an achievement for MLBB. But that is it. Mga kaibigan, I think na mas marami pang masasabi ang ating mga analyst, courtesy of course of one Jawhead to another. Reptar, sa'yo na muna.
Salamat, Wolf. Feeling ko pagkatapos ng reverse sweep na yon, #ExeShot talaga eh. Oh my goodness, execration, the reverse sweep. Kung may yung Blacklist International, may #BreakTheCode. Feeling ko execration, #BreakTheDreams eh. Dream Shatterers to, yung execration na to sa Onyx. Deja vu for Onyx, execration, comeback, 2-0 down, make it 3-2. Ano nangyari? How did we get to this execration win?
Biglang nag-online si Hate eh. Parang na-feel talaga na, we felt the hate. Diba? Parang yung last 3 games, parang nagulat tayong lahat na parang biglang, grabe ang lakas ni Hate. Ayun.
Alam mo yung parang parang naramdaman mo yung ni Hate, yung mentality niya na parang, wala naman eh, di ba? Wala naman ang at stake eh. Yung last 3 games, parang hindi na niya iniisip kung mamamatay siya o hindi. Kasi yung game 1, game 2, parang medyo relax pa eh, di ba? Na parang, alam mo yun, well, nung game 2, ramdaman na natin na pinapasok na yung Farsa. Game 3, game 4, game 5, wala na eh. Parang wala na siyang pake. And nakita natin, dyan talaga malakas si Hate. Kasi may, may backing ng fundamentals eh. Nandiyan yung mechanics ni Hate, hindi naman nawala yun. So, it felt like nung game 3, game 4, game 5, it was Onyx trying to figure out what to do against Hate. Naging ganun yung story niya eh. And sadly, yun nga, they have to settle with the same storyline after getting a 2-0. 3-2, reverse sweep. Medyo masakit yun.
Parang nangyari sa execration, it was like their first 2 losses were yung kape sa umaga. Dalawang serving ng kape sa umaga, biglang nagising na yung execration. All of them, hindi lang yung Hate, lahat sila biglang next level plays talaga, next level rotations just to supplement Hate. And now, kakusapin natin ang isang miyembro ng execration, si Itomax, the man holding down the mid lane. Itomax, execration, congratulations. Grabe talaga yung comeback nyo. Walk us through, ano nangyari nung na 2-0 na kayo? Ano yung pinag-usapan nyo? Ano yung plano nyo para makakomeback kayo?
Actually, hindi na namin siniseryoso eh. Kaso nakita namin sila nung pagka 2-0, gumaganon eh. Ginalo kami. Inaasar kami.
Okay. Feel ko yung nga nakita ko eh. Kasi pagkatapos, nung nanalo na kayo ng Game 3, feeling ko, yung si Gat sa gitno ata, diretso tayo, or biglang nagganon din siya, like, ay, nagalit na ata itong execration na to.
Nakasar eh.
Baka ma 3-2 comeback na naman to.
Nagka-motivation eh, no? Eto Max, again, congratulations for being the 3rd placer here in MPL. Ito, question na to for your fans na rin as well, no? Since Season 7 na yung next target, ano yung mga dinala nyo from Season 6? Yung mga natutunan nyo heading towards the next season?
Siguro, syempre, sa Season 7 na darating, na nga yun eh, 3rd placer kami, wala pa kaming coach ng regular season eh. Parang na yun. Wala kasi, kami lang talaga. So yun, siguro sobrang hirap talaga pag kayo lang mga players, tsaka importante talaga yung may coach tsaka yung analyst. Siguro pagdating ng Season 7, syempre yun na yung mga paghahandaan namin.
Yan, ready na yung execration. Kumbaga mag-i-equip na sila ng full weapons.
Pag may coach na ba kayo, sa tingin nyo, kayo na yung magcha-champion?
Wala kang coach, 3rd placer eh. Paano pag meron?
Partida, no? Partida. Diba? Isang ganyan. Joke lang.
Grabe, execration. We have seen a lot of great things in these playoffs, and to see reverse sweep, comeback, battle for 3rd, pride na talaga pinaglabanan nyo, nagkita pa kayo ng lakas talaga ng execration. Na walang coach at analyst na execration, 3rd place. Congratulations sa inyo. Meron ka bang gusto i-shoutout dyan? Gusto mo ba pagsalamatin ng mga supporters ng execration?
Siyempre, una-una, thank you kay God pa rin dahil nakabot kami ng 3rd place. Tsaka sa mga buo-buo ng EXE, galabos na supportive, kahit matalo kami, manalo-matalo, supportive talaga sila. Sila Boss Arvin, sila Kimo, buong EXE talaga sobrang saya. Kahit na natalo kami, sobrang down namin, sila yung nagbubuo sa amin na bumawi ng Tsaka syempre yung family ko rin, tsaka yung mga teammates ko yan.
Pati yung girlfriend ko.
Yun. Congratulations, Ito Max. Congratulations, Execration. Your third place finishers dito sa MPL. And grabe, grand finals day talaga kasi nakikita ulit tayo ng comeback. We got to see a really great series from two really good teams. And it is an honor to be here. Once again, my name is Reptar, this is Cheruzawa, and Midnight. Coming up next na po ang ating celebrity show match. So, kung gusto mo malaman sino mananalo laban sa Team Dogie at Team ChooxTV, then definitely tune in kayo for that. But then, of course, before we go, I just want to say thank you to all the amazing organizations that really helped put this all together and made MPL Season 6 possible. Our official telco tournament partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Our official sponsor as well, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphones in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Our other official sponsor as well, hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in eSports as well, PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Our other partner in eSports as well, we got TikTok. Search nyo lang hashtag MLBB sa TikTok to find really awesome MLBB TikTok content. And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. All of this, of course, is powered by Moonton. Huwag niyo kalimutan na merong Halloween event. Log into the game, draw a free skin, potentially the Turizla Hammer Giant skin, October 26 to November 13. The celebrity show match is coming up next, but right after that, it's the best of 7 grand finals. Omega and Bren, the Battle of Brothers. A deep history and connection between these two teams. What that connection is, well, we're going to be talking more about that later when we go back. But first, let's enjoy the celebrity show match coming up next and these awesome highlights brought to you by Realme.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared comprehensive update.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Isang napakagandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Welcome to the MPL All-Star Match. My name is Rafael Resus at nandito tayo ngayon for an All-Star experience made possible by Mobile Legends. Dalawang team ng inyong mga paboritong streamers ang magtutuos to fight for glory. And we're throwing in some plot twists to make the best of 3 tournament even more challenging. Kaya ngayong araw na ito ay magkakaalaman talaga kung sino ang pinakabigatin sa mga bigatin. Right here at the MPL All-Star Match. But this afternoon's event isn't any ordinary gaming event because we are here today for a very, very good cause. Yeah. Now, I did say we, yes, we, dahil definitely kasama kayo mga viewers namin ngayong araw na to. Habang nag-e-enjoy kayong manood ngayong araw na ito, ay makakatulong pa kayo. And here is how. Now, tayong mga Pinoy, agreeably, we are the best fans in the world. Kaya naman mahal na mahal tayo ng Mobile Legends. At dahil dyan, our super generous friends from Moonton have pledged to help the Philippine General Hospital's COVID-19 response efforts through our event all throughout the day. Wow! If we reach 800,000 viewers today, they will donate 1 million pesos to the PGH Medical Foundation for a COVID-19 ward. Grabe! Sobrang intense. Imagine, all you need to do is watch. Kailangan nyo lang mag-tune in dito sa aming stream. And again, hindi lang ito para dito sa ating MPL All-Stars match, kung hindi para sa lahat ng matches until we reach the grand finals later on. Again, if we manage to reach 800,000 views, magdodonate si Moonton ng 1 million pesos para sa PGH Foundation. And of course, that money will go to building the facilities, purchasing equipment, and buying medicines. Grabe, di ba? Kaya kung gusto mo pa na mas lalong makatulong, then right now, I am asking each and every one of you to make sure to tell all your friends, i-message nyo na sila, i-share nyo na tong stream na to, because again, kapag mas marami tayo, mas marami tayong matutulungan. And again, ang kailangan nyo lang gawin ay manood, mag-enjoy, and you get to help out in a very big way. Now, kung updated kayo on anything and everything Mobile Legends, malamang sa malamang, ay alam nyo na we had our MPL All-Star Match draft pick last October 17, which I also hosted. Yes. So we had that last October 17, and yun yung time kung saan pinili natin yung ating dalawang captains at sila ay nag-form ng kanilang mga team para sa labanan ngayong araw na ito. So ngayon, bago natin tawagin ang ating mga all-star players, let me first introduce our shoutcasters for today. Siyempre, all-stars to. So dapat yung mga shoutcasters natin ay all-stars din. First up, we have with us a pro gamer and a team manager. She is also an advocate of women in eSports. Now, this talented shoutcaster is one of my favorite people in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Kaysaya. Yun! Syempre naman, Lods. Alam mo ba, ikaw pa malakas ka sa akin Kaya, anong tawag dito, ever since naman alam mo yan, sa mga favorite ko. Now, question lang, bago tayo mag-start. I wanna know, how excited are you today para sa ating all-star match? Ano ba sa tingin mo yung mga dapat ika-excited dito? Are you, personally, ikaw mismo, what are you feeling right now?
The players themselves. Di ba dalawang team to?
Mm-hmm.
Tapos iba yung mode natin in comparison dun sa nakagawian natin sa competitive play ng MPL kasi meron tayong tinatawag na mid lane mania kung saan all mid lang silang 5, di ba? Pero pwedeng mag-jungle. So meron silang jungle resources. Then meron din tayong protect the captain. So, dito, I think, poprotektahan nila either si Choox or si Dogie. And then, kung karoon man tayo ng third game, meron din tayo nung sudden death. And, it's going to be exciting kasi yung team captain ng kalaban mo, sila yung magda-draft ng heroes na lalaroin nyo. So, kung hindi to pagandahan ng hero na ipipick para sa opponent mo, parang as much as possible, papapangitin mo yung lineup.
Kanya yata yung challenge kapag umabot ka sa third game, no? Papapangitin mo pa yung lineup ng kalaban. Okay, well, tingin mo, ano pa ba dapat ang mga abangan ng mga viewers din? I mean, other than, syempre, na-mention naman lahat yung challenges natin, nandun na yung mga modes natin for you. I think, well, ako personally, I think that one of the things that we should really look out for as well is the fact na we are helping out the PGH Foundation, right? Yes, yes, yes. So, ayan.
At syempre kaya para reach yung ating goal na number of viewers para makapag-donate tayo. Yan.
Very well said. Alright, Idol. Sige, kita-kits tayo ulit mamaya. Alright, now, panahon na para makilala naman natin ang ating second shoutcaster for today. Now, our second shoutcaster is definitely one of eSports' most recognizable broadcasters. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Leo. Yun o, ngiting-ngiti. Ay, Lods. Kamusta ka naman? Okay.
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Now, kanina, I actually asked kay Saya kung ano yung mga bagay to look forward to for today's event. I want to ask you naman ngayon, ano ba ang masasabi mo? Kasi bukod dun sa challenges na face natin and bukod sa pagtulong natin sa PGH Foundation, which again, I want to remind everyone, if you're watching the stream right now, i-share nyo na tong stream na to because kapag mababa tayo ng 800,000 viewers, magdo-donate ng 1 million pesos si Moonton sa PGH Foundation. Now, kanina si kay Saya, she talked to us about all of the different challenges, yung mga exciting na makikita natin ngayon. Pero ikaw, gusto ko naman itanong sa'yo, ano ba ang masasabi mo sa lineup ng mga players natin ngayon?
To be honest, I saw the draft when you hosted it.
Yeah.
And para sa akin, sobrang packed din itong lineup eh. If our MPL Season 6 Grand Finals is super hard to read, mas lalo itong All-Star match. I mean, you have two teams led by Choox and by Dogie, whose play styles are super polar opposites. Sobrang magkaiba yan. Si Dogie, alam ko, sobrang methodical. Si Choox, how can I describe Choox, right? Hindi ko alam kung paano ako sasabihin.
Medyo mahirap nga yata i-describe.
Hindi ko mabasa. Oo. And then, they drafted, I think, to their strengths. And of course, to what they also feel comfortable with. So, nakakatuwa na si Dogie, nakuha niya yung mag-asawa. Nakuha niya si Pain and Lou. And I think that's really strong. And also, they have the muscle. They've got eruption. And they're rounding it out with Natsupi. And then sa kabila naman, kay Choox, napansin ko meron din mga players na may professional backgrounds, right? You have LeBron and you have Inzai. And nasaan si LeBron kung wala si Kyla? And of course, you got a young blood, si Larion. So, medyo maganda interaction nila, lalo na't magkalaban yung magkapatid, si Larion at si Natsupi. So, that being said, I do think there's a lot to look forward to here and it's not as simple as a 50-50. At any point, pwede yan magpalit eh. Pwede maging 40-60, 70-30, or even a blowout, depending on the match type, as mentioned earlier by Kaysaya. So, that's something that we have to look forward to.
Alright, well I absolutely agree, Leo, and thank you very much for telling me that. Alam mo, ibang level nga naman talaga yung ating games for today. And I agree, the draft pa lang, doon pa lang sa draft kapag titingnan mo, sa inaasar ko sila last time, parang love team versus love team. Tapos labanan ng magkapatid. How exciting is that? So again, for everybody who is here, I'm reminding all of you, this is gonna be a fun all-star match. So habang may time pa tayo, habang nandito pa lang tayo sa pinakasimula, I cannot stress this enough. Make sure to invite all of your friends. We are trying to hit a certain target until mamaya naman to. So ang inaabangan natin is the peak number of viewers. We are going for 800,000 viewers so that Moonton will be donating 1 million pesos to the PGH Foundation. Ayun. So again, thank you so much, Leo, and I'll be seeing you later on. Balikan kita mamaya. Alright, now our third shoutcaster for today is a gaming streamer that I'm pretty sure all of you know. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yuko Ishikawa.
Yun, hi guys! What's up? What's good? This is Yuko.
Yun, hi Yuko! Kamusta ka naman? You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm actually very excited dito sa... When you guys say all-star, literally all-star
All-stars
siya.
talaga.
These people, these influencers, sila yung pag nag-stream, grabe yung number of viewers, and it's really nice na meron tayong gantong part sa MPL na yung mga influencers maglalaban-laban for a cause.
True. Quick question lang para sa'yo. What do you think sa lahat ng mga nangyayari ngayon, ano ba para sa'yo ang pinaka-astig para sa today's MPL All-Star match?
Pinaka-astig. Okay, na-mention to ni Leo actually kanina, but the fact na different play styles, yung kay Chooks and kay Dogie, sila yung magtatapat. You also mentioned may dalawang power couples tayo per team. You have Payne and Lou for Doggie's team, and you have LeBron and Kayla for Chooks. Tapos yung magkapatid na magkalaban. So, yung storyline na in this all-star match, anything and a lot of things can happen. And I'll mention this again, astig din yung fact na once we reach 800,000 viewers, magdo-donate po ng 1 million yung Munton sa PGH Medical Foundation.
Yon, saktong-sakto ha. Ayan, si Yuko na mismo yung nagsabi sa inyo guys. Again, kapag umabot tayo ng 800,000 viewers, and not just for the All-Stars, kailangan natin linawin yon. It's not just for the All-Stars, all the way until mamaya kahit umabot tayo ng Grand Final, so you will have time, basta ma-build natin yung peak. So ang ibig ko sabihin by peak, yung pinakamarami na number of viewers at the same time. If we hit that target, Moonton will donate 1 million pesos to the PGH Medical Foundation. So again, kayang-kaya to guys. Di ba Yuko? Do you think kayang-kaya naman siguro to, no?
Kayang-kaya yan. So again guys, do not forget to share this live stream. Tag nyo lahat ng mga kasama nyo sa Classic, sa RG, para of course dumami din yung viewers natin, and invite them to share the live stream as well. Para domino effect naman dito.
Yon, gusto ko yung mga domino effect na yan eh. Alright, thank you very much Yuko. Maraming salamat. At ayun, eto na nga ang panahon para kilalanin din natin ang ating mga manlalaro. For sure, kilala nyo na ang mga bigating to sa mundo ng ML, lalong-lalo na syempre ang ating mga team captains. Now, our first team captain is a celebrated gamer, streamer, and syempre, hindi lang siya basta gamer, hindi lang siya basta streamer, he is also an internet personality. Ang kanyang pangalan ay synonymous na sa Mobile Legends. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Akosi Dogie. Ayun, boss! Ayos. Parang nilalamig ka yata dyan, idol ah.
Nakapunta sa electric ka lang, sasabihin mo, internet na pinakagwapo sa internet.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo kanina eh, send mo muna yung diamonds, tapos saka ako babanggitin. Diamonds muna, kailangan kaliwaan yan. Okay.
Hold upin mo ko eh. Agawin mo lahat diamonds kapag.
O, kamusta ka naman? Anong balita sa'yo? So,
Ayun, okay lang. Talo yung team namin. Talo yung team namin sa MPL. Pero, okay lang. At least, masaya pa din.
Yan. Well, okay lang naman yun eh. It's part of the game, right? Kagaya naman sabi natin, we fight for glory at definitely, magkakaroon tayo ng chance. And ngayon, mukhang may chance ka naman yata bumawi today. How do you feel about the matches that are coming up today? Tingin mo ba, kasi ito, this is a 3-game match, best of 3 to. Tingin mo ba, makakuha mo ng one sweep yan, ng 2 games lang tayo, kaya-kaya?
Kaya naman, kahit sumali ka pa nga sa delay.
Ay! Iba din! That's bakit, hindi ako papalag. O sige, Lods. O baka naman nga pala, you can invite some of the viewers, tell them to share the stream, mga nanonood sa'yo, mga fans mo.
Yeah guys, don't forget to share the live stream kasi guys, malaking tulong to sa mga tao, mas lalo na sa mga nakakailangan ngayon kasi magiging part to ng charity hanggang mamaya. So, panoorin nyo din yung finals, mainit na laban yun, Smart Omega vs. Bren, and yeah, supportan nyo yung mga team, yung team na gusto nyo, supportan nyo, and don't forget to share kasi like I said, nanonood lang kayo pero nakakatulong na kayo. So, double purpose yon, napakalaking tulong na ito ng galing sa Munton. So, thank you so much po sa Munton na in-invite din ako sa showmatch na to, and thank you so much sa mga streamer na mga kalaban ko, pati sa mga kasama ko na nandito, and sana mag-enjoy kayo. And shoutout nga pala sa mami ko, sa kuya ko nanonood sa Belgium, sa ate ko sa Pangasinan nanonood sa akin, sa bayaw ko nanonood sa akin sa Pangasinan. Shoutout nga pala sa mga fans natin sa buong mundo, and sa Batangas, nakabook na kami kaso may showmatch. Alis na sana kami kasi talo kami. Pero you know what? Tapusin natin yung showmatch.
Alright, maraming salamat, Lods. And kagaya nga ng sabi ni Dogie, mag-share lang kayo na mag-share. Tandaan, sharing is caring, and it is for a very, very good cause. So para sa mga viewers natin ngayon who were able to watch the MPL All-Star Match draft pick last October 17, I'm sure alam ko na kung sino yung mga pinili na heroes ng Team Dogie. Pero syempre, ipapakilala natin sila one by one. Alright, so here we go. Now, this guy is the captain's first pick. He is a Mobile Legends gamer whom you know not just for his live streams, di lang basta sa live stream to, but syempre sa kanyang mga comedic content and sa kanyang mga viral na video on Facebook. Siya actually ang nakakatandang kapatid ni Larion. So kagaya na sabi kanina, grudge match to eh. May labanan na magkapatid. So he's the older brother of Larion ng Larion TV. And of course, hindi sila magkasama sa isang team ngayon. Yon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Natsupay. Yon. Okay. Next up, we have one of the OGs of esports right here in the country. He is the former team captain of Ether Main and Bren Esports and the former team coach of MLBB. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring on the pain. And of course, also on Team Akosi Dogie is another former team captain of MLBB and of Bren Victress. She's the commander of Kapitan Pain. Maganda na, talented pa, and siguradong napaka-astig pa. Please welcome Lou. And of course, completing Team Akosi Dogie is an influencer, content creator, actor, and avid gamer. He is of course a regular host on ABS-CBN's noontime show, It's Showtime. We have with us Eruption. At ayun na nga, solid ang line-up ng heroes. Yon, Kap, confident ka ba sa team mo? Hala, Boss Dogs. Ayun. Ay. Ayan, seryoso gaming eh, seryoso gaming. Ayan tayo eh, di pa rin makabubal eh. Okay, lift that, Pops. Babawi.
Kailangan ko yung captain eh, joke.
Ay, ayan, si Kapit.
Facebook, kasi manonood ako, titigan ko yung mukha ko, kung gwapo ba ako.
Ayun ta. Alam mo, ito. Sige ha. Kagaya na sabi ko yung Diamonds. Guys, nga pala, ito yung team captain, yung pinakagwapo na team captain para sa araw na to. Okay, so again, Dogs, confident ka ba sa napili mo ng draft pick? Ang iyong mga players na andito na, ano sa tingin mo ang mangyayari ngayon?
Hindi talaga ako confident, no choice lang ako eh.
Oh! Oy, Pin, no choice lang pala eh.
Joke lang, confidence ako. Siyempre, handpick yan. One of a kind. Siyempre, dyan si Pain, dyan si Natsu, si Lou, si Kuya Eric Eruption. And, I mean, sa totoo nga eh, di ko alam baka di na ako sumali.
Ano ka na lang, AFK ka na lang, no?
Kaya nag-ipake na nga sila, alis na kami. Huwag ka na sumali dyan, kaya na nila 4 yan.
Ay kayo, ano masasabi ng mga taga-team Akosi Dogie? Start na kayo Natsupay. Anong balita? Kamusta? Excited ka ba? I mean, it's not every day you get to play with legends.
Siyempre, sobrang excited. And then, ngayon ko lang dudurugin yung kapatid ko dito eh. Sana maturog.
Grudge match ha. Pain, Lou, anong balita?
Lalaban. Kasi mas papatunayan namin na yung kinasal mas malakas.
Dapat lang!
Ayan!
Ako masasabi ko lang, Dogs, mag-impake ka na. 5 minutes per game lang to.
5 minutes per... Ay, pwede...
Mag-games ka na.
Kahit mag-CR na lang daw eh. Okay. Eruption, sir!
Bro, just thanks, Ref. It's just a privilege to be here, guys. Sobrang napakasaya. Nervous at the same time. Pasmado yung kamay ko, but we're here to have fun. We're here to support the cause. And Dogie, alam mo na, kahit talo ang NXP, bro, dito tayo babawi, bro. We got you.
Alright. Well, again...
Paano manalo man lang dito? Visit na yan.
Well, kagaya nga naman sinabi natin, manalo matalo, it is for a good cause. We are trying to reach up to 800,000 viewers. So guys, maraming salamat. I'll let you go and prepare while I introduce our next team. Alright. So, eto na nga at panahon na para i-introduce ang ating susunod na kapunan. So, again, let's start with our team captain. Hindi lang siya basta bigatin, he is also one of the funniest and wackiest streamers in the world of Mobile Legends. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chooks of ChooxTV. Yun! O, tingnan natin. Baka
Hello.
Hindi ka nakamute today, idol! Inaabangan ko na sana eh. Hindi ka...
Dati nakamute tayo.
Balita, sir. Kamusta? Anong feeling mo ngayon? Again, it is a very, very big day. Hindi lang tayo naglalaban-laban para magkaroon ng chance na manalo, but we are actually fighting for a chance to help out for the PGH Foundation. And on top of that, you are going up against Team Dogie. So, tingin mo, ano bang nararamdaman mo para sa araw na to?
Masaya kasi masaya. Yun naman sasabi ko.
Masaya.
Walang.
Yun na lang, masaya na lang. Okay, sige, Chooks. Balikan kita mamaya. Now it's time to meet his team. Alright, so this guy is Chooks' first pick from the draft. He is a Mobile Legends pro player who made a name for himself as part of Doggie's pro team. Wow. Now he's got his own following by streaming under Ether. He is also one of the fastest growing content creators in the gaming community. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome LeBron. Next up is a legendary former pro player who shifted gears to become one of the most famous Mobile Legends streamers in the country. Kilala nyo to for sure. Please welcome Inzai Plays. Yun. Now, our third hero on Chooks' team is one of the fastest growing female talents in the gaming scene. Her killer looks definitely matches her killer talent. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got with us Kayla Heredia. And lastly, rounding out Team Chooks is a guy who rose above bullying to become one of the most popular live streamers of Mobile Legends. Armed with his nothing is impossible spirit. Ay, gusto ko yan, nothing is impossible. Totoo naman eh. He is definitely an inspiration for the whole gaming community. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Larian TV. Okay, tingnan natin sila lahat ngayon. Kompleto! Ayun, so, Boss Chooks, nung last time, nagkaroon ka ng unang chance para mamili, di ba? Nanalo ka sa Toscoin. So, you got the chance to pick your draft, yung una mong mga heroes, itong ating team ngayon. So, ang aking tanong sa'yo is, bakit mo unang pinili si Lebron from Team Akosi Dogie?
Kasi binuhat ni Lebron yung Lakers eh. Kaya umasa kong bubuhatin niya din kami dito.
Ayan tayo eh. Ano ang may sinabi niyo last time? Nung nag-live tayo last time, local? Kumusta kayo? Lebron, binuhat mo daw yung mga Lakers noon. Mapubuhat.
yan.
Mapubuhat mo ba ngayon? Sa tingin mo?
Ko pa yan, oh.
How do you feel bilang lalaban ka siyempre kay Dogs ngayon?
Chochok na, no? Chochok.
Okay, Inzai, ikaw.
Kamusta ka din pag matalo sila?
Oo, lahat tayo.
Lahat tayo, gano'n.
Okay, Inzai, ikaw. Kamusta? Ano naman masasabi mo?
Ayun, sobrang excited ako dito kasi binigyan naman akong pagkakataon para durugin si Dogie.
Yun talaga inaantay mo eh, no? Kayla?
Tok yan ah.
Sabi ko lang sana mas lalo pa nilang i-share tong stream na to para makatulong pa tayo sa PGH.
I agree.
More viewers, more help talaga sa Philippines.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Kayla.
Grateful talaga.
Yeah, I agree. Salamat. Also, on that note, i-remind natin sila na 800,000, yun yung goal. Meron na tayong minimum donation that we'll be giving to PGH Foundation. But, as mentioned earlier, pag naabot natin yung 800,000 na viewers, until later naman, hanggang mamaya yun, until matapos ang MPL, we will be donating 1 million pesos to the PGH Foundation. So, keep on sharing. Again, nanonood lang kayo, nakakatulong pa kayo. Okay, last but not the least, Larian, mukhang kalaban mo yung kapatid mo today. How do you feel?
Masaya po kasi madudurog na sila Boss Dogs.
Yun! Excited. Okay, well again, good luck and thank you for joining us today. Good luck sa inyo. We'll be back to see you in a bit. Alright guys, so today's event isn't called MPL All-Stars Match for nothing kasi kagaya nga na nakita nyo, ay All-Stars naman talaga ang lineups ng ating dalawang team. So sigurado akong super excited na kayo. So let me explain how our tournament will go. Kagaya ng sinabi namin kanina, best of 3 ang match na ito. So the first game is Mid Lane Mania. Yan. Okay, so Mid Lane Mania, kung titingnan mo, 3 lang yung rules niyan. First, mid lane only. So mid lane lang tayo pwede lumaban, tayo pwede lang mag-fight in the mid lane and also sa jungle. So again mid lane and jungle. Pwede rin kayong mag-jungle, pero bawal na bawal tayong tumapak sa side lanes at bawal na bawal tayong maglaban sa side lanes. Pwede lang tayong mag-defend ng ating side lanes pag nandun na tayo sa ating third tower. Yun. Okay, next up we have game number 2, which is Protect the Captain. Yan, sa ating game number 2, quite simple lang to actually. This is a really fun game. We've played this before. Sobrang simple lang ng rules nito. Number 1, kailangan nyo na patayin ang kalaban na captain ng 5 beses. So, either si Chooks ng 5 beses or si Dogie ng 5 beses. You have to kill the captain 5 times. At dahil doon, kailangan i-protect ng team niya ang kanilang captain. So, syempre, baka dumating doon sa point na abutin tayo ng mga 3 oras tapos hindi pa napapatay ang captain ng 5 beses. Well, isa pang way para manalo ang pagkasira ng enemy base. So, if you cannot kill the captain 5 times, kung hindi magkakapatayan ng 5 beses sa mga captain, pwede rin kayo manalo just by destroying the enemy base. Now, kung aabot tayo sa Game 3, we'll be having a sudden death round. Pero dito, meron tayong catch. Dito sa ating sudden death, ang pipili ng team nyo ay ang inyong kalaban. So halimbawa, let's say you're coming from Team Dogie. Ang pipili ng members ng team mo ay manggagaling kina Chooks. Kung ikaw naman yung part ni Team Chooks, ang pipili ng mga heroes mo ay galing sa Team Dogie. So again, quite simple, ganun lang kadali, pero sobrang exciting. Pero syempre, hindi pa dyan nagtatapos ang excitement because each game will be even more interesting dahil may corresponding challenge ang bawat round. Syempre, hindi kompleto ang showdown kung walang plot twists, di ba? So we're bringing in the Orb of Fate Challenge. Wow, ano ba tong Orb of Fate na to? Yan. Gusto ko na isang ganyan. Okay. So the Orb of Fate Challenge, simple lang siya. Before each game starts, each of our captains will choose an Orb of Fate. Pipili sila ng kanilang Orb of Fate. Each of the special orbs corresponds to a game limitation or challenge na pwedeng makasira sa strategy ng teams nila. So yan, parang yun yung sinabi ni Kaisaya kanina na pag umabot tayo ng Game 3, mas mahirapan ang ating mga teams kasi medyo pipili sila ng mga heroes na pwedeng makatira or makasira ng synergy as well as ng strategy ng kanilang opposing teams. So the teams aren't just up against one another, they also have to overcome the surprise challenges from the orb that the captains will choose. Yan. So ibang klase sa plot twist, di ba? Kaya magkakaalaman talaga today kung sino nga ba ang pinakabigatin sa ating mga bigatin. But of course, before we kick off game number 1, poll questions muna tayo. So paano nga ba natin gagawin to? Okay, so una, magtatanong tayo ng 2 questions. And the first question is, which team will win game number 1? So again, tatanungin natin kung sino sa tingin nyo right now, in this moment, bago pa man tumuloy, sino nga ba sa tingin nyo ang mananalo ng game number 1? And the second question is, who will be the MVP of game number 1? Now, just a quick overview dito sa MVP na to, explain ko lang. Yung pipili ng MVP natin, syempre, for the coming matches, will not be yung makikita natin sa ating game. Ang pipili ng MVP natin ay ang ating mga shoutcasters para sa match na to. Kasi syempre, makikita nila kung sino talaga yung pinakamalaki yung naiambag to get their team to win. So, again, hindi necessarily porque ikaw yung nilista na MVP, that will be the MVP. Kailangan yung shoutcasters ang magsasabi nun. So, abangan nyo lang sa inyong screens ang poll questions, then pick your predictions right away dahil merong prize ang poll na ito. We will pick 10 lucky viewers na tama ang sagot for each question and they will each receive 200 diamonds. So again, 200 diamonds yan and we will flash the questions on the screen. Kapag nakita nyo na, make sure to pin the correct answer. So ipipin yung correct na answer and titingnan nyo kung alin dyan yun. Again, you have to be able to do that kasi kapag later nag-start na ang game, hindi na valid ang inyong mga sagot. So ayan, pag nagsara na ang poll, hindi na kayo pwede humabol. Kaya galingan ang pagpili. Rhyming yun ah. Okay, so again, you can also see the questions on the comments. Yan. So ipapakita namin ang questions doon sa comments and then ipin nyo lang ang inyong sagot. Okay. Alright. So, Again, if you win, ito pa, final reminder lang, if you win, kung gusto nyo manalo ng 200 diamonds, syempre naman siguro, aabangan nyo yung announcement. And bukod doon, syempre naman siguro, i-ready nyo na ang inyong Mobile Legends account details. Para when our team contacts you, pwede nyo na makuha ang diamonds. And ayun na, syempre, pambili na lang skin ng hero o kung ano pa man ang gusto ninyo. Okay folks, ito na ang ating pinaka-aantay na parte ng araw na ito. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin our games. But before that, let's call on our captains for the Orb of Fate Challenge. Yan. Okay, so syempre, since nauna si Chooks sa ating draft pick, ngayon, bibigyan naman natin ng chance na mauna si Dogie. So, Dogie, choose your Orb of Fate. So, kailangan mong mamili ng number. So again, this is a number from 1 to 10. Pili ka na lang. Give us a number from 1 to 10. Yan. Ano ba favorite number? Wait! May lucky number ka ba? Woo! Ano ba lucky number mo? Ano?
Number 11 lucky number ko eh. Wala pa number 11.
O, 1 plus 1, 2. O, ikaw bahala. Ano ba gusto mo?
Number 8. Birthday ko, number 8.
8. Okay, so 8 daw si Dogie. Now, again, okay, so for challenge or Orb of Fate number 8, ang iyong challenge ay pick 3 fighters. So, not bad. Okay na rin.
Sa team ko yan. Sa team niya yan, di ba?
I think this applies to both teams. So, hindi. Sa team mo lang. So again, this will only apply for your team. Ikaw lang
ang... Testing lang to?
Aba! Ayaw mo? Akala ko ba sabi mo aalis ka na kahit nga hindi ka na maglaro eh. Kaya mo yung dog. So again, pick 3 fighters for your team. Okay, next up, si Chooks naman. Chooks, please pick a number. Again, from 1 to 10 lang. Except syempre yun.
8 ka din! Chooks! 8 ka din!
Kasi tatapusin na namin to lang to.
2 games lang tapos na. Sige, dos daw. Tingnan natin. Ang Uy! Pick Johnson Odette!
Testing lang to, di ba?
Alam mo, medyo kinakabahan. Pick Johnson Odette, tapos mid lane mania. So all mid, tapos Johnson Odette. Sige, masaya to. So again, game number 1 is mid lane mania. Hindi kayo pwede pumunta sa side lanes. Hindi kayo pwedeng mag-push sa side lanes. Pwede lang kayo mag-def kapag nandun na kayo sa ating third tower. At pwede naman kayo mag-jungle at lumaban sa jungle. Pero, bawal tumapak sa side lanes. Okay.
Johnson Odette, sa kanila yun, di ba? Hindi sa amin.
Sa kanila yun, oo. Sa kanila yun. Sa inyo, 3 fighters.
Walang ganon, di ba? Walang ganon.
Walang ganon. 3 fighters sa inyo. Ay! Ayan tayo. Easy ba? Easy ba? Sige, tingnan natin ha. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to turn you over to our 2 shoutcasters for this match. Let's welcome Kaisaya and Leo.
So, Raf, Leo and Kaisaya at your service, maghahatid ng game number 1 dito sa All-Star Match. Kaisaya, nakita mo yung mga special rules based on the Orb of Fate, no? Para kay Dogie, let's refresh our viewers, it's 3 fighters. And for Chooks, kailangan nilang piliin si Odette at Johnson. Paano yun? Paano mag-ban? So, hindi pwede i-ban si Odette at Johnson,
Hindi
no?
pwede, malamang
Okay.
Kasi syempre kailangan ma-satisfy yung rule na yun. So
First two picks.
Kailangan makuha nila yun. Or just let them be. Pero ang tanong dito is, paano yung sa fighter, di ba? Kasi very specific yung hero na nabigay kay Chooks, sa team ni Chooks. Pero dun sa team ni Dogie, kung magbaban tayo dito, or kung meron tayong banning, right? Pwedeng tanggalan ng team Chooks, ng mga fighter na currently nasa meta, ang team Dogie.
Ganito yun. I actually thought about it already, and sa mga manonood natin, of course, you all are still watching the MPL Season 6 playoffs. Nagkaroon lang tayo ng konting detour, no? We're gonna have a little bit of fun here and enjoy the All-Star match. But first, you're right, Kaisaya, pwedeng ang i-ban out, no? At kumpara sa actual Grand Finals matchups, the best of 5 and the best of 7, 5-man ban yun. So mas malala yun. But here, it's only 3 heroes. So kahit nasabihin mo tanggalin mo lahat ng malulupit na fighters, Jawhead, Khalid, Tams, sino pa ba? Yuzhong, ang dami pa rin eh. Meron ka pa rin Ruby, meron ka pa rin, ang dami, sa totoo lang, ang daming fighter label na Heroes M sa Mobile Legends. So, I think they'll be fine here. And look at this. Dogie is already attacking specific heroes. Nasa draft na tayo, and they first ban out the Fanny.
Yeah, actually, iniisip ko dito, bakit nila binan yung Fanny, no? So, Fanny is not something naman na papasok usually sa 3 fighters na gusto nilang i-secure. Maybe, apart from the 3 fighters na, syempre, kumbaga, naibigay na as destiny or fate para sa Team Dogie natin, meron siguro silang itinatago dito. So, pwede na 3 fighter na, alam mo yun, kaya maprotekta on this carry hero, potentially carry hero na isa-secure ng Team Dogie. So, that's very exciting. Ako hindi ko alam, na-excite ako.
Here's something else I forgot. Roger is a fighter. So, by banning out Roger, nagtanggal ka na. Pero yun nga parang imposible. Imposible matanggal mo lahat ng malupit na fighter. So, with that being said, I think sa draft pa lang, medyo lamang na si Dogie. And for Team Choox, sa totoo lang feeling ko, sabi nga ni Raf, no, lamang daw because all mid and you can essentially just do the full combo. Yung full combo na pang RG natin, di ba? Like, you still don't see it coming out of nowhere. Biglang may mag-draft. Ba't nyo binigay yung Odette tsaka Johnson? But, truth be told, Kesaya, it's not as easy. You know why? It's because you have to stay in mid. Hindi ka pwedeng umikot. So, unless may magaling magmaneho ng Johnson, tapos iikot sila sa jungle, saka ka lang pwede manggulat.
Mahirap yun. Medyo mahirap yun. And actually, may disadvantage din. Yes, may combo yung Odette and Johnson. But kasi alam natin, nasa kit nitong si Johnson, the more na malayo yung narating mo or natahak mo na daanan, mas malaki yung damage mo. But given the fact na you will just be potentially be coming from the base up to doon sa middle lane, sa riverbed, limited yung pwede mong magawang damage.
Yeah, kailangan nga talagang mag-ikot-ikot sa jungle and that's very hard. Konti lang ang kilala ko magaling mag-drive ng Johnson, pero hindi rin nila madalas dinadaan sa jungle. So, it's gonna be a challenge. But here's a big question. Bakit binan ni Dogs si Yuzhong? They need that Yuzhong! Sayang yan.
Bala ito. You mentioned already, Roger is a fighter. Meron tayong mga specific heroes na multi-class, diba? So, ayaw din siguro nila na isipin. Ayaw nila siguro na magpabasa dito. So, but, yeah.
It is.
Anong nakakatawa?
It's gatot.
Napansin mo dito?
Sorry, hindi gatot. It's Minzitar. We haven't seen this hero in a long time in professional play. Parang season 3 or season 4 pa yata ng MPL. Huli kong kita dito kay Minzitar. Pantigil to kay Harit. Pero ngayon nagpapakita, first pick ni Dogs. I'm pretty sure this might be one of the times na si Dogs naglalabas siya siguro dito ng mga experimental draft niya. We all know that Dogie has always had his eye on the pro scene and this was one way na pwede niya i-flex yun. This is one way na pwede niya ipakita ulit kung ano yung mga crazy lineups.
This Leo. Feeling ko dapat hindi muna nag-pick dito ang Team Choox agad
ng Johnson nila.
Kasi sure naman na sa kanila yun, di ba? Feeling ko dapat sinecure muna nila yung mga gusto nilang heroes for themselves. So, medyo nasayangan lang ako doon. But yeah, we talked about Minzitar a while ago. Minzitar, since all mid naman tayo, very specific lang yung area na pwede mong hanapin kung saan ka pwedeng magkulong ng specific target. So I like that. I like that first secure by Team Dogie.
King's Calling, no? Perfect. Oh, as well, Last Insanity. Again, kay Saya, Mobile Legends! Hindi lang dahil sa meta natin sa professional liga, just really the way the roster of heroes are, feeling ko mga 40% fighter eh. Di ba? 40% ang malalakas na hero fighter. And not to mention, Hilda is a fighter. Meta rin yan. So, ito na, napili na nga ni na Dogs yung una nilang hero na hindi fighter. Franco.
Madali lang din mag-hook since all mid tayo, kahit manghula ka lang ng hook dyan, walang problema. Like, you know, if you kumbaga, mas limited na yung space, mas advantage yun para sa hahanapan ni Franco ng lugar kung saan siya kukuha ng paghuhukan.
Actually, pwede nga rin naman kasi siya sa jungle magtago. So that's fine, I guess. Okay lang din.
Yeah, I guess. Sa bush, no? Sa side bushes natin sa mid.
Yep. Okay, ito yung interesting, no? Since si Choox ang naglalaro dito sa side ng, team niya to, ChooxTV. I'm not sure kung siya nga rin ang gagamit talaga nitong Farsa. We can expect maybe Farsa carry, Marksman Farsa tank, di ba? So, knowing how creative Choox is, hindi ganun ka imposible na unahin niya tong Farsa, tapos iwan niya na lang Odette for last pick possibly. At ito na nga, kinuha na nila si Barats. That's fine. Also a fighter, I think. Or no, tank
Leo,
na yan.
Leo, nakakatakot tong burst damage na pwedeng iba to ng Team Choox kasi Farsa at Odette, that's a lot of area damage na pwedeng saluhin dito ng fighter na nasa side ng Team Dogie, kung saan early game time, syempre, usually hindi ka naman magbibuild pa ng magic defense item unless yung talaga yung gagawin na nila early on, no? Like, sacrifice nila yung damage para makakuha agad ng magic defense. Kasi for sure, may hirapan sila dito if they will have 2 burst mage damage coming from the Farsa and Odette.
Yep. Sobrang linis nung kailangan gawin dito ng Team Choox. But we're going into the second phase of banning now. And ayun na naman sina Dogs. I really am finding it hard to comprehend. Kasi si Choox, for sure, he's a mad genius. Baliw-baliw ginagawa ni Choox. Tank Layla to start. Let's not go from there. But why is Dogie banning more heroes na pwede nilang gamitin? Ayun o, YZ already and Khalid. Those are like super duper high priority fighters right now. I don't know. I'm guessing isa lang naman kasi ang kailangan na lang eh. Isa lang ang pwede gamitin ni Choox dito, which is the blank hero plus Odette. So, I don't know. Sobrang nagtataka ako sa ginagawa ni Dogs.
Options, di ba? Ang daming options. We still have Cho available. Tams is there too. Ang dami pang okay na hero. So I guess what Dogie is trying to do in here is to just limit all the other heroes na pwedeng piliin pa nitong Team Choox. But yeah, you were taking a look at that one. Selena. And ayun, binanggit natin. Okay, pinag-iisipan pa nila between Guinevere. Ang daming choices, di ba? Right?
Yung Guinevere maganda rin. Parang they're doubling down on the laning limit. Tipong nasa mid lang tayo eh. So, ang daling magbato ng arrow, ang daling magbato ng hook. And now they're thinking, pwede rin ba tayo magpasok ng sobrang lupit na Violet Requiem? Pero parang hindi mo rin kailangan eh. Kasi meron ka ng King's Calling, meron ka ng Last Insanity. Pero okay din yung Bane. Parang maganda rin yung Bane. Tapusin nyo na through mid. You can push super hard. Pero, I'm wondering why
they
heroes...
want more CC.
Yeah.
I think like, they want more CC in here.
Kasi ang inisip ko.
In terms of damage, what do you think?
That's what I'm gonna say.
Towards to?
Parang kulang yung damage dito ni na Dogs. I was thinking, a hero like Hanabi would just super duper dominate. Di ba, isang lane na nga lang kayo, mag-asama pa kayo eh. So yung cleave, di ba, yung cleave ng range attack ni Hanabi, plus Higanbana, I think that would have really pushed it over the limit. But, oh well.
Imagine stuns connecting to all other heroes, di ba?
Yes,
but
pero...
no one went in for a marksman. But yeah, let's leave it be. Yun ang
ganito
gusto
yan.
nila.
Feeling ko kasi masyadong madali kapag nag-Hanabi. Masyadong madali kapag ginamit nila yung mga inisip natin. So that's why, sabi ni Dogs, the ultimate flex, di ba? Uy, trash talk yun ah. Binan nila yung malalakas na fighter. Binan nila yung Yuzhong, binan nila yung Khalid. Sabi nila, kaya namin, ito lang. Okay? So for the most part, a lot of these heroes are off the meta. But again, I think we agree. Damage-wise, lamang ang Team Choox. Sa CC naman, and I think their engagements, parang lamang yung boss, yung lineup ni Boss Dogs. So with that being said, Isaiah, who do you think is gonna be taking game 1? Mid lane mania.
I think I'm gonna go to where the damage is. Doon ako sa Team Choox kasi early game time, if they get a lot of kills already, probably kaya nila mag-snowball from there for as long as nandyan yung protection. And meron din namang stun dito, si Odette. So, pag nag-connect yon, pati yung kay Johnson, go for it tayo dyan. So, I think I'm gonna go for Team Choox.
Okay, well, okay, Dogs ako. Kasi kahit sabi mong talo yan, at least nag-flex sila. Alright, at least they tried and they became flashy with it. Here we go. It's not Natsupai on that Franco. And they are looking for angles. I guess, pwede ko makakita dito. Masakit pa rin pala yung Johnson. Kasi meron din siyang range, meron siyang poke.
Yeah. He can poke out, players. Pero yeah, makikita natin dito, yung iba nag-jungle. Si Inzai plays, he took advantage of this rule kung saan pwedeng mag-jungle. So why not? Hindi pa naman siya kailangan doon. And given that, by the way, tatlo pala. Actually, wait, we have a lot of magic damage pala dito para sa side ng Team Choox. Even, of course, the Inzai plays. Magic damage ang output niya.
Magic and physical yan si Karina. Yeah, as an assassin. So, parang yung lineup ni Choox, parang kabaliktaran siya ng personality ni Choox. Kabaliktaran siya ng stream ni Choox na may ginagawang kababalaghan. This is super simple. This is super efficient. As in, gusto lang nilang lumaban via the initiation of the Odette or via Kayla's feathered airstrike. So parang, simple lang. I think ang strength lang ng team ni Dogie dito is they can choose where to fight. Kasi nga sila yung lamang sa CC. They're the ones who can do the pickoffs. Pero ang tagal, ang hirap. This is such a... Oh! A nice hook!
Oh, nice hook! Oh, si Lario TV na first got pa nga dito ni Dogie. Hindi na nga nakawala, pero tamang bawi din naman dito. 1-for-1 trade so far. But they have to back out. Pero sabi ng inside, no, I'm gonna try to get a more damage against you. Kamuntikan pa rin dito si K-Beer. So, mamba out muna. Inakit na emoticon. Iyak-iyak muna tayo sa gilid. Balik sa base. Regenerate ng konting HP. Pero ang ganda, 1-for-1 trade agad. Dio.
Oh no, their Hawkwit ay flicker out by LeBron. Here's what's interesting kay Saya, no? Iniisip lang natin yung interaction of skills. Pero hold up. Okay, I think merong pumuntang side lane. There you go. Alright, let's enforce the rules. Kuya Payne, El Capitan. Bawal tayo sa side lanes. Okay, so here's here's the interesting point kay Saya. Sipin mo, lahat sila naghahati-hati sa EXP dyan sa mid.
Correct.
Right? So, heroes have to die para lang makakita tayo ng mga ult. Kasi tiyan mo, usually 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Dapat may level 4 na dyan eh. Dapat yung dalawang core, possibly level 4 na. But right now, karamihan sa kanila level 3, level 2. And it's because naghahati-hati sila sa resources. So I think more heroes need to die. And so far, 1-1 pa lang.
Yeah, but level 4 na yata dito yung isa sa members ng team groups natin. Pero yung mention a while ago, sama-sama sila sa mid. Pero teka lang, kung may makakalagan tayo dito na nagaganap. Ultimate coming up from the Farsa right now. Ang sakit! Sabi ng mga miyembro dito ng team Dogie natin. Pero wala naman na-punish. So, goods pa rin naman niya. Pero balikan natin yung ginagawa ni Inzay dito. Hiwalay siya ngayon sa mga katim niya. So, 4v5 yung nangyayari sa mid. What do you think, Leo? Anong advantage pa dito na nagjo-jungle si Inzai Place?
Yes. Our earlier point. Hold up! Nagda-drive dito. Saktong landing. There's the feathered airstrike. Getting the stun. Down goes Dogie. May isa pa ba? Hinahabol si Natsupai and he gets away. Last in sana dito umiigot-igot na si Kuya. Oh, that's Ate. That's Madam Lu. And there's a trade. 1-for-1. Down goes Inzai. And we have a ball game. Okay, question. Lamang ba doon ang Team Choox dahil nagja-jungle, dedicated jungler si Inzai Place? I think so. I think yes. Kasi nga kung meron sariling source of EXP and gold si Inzai, hindi siya tulad ni Payne na nakikiagaw lang. Oh no, nice stun! Pero walang bato. One more! Oh! Okay, kala ko magbitin eh.
Grabe naman talaga dito. Pero yeah, may maasim lang na place. Nagsisimula nga Inzai Place eh. Maasim place. Yung ginawa nitong si Inzai. Kanina na nag-dive sa tier 1 turret just to secure a kill. Pero ayun, napapakita na rin dito ng kalamangan somehow whenever Team Choox tries to go for that setup. Ito na naman, uy, yun nga lang, tumama sa wall, pero tamang pass naman dito ni Expert, gonna get that kill against that Farsa, pero one member yata, mamamatay na nga against dito na naman sa Team Choox. So we have these 2 kills so far onto the side of Akosi Dogie na nadagdag sa kanilang score. Was that 2 or was that 3?
A 3, because it's 5-2 now. Yeah, so... Oh, another hook! And matatagdagan ba? No. Flicker out by LeBron. Okay, kay Saya, they're gonna go for the turtle here. Ito yung interesting, no? Ito yung inisip ko. Kung tuloy-tuloy ito, hindi na kayang bumawi ng Choox because a lot of what they're trying to do goes off of their gimmicks. Di ba parang ang dami, makombo yung team ni Choox eh. Pero yung team ni Dogs, parang basta may pumasok na isang hook or isang arrow, merong sure na isang patay. Di ba? Oh, there it is! See? That's what I'm saying!
Baga, dadiving ka lang eh, no? Kasi alam nilang malambot. Ang mahirap kasi ditong i-implement sa side ng Team Choox, hindi pwedeng magkamali si Larion. Tulad ng kanina, di ba? He attempted to go for a stun while he's driving, pero tumama siya sa wall. Hindi na-connect yun, nasayang. And that's the moment na tinake advantage ng Team Dogie na sagupain itong Team Chooks natin. Kaya wala na. Nasayang.
Yan, no?
Pero ito na nga. Malambot. Pero si Dogie dito, ayun, na-file well. Falling down. May camera from the Odette right now, pero they're too squishy to handle all the damage coming up from the members of Team Dogie right now. Dogie dito, Selena, full kill pa nga. And I think the tier 1 turret will fall down anytime soon if they have a minion wave. They have a few, but I guess this will be enough. This will be enough to take down this tier 1 turret.
Okay, so that's what I was saying, no? Parang ang kailangan lang gawin ni Dogs, play well, play properly. Pero itong team ni Chooks, kailangan nilang magawa yung combo. And Kayla barely getting away. Nauna pa bumagsak dito si Madam Lu. And what's interesting is, wala pa yatang glowing wand si Lu. So I guess if she did, Kayla would have gone down. And there you go again. I think Larion could do a little better with his Johnson driving. Pero okay na lang din, it's not over. First tier turn pala, oh, there's a knock-up. There's the Violet Requiem. Tinulak pa loob. Kahit na mag-pwedeng airstrike ka pa, King's Calling dropped in here by Eruption. That's a double for the big guy. Isa pa, naghahanap, Dogie, managing his health bar. Oh, pumasok dito si Inzai, takes down Dogie. Eruption trying to stop him, and Inzai can only go so much. But hold up, pumasok si Lu. Wants to put in some more. Throw with the stakes, and the flames, and okay, safe. Pero wala kang immortality. You might die. LeBron might take you down. Takbo! Down.
Yun na nga sinasabi natin. Pero, again, the advantage or the winning condition for the side of Team Dogie ay yung CC nila. Lahat sila dito, may pang-CC, at least for Team Chooks naman, ang asahan lang talaga nila mainly is yung combo ng Odette and Johnson na hindi pwedeng magkamali. Many times we've seen that play. Parang isang beses pa lang natin nakita na gumana during the early game time.
So far, ladies and gentlemen, kung nakakalimutan natin, meron tayong ongoing poll, no? I-comment nyo na lang kung sino ang mananalo at kung sino ang MVP. And so far, meron na tayong choices. Lamang si Team Dogie dito, pero kung naghahanap tayo ng MVP, medyo iba rin yata. Kasi si Inzai plays, he's going for the play. He's going for the run here. And he gets knocked up by Dogie. Violet Requiem sa isa, makakatakas pa.
Nakatakas naman. Buti pinalaya. Feeling ko pinagbibigyan din itong si Dogie ngayon eh. Pero, ayun na nga, tignan natin tier 2 turret yun na yung next target. Uy, napagod it. I don't know. But anyway, we can see here, Farsa making use of the ultimate once more. Pero grabe naman dito mga miyembro ng Team Dogie. Si Larion will try to connect his stun. Nasify, trying to survive. Naku, may ghost nga lang buhay ni Larion dito. Uy! Nag-set sa inside place dito. Pero teka lang. Ron and Larion TV was boss ang buhay. At sa kabilang banda, Inzai plays try to back away from pain. Na inahabol naman siya patuloy. Uy, bawal siyang laban dyan. Bawal laban, man. Paano yun?
Tuloy. Okay yan. Tapos babalik na. Oh, ayan. Naalalahanan naman si Pain. Minsan talaga nag-iinit eh. Diba? Kung Selena ka ba naman na 407, tapos karamihan ng arrows mo tumatama, hindi ka manghahabol. Diba? So, it's hard. It's hard to to control yourself. And I guess naintindihan natin ngayon yung lead na meron ng team ni Dogie. But let's look at ChooxTV's squad here. Late game scaling, okay din ba? Pero wait lang, nahuli dito ni Larion. There's the full combo. Pero mukhang mabawi yan si Dogie. And Chooks gets away with it.
Takas pa nga si Edgar dito. At eto, Inzai plays though, sinasunod lahat ng slow at first damage. Uy, nakasurvive pa nga yata. Pero I think isang member, si Larion, okay, may buhay, but yun nga lang, nasupay pala. Actually, pareho yung tank ng ChooxTV team natin, babagsak. So, ito naman natin dito. They're trying their best. Double kill going on to KP right now. May stun under the tier 1 turret ng Team Dogie. Definitely, she will not survive that team stance. At ayun, medyo minsan meron lang tayo mga plays na napapa-overextend ata ang Team Chooks dito. Hindi sila nakakasabay-sabay, hindi sila think kung anong gusto nilang gawin. Sometimes may papasok ng maaga, hindi pa handa yung kakampi. Those kind of moments.
Oh, ito, biglang nahuli na si LeBron, nag-ulti, but it's gonna be too much. Hindi kaya protektahan ni Edgar, ni paring Chooks. And there's another Violet Requiem. by Dogie. Kasi I think interesting, no? Tama eh. I think the lineup on ChooxTV's team is really built that way. Parang kung wala silang, kung hindi dalawa o tatlo mapatay nila sa isang combo ni Larion and Odette, hindi sila mananalo. But they take down Natsupai, take that Kuya, and here's another one, mababawian. There's a nice pull onto Inzai. Wala nang pop-up potential. There you go, Eruption dropping the King's Calling just to be safe. Walang dadash paloob dito. And so far, 2-for-1 ang trade na yon. And make it a 3-for-1. Medyo delayed. Down goes Larion.
Very dito, providing vision si Dogie. Nagamit-gamit ang When You Fear, habang bato naman ang bato dito ng stun, as well as itong hook ang team Dogie natin. At yun na nga, very confidently enough, will go under turret, kumakita pa siya ni Kaber, and yes indeed, Dogie will fall down sa kamay ni Farza. Si Kaber, ayun na. Medyo may mga maasim plays, pero naiintindihan naman natin kung bakit sila maasim minsan. Ikaw ba, Leo? Sa tingin mo, Team Dogie na
By the way, it looks parang kailangan ni Team Dogie na magdisiplina ng konti. Pero ayun, this is an opening. Larion missed his ult. Larion missed the barrage, the rampage. Nice pull here by Eruption. Nalapagan ang King's Calling, but it's going to fail to save Larion. Oh, sorry, fail to save K-Bear dahil nakapag-cover dito si K-Bear ng kanyang failed airstrike. Pero 3-for-1 na nga nangyari. Down goes Eruption, down goes Natsupai. Pero lugi. Ano nangyayari kay na Dogs?
Team dito, ang MVP para sa akin si Inzai. Doing his best to find the right timing and target para ma-utilize na yung kanyang passive. At ito na nga, under turret, confidently enough, will try to take down one member from the side of Team Dogie. Kailangan niya lang ng backup dito. Bakit hindi nyo agad pinakapa? Napugo talaga tuloy nitong si Kate. Nagamit-gamit ang team niya. Pero parang lang natutulang no sa pero
feeling ko hindi kasalanan eh. Feeling ko hindi kasalanan eh ni Pain. Kasi ng mga kampi ni Inzai, kasi kung isang Selena yan na ready na G, wala mapagpigil sa'yo. And look at this, LeBron goes down.
Dito, Edgar, uy, nga lang, wide open enough, mamatay siya sa kamay nitong si Selena natin at hindi makaupo si Larion TV dahil panayang nitong si Natsupai at nitong si Eruption ang ating Larion TV. And grabe, yun na nga, tapos na lang si Inzai plays ngayon na nabubuhay at I think for the meantime he will just give this tier 2 turret in the middle lane kasi definitely hindi niya kayang i-depensahan yan ng mag-isa. So he will play safe and will try to wait for his teammates na mabuhay. Pero tignan mo, yung ginagawa ng Team Dogie natin, very confident talaga nakaharap sa loob ng base or kakatok sa pintuan ng base ng Team Choox ang mga membro nila.
Yup, ang bola nasa kamay ng Team Dogie. They need to make sure that kung si Larion ay papasok, mabait lang nila. At kung magkamali si Larion, that's definitely at least a sure kill. Kung di maulit lang kanina, K-Bear will deal a lot of damage. Edgar will deal a lot of damage. Actually, nagkabaliktad. I thought Kayla was the Odette, pero si Choox pala yun. Now, there you go. A failed attempt. A pull. Another pull. There you go. Eruption goes in. Nag-aaral tayo ng King's Calling. There it is. Isaiah.
Ay, eto na nga. Nakikita natin tuloy ang bakbakan. Wala pa si Guinevere dito. Hindi mo sumasama. In the meantime, we can see double kill onto the hands of a Pain right now. Ganun din naman dito si Inzai plays, but he will fall down 2 members left for the side of ChooxTV. Eruption yung nahabol dito ni Lebron sa West Kaber. The kill will go on to Kaber. Ang ating mag-partner dito, hinahabol ni Pain at ni Dogie. Tignan natin kung makakasunod. Ay, bawal dyan na! Bawal dyan! Pare, nagkalimutan na! Yung mga moments na nagkalimutan na yun. Minsan pag talaga... Ano ba yun? Ano ba yun, Leo?
Tipong nasa gilagid sila, nasa borderline sila. Tipong yung sa badminton, yung shuttlecock na punta siya dun sa linya, yun yung linya right there. Sinasabi nila, hindi, jungle pa rin to. So yun ang nangyari. Pero papasok din si Larion, andiyan si Choox, nabawian si Dogie lang ang makapagligtas ng dalawa dito dahil meron pa siyang, hindi naka-cooldown. Naka-cooldown pero nabuhay pa si Lou. Okay, si Pain lang nawala. Susunod rin si Lou. Okay, that's it. I think you need to get out of here. Kaya note ko lang kanina dun sa wipeout na ginawa ni Akosi Dogie, delayed yung wipeout na yun, medyo matagal. Pero sa totoo lang, hindi sumali si Dogie sa teamfight. Kumuha siya ng buff. At ngayon, pababagsakin dito, si Inzai. So tama yung sinabi ni Dogie kay Raph. Tama yung sinabi ni Dogie kay Raph. Hindi ako maglalaro. Kukuha lang ako ng buff.
But what kita kasi natin dito sa nangyayari sa Team Choox. Well, we did mention about synergy already. And it's showing kasi many times nakikita natin si Johnson, si Larion together with Choox, Odette, pumapasok sila ng kahit hindi pa handa yung teammates nila. Ito, tulad dito, magdadrive ulit. I think magkasama sila. Ayan na naman, hindi pa handa. Hihintay sila sa teammate nila. But fortunately enough, yes, nakuha nila si Natsupay. Pero sila natin, with the rest of the Gamba. Ready ba sila? This is a 4v5 situation right now in this case. Ang tanong, kaya ba ng ChooxTV habang patay si Natsupay? That's one less stop for the side of Akosi Dogie.
Lag nakapag-push pa dito sina ChooxTV. Pero given that, I think I give them the advantage to taking turrets and objectives dahil sila yung merong ranged heroes. Walang ranged heroes sina Dogie. And yan, nagde-defend na si Raptizi. So with that being said, oh, that's gonna be another down. Immortality pop here. Naghahanap. Ooh, down goes Larion. Susunod na rin dito si Choox. That's a 3 for none.
Medyo kalat. Meron na tayong mga teamfights na nangyayari sa jungle camp natin right now. Malapit na sana sa bottom lane pero well, wala. Napiga siya ni Karina doon, ni Inzai Place. But yeah, look at the pressure being put here by Lebron. In part of the map, actually, bawal dyan eh. Nagkasito na rin tayo maglabanan dito pero hindi pinapakawalan. Tuloy yung bakbakan, 2v1. But in the middle lane, we have another fight ongoing din naman. You can see in the minimap, si Inzai is still trying his best to go for a defensive play.
Pero ito yung tunay na laban. Ito yung tunay na laban. Lebron, 2v1. Natsupay and Eruption. Magsama pa kayo. Di nyo ako kaya. And I think, Lebron, yeah, you need to get out of there. It's against the rules. Yan. Sabi ni Natsupay, maduga daw. Oh, take it easy. Alright? Relax. Larion coming in here. Lumabas si Kayla and they take it easy. Back out lang. Pero yun nga, nabutas na ni na Dogie. Yun yung ginagawa nila. Kaya saya, binutas nila. So I think this is good kasi may pressure na sa mid.
And that's where the fight should be in. But eto na nga, makikita natin dito na kung tagabuhan para sa side ng team. Nabura sa mapa. But there's the gang of ChooxTV right now. Going for display on the middle lane. Kager will fall down. Wala nang Farsa. And I think the second target will be Larion TV. Nabagmagsak na rin naman. Boy, pa si Odette dito. But no. He gets wiped out. Lebron na kanina pa. Sobrang tagal patayin sa bottom lane part of the map. Will finally go down. So I think this is gonna be it. Anytime soon. They gotta control the minion waves in the mid. And malapit na rin naman si Dogie dito sa base ng Team ChooxTV.
I think that he's gonna... Yep, there you go. That's the Aether main special. That's the Aether special. Ito na yun.
Ito na nga si Dogie. At syempre, ang tatapos, ang mga minions pa rin. Ang mga minions, ang tatapos! Uy, nakaisa pa. Ayun,
Okay.
si Rapture namatay.
Okay, this is too much. Dapat tinapos na ni Dogs. What is this? What is this?
Ako tapos na, men!
Dapat tapos na! Kung inatake nila yung base, tapos na! Pero mukhang pinapasarap lang ni na Dogs. Pinapasarap lang ni na Dogs. Nako, Choox, ito na yung chance nyo. Dun sa mga
Galing sa Karina, I think he's finding the right target. Ayaw syempre ng Inzai Place ng mga makukunat. Going to wait for the HP bar to drop down and ayun, nakuha si Natsupay dito. The waiver will fall down through. There's the gang of the members of ChooxTV trying to back away. Naguna sa mapa si Dogie. Ito nga ba ang comeback ng ChooxTV pero naka-triple kill. Si Pain dito, ang hirap habulin ni Pain. Ang hirap habulin ni Pain.
Si Pain at Lou, tinatag team nila itong dalawang natira. Inzai and Lebron. Hindi man lang naging Lebron and Kayla. Inzai and Lebron. Kanina nakakatawa, no? Hindi ko alam kung talaga piniling gawin ni Natsupay yun. Pero ang dami niya pwedeng targetin nung hook. Pero yung kapatid niya pa talaga, yung tangke, sa kabila, si Larion yung tinira niya nung kanyang hook. But then again, that's okay. Makes for a better story. And Lebron here, finally gonna go down. Hoy! Ang laki na! There you go. Okay, grabe talaga yung get big passive dito ni Barats. And we're gonna get him here. Okay. Real effort there. Para lang pabagsakin ng isa. Oh, bawal push diff lang. But anyways, nandito na tayo eh. Yan na, boom!
I think this is gonna be it. Larion, wala siya kasama dito, but he will go for the stun. We can see Lu on their turret right now. No, boy pa siya. Pero I think, legendary. Survive pa nga. Nakatakas pa nga si Lu dun.
Yung damage ni Pain! Ako may MVP na ako guys. Sino ba kina-comment yung MVP? Kasi merong isang tamang sagot eh. Pag tinignan natin yung stats,
Obvious naman.
may isang tamang sagot, okay? Meron ding isang tamang sagot para kung sinong panalo talaga dito sa round 1. Mid lane mania. And I believe it's just a matter of time. The minions are working it. And congratulations to Team Dogie for taking game number 1. Kanina dapat pa yan eh. Mga 2 minutes, 5 minutes ago dapat eh.
Pero fortunately, hindi naman nangyari yung comeback kasi mas masakit yatang tanggapin yun na natalo ka gawa ng pinatagal mo pa.
Yes.
Pero yeah, para sa akin, Leo, I think since nanalo yung Team Dogie dito, ang MVP ko ay si Selena, si Pain. Kasi grabe yung ginawa niyang plays dito. Ang hirap niyang habulin. Tumatama din yung kanyang arrows and it's just definitely on point. Pero kung pipili naman ako ng MVP para sa Team ChooxTV, I think it's going to be Inzai.
Yeah, no question, no question. For ChooxTV, I agree si Inzai. Pero kung gusto lang natin na nakakatawa na sagot, siguro sabihin ko si Lebron. Kasi nakita mo yun, there were so many moments na parang tatlo yung umaatake sa kanya. May minions pa, ayaw niya mamatay. So really, he really pushed the limit of this hero, si Barats. So with that being said, guys, kung tama ang sinagot ninyo, if you commented for Akosi Dogie at ang sinabi ninyong MVP ay si Kapitan Pain, then you win some goodies here by watching the All-Star match. Again, 200 diamonds, 10 winners. Kung tama ang kinoment ninyo, ulitin nyo yan sa game number 2. Kay Saya, I think I'm right, no? You predicted it would be Team Choox.
Yes.
Pero puro combo kasi. Oo.
Ang hirap no, kailangan talaga pasok yung Odette and Johnson combo. Kung wala yon, wala. Wala silang ibang other way. Iba na nga other way, no? Ito na naman tayo pag MPL talaga. Ibang other way para execute yung combo nila or yung way nila para maka-initiate ng teamfight. So the moment na wala talaga yung Odette, kumbaga yung Odette Johnson combo, talagang tinitake advantage ng Team Dogie. And alam naman natin, matalino rin ang Team Dogie. So, alam nila na pag wala yun, pasok lang ng pasok. Okay na, dami nilang pambato na, ang dami ng CC. Basically,
to be fair, yung Team Choox, they drafted 2 versions of that combo. It's Johnson plus Odette or Johnson plus Farsta. Pero yung kay Farsta kasi, ayaw mo rin siyang nasa gitna kasi. Kahit sabi mo dalawa na mage siyang nasa loob ng Johnson, ni Larion, that rhymes, then malakas yung damage. Pero pag wala namatay dyan, pag hindi na, gets ko yung combo eh. It's the 2 mages plus Inzai as cleanup. Pero kung hindi gumana yan, then sayang. Tapos si Lebron panggulo lang. But, again, with that being said, kailangan talaga bumawi dito ni Team Choox. Okay? Hindi ko alam what it will take. Hindi ko alam kung gaano pa karami ang kailangang gawin na magandang plays. Maybe a comeback from Team Choox. That's what's needed to hit the 800k milestone. Ladies and gentlemen, for Moonton to donate 1 million pesos to PGH. And I hope you guys can help us as well. I-share nyo na yung stream kung hindi pa. Tag nyo na lahat ng tropa ninyo, lahat ng mga uma-idol kay Dogs, lahat ng tinatawag na Lodi si Choox. Pre! Nakita nyo ba yun? Yung Odette ni Choox? Yan. This is where you come in. Alright? This is your way of helping out PGH. But I believe we are going to be setting up for the next matchup here. Ano nga ba rules to next match, Kisaya?
Well, for the next match, protect the captain mode tayo. Kung saan ang goal lang ng mga teams natin ay patayin yung team captain ng kalaban nila. So, it's just going to be Choox or Dogie. Kailangan 5 times. So, in the game screen, we will have a counter dun sa mismong game screen natin. Para makita natin kung ilang beses na namatay yung team captain nila. Pero syempre, tulad ng sinabi ni Raf kanina, maaaring maprolong yung laban if like ang taga, walang mamatay. So basically, kung sino yung maka-take down ng base. So part din yun ng laro, which is taking down the base.
Yup. And I think what's nice about this mode is wala na tayong laning restrictions.
Wala.
You can go wherever you like, pero it's just as possible na hindi lalabas yung captain sa base. But I hope that doesn't happen. But think about it, guys. Team Chooks, Team Dogie, kung ginawa nyo yun, hindi rin makakagalaw yung team ninyo. Wala rin kayong, hindi rin mangyayari. Alright? And nobody wants to see that. So, I'm hoping na ma-action itong laban na to. I'm hoping that the Orb of Fate is good to all of us. Kung kanina 3 fighters at Odette Johnson, ano pa kayang susunod? Diba? Anong maganda pa na lumabas dito na Orb? Low-key, may gusto ko makita dun sa orbs eh. Hindi ko alam kung nasa orbs siya eh. Pero kay Saya, I think there's 8 more possible restrictions or sabihin nating special powers para sa ating mga team dito. So with that being said, I'm definitely looking forward to this next matchup. And guys, I hope you guys are still with us. Once more, please share the stream and join us for the All-Star match. I think for game number 2, ipapost po ulit ang ating poll, and I hope you guys get it correct. Sino ang magiging MVP at sinong mananalo sa game number 2? Isipin nyo na, kasi kilala naman ninyo yung mga streamer natin dito. Kilala ninyo yung mga idol ninyo. And you know what kind of gameplay they have. So who do you think is gonna be good at protecting Dogie? Who do you think is gonna be great at protecting Chooks? Pwede ba yun? Kasi I have a question for you. Pwede ba yun na ang MVP is yung captain?
Yung captain?
Oo, yung captain yung MVP kasi ang galing nilang magtago. Or, I guess...
Parang ano naman yun? Feeling ko pwede naman.
Parang pwede
Depende kasi yung mga ganitong laban, situational talaga siya. Which makes the game more exciting. Like, hindi naman natin, okay, pag ito yung pinili niyang specific hero, you would always expect him to do this. And that's the beauty here sa Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Actually, yung type na streamer nga rin na si ChooxTV, which nag-experiment siya, what if Layla Tank? So yung mga ganong experiments, di ba? We can explore kasi we have the freedom to do so. So why not? So possible naman yung tinanong mo sa akin. I believe so, Leo.
Papayag lang ako. Or, you know, again, MVP comes from us. Tayo ang magsasabi kung sino MVP eh. And I think what really will get my vote for a captain to be MVP is if they actively try to assassinate the other captain and do it successfully. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, makikita na natin kung talaga nga bang pwedeng mag-MVP ang isang captain. Kasi yan na ang susunod. Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over back to Raph to prepare for game number 2.
Okay. At ayun na nga, sa sobrang exciting ng mga kaganapan, kahit dito kami mismo ay sobrang damang-dama yung excitement ng match na to. Once again, congratulations si Team Akosi Dogie for winning the first game of our Best of 3 tournament. Napakagaling. And of course, maraming salamat sa ating dalawang shoutcasters for that match. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Kaysaya. Intense na intense at sobrang ganda ng inyong post-game analysis. Now, Game 1 pa lang to, guys, ha? Game 1, again, this is a Best of 3 match at ibang klase talaga yung mga challenges. And of course, it only makes this game even more interesting. And of course, it also allowed one player to really dominate this game. Now, we know that every game has an MVP at para sa larong ito or para sa match na to, walang iba kung hindi si Pain. Yun! Bringing on the pain nga naman. Sige. Alright, again, congratulations, Pain. And syempre, congratulations din sa mga sumagot ng tama sa poll questions natin. Kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, yung ating question ay nakalagay doon sa comments. All you need to do is select the answer that you want. And we'll be doing that again later on for our second poll. So again, doon sa mga sumagot kanina, make sure na aabangan nyo lang ang announcement because you could be one of the winners of 200 diamonds. Of course, i-check natin ngayon if we are already on track for Moonton's 1 million peso donation to PGH Medical Foundation. Ilan na nga ba ang ating total viewers? Again, this is a count of 174,000! Yes! Again, 174,000. This is the peak number of viewers that we have for today. Hindi lang ito para sa All-Star match, ha. Until later on, may time pa tayo para mag-build. Itong 174,000 na to, pwede pa natin dagdagan because again, if we get to 800,000 viewers, si Moonton ay magdodonate ng 1 million pesos sa PGH Foundation. So again, please keep on sharing. Make sure to keep on sharing this stream right now kasi sharing is caring. And syempre, maraming salamat sa Moonton sa pagtulong sa PGH Foundation in helping us with the COVID effort response. Okay, so eto na nga, game number 2 na tayo ngayon. Now, game number 2 is Protect the Captain. Sobrang simple lang ang rules ng game na ito. Kagaya ng sinabi kanina ni Leo and kay Saya, ang goal nitong game na to ay patayin ang captain ng kalaban. All you need to do is to do this 5 times. 5 beses mong kailangan patayin si Chooks or 5 beses mong kailangan patayin si Dogie. At syempre, kung yun ang rules natin, kailangan lang protektahan ng kanyang team ang kanilang captain. So again, at all costs, kahit isakripisyo mo pa ang buhay mo dyan, kailangan mong i-protect ang iyong captain. Now, kung sakali nga naabutin tayo ng samsam at hindi pa rin tumatapos, if ever the game does drag on, there is another way to win and that is to destroy the enemy base. So, simpleng-simple, basag ang base or patayin ang captain and both ways, pwede ka nang manalo. Now, since game number 2 ito, kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, because this is game number 2, we have a chance to either go to game number 3 kung sakali na hindi tayo magkaroon ng another win for Team Dogie. Tandaan natin, meron ng 1 point ang Team Dogie and just 1 more point and they will win the All-Star match. Pero, kung sakaling si Chooks naman ang manalo sa game na to, didiretso tayo sa ating game number 3. Okay. So now, before we bring out the captains again for the Orb of Fate challenge, tayo ay mag-poll questions muna. Here we go. So we have 2 questions for the poll ngayon. And the first question is, which team will win game 2? Which team will win game number 2? Simpleng-simple lang, di ba? Nonostrahan nyo lang ulit, huhulaan nyo lang ulit kung sino ang ating magiging winner. And then the next one is, who will be the MVP? Yan. So kanina, si Team Dogie ang nanalo and then si Pain ang naging MVP. And if you manage to guess either of these correctly, magkakaroon kayo ng chance na manalo ng 200 diamonds. Now, again, kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, ilalabas dyan sa comments. Ilagay lang dyan sa comments kung ano ang sagot dito. So, make sure to check kung sino nga ba sa tingin nyo talaga ang mananalo for this game. Alright, so now, tingnan na natin kung ano na ang susunod na mangyari. I think it's just about time to bring out your team captains. So this time, unang pipili ng orb ang non-winning team from game number 1. So pauunahin natin mamili si Choox. Yun. Ayan, Boss Choox. Since kanina, mukhang dinurog yata kayo ng Team Dogie. Ano na sa tingin mo? May chance ba manalo for this next game?
Oo, gagawin natin yan, manalo.
Papaabutin pa ba ito ng game number 3?
Pala ng panahon.
Okay.
Kung di naabot to ng game 3, tol, kasi kaganina sa game 1, nakapikit pa nga ako.
Parang tulog lang, no? Nilalamig ka na nga. Alam mo kasi huwag mo itapat sa yung electric fan. Okay, Choox, eto. Kanina, ikaw...
Kanina yung si Johnson, nilasing ako eh.
Oo, medyo nga yata. Napansin ko kanina eh. Parang ang ganda ng tama eh. Accurate na accurate. O sige. So ngayon, ikaw naman na may chance na manalo or rather mamili na ating Orb of Fate. Kanina, pinili na yung 2 and 8. So, pili ka ng 1 to 10. Siyempre, pwera sa 2 and
8. 1.
1. Uno. Sige. Para 1 point naman, no? No mages. Ayan. Okay. Bawal mag-mage sa team mo. Okay.
Sa team nila yan. Sa team
nila yan.
Yak na kayo, tol.
Parang ito, parang pasaya na pasaya. O sige, Dogs, ikaw naman. Pili ka.
1 yung pinili niya, di ba? 10 tayo.
10. Punot dulo. Sige. Alpha and Omega labanan. Sa 10 naman, pick Alice and Gatot Katsa.
Ay, panalo!
Ang daya naman.
Meta na yan eh!
Ang daya naman ng pikan ko, no? Ba't ganun?
Okay, so ayan. Good luck.
Dapat sila no mitch.
Dapat sila Mitch. Mukha palagi. Wala, Paps. Wala tayong magagawa. Ikaw namili niyan. Okay, so mukhang matindi ang labanan nito for sure. And again, good luck sa ating dalawang teams. Alam kong handang-handa na kayo. So, panahon na para i-turn over ka kayo sa ating dalawang napakalupit na shoutcasters para sa match na ito. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Kaisaya and Yuko.
Yan, so kakatapos lang po ng Game 1 and we are jumping straight into Game 2. So, kay Saya, actually, gusto ko lang magbigay ng trivia out there. Sa Game 1, di ba, nag-main si Tar, si Eruption, yun actually ang pinakauna niyang pinakauna niyang main when he started playing Mobile Legends.
Yun, may pa-trivia tayo galing kay Yuko. That's very interesting. At eto na nga, no, bumaliktad naman yung situation. Kanina, yung nabigyan or nadiktahan ng hero na pipiliin ay ang Team Choox. Ngayon naman, Team Dogie. Ikaw ba, Yuko, anong nakikita mong combo na pwedeng ma-execute ng Team Dogie dito given that they will need to have Igatot Kaka and Alice?
Right, naisip ko lang kasi CC for days. Tapos ang pwedeng gawin is, pagka-ultimate ni Gatot Katsa, doon din mag-ultimate si Alice. Siguro, most likely, they could just get another beefy frontliner. Tapos yung mga, maybe get a marksman na very mobile, but pakiramdam ko, since protecta captain to, atat na atat sila, di ba? Noong game 1, kahit nasa side lanes na bawal maglaban, naglalaban sila. So, bangiging bakbakan talaga to. Also guys, since game number 2 na tayo, wala na pong restriction sa lane. So, they can go wherever they want, they can pick whatever they want, except yung sa orbs na nakuha po nila na kay Choox, no mages, and kay Dogie, kailangan lang kunin si Alice and si Gatot Katsa. First bando, the blue side is gonna be an Esmeralda. So, walang Falling Star Moon from na makikita sa Game 2.
And ikaw ba, Yuko, isa sa iniisip ko dito sa ganitong mode kasi is ano ba yung ideal role kung isa ka sa dapat protektahan? Should you go for a tanky hero or should you go for a carry hero? Na usually naman in even normal 5v5 games, yun yung pinoprotektahan. Carry. So, ikaw ba, do you have any like other thoughts na naiisip dito kung anong dapat na role classification na piliin ng team captains natin?
Personally, mas pipiliin ko maging mobile kesa maging tanky. So, I suggest na yung captains natin maging carry. Could go with the Ling or basta yung mga mahirap makuha. Yung kamukha ng Roger na binan ng ng side ni Dogie dito. And yeah, that's gonna be it basically. Kasi obviously sila yung magiging target, di ba? So lahat ng resources ibubuhos sa kanila. Kaya siguro yung mga teammates na lang nila, doon na lang sila na lang yung mag-tank para pag namatay sila, okay lang. And able to buy time para sa team captain nila.
Yes, ang naisip ko isa pa is si Carrie. Kasi syempre napakalikot din yan. And kung kaya niyong mag-kite, like while you try to kite a carry hero na si Carrie. Paano na-explain ako dito?
Tongue twister yung mga ganun, di ba?
Oo, diba? Pero yun, kumbaga ikakite ka lang niya, tapos susunog pa yung HP mo. Pero nakikita natin, ang ganda ng mga bans na mga teams natin ngayon, which is tinatanggal talaga nila kung sino ba yung mga heroes na ideally pinoprotect at the same time nakaka-carry. Pero hopefully wala tayong makita sa nag-i-stay sa base, no? Hopefully walang ganun.
Ay, oo nga na. Naisip ko yung bigla. Pero feeling ko hindi naman nila gagawin yun. Kaya syempre, pag may isa sa base, 4v5, so medyo olat sila doon.
Yeah. Kumbaga hindi na magagawa yung play since wala naman tayong limitation sa laning. But yeah, tinanggal din dito si Helkert ng team Dogie. And I guess one of the reasons is they have the chance kasi in picking up some mages for their lineups. And ano ba yung usual na target ng isang helper? Usually, hindi lang siya yung pwedeng mag-side o sumegway. Pwede siyang mag-go for the squishy targets like ng mages or squishy assassins. So, tinanggal na rin nila. Yan, we were talking about squishy assassins. Yan nga si Ling na pinik dito ng Team Dogie.
I mentioned this kanina, na Ling is one of the most mobile na carry or funnel sa meta. And it's really nice na Dogie, naunahan nila na kunin yun compared kay Team Choox. But gaya nga sabi mo, going back sa Helkert ban, yung Deadly Poison Stingers din kasi, minsan nakaka one hit ng kalaban yun eh. So we're gonna go straight to the blue side. They could maybe pwede naman nilang huli na lang i-pick yung gagamitin na hero ni Choox dito. But they went with a Kufra. Pwede yan. We know Kufra as one of the best initiators, but at the same time, this guy can buy time na. Hindi, sige, nakabouncing ball mode ako, kaya ko pang magtangke ng damage, umalis ka na. And of course, yung ultimate na kaya humuli ng 4 or ng 5.
Yeah, makikita mo dito yung priority ng Team Choox natin ngayon ay yung mga tanky frontliners. We don't know yet if Larian will go for a tanky items dito. Pero so far, parang baliktad, no? Kasi nung game 1, yung nagpa-prioritize ng mga damage ay yung Team Choox. Ngayon naman, Team Dogie naman dito ang may balak na balansehin yung damage. And at the same time, yung CC na rin. Kasi look at that. Valier, Uranus. So may mga slow tayo dito and knockback.
Last 2 picks for Team Dogie, of course, that's gonna be an Alice and a Garat Kacha. So, going back to sinabi mo, that's true. Ang naisip ko lang kasi dito is, ayaw nilang magka-game free. Gusto nilang mag 2-0. Parang gusto nilang manood ng Grand Finals. Hindi mo, Yaba Valier, Uranus, very good sustain. Valier, grabe skillshots niyan. Yung CC, kaya mo magtulak ng kalaban. If dinamage pa to nila, say si Lu, yung gagamitin niyan. Valier is gonna hurt a lot. And you have a very mobile link that can go in and out in any lane whenever he wants, basically.
And alam mo, ang isa sa mga napansin ko hindi sila yung basta-basta nagpipick and ban. Parang pinag-iisipan nila talagang they are buying all the time that they can buy para lang pag-isipan kung ano yung ibaban at ipipick nila na lineup para sa kanilang lineup.
True. And yeah, okay. So like we mentioned, yung condition po nung sa orb, right? You're gonna pick Garat Kacha and Alice. So gusto ko makita kung ano yung last 2 picks sa side ni Choox eh. They are hovering that Selena. Okay, pwede. Sino kaya gagamitin ni Choox, no? Well, Selena is mobile. So maybe ito yung kukunin niya. Of course, we have to wait and see kasi baka mag-switch pa yan. And we're still waiting for the next hover na hero for LeBron. Wait, no mage nga pala yung kay na Choox, di ba? No mage sila, no mage. Yeah.
So, hindi pwede like kunwari mage assassin. Basta may mage na description bawal. So, basically, I think that's it, no? So, ang
That
dami
seems like it, oo.
mawawala pala kung bawal din yun. Basta may tag na mage, it's not allowed. So, bawal tong seclusion. Dahil kaso nalock na. Or,
Kaso, ayun nga, nalock na.
okay, we'll have to remake. Kasi bawal ang mage. So, nalock na dito.
So, pili uli ng bago. Masyadong mainit ang dugo ni Inzai. Gusto agad mag-gush siya. Nalimutan, bawal yung mage. That happens. And of course, guys, yeah, tama. Guys, we still have this thing na pag naka-reach po tayo ng 800,000 viewers, Moonton will be donating 1 million. So please, share the live stream, tag your friends, yung mga fans ng mga all-star players natin ngayon. Siyempre, kung sinusuportahan nyo to, manood na kayo and comment nyo na din sa tingin nyo sinong team ang mananalo and sino ang magiging MVP. But yeah, medyo gaya ng sabi namin, may remake po muna. Galit na galit ang dalawang teams natin, ML na ML.
Ikaw ba, Yuko? Kailangan magpalit ng hero ni Inzai, right? So, ikaw, what do you suggest Team Choox na ipalit dito sa Gusion na to? Kasi definitely, they're lacking damage eh. Kailangan pa nilang additional damage. And mukhang yun yung magiging source nila, which is the Gusion. Pero bawal nga yung mga mage heroes.
Maybe they can go with Yuzong or Thumbs. I mean, Yuzong kasi pwede siyang initiator, pwede din siyang lalabas from the backlines. Thumbs, late game, I can actually see this game going for a long time. So pag Thumbs, second half ng mid-game up until the late game, gamit damage output niya and he does have the capabilities na talunan yung kalaban nila, which pwede din niyang talunan si Ling dito.
See about that, pero ayun na nga, no, feeling ko ang Team Dogie rin talaga iti-take advantage yung kawalang burst damage ng Team Choox natin. Again, usually burst damage, we see that coming from mage heroes na wala, totally wala para sa Team Choox natin. Pero
alright, so sabi naman dito, si Gusion daw is wala na daw sa mage lineup. So viable pa rin naman pala. So we're gonna jump into the game, yan.
Ayan, so maraming salamat sa ating konsensya na bumulong sa atin dito at i-remind tayo na wala na sa mage category si Gusion. Okay, so tuloy guys ang lineup natin at mukhang palag-palag si Inzai dito sa kanyang balak. Kasi mukhang nagalit talaga siya. Kasi gana sa kanyang Karina no? Kanina.
Gana.
So happen, talagang medyo hindi pa well coordinated. Pero ito na nga, we're heading on to the battlefield. Game 2 na tayo ng ating all-star match. Team ChooxTV versus Team Akosi Dogie. 1 point na for Akosi Dogie, guys. Let us know in the live chat kung sino para sa inyo ang MVP. Yuko, ano ba ang pwede nating i-expect dito sa laban na to?
Nako, kahit anong mangyari, I'm sure galit na galit yung mga teammates natin dito. I think they're still gonna go very aggressive. Like, tingnan mo yan. Early game pa lang, a lot of damage being taken by K-Bear. Tapos, sina Eruption, nag-sticker lang muna dito sa Gedli. Also, nakita ko, si Dogie, ang kinuha pala niya is si Uranus. So, he went with the hero na tanky na mahirap i-burst.
Yung may damage ka, tapos mahirap ka rin patayin. Ito yung mga nakakabwisit, dalawin sa lane.
May ganit ka ba kay Uranus?
Wala na. Actually, gusto ko siya. He's one of my favorites. It's just so happy na kapag may kalaban ka na magaling din maglaro ng Uranus, talagang mahihirapan kang champion. And by the way, guys, you can see on the upper right part of the screen right now ay yung death counter natin. So ngayon, 0-0 pa for Choox and Dogie. Kala mo mga wanted lang no? Ay, pero yun, may first blood
yun
tayo.
lang. Naka-first blood, bigla dito si Cho able to take out Blue on that Alice. So again, di naman yun yung captain. So wala mo ng bearing yun. But at least they will be able to stop Alice from snowballing. Si Pain, kukuha lang muna ng buff dito. And yeah, pretty passive for an early game. Siguro magpapakiramdaman lang muna sila. And man, looking at Choox na naka-heal the lang. May nag-hi hello dito kay Dogie. Nalis the first kill being secured by Inzai. And nag-chat pa, boom! Diba? Flex, hold up, sabi niya dito. I actually watch Inzai's stream occasionally. And most of the time talaga, ginagamit niya si Gusion. So this is a hero that he's very comfortable with. And looks like, since nakuha niya yun, that is gonna be a lot of advantage for his side. 4 kills na lang po at mananalo na ang Team ChooxTV dito. But of course, we will still see kung ano ba mangyayari. Kung makakabawi ba ang team ni Akosi Dogie dito. Guys, again, we have been saying this kanina pa. Share the live stream, tag your friends, make sure na madami tayong manunood ngayon. Paabutin natin ng 800k na viewers, pero that is gonna be Larian receiving a lot of damage. Mag-isa siya. So, kailangan muna niyang mabuhay mag-isa. Lu being taken out by this cushion yet. Again, LeBron not gonna leave this lane.
With what is Inzai doing right now, actually, it's obvious na gusto nila ng Game 3 dito. Kasi there's no balling from one place to another. It all started nung nakuha nila yung first blood against Dogie. And they're not stopping. This is a Leon na alam natin pag early game time, nakakuha ng magandang play, kayang magtuloy-tuloy. And si Kuya Edgar dito, si Choox, wala pa rin din. That's really looking good. And si Dogie dito, naku! Students na nga, nagpupuruhan na nga. Ginank na ng Team Choox natin. 3 kills na lang ang kailangan dito ng ChooxTV team para makuha ang kanilang panalo.
Tinalo nandito, pero kung si Larian was able to use that flicker na ipagbagbakan ulit ako po sino manalo dito. Medyo mas makulit si Show dito, and that is gonna be a dead agad at catcha at the hands of Larian. Nakakatawa yung mga chat nila, no? Sabi, trash talk yun ah. Tapos nakakatawa na they invest a lot of resources na makuha si Dogie, and that's actually something na you would want to do, Larian. Isang ihip na lang, bilang napatayin hands of this paper, bilang tumalon dito si Kuya Muteng, and that is gonna be another kill, making a mega kill for this Inzai. Nag-pop na din ang ultimate si Lu dito. Let's see if she will be able to get a kill. Apparently, the answer is gonna be no. So she is gonna rotate over sa mid lane, just under turret. Siguro clear na lang ng minion wave dito. Still, Dogie, mag-isa pa rin siya. Hay na, napakating si D-Pop right there. Hinahabol na nga siya ni Lebron. Nandito pa nga si Choox hinahabol. But Dogie, will you be able to get away? May heal pa. Pumalag, kukunin mo ba yung crab coin? Pero may isa pang papunta dyan. That is gonna be a Kufra. Pero si Inzai, mag-isa dito sa may mid lane. Ultimate did not connect from K-Bear. Tapos nag-crying sticker muna siya doon. Natsupai says hello. Pinaalis mo na mga kalaban. Pero hindi nila alam. Tatlo pa rin sila. Si Choox nagtatago lang sa may bushes.
Alam mo, isa sa mga napapansin kong strategy na ginagawa ng Team ChooxTV dito ay hinahayaan nila na mag-overextend si Dogie on the bottom lane part of the map. And the moment when they see that Dogie is actually overextended, dun nila hahabulin. Dun nila itatry i-corner. Pero ang problema, medyo kumukunat na rin si Dogie dito. Yes, Team ChooxTV is getting some kills on the other parts of the map, but they have to make sure they have to not lose that focus on going for the target, the proper target dito, which is Dogie. Pero okay din naman kasi you can see they're trying to multitask, going for 2 possible win conditions, which is to try to take the base and to go to Dogie.
Can I just say na 4 na tao? This is gonna be the 3rd death for Dogie. Matik na yon. 4 ba naman ang bumisita sa'yo? But that's opening yung pop by K-Bear. Pero si Payne nakakuha ng isa. Makakuha ba ng pangalawa? Pero hinahabol pa rin si Lebron dito. That is a double kill being secured by this lane. Pero si Hilda, pumapalag na din muna dito sa Gedli. Payne forced to go back. Si Lu is gonna pop that ultimate. And well, hindi na nag-extend or hindi na pumilit si Choox dito. Inzai plays. Grabe naman yun. Grabing flex naman yun. And ang dapat gawin ng team ni Akosi Dogie dito, time and time again, nakikita nila their team captain is being pressured. So, maybe either protect him or hanapin nila si Choox sa mapa.
Yeah, ang problema kasi si Choox, mapapansin mo, passive, yung saktong passive lang sa paglaro, tago-tago sa bush, taking advantage of the Hilda passive. Ito, for the meantime, tamang meet up lang muna sila dito, but Ron, nakaabang na nga, but not gonna go for it, waiting for Kufra as well as the Gushon, rotating towards bottom lane part of the map, 4v3 to. Just in case, tignan natin kung ano mangyayari dito,
Yun na nga, una nang mambout si Dogie, pero ako po, naka-monster kill na nga bila si Inzai plays dito. Valier forced to go back. They are under turret. Si Payne does a heal. Bilang tumalon dito. So kaya mo Dogie, nakapag-stand, pero makakapalag. Bagabi ang sustain ng Hilda dito. And si Lebron, papasok ka pa dito and was able to at least shoo Dogie away. Pero pumasok si Inzai. Nag-ultimate dito si Payne. Gonna pop that type of blades. Pero mukhang nag-bouncing bomb na lang din si K-Bear dito. No casualties here at the bot lane. Pero mukhang nag-aambahan pa rin yung dalawang teams natin dito Well, habang may skirmish sa may bot lane, si Inzai plays, bala kayo dyan, nandito ako, nagja-junket.
Kasi feeling ko na-realize ni Inzai dito, teka lang, we're spending too much time sa bottom lane part of the map just to get more kills against Dogie. Pero teka lang, si Kuya mo Edgar dito, si Choox makakatara. Medyo nawala sa camera na kung hindi na, baka paano ang 1 kill na ata ang mapupunta dito para sa kanilang opposite or opponent's team captain kill. So 1 death for ChooxTV. Nako, babawi ba ang Team Dogie dito? Kasi mukhang talaga magka-3 din.
Can I just say na sumasakit na si Payne na? I mean, he's standing at a 4-0-1 right now, diba? Tapos, pagka-passion niya ng Tempest of Blaze, hindi na siya takot eh. Ganun na siya confident. So, feeling ko medyo nahayaan masyado mag-farm yung Ling dito eh. Pero again, intayin pa rin natin kung ano nga ba ang plano gawin dito ng team ni Akosi Dogie Turtle. Still up though if they can actually get. Alam ko nakuha ni Payne kanina yung yung turtle. But yeah, okay. Gusto nyo ganun. 601, di ba? Malinis!
Shutdown. Pero yan, pag na-shutdown ng kahit sino dito, and decide of Team Dogie, delikado yan. Pero teka lang, bakbakan dito. Turtle side na, secure nga ni Kuya Mabuson dito. Inside na yung gonna go for that objective. Makakatay si Lou. K-Bear will fall down. Natsupay as well. Pero teka lang, si Tarong Gigante. Oh my goodness, double kill. Make it a triple kill even. Wipe out ang Team Chooks doon sa baba ng mapa natin. Edgar dito, ChooxTV still trying to go for his passive. Makakasurvive nga ba? Lumabas ng bush. Ayun na nga lang, hindi na. 2-4-3 tayo so far in terms of death counter para sa ating mga team captains.
Power of love ata yung nangyari doon. Pero ang ganda ng ginawang to do set up kay Lou and si Chook sa team captain. Ako pa humahal bigla pero isang players wala nga alis. Ako po lasapin mo lahat ng damage na to but Dogie still was able to survive that one. Payne does say hello. Ako po sumasayaw na lang dito. That's a lot of damage being taken by that Link and he was forced to go back but he was the one that got taken down. Si Lou still popping yan. Ultimate nag-pop din ng first kill. Makakamambot pa siya. Dogie medyo I don't think he is gonna go there in time. May third pa naman but will she have enough time? Gawin naman ng lifesteal nito but that is a shutdown on this Alice and that's more gold and advantage going over to ChooxTV.
Ay nako, halos magdidikit na ang ating death counter para sa ating
Isang
mga
kill na
team
lang.
captains. Isang kill na lang, 3-3 na tayo dito pero tamang abang. Muna tayo dito si Dogie na alam natin na makunat. Medyo maubos talaga yung mga kills mo dito eh. Valir to the backup, makakabackup nga ba si Natsupay dito pero teka lang, handa pa rin naman dito si Dogie mag-under turret, maghihilang dito sa shieldings for life pero 4v3 makakasurvive pa nga ba? I think not anymore for Natsupay.
Ang ganda ng micro ni Dogie doon na. He knows he has the sustain pa na Tempest of Blaze dito si Payne. Tusok-tusok lang para mga kwek-kwek but was not able to secure anything yet. Na ultimate dito, si Eruption. Grabe pala yung IGN Eruption, Erupt TZ. So, easy nga to damage pero kaya naman niya yung sustain yan. Momentum gonna be popped but nothing actually gonna happen. Ako po si Edgar! Biglang napatay. Nyari sa'yo, tol! Ngayon, 3-3 na ang score or ang deaths ng captains natin inside place. Opted to go out but naging pangalawang patay na lang for this Payne and looks like Akosi Dogie, they are steamrolling in the game right now. Leomord and si Chose nila lang po natitira so far. They can still defend their base. Looks like that is gonna be fantasy gonna be popped. Pero po yung sustain talaga ni Alice ito with her tension gonna be popped as well. Napagabi yung damage yung sinakasalo ni Lebron doon. Wala kasi si K-Bear para i-save siya. Napagtulungan ng mag-asawe.
Hindi ka hindi kaya pero teka lang si Payne dito. Nako, makakatakas pa nga talon-talon dito sa wall. Hindi na mahahabol ni Kuya mo Hilda. At ayun, 3-3 tayo, no? You know what? I think what went wrong dito, kaya nakakahabol ang Team Akosi Dogie against Team Chooks is that Team Chooks focused way too much on ganking Dogie sa bottom of the map. That they tend to forget what they can do on the other parts of the map. Maybe push top, yes, nagawa nila. But other parts of the map, I'm talking about the jungle. I'm talking about the mid lane too, kung saan din nabasagan na sila.
Tama, and the early parts of the game, pero wait, mukhang akala ko papalag sa inside dito. Early parts of the game, they were focusing on Lou because they know na isa sa magiging frontliner si Lou dito. But the moment she got the triple kill, nabawi din niya yung nawala dito. And again, I mentioned this earlier, si Ling. And let's not forget, Natsupay with that support. Ako po, Phantom Seed, puputok ba dito si Lou? Makamambawad ba? Apparently, hindi. Ako po, Dogie left alone. Pero yung mga ibang members sa putanan din naman si area niya, hinahabol ni Hilda. Dito si Ling and Dogie, makakabambout ka ba? Subukan mo. Pero hinahabol pa siya ni Lebron dito. Sabi ni RTV, hi, hello, momentum pa rin pop. Pero bilang hinahabol na buong baka
Isa na
magkaiba
lang.
naman yon. Isa na lang at napupush na natin to a game number 3.
Bahin si Dogie at sa kanila na ang panalo, pero for sure mag-iingat na si Dogie dito. Hindi ko alam, feeling ko hindi na siya mag-frontline masyado, at least mag-overextend mag-isa. But for the meantime, I think a team fight is happening down bottom part of the map right now. Akosi would like to take over.
Ultimate did connect, pero mukha mag-ultimate sa pagmumuka dito ay LeBron says hello, pero nasa may makapag-mambout pa siya. Nasa si Dogie, batay pa rin si Dogie, so they can actually try and partially pero RapTZ receiving a lot of damage nasa gitna ng lahat. That is a dead Gatot Kacha, pero sumasayaw-sayaw lang sa Gedli si Kuya Mo Pain dito. Will he be able to take out that LeBron? Apparently the answer is gonna be yes, so that is gonna be a 3-for-1 in favor of Akosi. Dogie na immobilize dito si Edgar dumali, pero no po, naging 3 ba naman ang kaharap mo? Bigla nag-pop nga ang immortality, pero hindi pa rin yun enough. Good sir, that is a dead Hilda, and TP na lang muna si Natsupay dito.
Grabe, maganda to. Yuko, 4-4 tayo ngayon. Match point para sa pare.
Feeling ko, Dogie, wag ka nang lumayo eh. Delikado na yan eh.
Feeling ko talaga mag 1v1 na lang yung dalawa, tapos kung sino yung matalo.
Oh, di ba? Sila na lang, oh. Bahala na kayo dyan. Between na Hilda and na Uranus, no? Well, I believe na mas may damage, may burst damage yung Hilda. Though slightly mas may sustain naman yung Uranus. So, ang gandang idea, ano, no? Saya hindi natin pwede sabihin sa players, eh.
Pero kasi, makukulangan, feeling ko, kung mag-1v1 sila, mas lalamang dito si Uranus. Kasi shieldings and healings, hindi niya kailangan umasa sa isang push. While Hilda, para ma-utilize yung full kit niya, she needs to utilize yung kanyang passive. Diba? Which is yun nga, kailangan niya lang. Or else, hindi siya makakapag-heal. Unlike itong si Uranus, meron siyang shields, may heal siya. So, yeah, if in case they go for a 1v1, I think I'm gonna go for the Uranus. Ayos pa nila yung itemization.
Yeah, I will have to go to Uranus as well. Pero parang C-Pain lang yung nawawala dito. Kukuha ka ba mo ng third? Apparently, that is gonna be a yes. But yung members ng Akosi Dogie, they are near the Lord area. Si Dogie humihiwalay na naman. Well, si Chooxy naman, 1 death away from, pushing this to game 3. Or si Dogie, just 1 death away from just getting nag-ultimate dito si RapTZ. Then bilang tinamaan ng Kasilarion TV, bilang nawala din ang ating show dito. That is 1 person down from the side of ChooxTV's team. Feeling ko huntingin nyo na lang si Choox but malayo siya compared to where Gushon and Leomord is. Painflix, bilang clear lang muna namin yung wave dito. Other members from Akosi Dogie, they are gonna try and steamroll this. Ako pa lang airborne. Phantom Seek na di pop yet again. Pero si Painflix, sumasayaw-sayaw na naman. That is a godlike! Si Inzay yung nawala yan. Ako pa nawala si Lebron, hinahabol na bigla ang dalawang natitirang members from ChooxTV dito. Pero abot ba? Painflix to medyo malalim yan, kuya. Pero sige, narito na tayo. Si Lou to the rescue, yung kanyang asawa. Gonna take out that turret. Pero si Edgar dumali dito. Umiikot-ikot lang si mid lane. Caber gonna charge that first kill. Tumalong. Bawal mamatay. Literally, bawal mamatay. Queenswings being secured by Edgar.
Feeling ko may mga moments na gusto na sanang tumulong dito si Choox. Pero dahil delikado mo, kasi 1 death na lang yung kanyang kailangan sa kanya. Huwag na lang. Yung balik na lang sa base, regenerate ng HP o kaya tago-tago na muna. Diretso talaga yung kanyang teammate. Ang hirap kasi nito kasi, kailangan nga ng boost nitong si Hilda natin. Samantalang itong si Uranus, walang problema kahit mag-frontline si Dogie dito kung magsasabayan sila. But one thing na ginagawa ng Team ChooxTV dito, ito si Larion TV, tamang segue muna, clear ng minion waves para at least maybe makabawi sila in terms of going for the other way for this team to actually win, which is going for the base.
Tama. So, and they were able to get Lord. Lord is now marching at the top lane. So, hintayin na lang nila yan. Everyone is up. Ultimates for everyone is available. Pero ayun lang! Nag-pop ng Phantom Steed. May immortality pero nakapag-sustain. Muntik nang mamatay ni Dogie Don Lu. Pinapop that first kill para makapagmamba. Pero bilang pumasok yung asawa mo, sundin mo yung asawa mo, girl! Caber din, jump in. Pero naku po, ayun na mag-ultim dito. Si Kuya Eruption. And dito sa may likod, Larion TV being chased. At hindi tumama yung Torn sa nakakating doon, Kuya. Caber being taken out, Larion still being chased. tatlo ba naman yung humahabol sa'yo, Larian, able to take out that Valier. Pero si Dogie napatay naman si Larian TD. LeBron forced to go back. That is gonna be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Akosi Dogie. Lord marching towards the base. Ito na mag-hero na ba? Unless makuha or mapapatay bigla si Dogie. Lord is still alive.
Yung base!
Marching. Ayun lang, yung base! Guys! Yung base! Naku po! Edgar Dumali receiving a lot of damage. Napatay pa si LeBron dito. And isang hit na lang. Isang hit na lang. Ayun na nga.
Eto na nga.
Yun yung nangyari. So, here's the kicker. 4-4 yung deaths ng dalawang teams. How did the game end? May Lord sa base. So, wala. Gusto nilang matagalin, but ML na ML sila. It is what it is, but we end this All-Star Series with a 2-0 in favor of Team Dogie. Madam Kaysaya, sa tingin mo, sino ang MVP for that match?
Well, I wanna call Dogie the MVP of this game. Primarily because kahit napugo siya ng 3 beses ng maaga sa bottom lane part of the map, ginagawa niya pa rin yung trabaho niya as a side laner. Which is yun nga, mag-cut ng minion waves, go for objectives, and usually, hindi naman siya talaga nag-a-ask ng protection because as a Uranus, actually, pag secure pa lang ng Uranus as hero, ano na ako dun it's a plus na agad eh. So, I guess I'm gonna give the MVP, personally ako, kay Dogie. And ito yung tanong kanina ni Leo, possible ba mag-MVP ang team captain? Kasi baka magtago lang sa base or mag-ingat-ingat lang sila. Pero no, we saw Dogie actually, hindi siya nagtatago. Hindi siya abangers, di ba? Hindi siya nagtatago lang sa bunker or anywhere else. Yeah. Ikaw ba?
Actually, naku, paano ko magkaiba yung sagot ng casters? Kasi para sa akin si Eruption. Oo, baka sa akin si Eruption kasi yung mga ultimates niya, pag nalapagan, sunod-sunod na eh. Si Loop pumapasok, si Pain, and everyone is gonna do their thing. So, and gusto ko din kasi mabigyan ng highlight yung mga tank players natin out there, tsaka mga initiators. So, paano yung magkaiba tayo? Cup. Pero paano magkaiba yung sagot ng casters?
Yeah, hindi ko alam.
Sige.
Pero, yeah, other thoughts dito sa laban na to na nakita natin, I guess, overall, naging exciting talaga kasi umabot ng 4-4 yung deaths ng parehong team natin. Pero the moment na nangyari yun, nakita mo naging medyo passive. Especially si Choox, di ba? Naging passive yung laruan nila. Si Dogie rin medyo nagtatago-tago. Pero hindi ganun kasi hindi ganun na top tipo talagang, dito na lang ako forever sa bush, tago na lang ako. But yeah, overall, that's for me. Pero yeah, ikaw ba, Yuko?
I honestly thought na yung team ni Choox yung mananalo, but as we mentioned, they forgot, right, there is a link that's actually hindi quite scary. It's really scary, and from there, nasabi ko din, Katatkacha, very good ultimates, and you have Natsupay at the back line, just going with the CCs, and in-expect ko nga hindi papalag si Dogie, but apparently malakas doon, atapang-atao ang kuya mo. So he was still at the front lines, still dishing out damage, and the moment they got the triple kill, hindi yung kay Lua, pero yung 3 people yung down and the Lord was up, naisip nila, we can end the game in a way na hindi natin i-hunt down si Choox. Instead, we will have a Lord marching down towards top na very sturdy, tapos let's just keep them busy. Yun ang ginawa nila, kaya kumlash pa rin sila before lumapit yung Lord sa base. That was very good and very smart plays coming in from Team Akosi Dogie. Right,
Ayun,
so,
MVP for me, again, my vote is for Akosi Dogie because of the aggressive plays na ginawa niya kahit siya yung dapat protektahan. Nagpakitang gilas talaga siya na hindi niya kailangan magtago. So yun, ang vote ko for Akosi Dogie. Ikaw, Yuko?
Yeah, for naman, Team Akosi Dogie, I would have to give it to Eruption. Erupt TZ. Parang may buff ata yung TZ ngayon di ba? Yeah. So,
si Raph kung anong masasabi niya. Para sa kasi syempre magkaiba tayo ng votes. Maybe Raph can share his thoughts too. So I guess Raph,
tiebreaker.
Ikaw naman, tiebreaker ka namin. Thank you.
Maraming salamat kay Saya. Maraming salamat, Yuko. Binigyan niyo pa ako ng trabaho. Ano ba yan? Well, kagaya nga naman ang sabi niyo, you make very, very good points. But I have to agree na nung pinanood ko yung match, si Dogie, hindi naman niya kailangan mag-engage ng sobra-sobra. Siya pa rin yung nagpa-front, siya pa rin yung nagpa-participate in all the team fights, and definitely, I could say na isa siya sa mga pinaka naging useful dun sa team niya. So yes, I agree. Dogie is the MVP for this match. Oh, wag niyo ako sisihin ha, tinanong nila ako. Dogie, yung diamonds ko mamaya, lads, ha? Okay, anyway, once again, congratulations sa Team Dogie. Hindi na nga nila pinatagal. Supposedly, this is a best of 3. Akala ko, aabot pa tayo ng match number 3. Pero dun pa lang, tinapos na agad ng ating player at ng ating Team Dogie. So, panahon na para tanungin natin sila kung ano nga ba nangyari. Let's get to talk to our winning team right now. Yun! Aba! Ano, sabihin mo na naman, natutulog ka na naman yan, Dogs.
Ay, ano lang yun?
Pikit pa rin
lang ginamit ko, one hand.
One hand lang. So, paano mo pinalakad?
Ha?
Palit-palit lang.
Ito ginagamit ko, tapos ito pang
Bagong style yan.
Mas katapat ko pang hina eh. Class A na. May Lebron sa ibabasa dito yung Class A lang.
Grabe siya!
Dalawang klase eh, no?
Oh my!
Uy, Lods!
Tinamaan pa ni Insight. Tinatatlo nila ako. Oh my God!
Teka. Tanungin kita.
Crush ka.
Kanina, hindi mo na naman kailangan mag-engage masyado, pero parang G na G ka pa rin lumabas eh. Ano nga ba? Ano pang naging strategy mo dito?
Sabi nga namin eh, lagawin na lang natin parang cost against viewers. Parang custom against viewers lang.
Viewers talaga yung nanonood. Okay, Dog, sige, tatanungin muna kita ng a couple of questions tungkol sa match na to. So the team members can also answer these questions. And kung meron kayong gusto opinion na sabihin nyo lang. Let's go. Tingnan natin. So first, ano ba ang pinakamahirap na parte ng game para sa araw na to? Yung legit, para sa inyo, ano ba ang pinakamahirap?
Nasa akin yung namamatay ako sa Uranus ko. Kasi ang ano ba ito yung parang nag-overextend ako, tumisigaw na sila Pain sa akin. Oy! Sila Eric Robson, pag namatay ka ba? Kasi ang ganda ng nila, ng rotation nila, to be honest. Ang ganda ng nila. Kasi yun nga, may assassin sila na di ko akalain na ganun yung burst sa akin. Tapos yung pag-hold sa akin ni Lebron, napaka okay. Normally, ako dapat magda-dominate doon kaso na-hold niya yun. Tapos si Choox, yung magandang bushing niya palagi, nakalalay siya doon. Hindi ako makapag-overextend. Pag nag-overextend ako, pinapatay nila ako. So, ayos yung team composition nila. Pero mas malakas kami, ayun talaga.
Dogie lang malakas. Hindi, pero nakita ko nga nung early game, 3 deaths ka agad. Akala ko nga talaga, aabot tayo ng ng game number 3. Ikaw naman, tinapos mo agad eh. Okay, another question. Para sa inyo naman, kung yun yung pinakamahirap, ano yung pinaka na-enjoy nyo na part ng game? Ano ang pinaka-enjoyable for you? Ikaw na rin! Sige, ikaw na rin!
Hindi ko alam kung nasa amin din eh. Pero sa akin medyo na ako doon, medyo I got a little scared because pero sabi ni Dogie when he says, don't worry, it's gonna be fine. Kahit 4 deaths na, pero yung first 3, patay na patay. We just said, okay, let's just play more teamwork. So yun ang nagustuhan ko talaga sa game namin. Was teamwork, response. Communication talaga is
Talagang communication. Wow! Parang just like the key to any relationship, communication is key. Ano masasabi niyo doon, Pain and Lou? Ayan. Kayo yata dapat natanungin namin tungkol sa communication eh. Sige, I have a question for the married couple dito. Ano ang naging strategy niyo to beat the challenge from the Orb of Fate? Medyo nahirapan din tayo din sa mga unang Orb of Fate challenges eh. So, how did you guys beat that? Para sa inyo, ano ba ang strategy niyo? Pain and Lou. Lalo na si Pain kasi kanina, he was the MVP of the first match.
Nakaka-shit!
Gusto ko yun. Ayaw pumayag.
Actually, ang mag-asawa dito kanina, si Dogie at saka si Pain, sila yung nag-uusap sa drafting eh. So, out ako dito talaga eh.
In-ignore ka lang, no? Parang wala lang.
Pero tol, kanina tol, ang ganda ng communication nila. Like, sabi ni Lo, mahal, pag namatay ka dyan, matulog ka sa labas na.
Lu. Question. Lu. Nakukuha ba sa tingin? Parang isang titig lang na gano'n. Ano ba strategy mo dyan?
Pain.
Ako ba? Hindi naman eh. Parehas lang kami nagmamahal ni Lebron. Nagkulang lang siya.
Parehas nagmamahal.
Hindi siya nagpasama kay Kayla.
Ngunit
Kaya sila
nagkulang, aray ko po. Oo nga, para kayo kanina, together forever, kombong-combo eh. O sige, ito siguro, tanong natin kay Natsu.
Wait lang, may message ako kay Kayla at Lebron.
O sige, ano?
Huwag kayo mag-break after nito, ha?
Oh!
Lag-ata ako.
Patay tayo dyan.
Lag yung camera ko.
Okay, sige, ito. Tanong ko, sino sa kabilang team ang feeling nyo pinahirapan talaga kayo today? Sino, kung halimbawa, kung meron talagang game breaker sa opposing team, para sa inyo, sino yung pinaka naging challenge for you guys? Anyone can answer.
Ano kabayo ni Lebron eh.
Ni Lebron.
Grabe yung second game.
Grabe.
So, naging effective talaga yung pag-draft sa kanya ni Chooks noong una pa lang, no? Oo, maganda yung first pick eh. Okay, so, to wrap it up, ano ang masasabi nyo?
Nakakalimutan title, talo pa din sila.
Talo. Oh, at Dogs, eto rin. Bago tayo magkalimutan, uy, Dogs, ikaw yung sinabi ko na MVP ngayong game na to, ha? Send ko na sa'yo IGN ko mamaya. Ikaw na bahala doon sa Diamonds, ha? Antayin ko yan. Okay, so final words. Ano ang masasabi nyo sa inyong non-winning team?
Galingan na lang sa susunod.
Practice lang.
Practice lang.
Ano, Chooks? Next time kasi, huwag ka kumuha ng Class A.
Nadali ba?
Celebra kinaakit si Chooks, sinaganon palagi. O gumaganon-ganon pa eh. Kala...
Nadali ng sanggi? Oh, sige. Maraming salamat. And again, congratulations to team Akosi, Dogie. Palakpakan naman natin. Palakpakan yung mga sarili nyo. Good job, guys. Good job.
Pwede mag-wash out naman. Shout it out ka.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Alright, thanks. Habang nandito tayo, syempre, I want to thank the Eruption Squad, everyone that's watching ngayon. Remember those that have watched since kanina pa. Maraming salamat because malaking talagang tulong to for the pandemic and everyone that's in need. So big shout out din sa Arkin Apparel. Maraming salamat din sa t-shirt ko. Yes, sir!
Ay, hello!
Alright.
Okay, Pain and Lou kayo. Meron? Oh, sorry, your lap's on. Go. Sige, tuloy ba?
Si Dogs muna!
Kayo, tapusin nyo muna. Go. Sunod kayo.
Malakas room.
Hindi talaga shoutout. And guys, thank you so much sa mga nanood. And please follow lahat ng influencer, lahat ng nasa showmatch na to. Chooks, Pinzay, Lebron, Kayla, Natsu, Larion, ako, Pain and Lou and Eruption, guys. Punta kayo, follow it, and sana nag-enjoy pag sa stream namin. And pag may stress kayo, nood lang kayo sa amin. Thank you so much sa support. What we do is bigyan kayo ng kasiyahan sa buhay, and thank you so much sa support.
Meron pa. Shoutout kay Barbie.
Oy, teka, mamaya ka na. Pupuntahan pa kita mamaya. Mamaya ka na. Okay, Pain, Lou. May mga gusto kayo batiin, gustong pasalamatan, may mga gusto kayo sabihin sa inyong mga fans.
Hello, rinig ba ako? Lag yung camera ko sa...
Sige, go lang. Okay lang. Rinig ka naman.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa akin since day one. At syempre sa girlfriend ko, Kylie Balano. Thank you so much. Yun. Yun lang. Thank you.
Okay. Ano pa? May habol pa? Pain, Lou? Wala.
Ako, shoutout din sa girlfriend ko. Ay, ex ko na pala.
Yun ang banat. Suabe, Lulu, bumabawi. Suabe.
Sa mga supporters ko, guys, tsaka yung bagong squad ko, baka nyo papasok namin sa MPL.
Nice.
Tsaka malakas room.
Yes.
Okay, Lu? Shoutout din sa ex mo?
Wala na, nag-iisip na.
Nag-iisip na ko na sasabihin eh. Lu, okay, sige, mukhang I think we have to move on na rin yata to the next team. So again, thank you so much to Team Akosi, Dogie. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Now, syempre, panahon naman para marinig natin kung ano nga ba ang excuse ng ating losing team. Joke lang. So guys, let's hear it from Team Chooks. Yon! Idol, anyari. Umasa ako ng Game 3. Ikaw naman, pinakitaan nyo na kami. Ano nangyari?
Sana yung una-una minalas kami sa mid pati sa last.
Hindi, wala pang lisensya pare yung Johnson. Ikaw naman, wala pang lisensya yung Johnson. Huwag natin sisihin. Hindi, question para sa'yo. Yung first game, Question para sa'yo. Sa lahat ng to, saan kayo pinaka-nahirapan? Anong pinaka-naging challenging for you?
Sa kan. Sikan kasi ang hirap magtago.
Hirap magtago. Alam ba, kating-kating ka na yata lumabas. Nakikita kita kanina nandun sa bush. Parang gustong-gusto mo na jumuin eh. Pero pigil eh.
Kaya nga
Pero sa tingin nyo, what could have been done better to win either match? Either match 1 or match 2. What do you think you could have done better to be able to get at least 1 point? Kasi honestly, I really thought you guys were gonna make it to game number 3. Kaso parang mukhang hindi tayo pinagpala. Anyone can answer this, by the way. Or if you guys have different answers, okay lang din. Ano sa tingin nyo pwede nyo gawin sana? What else would you have done if you could go back in time? Yan. Naks.
Dapat di ako pinilit ni Lebron mag-Kofra.
Ayun na nga pinilit pala mag-Kofra.
Kofra, sabi ko, ayoko mag-Kofra, di ako nag-Kofra.
Nagkakaslabasan na sama ng loob. Hindi daw dapat siya nagkufra.
Baka mag-iiwalay sila mamaya, magsisiyan sila dalawa dito, no?
Dapat daw comfort.
Yari ka mamaya, tol.
Inuna namin yung bata. Siyempre, bata muna. Religious. Chew muna, chew.
At least,
Yan lang naman matalo.
oo nga naman.
Yan ang maganda.
Tama yung attitude na yun, ha?
Tulong tayo dito, di ba?
Kagaya ng sabi, okay lang naman matalo. The most important part is that you had fun. Pero again, and yes, Chooks, I agree. Tamang-tama lang because again, reminder to everyone, bukod dun sa show match natin ngayong All-Stars, we are also inviting everyone to keep on watching all of the matches ngayong MPL. Kasi kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, the more viewers that we get for today, the more Moonton is going to donate to the PGH Foundation. And kapag umabot tayo ng 800,000 views, hanggang mamaya, hindi lang ngayon yan, hanggang mamaya, mamimigay si Moonton ng 1 million pesos to the PGH Foundation. Now, one final question para sa inyo. Ano ba ang masasabi ninyo sa ating winning team? If you guys have any messages, trash talk, or meron kayong pansisisi, o kung ano man na gusto nyo gawin, now is your final chance. Anong gusto nyo sabihin sa ating winning team? Kina Dogie, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin or isagot?
Ngayon lang sila magsaya, bukas sa susunod. Kami naman.
Ayun! Babawi, bakit?
Mga kana. Salitang pangarapin nyo na.
Ikaw, Chooks, meron ka ba gusto sabihin kay Dogs? Ay, may bata kami! Sinisi yung bata!
Yan lang, pinagbigyan lang namin sila talaga. Yun lang, totoo talaga.
Hindi kaya... Kayla, balita ko yung Kufra daw yung nagpatalo eh. Kufra daw yung naglaglag eh.
Hindi, totoo yung para maging maging masarap yung ginawa ni Dogie kasi natalo sila sa akin, kaya pinanalo nila.
Pinanalo nyo na lang. Give chance, give chance. Oo nga naman.
Para kumain yung pakiramdam niya.
Parang captain dito.
Salbahe ito. Okay, well again, thank you very much sa Team Chooks. Maraming salamat. Bago ako umalis, bago natin i-change screen, baka meron kayong gustong mga shoutouts, may gustong sabihin sa inyong fans, may gusto ba kayong iaya sa kanila. Start tayo kay Chooks. Let's give everyone a chance.
Ay mga pre, nood pa rin kayo hanggang mamaya, hanggang sa para maabot natin yung 800k at saka mabigay ni Moonton yung 1 million na ibibigay niya sa gustong matulungan po. Sana. I-share nyo lang na i-share, ikalat, ganun lang.
Sharing is caring. Very well said. Alright, LeBron. Class A daw eh.
Lebron Nation. And sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa kanya. Shout kay Boss Wig. And manood din kayo ng Grand Finals mamaya para maabot na natin yung 800k para laking tulong yan talaga para sa charity. Yun lang.
Okay, Inzay.
Ayun, gusto ko lang pasalamatan si Moonton at syempre sobrang laking tulong nito sa ating mga kababayan. At syempre gusto kong shoutout yung girlfriend ko, Charmaine Di Mayoga, and then family ko na Villamatter family. And then syempre sa mga supporter ko, sobrang thank you. Solid pa rin yung supporter sa akin.
Yun. Kayla, ex na rin ba? Shoutout to yung ex na rin.
Away na.
Joke lang.
Shoutout nga pala sa K-Bear Squad, sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa akin. Syempre sa mommy ko sa New Zealand, sa kapatid ko sa New Zealand, dalawang kuya ko at saka kapatid ko maliit. Tsaka salamat talaga sa suporta. Talaga, yun lang.
Para sa aking bagong idol na si Larion. Larion, any last words?
Hey! Shout po sa mga sumuporta sa akin dyan, sa mga todong suporta niyo sa akin, at sa mga sa kala mama, tsaka kala ate, kala kuya, basta yun. At sana naman ma-reach na natin yung 800k yung viewers para makadonate na si Moonton na 1 million, no?
Yan. Okay,
at saka, sumayin na rin kayo mga Loki. Mag-800k followers na rin ako.
Pinahabol, pwede. Uy, lapit na yun. Congratulations. Good job, good job. Alright, again, maraming salamat sa Team Choox. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping us out to build the viewership para makapag-donate tayo sa PGH Foundation. Maraming salamat, guys, and thank you for playing. And ayun na nga, thank you rin syempre sa ating winning team na walang iba kundi ang team the Akosi Dogie. Maraming salamat. And Dogs, again, yung diamonds ko, abangan ko na lang mamaya. PM ko na lang sa your IGN ko, ha? So again, because you all agreed to join the MPL All-Star Match, maraming salamat. Alam nyo guys, ang pinakamalaki talaga na winner today, hindi naman si Dogie, hindi naman ang kanyang team, hindi naman ang ating mga influencers. Today, the biggest winner is of course the PGH Medical Foundation. I cannot stress this enough. This is such a wonderful opportunity. Wala tayong ibang kailangan gawin kung hindi mag-share, kung hindi manood. And if we reach our target, we can actually be a part of contributing 1 million pesos to the PGH Foundation to help them in combating COVID right now. So again, maraming salamat sa ating mga kaibigan mula sa Moonton. And thank you for helping our COVID-19 response efforts. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you very much. Now, i-check nga natin kung ilan ang viewers na nakapanood ngayon. Again, this is a running tally. Hindi ito static. Magbabago pa to. And you will have time. All throughout the MPL matches, you will still have time to build this up. So for now, we have 174. Oh my God, guys, kayang-kaya natin dagdagan yan. Kayang-kaya pa natin itaas yan. Again, ang target natin today is 800,000 viewers. But don't worry because habang tumataas yan, tumataas din yung donations ni Moonton para sa PGH Foundation. And I am reminding everyone that this will continue all the way till later on this evening. Basta makahabol tayo, maabot natin yan, guys. This is such a good cause. Kung meron kayong ginagawa, kung ML na kayo, panahon na para manood sa pros. And bukod doon, magkakaroon kayo ng chance na tumulong sa ating COVID-19 response efforts. Yun. So again, keep on sharing, keep on inviting other viewers. And by the way, para dun sa mga tama ang sagot kanina sa ating poll, we would like to remind you to please wait for the announcements. Alam namin maraming sumagot kanina and we are gonna check those. Again, 10 lang yung pipiliin sa bawat question. So there were 4 questions that we had and we will be giving 200 diamonds to all of you or to the 10 lucky winners na naging tama ang sagot. So i-ready nyo lang ang inyong Mobile Legends account details, syempre, para kapag kinontak kayo ng aming team ay pwede nyo nang tanggapin ang inyong 200 diamonds. So guys, sobrang astig, sobrang saya naman ako nangyayari today. So I think this is one of the best events that I've hosted for Mobile Legends so far. And we have oh yeah, of course. So para siyempre sa araw na ito, hindi magiging ganito ka-exciting at ganito ka-solid ang ating mga matches. So today, we want to thank all of our celebrity gamers for joining us dito sa ating All-Star Match. Sobrang galing nyo. Congratulations to everyone who played and helped out. And syempre, isa pa dito is sobrang thank you because naging napakasaya ng game natin dahil sa ating mga shoutcasters. So kay Saya, Leo Gaming, and Yuko, you will have a chance now to share your last words. And I am so proud to have shared a part of this MPL experience with the 3 of you. So let's start with kay Saya.
Last words talaga, Rap.
For today lang naman, wag naman yung mahirap yung for today. Last words for today.
Word eh, mga bata.
Hirap yan. Wag ganun. Medyo natakot din ako doon sinabi ko. Ikaw naman. Wag ganun.
Guys. Ito lang, okay. So masasabi ko, di ba we have goal 800K? Guys, if kaya nating i-hype up yung iba't ibang klaseng entertainment or entertaining content ng mga streamers natin, ng influencers, ng professional players, i-hype up natin to kasi para to sa laban sa COVID. So dito tayo magtulong-tulong kasi mas malaki yung magiging contribution niya, hindi lang para sa atin to, para sa buong mundo. Kasi di ba man ang labanan yung pag nawala na COVID sa Pilipinas, hindi susunod-sunod na yan, di ba? So yun lang sa akin. Walang other promotions but yun lang. Gawin natin to, guys.
Very well said, kay Saya. Very well said. And yes, again, I completely agree. Kailangan natin labanan ng COVID. Yun ang pinaka-importanting laban natin ngayon. Thank you very much, Idol. Okay, next up, we have Sir Leo. Boss! Last words for today.
Thank you.
For today.
So much. For today, yes, definitely. I believe my career hedges on many words. But for today, here at the All-Star Match, maraming salamat sa mga nanood. Kahit na sabihin natin medyo bitin, we of course would have loved a 3-game series. I think this just allows the MPL to have more time for the Grand Finals. And with that being said, hopefully, panoorin niyo po ang Grand Finals. Supportan po natin ang Bren eSports at Omega because this next matchup is going to be monumental. It's going to be a grand and legendary affair. So, if the All-Star Match naramdaman nyo medyo bitin, kahit na sabihin mong kung ano-ano na ang ginawa ng Team Dogie at ng Team Choox, then hopefully this next matchup will be enough, and I hope we reach that 800K viewer milestone and get 1 million pesos. 1 million pesos over PGH.
Thank you very much, Sir Leo. Okay, last but not the least, Yuko, any last words for today? May gusto ka pa sabihin? Anybody want to tell anything you want to tell all of our viewers ngayon?
Gusto ko lang sabihin na nakakatawa na emphasize mo yung for today.
Oy, kinabahan ako eh. Ako yung nasa studio eh. Wait lang po.
Thank you so much everyone na nanood for the All-Star Match. And gaya nga sinasabi naming apat, do not forget to share the live stream, and ML is a very amazing game, so keep on playing that game, keep on inspiring others, and yung sa mga celebrity features din po natin for today, they are very amazing influencers and streamers na hindi lang basta lako yung kaya nilang ipakita, and yung mga fans po ng Bren and ng Omega dyan, mag-ingay na because the Grand Finals will happen in a bit, and gusto ko lang i-shout out yung dalawang teams natin for the Grand Finals. May you guys give us an amazing show, and yung sa magiging shoutcasters and analysts natin for later. These guys, they deserve all of the recognition, everything that they have right now. And yeah, that's basically it for me. Thank you so much to everyone.
Alright, maraming salamat ulit sa ating mga shoutcasters, kay Saya, Leo, and Yuko. Thank you very much. It has been such an honor to share this particular time in the MPL ngayon with you. So thank you, and I hope I see you all very, very soon. Alright. So, eto na nga, tapos na ang ating MPL All-Star Match. But kagaya ng sinabi ng ating mga players at kagaya ng sinabi ng ating mga shoutcasters, syempre, tuloy-tuloy lang ang labanan. We are going to continue to fight for glory, not just in the MPL, but also our fight against COVID. Again, I would like to remind each and every one of you that the higher our viewership goes, habang tumataas ang ating mga viewers, habang dumadami ang mga nanonood, habang dumadami ang nag-stream, dadami din ang idodonate ng Moonton sa PGH Foundation for this event. Again, it is up to 1 million pesos for their COVID response efforts, and I am just absolutely proud to be a part of this endeavor today. Again, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. I hope you all had fun. Ako naman na may onting shoutout sa family ko na nanonood ngayon at home, and to everybody, all of my friends who have been tagging me in the stream, to everybody who posted pictures on my wall. Thank you guys. Maraming salamat. I'm really appreciating that you showed up for me today. And of course, to all of you who want to follow me, my Instagram is at the bottom. That's at Rafael Resus, RAPHAEL RESUS. Thank you so much, and see you all next time.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple, eh?
Smart Ako. When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
I was building on the lecture.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The freeze come freeze up straight drop. Taking over pieces and shares. A ball big sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one heart, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. One shot. Now the future is yours.
Legendary.
Omega versus Bren Esports. Welcome to the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 6. My name is Reptar, still your panel host, and before I show you who's here to my left, we just have to give our many thanks, as always, to our many partners and organizations who helped make this possible. Smart, squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. That's our official tournament telco partner. Our official sponsor, Realme, is here as well. And Realme, the Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution. Own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Other official sponsor here is Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mark III Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack, and select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in esports as well. PayMaya, get free 50 pesos credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. We also have here our other partner in esports, TikTok. Don't forget to use the hashtag MLBB on TikTok so that you can see some really awesome MLBB content over there. Of course, our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. All of this is powered by Moonton. Log in from October 26 to November 13 for the awesome Tricksters Village event and get a chance to get that free Terizla skin. Once again, Reptar here. And onto my left, this is your panel. And I think this is the first where on your panel you're going to be seeing, 3 coaches here. This guy looks a lot like the guy who draws and does that solo analyst thing. This is Ocho Gahaba. I'm not sure if you've seen Wolf, but you guys look alike.
Sabi nga nila, parang kamukha ko daw eh. Kaboses din.
Kaboses, kamukha, malapit na din. And of course, Midnight as well. And before we introduce our teams here really quickly, we just have to set the story down where these two teams, they're connected. They are so deeply connected ever since Season 1. Season 1 pa lang. Their connections run that deep.
Yep. In fact, may mga magkakampi sila nung inakyat nila yung trophy. Sabay nilang ngayon magkalaban na sila. And that is exciting to see. In Season 6 pa natin makikita.
Alam mo, medyo malungkot to eh, on a personal level, no? Kasi I've been with these boys for a short backstory lang, no? Nahawakan ko sila. And it's just sad. And syempre, andyan yung joy, no? Na makikita mo sila, lahat sila nasa Grand Finals. Cartesia on Bren and the whole SGD squad, maghiwalay lang, no? Hindi natin sila makikita sabay mag-champions. Pero definitely, this is not just a battle for championship, it's a battle of family.
Yeah.
Kasi ito yung mga magkakaibigan talaga, mga alam mo yun, yung kapit-bisig from Cebol, SGD, ang daming narrative dito eh. Even Rebo and Hayes, 'di ba? Battle of battle of old bloods. So ang daming narrative na pwedeng mabuo dito, and it's just emotional and hype to see yung grand finals natin.
Yeah, gold medalists going after the championship this season. We all know a lot of these members were once together in that legendary Mobile Legends Philippines squad that won the gold medal in the SEA Games. Kapitan Navi, a former 6th man of SGD when they were still SGD, now Omega, said it best. This is a battle of brothers, and this is a family civil war that you are going to watch. It's Bren versus Omega. Let's hear from the teams.
Coach, paano naman sa'yo? Paano naman naka-apekto yung pandemic situation para sa team?
Parang 50-50 kasi.
Yung meron kasing time na hirap kasi yun nga yung mga pamilya inaalala namin. Tapos nakalayo pa kami. Tapos di pa kami nakakauwi. Yung good side naman is parang hindi naman kasi nagbago sa amin. Nasa bootcamp lang kami. Kumbaga mas naging pabor pa sa amin nakapagbatak yung team.
Few, kamusta naman yung journey ng Bren Esports dito sa MPL Season 6?
And okay naman yung journey namin ngayong MPL Season 6 na patapos na yung regular season. Kahit may bago kaming player na si Flap TZ, okay pa rin naman yung mabilis namin nakuha yung chemistry namin. Kita nyo naman sa results ng mga laban namin.
Sino sa members ng team mo, tingin mo, this season yung nag-shine talaga?
Sila lahat eh. Kasi kung sabihin na natin na mag-effort yung isa, mag-effort silang lahat eh. Ayaw nilang yung isa nahihirapan na siya lang yung nag-e-effort. Gusto nila silang mag-e-effort.
And I think yun yung dahilan din kung bakit ang consistent nyo rin this season, right?
Kasi isa lang din yung goal nila na gusto nila mag-champion.
Sino sa tingin nyo ang pinakamalaking obstacle ngayon sa Season 6 para mag-champion kayo? Tingin nyo?
Sa akin yung Omega kasi sila yung tumalo sa amin nung last season tsaka yung ngayon din. Yung wala kaming talo, sila na naman tumalo sa amin.
Gaano ka-importante para sa Omega, sa organization ninyo, itong MPL-PH Season 6 na manalo sila bilang champion?
Para po sa akin, kumpara sa mga nakaraang season, ito yung pinaka-importante. Kasi iba na yung dinadala naming pangalan eh. Hindi na katulad dati na. Ngayon, sobrang laki na nung dala-dala naming pangalan sa MPL.
Para sa'yo, Few, siyempre sa Bren Esports, this is your second season sa Bren Esports. Gano'n ka-importante para sa organization mo na makuha at mag-champion dito sa MPL?
Kasi nung last season parang ini-expect nila na makuha na namin yung champion kasi nga top 1 kami sa regular season. Tapos ngayong season siguro mas ini-expect nila kasi mga 2-0 na yung mga score namin eh. So tatry namin yung best namin para makamit namin yung championship ngayon.
Ano gusto mong sabihin sa mga fans ninyo tsaka sa mga makakalaban nyo sa playoffs?
Salamat sa mga sumuporta sa Smart Omega. Supportahan nyo lang yung Omega, lalo na this coming playoffs. Sa mga makakalaban namin, hindi kami magbibigay ng easy na panalo.
Sa sumusuporta sa Bren Esports, maraming salamat. And wag sana kayong magsawang sumuporta sa amin. Ayun lang.
There you have it, our teams, and parang kamukha mo yung isa na sa video dun eh. Si Coach Dale ata. Coach Dale, ikaw ba yan?
Si Sam yan, si Sam.
Oo.
Si Sam.
Alam mo,
si Sam.
sa inyong magkakapatid, yun yung favorite ko. Sorry. Wala lang. Galing niya magsalita eh.
Sana all.
Si Sam. Sana all. Si Sam.
You all look alike, but these two teams, similar but at the same time not. Both very fundamental, but there are certain nuances about their play style, about how they roam the map, about how they draft. What are the differences here between Bren and Omega?
I think there's only one difference between these two teams. It's just the banner. If you remember, nasabi natin kanina, lahat to, karamihan sa kanila C-ball. And they were under the banner of Coach Dale when he was drafting for SEA Games, no? So the identity and the idea for the game, it's there. Everything is under the same umbrella. Siguro may difference lang with a little touch of Coach Dogie and Coach Dale from Bren Esports, pero everything is essentially the same for both of these teams. Ito yung dalawang pinaka-similar na team talaga.
Yeah, they can't be that similar, really. Like, are they really just?
Siguro preferences na lang. Kunwari, Omega, gigising sila, gusto nila ng pagkain na may sabaw ngayon. Parang ganon. Pero technically, they have the same taste. They play the same way. Yung drafting pattern yung pattern. Alam mo yung parang pipili itong team na to ng hero na to kasi gusto nila na naka-counter nito yung potentially nakasusunod na pipiliin. And they do that against any other teams. And I'm sure, pag in-explain ko kasi ng matagal, umubos na tayo oras. But basically, what I'm trying to say is, yung ganong klaseng drafting pattern makikita mo sa kanilang dalawa.
Yeah, the drafting patterns, how they roam. The more I think about it, the more really it's a mirror match. And no wonder these two teams have such a rich history with one another. We've already talked about their connections. Now let's look at the numbers and the data. See what the head-to-head tells us. Average KDA, Omega is in the lead, but only by just a bit. That is roughly a 0.4 difference. Not that much. Match win rate, of course, we all know. Bren, number 1 at the end of the regular season. First blood counts, though, still. Once again, more onto Omega. Average team net worth difference. Midnight, this is always your favorite thing to talk about once you see the head-to-heads.
Yeah, actually medyo dito natin makikita yung disparity. May nilabas na analysis si Coach Arcadia kanina, which I believe perfectly describes this matchup. Omega is a methodical team. This is a team that plays under a system. So if you are playing under a system, you don't go for plays that other teams naturally go to. Like for example, Bren, they really like grouping up in the early game. Some drafts cannot do that. But it's the nature of Bren. It's their identity. Yan yung ano talaga eh. Yun yung pinapakita ng coach sa kanila eh. Ito yung identity ng Bren. And sometimes it works kasi there are natural matchups that sinks into it. So the idea is Omega plays this systematic approach to the game while Bren sticks to their identity. And their identity is to naturally, gauge their opponents in the early game, and the result is they're a better team. Naturally, they're gonna get more gold compared to the opposing team.
Yeah, and good thing you brought up the post of Coach Arcadia there where, yeah, he said these are two very fundamental teams. But when it comes to Omega and Bren, it seems like the difference is that Bren is a little bit more flashy. But before I pass on that question to you, Ocho Gahaba, turtle control rate, lore per game, unique hero picks, they're all so close. This is a mirror match. But going back to what Coach Arcadia said, Bren seems to like the kills a little bit more over Omega.
Yeah, kita rin kasi natin sa Bren eSports. Siguro sabihin na natin kaya lang nagkaroon ng pagbabago sa stats na nakikita natin ngayon ay dahil mas marami ng panalo yung Bren. And if you look at this matchup, iba yung priority nila compared sa mga teams na wala ngayon sa Grand Finals, honestly. Like Bren eSports, sabihin na natin, ang basic na understanding is mas inuuna nila yung objectives over kills. But that's just scratching the surface. In fact, ang ginagawa ng pares sa teams na to ay gumagawa sila ng mga little plays, little by little, para mag-lead up na makukuha nila yung objectives na yun. And kasama na yun, mixture na yun ng either magpo-poke lang sila, kahit yung bawasan lang nila yung kalaban, or mag-force lang sila ng retribution instantly. Makikita mo yung Bren eSports, nagko-communicate na sila, pati na rin yung Mega. Instantly yung communication nila na mag-move forward sila to do some other stuff, like get the turrets or get the turtle. Kaya amazing makita tong dalawang team na to. And I cannot blame people who are saying na methodical at systematic ang approach ng pares sa teams. Kasi ganun talaga sila.
Fundamental down to the T. Now, we've been looking at it in the macro perspective, looking at it from the team wide look. But pag maghahanap tayo ng isang matchup na dapat tignan talaga natin, ano dapat tignan natin?
If we look at all five, parehas eh. Again, ito yung problema mo sa teams eh. You've seen it on the stats. The stat sheet pa lang eh. Marami magsasabi na bakit ba may comparison between Bren and Omega. If you look at the stats, they're so damn close. Ganun kadikit itong team na to. And you can't separate two players to compare them. Kasi if you look at the hero pool, parehas sa parehas. Sidelines sa pinagkaiba lang nila. Bren prioritized Uranus, while Omega prioritized Tamus. Even the Yuzongs are highly contested on this matchup. And I think the most noticeable difference between these two teams is yung funnel. Si Haji and Cartesi, this is the comparison of the century. Itong dalawang bata to is touted as two of the best funnel carries in the Philippines. They use two different heroes. Bren prioritizes Ling Bren prioritizes Lancelot over the Ling, while Omega prioritizes Ling over the Lancelot.
Yun yung sinasabi ko kanina na parang mas gusto ng may sabaw nitong team na to at yung isa naman mas gusto yung tuyo na fried. Because it's literally just preferences na. Ganun sila ka-close. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na mas maganda yung ginagawa ng isang team over the other. I remember back then na-mention din ni Coach Midnight na ang si Cartesi versus Hajizi, nagkaroon ng time na magkasama sila sa isang team. Tapos parang may time na pinasok si Hajizi, tas natalo. Tapos nung pinasok bigla si Cartesi bilang 6-man, same hero, nanalo. Parang yung sinasabi ng mga viewers, no Cartesi, no win. And right now, Hajizi in MPL Season 6 has the best performance when it comes to KDA. Diba? Yung performance niya just phenomenal. And he already proved na, hindi ibig sabihin na walang Arteezy, hindi na sila mananalo.
Speaking of walang nalo, let's look at the match history here. Season 4 regular season, Omega 2-1 to Bren. Season 5 regular season, Omega Bren 2-0. And of course, nakita natin the first series loss ng Bren eSports this season, Omega Bren 2-0. And I'm surprised by this.
That's
honestly, like
That's
looking
not
back
lie.
at it, like I've been following the MPL since season 3, and then looking back at like really since season 4, Brent just has not won against Omega. Is it since as someone who
Actually,
used to be a coach?
There was one match na 2-0 ng Bren yung Omega. That was their first affair. Interestingly kasi, pare silang 2-0 isa't isa. So alam mo yun, you can't put a finger on who is definitely the advantageous team here. The advantage for Omega is that they played that on the next patch.
And now here are the keys to victory. Yeah, still pretty much really similar to the keys to victory when you're playing Omega. Force Carl TZ into the marksman. Protect the purple buff. Group up when timings hit. Limit Flap TZ's hero pool, something that I want to really touch on here, and contest the Selena. These are two teams that have amazing Selena players. Hindi ako, I won't be so surprised here kung hindi natin makikita Selena all throughout. It'll just be constantly banned.
You know what's funny? The keys to victory for Omega is what Bren naturally does. So if you look about it, if you look into the play style, what Omega should do to win against Bren is make Bren punish their own playstyle. Like think of playing like Bren. Kasi mahihirapan si Bren eh. Okay, ginagawa ng Omega yung ginagawa nila. So that means this is just how similar they are. Ang kailangan lang gawin ng Omega is gawin yung ginagawa ng Bren. Kasi si Haji lagi nawawalan ng purple buff. Pero that was the storyline of Bren last season. Si Carl TZ lagi nawawalan ng purple buff. The difference is si Bren mas group up siya, mas nag-group up siya, and they try to protect the Carl TZ. Ganda nga nung analogy, they protect the king, 'di ba? Sa Omega, they do it differently. The way they protect their king is by doing aggressive maneuvers like invade with a jawhead, Hilda. So if you're fighting against Bren, you should do the same thing. Copy mo yung ginagawa ng Bren kasi baliktad talaga kayo na playstyle.
Again, even with the keys to victory, it's gonna be a mirror. Prioritize Carl TZ in the draft para sa Bren eSports. Draft better comps. Watch out for Heath and Toshi. Now, that is definitely one of the cornerstones para sa Omega. Prepare for the draft flex of Dale and contest the Selena again para sa Bren eSports.
Yeah, definitely agree with this. Although, masasabi ko lang yung draft better compositions at yung prepare for draft flex of Dale, this goes hand in hand. Dapat sabay ito para sa Bren. Kasi una, yung preparation nila sa flex draft ni Dale, kailangan hindi sila mag-overreact in a way na papangit yung composition nila. The main problem why teams lose to Omega is nag-overreact sila sa mga cheeky picks or pocket picks ng Omega. At biglang nagugulo na yung kanilang composition. Kina-counter mo yung isang hero, number 1 na ginagawa ng Omega, pati rin ng Bren. Yung third pick nila or yung fourth pick pag red side sila or third pick kapag blue side, ginagawa nila na parang kakaiba in a way na gustong-gusto mong kontrahin yun. Tapos in the end, mabababoy na yung composition mo. Kaya kanila ipapunish. So, number 2 and number 4, keys to victory, they have to go hand in hand. Hindi ka pwedeng, kailangan mo mag-react, but at the same time, don't overreact.
And that's going to be so hard to do here because we've seen so many, countless of drafts where teams have fallen into the trap here. Let's see if Coach Dale and Coach Dogie have they prepared these boys well enough? Have they prepared their drafts enough? Once again, ito na nga, Grand Finals ng MPL Philippines Season 6 Battle of Brothers. The reunification or the reunitement? I'm forgetting my words, but the reunion. There we go. It's a reunion of the gold medal boys of that Cebu team. Even people or players who have been together under the same banner. This is the Grand Finals. This time, it's really close and it's really personal. Let's bring it now to our fans to see them cheer for our teams.
#BrenLangMalakas. Suportang FPL. Bren lang ang malakas.
Bren lang malakas.
#BrenLangMalakas.
Suportang MPL. #BrenLangMalakas.
Laban Omega. Laban Omega nun.
Good luck Omega. #Omega nun.
Go Omega, go Omega nun.
#Omega nun.
Go Omega, go Omega nun. Go Omega, good luck.
Laban Omega nun.
And it's time for the main event, ladies and gentlemen. Best of 7 Grand Finals. We are going to be your shoutcasters. I am your anchor, Mr. Hison, or most commonly known as Butters, and he is Mr. To, your analyst, but also known as Rockhart.
Yep.
And you've been here in this position for 6 seasons already. This is actually my very first grand final cast.
Didn't we cast in season 1?
No, that wasn't for the grand finals.
Oh, that was before the grand finals.
That was before the grand finals.
Oh, yeah,
and I
that's a
was
good
I always stick to the panel when it comes to the grand finals. But right now, I think it's time.
It's time to give it a go, bro.
It's time to pour everything out. Rockhart, Omega versus Bren eSports. Battle of Brothers. The storyline for these teams, I don't know, man. I think Destiny played its hand on this certain matchup. What do you think?
That's true. I mean, who would have thought exactly almost the whole of Seaball team, the Southeast Asian Games representative, they're all here, almost all here, except for Jay, who was supposed to go on the podium finish as well as third, but was cut short by execration. So who would have thought that these individuals almost who completely comprised that team, would end up facing each other? Like, for 2 seasons now, for the 2 straight seasons, it's always been Aura and Onyx. But now, it's a different story, different team, but again, very familiar faces.
Immortality, claim it is yours as some movie. I cannot say which I cannot say the title. Immortality, take it, it's yours. This is the opportunity that these 2 teams have. We only have 1 champion per... Well, Bren has 2 champions on their side. Well, 3 actually.
3, exactly.
So this is very familiar territory for them. But for the kids, Flap, this is his first grand finals.
It's his rookie year.
It's your rookie year. And then you are in the grand finals playing for the biggest title in the
16, 15, 16. And you're already in the big leagues. You're already with veterans who have been here since the beginning. Since MPL was even just a concept. These guys have been playing.
Yeah.
And it must be mind-boggling. And I wonder if they're prepared for that. On the other hand, Omega, they look like they have been grinding for this for a long time now.
Omega, they've been under the radar, off the radar for the longest time. People have been really just, passing through. They're passing by them. They don't really bat an eye when it's Omega. But for Bren eSports, Omega is going to be their last obstacle before they can carry or lift up that certain trophy. Right now, Rockhart, let's head into the draft. Khaled, Tams, Uranus, Bren eSports, Jawhead, Alice, Farsa, and I would like to, validate your feeling. Whoa, Selena is picked.
Wasn't this like the exact, what do you call this, key to victory for both of these teams? And then Omega says, we don't care. We're not going to ban it.
Yeah.
Dale is very much aware of this. One of the brightest minds of esports right now, most likely. Piloting or assisting Omega to the championship. I wonder what's going on in the mind of this draft.
What they did, Rockhart, is they went straight for 3 side lane picks. Then they secured a good side lane pick for themselves. Well, for the side of Bren eSports, Omega knew that they would go for the Selena in the Barat, so they just went for that.
They're securing it.
What do you think of this 3 picks for both teams?
It looks like they're ready for war. This is the highest win rate heroes they can use. I think so far this Barats for Bren is 100%, right? Lancelot is highest as well. And the win rate for few on the Selena, it's very difficult to counter as well.
Yeah.
So Bren is going straight by the numbers in their draft. Best picks per role.
Lancelot and Ling. This is one of these facts that came from the panel earlier. They pinpointed this, and it really shows.
Yes.
Omega would aim to go for this certain Ling and this Lancelot set up for their drafts.
Yeah.
12-0 on currency, 100% win rate. Lancelot.
Lancelot, man. This is what Carl TZ used to pick up that Savage in the first day of the playoffs. Or second day, rather, of the playoffs. And it was 1v4. He got a Savage on that. It is just amazing what he can do with his hero. And being left alone, being given a lot of berth here by Omega, they probably have a surprise here. This is not so atypical of Dale to let these picks go.
Yeah. And you know what, Rockhart? Seeing that they are very identical in terms of playstyle, it has been said earlier, I think there's going to be a time in this game where Assassins could be banned out.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a best of 7. So anything can happen in terms of drafting. All in all, we still have a possible 7 games or 6 games remaining if you don't count this.
Exactly. So there's a lot. I mean, I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys ate your dinner because we are just starting here, and we expect it to go all the way as much as possible.
Okay, so Cho
Great
has
power
been picked.
This is
I
great.
think this is going to be a tank. It could be a tank. It could be side lane as well.
Yeah, they can switch it up.
But
I mean, I see what you mean.
But it's a flex pick. They can give it to Courtesy. But looking on the side lanes right now, or on the mid lane setup of Bren eSports, I think a side lane show won't be that good.
That's true. Especially against a Barats or a Yuzhong. Either way, you're in for a bad time on the side lanes. Might as well just throw it to the Baksha. If ever, throw it to the Lunox. If ever.
Then, you can if you're a tank or if you're Heath, you can focus on catching out Kradzi.
Exactly.
You're not focused on dealing any damage towards the front line, towards the back line. You just want to catch out Kradzi. So this is a very good Akai pick. What do you think of this?
This Akai pick will take care of the issues that we have for Esmeralda, for the Cho, as well as the Ling. It kind of deals with the Baksha as well, but not to a greater extent. It also kind of is a threat against the Baksha. Now, Rebo is back on the Barats. This Barats gave a 5-0 performance when it came out. Will that happen again?
That is probably one of the best Barats games in the MPL. But you know what? I'm looking at it right now, Rockhart. You're right. Purify should be something that Omega is considering picking up on Esmeralda, on Cho. Now that we're seeing Courtesy on Cho, I don't think he's gonna go for the Purify, to be honest. 100% sure that it's still going to be the Flaker. It's one of his dueling setup. But this is almost always certain going to be an Esmeralda on Purify.
That's right. I feel like the Esmeralda is going to be it's going to expend that a lot. I mean, Tochi is going to be stuck on the side lanes for a long time. And I expect the Barats to be a bit more aggressive this time because it can afford to be aggressive, especially if the Cho is the one that he's going to be dealing with. So the side lanes are going to be so important in this matchup. And Lusty picking up the Akai, it's a coverall. It's a blanket for each and every weakness that they've found against the heroes of Omega. So this Lunox might be the only deal breaker. I have no predictions for this Lunox.
You know what? I'm actually looking at it right now. I kind of think that Baksha is a deal breaker as well. Because if you look at the damage output that Bren eSports does, it's in burst. It's never in the, continuous physical attack DPS. So, Baksha, he was the deny pick here for the side of Bren eSports, but would it make sense with the draft that Bren eSports did?
That's true. It really doesn't. We're gonna head into the game. Omega versus Bren eSports for the first game in the best of 7 for the Grand Championship.
And they go straight for Kardzi. Look at Kardzi. This is the first time that I'm seeing this guy at half HP this early. He's here being chased down by Few, and this seems so familiar in the Grand Finals.
Whoa.
Few, Hayes, Reebok.
The names are lining up, and it's bringing us season 1 feels, man.
We've been here since season 1.
Oh man,
to be honest, this is really cool.
really cool. It's an experience, an absolutely thrilling experience, not just for us, but I'm sure for the viewers as well. And Carl TZ, you're right. It's very rare to see this guy getting pressured early on. Usually, it's him doing the pressure.
And usually,
what's happening?
And usually, it's Few, Lusty, and Carl giving the same problem to the enemy team.
Exactly. So,
and look at Rebo here going 1v1 dito.
A bit of a
He
reversal.
doesn't really care. He doesn't
at this
really care.
guy.
Okay, keep on giving me continuous damage. I thrive on that. I
Yeah.
get stacks from
that's
that.
fine, right? You can start this dance all night long. You're not gonna be able to kill me unless you send your friends to help.
Okay, so right now, you can see Carlzy and
Whoa.
Hajizi here, and Carlzy here just not giving any opening for Ling. He's trying to deny the Ling farm here, and Hayes will be the first blood. Arrow connection, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the championship winning Selena.
That was like a 3-part series, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was first, who was that? Few? Sorry, it was first Carl TZ, and then follow up, and then closing by the arrow with Few. It's like no way to go.
It looked like the literature book. Or
Yeah.
fictional literature book.
Yeah, you read part 1, part 2, part 3.
And Kurtzy here, he's getting pressured. And where does he go? Okay, Phantom Execute misses. And Carlzy, they're doing something here, and they're
Whoa.
making this work.
This is a beautiful skin, by the way. This is
Are you planning to get that?
I think so. I think we should.
I think we should.
Especially if Carl TZ makes another Savage on this. Like, guys,
I
come
mean,
on.
I won't. Because you know what?
You don't play Lance?
No. You guys don't let me play core anyway.
Yeah, that's a different story.
You guys put me on assassin.
On assassin.
No, on tank
tanks,
rather.
yeah.
So if you would let me play Lance in a tank, that would be
Probably,
okay.
right?
No,
We'll talk to Wolf later about
But you
that.
guys won't do that. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
Manjin. I don't know if Manjin's gonna let you do that. But yeah, absolutely. In the state we have right now, Brent Esports, they are ahead by almost 2,000 gold at 3 minutes mark.
And look at Brent Esports here on how they just play with their economy. Looking at it, Omega is at 7.5k, 9.3k on Brent Esports. What's happening here?
It's way too smart. And the zone from Bren, it's unbelievable. They're going straight at it. And Hajizi's forced to go ahead and get out.
Rebo here will be the primary target. Heath doesn't have the mana. And Carlzy going straight for Toshi. But he isn't that confident with his mana pool and his damage output, and he will just get away. Remember, Lance is really good when his skills are off cooldown. You can take down a couple of people, but then if you don't have any way to escape and you use your dashes,
that's it for you.
That's it for you.
Especially if the puncture goes on cooldown. If that happens, like, uh-oh.
that's basically your lifeline
Yeah,
right there.
exactly.
And Phantom Execute. But if you're using Phantom Execute
as an engage,
as escape,
right,
then you're probably losing.
Probably, right? You want to use that as offensively as possible. Exactly.
Few here just showing us Season 2 vibes, giving us the Season 2 vibes, Rockhart.
Exactly. This is the Selena of Few who won them the championship way back in Season 2.
And look at this. The tankiness, the innate tankiness of the backshot doesn't really work. Why?
That's right. They're bursting.
Bursting. It's all about burst for the side of Brent Esports.
There's no DPS here. Oh, look at this. It's going to be a big fight. Under the tower we go. Tempest of Blades will try to slow everyone down, and it does. It clears the minion wave. It slows down Brent Esports. But even though they got slowed down, this game still feels so fast. It's so fast-paced.
It's so fast-paced, and you know what? When games tend to be this fast-paced, something bad really happens real fast.
Yeah, and look at this replay. You can really tell that defensive is the way to go for Omega. And everyone from Omega is just trying to not die, trying to avoid these arrows. But they're hitting all the time.
Yes, that is true. That is your Gillette instant replay. Hashtag Shave the Day. Omega here. 1-5. They're still not missing any turrets, so that's fine by my standards. Because if you think about it, as long as Brent Esports don't, control your jungle as early as now,
it's fine.
You're still fine. You're still getting the farm that you need.
Yep, but again, you got to keep that going, or else stuff like this is going to happen. He's the target. He will be able to stay on half health with Kurt Easy. He's waiting for his opening, trying to look for it, trying to go.
And things aren't looking that great for the side of Omega here.
Absolutely.
And they went straight to, contest or control the side laners that will come out from Brent Esports. But that didn't even matter. They got Yu Zhong, they got Barretts, and those 3 bans don't even matter anymore.
Yeah, they're going to control the lane, for sure. And they're going to control whichever is happening in the mid lane as well.
And while everything of that is happening, Rockhart, there is a push happening at the bottom lane, and things are getting smaller and smaller for the side of Omega.
That's true. The world is starting to shrink. Losing those outer turrets is actually pretty big. It opens up the jungle for Omega, and now Brent Esports. This is where they do what they do best. They pressure you into giving up your buff to them.
Looking at the pacing of how the Lancelot is getting the items, he has FTCs already. So that means any jungle camp will be fast.
That's right. Jungle camps are going to be a no-brainer, and he can't survive against that Phantom Execute from ChooxTV.
And Toshi gets hit. Few is throwing arrows at will. Is hitting people left and right. And look at this, Bren Esports. Toshi using Starlight. Well, that falling. What do you call it? Falling Star Moon. Falling Star Moon. I actually, just thought it was Meteor Shower for some reason. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Falling Star Moon to disengage. And that usually spells something bad if you use it that way.
Yeah, something is definitely wrong if you're using it defensively, trying to get away from your opponents. Because that would mean that you have no other choice. That Sky helmet is going to be there already. Sky Guardian helmet.
It's as if Rebo, doesn't need to go home anymore.
That's right. He's already so tanky in the first place.
And you have your innate mana regeneration as well. You have the Aberrus on Rebo, Athena Shield on Lusty.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. ChooxTV, though, he's trying to make something happen, trying to get into Flap. He's very, very low. No Dragon Form means he's not going to be able to fly out of here.
And he's going to
some
fight.
help.
He's going to
fight.
fight.
He's fighting 2v1. He's taking a long time, but he will get taken out.
Oh my god, Kurt here.
Nice cleanup.
Ooh. Damage output. And look at the levels here, Rockhart. I want to focus on the levels a bit, but they don't let us do that.
Yeah, it's another fight.
There's another fight happening here.
Fight going.
All right.
That's Rebo throwing it into the wall, stunned for a long time before it gets taken out. Toshi not have any answer anymore.
Look at this. Level 13 ChooxTV. Counterpart, Hajizi, level 10.
I mean, look at Heath. He's level 7 and he just turned 8. So people are gonna die. People are gonna get exploded on.
And Leng, he isn't really one of the best. He doesn't have the best comeback mechanic in ML.
The condition for Leng is you need to get ahead early on with your mobility, with flying through the walls. That means you're flying into gold sources very quickly. So you should be ahead in experience as well. But that's not happening here.
Oh, arrow. Missed by a pixel. And let's try to see how Omega comes back from this, but there is a kickback.
What's happening here?
Toshi. He was forced.
Revo's playing this Barrett's like a show, literally just pushing people back. He's doing it. And Omega's having a hard time dodging. So Omega, they need to be on the turtle defensive here. They need to take a lesson from Baksha and put up a defense, a good, strong defense.
I mean, man, if you're gonna tell me this makes sense, Selena and Barrett's, it makes a lot of sense.
It does. It's just 100% stun lock.
If you want to save your ally that has been hit by an arrow, you stay near the Barretts.
They're not gonna go anywhere near you.
Then what does the Barretts do? If you go near, Daytona's
welcome. Exactly.
Then what happens next? You move out. You leave your ally.
I think this might be it. This is going to be the big fight that we want to see. But it's going to the side of Brent.
Toshi.
It's way too one-sided here. Toshi gets taken out as well. ChooxTV's already doing the backline. One hit, he took away 20% to 30%.
Haji. He was trying to look for ChooxTV. I thought there was going to be a fight.
Man. Not enough energy.
I thought there was going to be a fight, actually. And he was actually lurking. And I think with that, any Link player would try to go for that kill. But you know what? I think Haji isn't that confident anymore in this game.
Yeah, I don't think he's that confident. I mean, especially where he's going to have to make up for so much of the advantages that Brent has. 13,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 53 seconds. Who does that? Like,
well,
oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, this Bren lineup is just
13K.
They have their own understanding of MLBB right now.
This is different. They are playing on a completely different level. again, when we say that, it's just Season 1 feels all over again.
Yeah.
Season 1 where games end at 7, 8 minutes.
We were talking about this earlier, but there's another hit on an arrow.
Oh, Hayes.
The fastest way to the grand finals for the MPL-PH was way back Season 1. It was all 2-0s, and the grand finals was a 3-0. And ChooxTV here getting that kill on Heath as if he's not a tank. Barrett's here. Will go down. Snipe.
Stop it.
Snipe, ladies and
He's
gentlemen.
already dead.
And that will be game number 1. Hayes here in front of his former team.
Man, that's just...
Oh my
They're getting
goodness.
zoned in. Oh, man, this is
hard to watch.
painful to watch.
And they get game number 1. Bren eSports, 3 games away.
3 games away from that title.
Are you hearing a new are you hearing
This
new
is new music. Yeah. Is this like a winner's music for Bren? That's cool.
Wow.
That's very cool.
And clearly with that, you really have to ask yourself. Bren eSports, they're the favorites to win this.
They are the favorites, absolutely.
No sugarcoating. Omega, they might bring something into the table, but still, if you look at it, most of the people will tell you Bren eSports will be the champ. And I think, in a way, they just proved that they can manhandle Omega.
That's true. That's a scary attack to your mental, emotional state
Yeah.
if you're Omega. Like, oh my god, seriously? What happened there?
Yeah,
Like, he had no control.
Yeah, and Omega will be left thinking, what did we do wrong?
The draft looked good.
We just played a normal game of MLBB.
Yeah.
We did what we had to do. But for Bren eSports, they went in and they just tore everything down.
And again, I think if I was Omega, the only comfort I would get is this is not gonna happen again.
Yeah.
Right? Because of what I saw, this is not gonna happen again.
This is not gonna happen again, but you know what's gonna happen? Wolf's solo analyst segment. So Wolf, take it away.
All around boy.
My name is Wolf, your analyst. We're gonna be talking about Game 1 of the Grand Finals of MPL-PH Season 6. Tignan muna natin ang draft. And I would say, this game is weird for me when it comes to viewing it. Kasi ng Omega parang binigay nila yung mga gustong heroes ng Bren eSports. Siguro naisipin dito nila Coach Dale na napaghandaan nila. Unfortunately, it seemed like that's not the case. Let's just say na kinuha na Omega yung Ling na paborito nila kay HadGZ. Pero binigay din nila yung Lancelot na, if I'm not mistaken, is 12-0 leading up to this point. So 13-0 na si ChooxTV with this Lancelot all throughout MPL-PH Season 6. And looking at the heroes of Omega, there's not much when it comes to counters. In fact, kung ako tatanungin on my personal taste, there's really no catch on the side of Omega. Sabihin na natin merong Cho, merong backshot, you have Lunox na pwedeng mag-ultimate, but hindi nila nahuli si Lancelot at wala silang chance at all na mahuli si ChooxTV sa game na to. And looking at the heroes of Bren eSports, meron silang Selena na nagulo talaga yung lineup ng Omega because of the fact it was able to steal or at least contest yung buff, which we will talk about later. For now, why don't we look at the stats of the players, and overwhelmingly ChooxTV dealt so much damage in this game, 57,000 at 0 deaths yan. Siguro eventually makakuha tayo ng damage dealt per death, and I'm sure that it's either ChooxTV or HadGZ who's the leading when it comes to that point. By the way, Bren eSports ay nasa kanila din yung mga top damage dealers sa buong liga. That's Few as well as Rebo. In fact, Rebo, ngayong playoffs, umabot natin playoffs, may time na mas mataas yung KDA niya over ChooxTV. That's why you know that this team, Bren eSports, are really dominant throughout the whole season. Now let's look at the highlights of this game. At doon natin makikita unti-unti. Hopefully, meron tayong highlight nung unang play na ginawa ni Few, but unfortunately, hindi na. So, I just want to take note na itong lead na meron si ChooxTV at this point, if we compare both of the cores, mas mayaman talaga nang hindi amak si ChooxTV. ChooxTV is level 5 at this point, HadGZ is just level 4. There was a play nung unang-unang purple buff take ng Omega doon kay Ling na nanakaw ni Few. Off-cam actually nangyari na yun, but nung tinutok sa kanya yung camera, may buff si Few, si Hajizi wala. And this was because of probably an arrow na tama yung timing. O kaya flame shot, kasi naka-flame shot dito si Few, which by the way is very crucial in many parts of this game. Yung early lead na nakuha ng Bren Esports, hindi nila binitawan. At dahil nga walang hard catch on the Lancelot ni Carl TZ, bukod sa malupit yung kanyang galawan, na hindi rin siya mahuli nung kanyang mga kalaban. All to take note, this is a play from Kurt TZ as well as Hayes na masyadong matagal. Look at Lancelot. Nandun pa siya sa may river, pero dahil nag-gunsplay siya, Flap TZ tried to survive here. Lancelot will take this as a 2-for-1. Tapos siya pa yung core, kaya hindi na rin talaga napigilan. While phenomenal ang ginawa dito ni Few, you have to take note, Lusty as well on this Akai is one of the better performances na nakita natin sa Akai. And Bren Esports din, sa kanilang iba pang mga members like Kribo on this Barrats was incredibly hard for Omega para mag-defend. And actually, yung mga last clashes na makikita ninyo dito is just a result na lang ng economy na meron ang Bren Esports. There's really no way for Omega na manalo na dun sa part na to ng game dahil sobrang yaman na ng Bren Esports at sobrang komportable na nila. So I think that in this particular game, the Carl TZ Lancelot, the undefeated, the unkillable Carl TZ, 906 Child Prodigy, nagpapakitang gilas naman. But I would say, for Omega, if you're a fan of Omega, man, hindi mo pwede talagang ibigay yung Lancelot or yung Selena, lalong-lalo na pag magkasama laban sa Bren Esports. And maybe that is gonna be the lesson for Omega come game number 2. If you are here to support Bren Esports, nako, I'm sure na sobrang saya mo sa nangyayari. And if you do, scan this QR code. Samantala naman sa mga gustong magpuwersa pa ng marami pang games all throughout, I'm sure that you want to support Omega at this point. Scan this QR code. At syempre, gusto namin makarinig from you guys, lalong na sa pag-elevate ng ating scene dito sa Pilipinas when it comes to Mobile Legends. Just visit fb.com/mplph.official or scan the QR code para makatulong ka. We also would love to hear from you guys, and that will be perfect dito sa pag-fill in nyo ng survey through this QR code or the next QR code. Meron din kayong pwedeng mapanalunan na rewards dyan. So we do hope that you participate. And if you love what you're seeing dito sa MPL Grand Finals, just like to remind everyone na marami tayong mga giveaway codes for you guys. And actually, balita ko meron din tayong idodraw ngayong mismo. So I know that you've been waiting for this. The mythical raffle draw, legendary draw this time in 3, 2, 1. Yun! Congratulations sa mga nanalo ng Magic Dust tickets, Hero Fragments, Premiums, and Premium Skin Fragments. Congratulations to you guys. We will have another draw later. So sana ay nanonood kayo hanggang sa dulo. Pati na rin dito sa mga analysis segment natin dahil dito natin ilalabas yung mga mythical raffle draw at as well as mga giveaway codes na ipapakita natin. So congratulations to you guys. That has been game number 1 pa lang naman ng ating best of 5 series. At after the game, during this segment, sa analysis segment, meron tayong mga giveaway codes na ibibigay para sa inyo. So I encourage everyone at lalo na dun sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam na manood kayo until this point dahil lagi tayong may 3 giveaway codes. And I'm sure that if you want more codes and more fun and entertainment tonight in Championship Sunday, syempre, i-wish nyo na mas marami pa tayong games na mapapanood for more chances of winning. But that was game number 1. A very dominant performance mula sa Bren Esports. Madaming nag-predict na Bren Esports ang mananalo nito. But ang dami rin naniniwala sa Omega. My name is Wolf, and I'm gonna be turning it back to the casters to see if game number 2 will be in favor of Omega this time.
We still have like a maximum of 6 games possible for this series, and I'm actually surprised that our names haven't been changed. I'm Butters, he's Rockhart, and we are going to be your shoutcasters for the English stream. Now, we saw Bren Esports. Not gonna sugarcoat it. Manhandle Omega on game number 1.
One of the most dominant performances that we've seen this season, right? I mean, even in the battle versus NXP, it probably wasn't that bad. I mean, the gold lead didn't reach 13K at 10 minutes. Usually, it's like, okay, it's 11 minutes, we have an 11K gold lead. That's normal, right? Sometimes. But this one, it was just it was off the charts. Everything that Carl TZ wanted to get, he was getting in that game. Anyone Carl TZ wanted to target, it goes down. That's just how easy it was, especially with a Selena on your lineup and a Barats.
And it seems to me that the side lanes were just really too strong. That even if Omega banned out all their heroes, they banned out the Khaled, they banned out the Thams, they banned out the Uranus. They even got the Esmeralda. But it didn't even matter.
Doesn't matter at all. Like, why did you even need that? Like, they already got the first pick Esmeralda that Omega wanted. That was already perfect. They didn't even need to ban out Uranus at this point. I'm just too flabbergasted by that draft. It was great. But, Omega got everything they wanted, but they still got outmaneuvered each and every turn.
And we did see it earlier, like, on the keys to victory. There was something written there, like, Bren eSports need to draft better compositions.
It was like, really?
Really now?
Maybe it's the other way around then,
No. I think Rockhart, they can draft anything and make it work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something that I want to see later. What I want to see later is maybe if they're forced into, if Carl TZ can't get Lance, right? If they can't get Selena, I want to see what's going to be the sub. Because a lot of these picks are going to get banned out for sure here in the next draft.
And
so
yeah, I'm thinking that Lance would be a ban worthy hero for the side of Omega. Right now, it's 13-0. Carl TZ never had lost.
Carl TZ has not lost with the Lancelot yet. Even got a Savage, so I guess we should stop giving Carl TZ the Lancelot. Like, just take it, Hajizi. If you don't want to ban it, take it.
We only have 2 Savages in the MPL-PH Season 6. And it's Few and Carl TZ.
Yep, both on Bren eSports.
Both on Bren. How? And it's one of those Savages are with the Eudora.
Can we see that again? Can we see another Eudora pick, please? We want to see more of that. Because I think in the games that we had before this, for the Battle for Third, Eudora was also a great pick. Right? So, something's wrong that teams that are not utilizing the Eudora and the Kadita, they're missing out.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Kadita, we might see this again.
Bren does that as well. But we did focus a lot on Bren. Let's go to Omega a bit here. For the side of Omega, they still have a lot of drafts that they can execute.
This team has used so many lineups in the past season, right? In the past regular season. So I'm not going to be surprised. They have one of the biggest hero pools in the game as well. I'm not going to be surprised if they come up with something new here.
Yeah, and
but
if they pick a Lapu-Lapu, I would take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise you in any way.
Yeah, I would really like to see a Lapu-Lapu actually. Flapteezy would be great in that hero because Flapteezy, the way he plays is so aggressive as well. It fits Lapu-Lapu. But although I think he might get reworked someday. But that's for the future. But Lapu-Lapu right now is for aggressive players, and we have a lot of aggressive players in both of these teams.
And we're solid friends with the coach of Bren eSports, and he won't let that Lapu-Lapu in.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not.
He's gonna shout us at the boys and say,
"Yeah,
why do you want to pick a Lapu-Lapu? You guys have all the heroes that you need."
He's gonna slap us in the head,
Yeah, he's gonna slap us in the head.
I can really imagine it. Oh, Bren, look at Vance.
Okay.
That's for Bren.
Yeah. I kind of get it, because if you are on first pick,
you have a weakness, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of a weakness.
If you go for a Selena, then that means you're giving up 2 good heroes on the other side.
Exactly. So they don't want to risk it. They're going to go for a bit of a different strategy here.
And there's a coat hanger.
There's a hanger. That's a random hanger there.
Yeah, random hanger there. It's probably for good luck charm.
Yeah, it's probably their lucky hanger. But, I wonder what was hanging there. Their jersey?
Probably a jacket or
I think there was a jersey there, but they needed the jersey because they were so sweaty. they had to sub it in. They had to take the jersey that was hanging as a decoration. Maybe it's that intense right now in the Omega Bootcamp.
Now, they did it by the Esmeralda, and Bren eSports will go for the Ling. Esmeralda will be picked here for the side of Omega. I'm actually leaning towards it.
I think so. Esmeralda is absolutely a great pickup
Roger.
here.
Esmeralda Roger.
You think?
I
Roger?
think. Like, if you don't pick for Haji now, you might regret it. You might regret
that's
it.
a good point. That's a good point.
If Haji gets like a health crit or something, that could give Bren Esports a bit of an opening.
I want to see that. I want to see that Hellcurt actually. And again, Jungle Hellcurt. I don't know why that's giving my tongue a hard time. Hellcurt.
Just call it Hellcurt Jungle. It's
Hellcurt.
easier.
There you go. So there you go with Esmeralda. Rear right on one pick. Next one is
Okay, they go for a
okay, Barretts is not only is it a great pick, it's also a deny because Rebo apparently is one of the best Barret players in the game from what I've seen. Yeah, right? I mean, this Barret is perfect. There's just no, you can't ask for more. He's zoning, he's damaging, he's not dying. Like, that's the perfect Barretts right there.
Thams and the Farsa.
Great wave clear coming from Bren.
You really have to look at the pacing that Bren Esports will do here.
Is that right? Is it 100% win rate for Carl TZ on the Ling as well?
If that's true, then what do you not ban on this guy? What hero do you not give this guy?
Exactly. Like, what is... We need to look these up later. I'm going to double check this because that's impossible. 100% on so many heroes.
I mean, they lost, okay? But I think in a way, the ratios of those heroes, I don't know, man.
It was
like,
not affected. I mean, he was it. Oh, yeah, I remember when they lost. I think that was a quad.
They lost thrice. They lost only
three times.
Three
Yes.
times.
One of them was a clawed. I don't remember the other ones. Probably a marksman as well. One.
It's probably going to be a marksman.
Yeah. So in terms of assassin and these hard carries, apparently he has not lost that much.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
And as you can see, Bren here and Haji and the others, they're staying here. They got the Roger with the Barretts. They're pretty happy with that. For Bren,
I like the Roger. There you go. By the way, that was your correct prediction.
But
so.
it didn't really come out on
the first rotation.
On the first rotation.
Right.
I was expecting it to come out there. But for Bren Esports and Omega, they'll be banning out a lot of these tanks.
Yep. And they're also a bit... it's weird because Natalia is also getting targeted here. So high priority in making sure their backline's alive, which means Bren Esports, they want a heavy front line that has damage. I would not be surprised by any big, like, what else? What else can you pick as a tank, right? You don't expect a Baksha, right? Expect a Baksha. Something that can be, because the reason why they want to ban out the Natalia is, for example, if I want to pick a Baksha, I want some strong DPS. Natalia is burst. So your HP is going to go down quickly. So that's just... I don't know. I like the way of thinking here of Bren Esports, but Omega, they're also kind of ready. I like the ban on the Akai. This is perfect.
Yeah.
This is a great ban.
Yeah, to be honest, right now for Omega, I think Baksha is going to be the pick.
Yep.
If they don't secure their tank right now,
It's going to Bren, right? If
it's gonna go to Bren.
They have to go for it.
It's gonna face up against Toshi. It's if ever Toshi is going to pick that Esmeralda.
It looks like Lusty, he's having a bit of a hard discussion. Who do I use as a tank, guys? Come on.
And they're taking their time. They're taking their time. They're not really rushing.
Even these guys.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the right opportunity to pick. And if they can clear out things, even if it's the last 10 seconds, then at least there are no regrets. It clears their mind, and they just go for a Hilda.
Okay, no Baksha, it's
No Baksha.
Hilda.
I think Bren Esports, X-Borg, and...
Tank?
Okay, so I kind of get the Farsa and the X-Borg combination. Like, you can't push in
Massive
front of
AoE
these guys.
damage.
You push Last Insanity. You push Feathered Airstrike.
Yep.
And it interchanges.
I mean, that's not even counting the wave clear of Carl TZ when he's farming, right? So, a big tank that has a lot of wave clear? Oh, no way. The new Tigreal. Okay. So that's why Lusty was having a big discussion. Like, I think his teammates don't want to see it. But they decided on it, and Lusty's going to get his pick. That's an 80% win rate on the Tigreal.
I'm actually I was actually expecting a backshot to just come out.
Because, you know, Bren likes the wave clear. So
it makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
You have the Hilda on the other
Tortoise
side.
Poissons for clearing a lot of minions. Even if your whole team is down, you have Tortoise Poissons. You can clear a lot of minions.
Yeah.
So this Tigreal is something that's... I mean, it's not like Bren loses here. It's 100% win rate, but it's different.
Oh, I get it. So this certain pick really just forces people to go for the Purify as well.
Exactly. That's true.
Tigreal actually forces people to go for the
They need the crowd
Purify.
control. They can't afford to just have a backsha because it only has like one stun.
So that means if you go for the Purify, then technically, in a sense, you have a very defensive spell.
That's true.
Flicker can be offensive and defensive at the same time.
That is the plan here for Lusty for sure, right? I mean, we all want to see the flying implosion, but of course,
think about the implosion damage that this lineup can do. Last Insanity, Further Airstrike, Tempest of Blades in the middle of everything.
Right?
Everything
That's
is
true.
in circles, man.
A lot of circles that, of course, Omega will need to dodge, and Omega themselves want that solo engage. They want to isolate somebody for the maximum damage. That's what you have the Barretts for. That's what the Hilda's for. And again, Roger really likes to Lycan Pounce on just a single frontline target. So, different win conditions for these teams.
Would you agree with me if I would tell you that this certain lineup from Bren eSports is, let's say, team fight heavy? Well, for the side of Omega, it's more on the single duel fighting capability and isolation technique.
I think that's exactly what it is, right? I mean, there's not much AoE in Omega except for Barats, except for Esmeralda, and Chang'e is obviously the only long-range guy that they have. The longest range guy that they have. Everyone else is pretty much right in front. Roger, Esme, Hilda, and Barrett.
And you know what? Chang'e will be the one to divide the fight.
Yes,
and if Chang'e can divide the fight, then that is the time where Omega will get what they want. But if it's a full-blown team fight at level 4, you bet that Bren eSports will just have the upper hand with that.
I think this is
Look at this. This is something. Okay,
what?
This is something new. A 4-man brush. They really wanted to catch someone out there.
And that's not gonna happen. I mean, I'm pretty sure Omega is aware. And Lusty's so patient. Lusty's still waiting there. Look at this.
And Flap will go to Curtsy. Will take the fight to Curtsy because as we all know, as we all know, how do I say this? Barrett's loses at level 1 versus
hard. Yeah,
Azam.
It's a solid loss, right? Because the wave clear of Fams is strong. Plus the molten sight damage, it just keeps going. Unlike Barrett's who needs the time to cool down on his skills. You throw it out, it's on cooldown.
And look at Flap.
Throw it out. You know.
Look at Flap. This guy is just blocking the path here of Haji.
So aggressive.
Remember, you might not be thinking that they're not stealing anything, but they're stealing the time of Haji.
Yep, and right now what they're stealing is the flicker for Lusty. He might go down. That's gonna be first blood for Haji. And Carl Teasy, he's not done with the buff. It could get stolen. It's gonna be secured though for the meantime.
And that was a 5-man rotation for Omega. I like it, but
It worked.
That also means that you leave someone behind.
That's the X-Borg. Yes, exactly. X-Borg is gonna be left alone, try to clear a lot of those minions. And I don't know. I hope they could have gotten more if there, but 1 kill is not bad.
And oh my goodness, Heath! That
was an overstay.
Okay, now for a Hilda, what do you really want? I mean, to be honest, if you would get the boots, that will determine how much pressure you could make. If the team has a lot of physical damage, you go for the warrior boots.
Exactly.
If you want to go for the magic reduction, you go for the toughness boots.
Yep.
But if the other team has balanced damage, where do you place yourself?
It's very difficult, and for the most part, you go warrior boots just for the defense, for the additional defense. But overall, it's gonna be confusing. It's gonna be super confusing. Almost purely flicker on Omega with just a Purify and a Retribution on, of course, the Esmeralda and the flame shot option still available for Bren eSports here on that Forza.
You know what? Few here has been playing with this flame shot for the longest time, and he knows
Selena on flame shot.
It's well, Selena on flame shot, and he knows that if he gets early scaling, it scales as well.
Yeah, the damage is just real.
It's extra damage output.
Yep, we'll see if that's gonna be usable here though. As we do see, Bren eSports, they're starting to start the zone.
And it's a wanderer take here. For the side of Bren eSports, they really want to fight this. Although Heath uses the ultimate to try to stun Carlsy for a bit, but it won't really matter as he will just get away.
Yeah, Flapteezy's on the top side as well. I think Omega knows this, and they're gonna have to run at the first sight of this guy. But the turtle is getting started. It's half HP. This is a very big objective. Bren eSports, they're gonna go contest.
Oh, look at that implosion! Catches two people, and here comes Bren eSports. They want to fight this, but Omega, they will take down Carl. Few here's the next target, like and pounce, and look at Hajizi going in like a madman. Rebo will be his third kill, and Bren eSports gets punished.
There you go, Hajizi. He's finally looking for the targets that he needs, and he finds them. Flapteezy is going to be pushed back. Tower will be suffering, and Bren eSports suffered their first major setback in this matchup.
Okay, so with that team fight didn't work well for the side of Bren eSports, just because they weren't really in place.
That's true. Tempest of Blaze again is activated here for Bren eSports. Carl Teasy.
Did he steal that?
I think
yes,
he did. He did. Oh my god.
Haji went in, and to be honest, these two kids were compared for the longest time.
Absolutely. This is a perfect team fight here that we will see from Omega. Everyone was just being zoned out of the way. Rebo, he was in a weakened state. Even Few was not ready with the Feathered Airstrike. They used up almost all of their resources to take that turtle, and that gave them a very hard time.
But for Bren eSports, they are taking this one step at a time. Omega here really needs to make something happen at this early stages of the game. Hajizi has 5-0-1.
Yeah, you don't want a repeat of what happened in game 1. That is just disrespect if it happens again. So Omega, they're opting for a very fast early game using Heath as a solid tool to make sure that they can control that early.
And Tigreal here will be forced back. Meteor Shower is probably one of his worst enemies here.
That's true. Man, Meteor Shower is... There's no way for them to deal with it. That's why I wanted the Baksha for this lineup, but apparently they just don't care. I mean, they had other plans.
If they went for that, right? Like the Meteor Shower wouldn't really make sense.
Yes, they have someone who can take care of the Meteor Shower, and everything else is melee. But now, because of that, of course, Turtle will go over to the Roger. Hajizi again, very happy with that take. And this can do a lot of damage to Bren.
Okay, so Bren here moving in. Carl Z just going down. And he is recalling. And look at this, Curtsy not letting him go home.
Man, they're angry at Carl. Yeah, they're forcing Carl to back off. That's free. 2 teleports being cancelled.
And we've seen Bren eSports, have a harder time than this. And then let's see how they adapt. But for the side of Omega, look at Roger, 4.6k gold.
That's a lot. That's like almost free items. He already completed 2 big items, Raptors and oh, look at this.
Lusty getting caught out, and here comes the rotation. Let's try to see what's going to happen here on the side of Bren eSports. And they actually disengage.
Wow.
Haji isn't gonna force it.
Really? That was, I think that might have been a missed opportunity, but I think they see Carl. That's why, right? They probably see Carl. Carl, that was a funny flight. All right, they see Carl and they stop the push, which is, again, turrets are kind of worth more than just 1 kill. And so that I get the reasoning, but right now top lane is also taken down.
And Omega here, they're showing signs of life. Bren eSports did give them a hard time. Game number 1. Omega really wants to return the favor. It's looking at we're looking at a score of 1-6. Omega, if they don't make anything, if they don't make mistakes here, this could just be an easy victory for them.
Yep, 5k gold lead at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. That is saying something. And doing it against Bren eSports, definitely a big achievement. But the bigger achievement would be if they give them the loss. So Omega, they're definitely making sure that Hajizi gets everything they want, everything he wants, to make sure that they have some bullets in the barrel.
Turtle right now is the target for the side of Omega. Look at Hajizi
No
with the early
contest.
snowball. No contest. They don't want to contest. It's not like they can contest, but they don't want to.
Yeah, they're not gonna risk anything big. Curtisi though, Daytona's welcome. Swallows up Lusty, throws him back, and a big implosion. Locks down 3 people, but no follow-up damage.
And Heath here will be the next one to go down. Look at Toshi going in for the Falling Star Moon. Hajizi in the middle of everything. Tempest of Blades. It actually connects, but Flap here cannot tank all the damage that is happening to his side. Omega will take him down, and that is another one clash for the side of Omega.
Very, very big win there for Omega. Again, pushing ChooxTV back and forcing him to just farm up instead of fighting. That is buying a lot of time. You're getting a lot of gold from these turrets. Already a lot of gold, and you are just maximizing the time that you have here.
And we do have our Gillette instant replay. Hashtag Shave the
Hashtag
Day.
Shave
What
the
happened
Day.
there?
I mean, that was just pure power, pure damage output coming in from Omega. Their frontliners are good. Curtisi, he was low, but he was able to escape in the nick of time. And they just basically forced ChooxTV to fly away. ChooxTV, instead of backing, this time goes to a different lane, trying to cut the mid. But, again, that's only licking the wounds that you suffered. Omega with a huge lead at this point. I think that's around 7,000.
And they can regroup if they want to. Like, clearly, right now, Bren eSports has their backs on the ropes. Omega, they're looking, you know what, they're kind of
Looking really
confident.
Yeah, so confident in the plays. And Hajizi's finally in a position where this is the position he wants to be. Usually he wants to be ahead in the early game. He wants to steal those buffs, which he did. He wants the turtle, and he got it. I think he got 2 already. So what else can you ask for? Like, the difference between the Ling and the Roger right now is just astronomical.
Yeah. And you know what, Rockhart, I was gonna call you Carl. Rockhart. The only thing I fear for the side of Omega is the superior wave control or wave clear on the side of Bren eSports.
Ooh, that's a good point. Right, because there's like, even if they're under-leveled, if they don't die right away, they're gonna clear the minion waves.
Yeah, and if that happens, we've seen ChooxTV come back from these kinds of deficits.
Yeah, we've seen them come back from bigger deficits, actually. Like, I think there was a point where we saw a 12k gold lead, but they were still able to get something back. That's just, I'm a little, I'm not super confident yet about this 7k gold lead, but it's a great place to be in. And Omega, they're starting to look like they are forcing Bren eSports to make very tough decisions.
But you know what? Omega just taking out all the turrets. For Bren eSports here, they're not really forcing, they're not really aiming to fight outside anymore. They want to do all the fighting inside of the base.
That's right. And of course, the base will still be intact.
Yeah.
For the meantime.
All the push, all the cuts, all the splits that will come out from ChooxTV. So ChooxTV here will be the one who's going to, you know, level the playing field and how much, you know, objectives Omega can just take and monsters that Omega can take. He can bypass those, you know, checkpoints that Omega set up.
And yeah, the checkpoints are going to be important, right? But what's more important here is the bigger factor here is Hajizi's 1 item ahead of ChooxTV. Literally 1 item. So I think because of that, there's going to be no contest on the Lord as well. It's impossible for them to out-damage Omega, but maybe they can outmaneuver. They need to make a pick-off if Bren wants to win. And Omega, they just secure it. They just make sure ChooxTV doesn't get picked up. ChooxTV doesn't get a comfortable position. Make sure he doesn't free hit. And they're good. No one else can do that damage.
Yeah. And it's still a 6-0-2 for Haji. So in terms of, you know, just getting the gold, you could just see that score and you'll be like, ah, that's why.
Exactly. Exactly right there. The score is like, yeah, he has items, but yeah, his score is like
602.
602.
That's
yeah, exactly.
That's why.
So yeah, so far Omega is doing everything right. They're ticking the check boxes. Their keys to victory. They're controlling Carl TZ, which is difficult to do. No one can really do that much.
Yeah.
Right. So they're on the road to something good here. They're on the road to their own one, the 1-1. So we'll see.
And Bren here, using that wave control that they have, they trying to catch out Hayes. Hayes here presses his own ultimate and he forces Few out.
Man, I really would have liked a Baksha here.
Yeah.
We
were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, he's just the guy who's doing a lot of the work as well. We don't notice it as much, but he's the one who's actually doing the most DPS. Carl TZ, he's just playing with fire at this point.
He knows that he needs to make it out alive for these kinds of engagements, and Carl
Oh, man!
gets hit!
The old veteran hits the kid in the face.
Remember, these were one of the guys that beat them way back season 2. So,
exactly.
So, yeah. Had GC with a Demon Hunter sword, make that 3 items, Rockhart.
3 items, man.
Make that 2 items,
so
rather.
He's
2 items
two
up.
items ahead. I don't think Carl TZ completed the third yet. Now the Divine Glaive is active on the chat. This is only gonna double everything. This is gonna double the hurt. It's gonna double the effort for Bren eSports to get back on the field, and the win is getting clearer and clearer for Omega.
And
13 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna point that out. You have the middle lord or the middle lane that the lord is going through. That is going to be a luminous lord, and it's gonna bump into that turret. And here comes the defense. How can Omega end this right now? Let us see. And that is the Lord going down, not taking a turret on their side.
Solid
and
win,
I might be speaking too early here. And they catch Lusty. Lusty here trying to go for the implosion. He cannot pop it off. And Bren eSports collapsing one by one. Rebo, Kazi, they're the only men standing here, and they're not letting Kazi go home.
The minion?
Hayes!
Oh boy, wow. It is gonna be a long day, ladies and gents. Omega with a 1 victory puts him on a tie. We got a series, brothers.
We got a series indeed. And we were expecting that Bren would take game number 2. But you know what? Omega just said that Tigreal doesn't make sense.
It really, and in the end, it really didn't. It really didn't make a lot of sense. The Tigreal was, I would say, what was the best thing it did? I think the best thing it did was try to group up with caught 3 people, but no follow-up.
Yeah.
So I think this hero kind of limits Lusty. I think this guy is such a creative player. This guy is such an aggressive tank. And when you put him on heroes like a Tigreal that moves slowly, it just isn't a fit for me, at least.
If you could have just picked the Baksha.
Baksha would have been great.
Baksha would have been great. But then again, the Chango wasn't picked.
Not yet.
When they picked that
wasn't picked yet.
When they could have picked that Baksha. So Omega had a lot of time to, recommit or readjust their draft if they wanted to. But for Bren eSports, this is going to be a blow or a punch or a chip to their armor. But let's throw it to Wolf and let's see what he has to say.
Number 2 of this best of 5 series kung saan 1-1 na ang ating score. Let's look at the draft. Interestingly, binigay ang Ling agad. Bren eSports actually picked it up first. Tapos ang Omega, ang sagot nila is Roger. Now, I would say, ang pinakamagandang pick dito is yung Barats. Traditionally, inisip ko na parang hindi problema para sa Ling yung Barats dahil pwede ka mag-Tempest of Blades bago ang Daytona's Welcome. Pero sabi kasi ng Omega dito, hindi ka makakapasok Carl TZ unless meron akong Daytona's Welcome. In fact, Daytona's Welcome in this game, hindi siya ginamit ever kay Ling. It's just the threat of that Detona's welcome na talaga nga naman nagpahirap. Para alam mo yung sinasabi nila na ang pinakamalakas na ulti ay yung ulti na hindi mo ginagamit muna. That's how strong it was then. It's all about the threats. I want to say though, Omega, this is a game that you can really attribute para kay Hayes. In many of the outplays, kung ako ang tatanungin personally who's my MVP, it's probably Hayes. And maybe, pagtingin natin dun sa mga stats nung ating game, post-game data, dun natin makikita kung gano'ng kalaki yung impact nitong hero to. That is Hayes with 34,000 damage, right? Pero malakas din ang performance si Cartesi. Wow, that's interesting. Pati na rin si Toshi. Pares sabay-sabay sila dito nag-online. Kaya naman halos lahat ng nasa Omega ay mas maganda. And if you're looking at their damage output, dito mo masasabi na talagang team fight based ang Omega. Stats don't lie. Tingnan mo yung damage output ng mga core heroes. Actually, mas malakas sila kay Hajisi, mas yung hero. Kasi nga naman, they always want to group up. Hayes, obviously, a very good player. Kahit na nung nahirapan sila sa early game, nung nakita nila yung timings nila until level 4, I think, hindi na sila nagpatumpik-tumpik pa nung may ultimate na si Hayes. It's all about pressure, pressure, pressure para sa Omega. There came a point, pag tinignan natin yung highlights natin, na nakuha ni Hayes yung dati niyang, yung kilala niya na si Cartesi, even with the Chang'e, di ba? Parang, who would have thought that a Chang'e can outplay a Ling? And only Hayes can do that. Half man, half amazing Hayes. Wonderful team fights obviously for Omega. Lalong-lalo na yung paggamit ng Meteor Shower. Gusto lang din mention na nung pinapanood namin ni Midnight at ni Reptar itong game na to, napansin namin na kapag tumatalon si Rebo on this last Insanity, what you do is just to put the Meteor Shower up para wala ka kagad ultimate. And makikita natin sa Omega na para mawala agad yung last Insanity at hindi ganun kataas yung impact sa team fights is what I meant. And unfortunately, hindi natin nakita yung highlight kung saan si Hayes ay sobrang ganda ng angulo para sa ma-counter yung feathered airstrike. Kasi bakit nga naman tatambay si Few with the feathered airstrike kung pinapaunanan siya ng Meteor Shower. And as a result, walang base defense, kumbaga, ang side ng Bren eSports dahil na zone out nga sila. Or at least actually hindi nga zone out eh. More like na out-poke ang Bren eSports in this game, even in the big team fights. MVP, however, it's still this guy, Heath, Mr. Fundamental. Hilda made it really hard for Ling to farm. Alam natin, traditionally, this is an answer to the Ling or any buff-based type of hero. Yung mga sobrang dependent sa buff ay nakukontra ng isang hero na malakas mambuli sa jungle. It is definitely Heath. Kabisado ang Hilda. Seems like yun lang naman talaga ang recipe sa Bren eSports. Don't give the Lancelot, don't give the Selena, and counter their heroes in the process. At nakita natin, para naman sa Omega, napakagandang performance on the Roger and this team fight comp as well. And so far, 1-1 na nga ang ating series in this best of 5. And I'm sure that you're so happy with Omega's performance. If you want to show your support, scan this QR code. Para naman sa mga fans ng Bren eSports, ganun din. Just scan this QR code to show your support. MPL-PH is growing talaga, guys. We are now at the game number 3 of a best of 7 matchup for the Grand Finals. If you want to help out, visit the official MPL-PH page sa fb.com/MPL-PH.official or scan this QR code. Would like to hear from you as well. If you can fill in the survey to win rewards na rin, just scan this QR code or the next one na makikita ninyo dahil gusto namin makarinig from you guys. And don't worry, we will be rewarding you for that. Speaking of rewards, I believe that we still have giveaway codes for you. So kung gusto mo pa ng mas maraming giveaway codes, magdasal ka na marami pa tayong games dito sa ating best of 7 match. 3 giveaway codes to be given every single match. And kung ako tatanungin nyo ng tip, wish na mas maganda pa yung palitan ng strats at ng heroes nitong ating mga teams. Because Bren eSports, I'm sure that their pocket of strategies, yung playbook nila ay malalim pa yan, as well as Omega, konti pa lang. We're just scratching the surface of both of these teams, and I'm sure that we will get to see more as this series develops. Mga kaibigan, that was game number 2 of best of 7 series between Bren eSports and Omega in this grand final ng MPL-PH Season 6. My name is Wolf, your analyst. Makikita nyo pa ako mamaya, pero ngayon ibabalik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
We're in it for a long night, Crockhart. We're in it for the long
Absolutely.
night, viewer at home. And let's end this. This is game number 3. We are going to be shoutcasters. I'm Butters. He's Rockhart. And there's still Bren versus Omega.
And they're showing us that, you know what, we are a fair. This is an evenly matched team. Omega, they kind of felt that loss in game 1, and they doubled back on the force and bring the defeat to Bren eSports. It was a demolishing defeat by Bren standards. I think no one's ever beaten Bren that hard or that bad. It's usually a close fight even if Bren loses, but that one did not look like Bren had a fight.
It was more like of a greeting. Like
Agreed.
game number 1, I'm Bren eSports, what's up, and this is what I can do. Game 2, Omega, it was his vlog. Hi vlog, welcome to my guys.
Yes.
Hi guys, welcome to my vlog, and this is how we play Mobile Legends. And I think the getting to know each other phase is now done.
It's done. Yeah, we kind of already. Okay, that's what you can do. Okay, I get it. I get it.
Alright.
You win. You win. We'll try to respect your draft a little more. I think that's what's going on here, and I would say that Red Esports definitely. This seems like a new threat to these guys. I mean, the regular season loss, I don't think it affected them that badly against Omega, but now Omega showing. You know what? We did this before.
We could do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
We could do it again.
So, Brand Esports must be on alert here. And this draft is going to be very important. Let's go.
You know what? But knowing Bren eSports, they are probably thinking for another way how to deal with Omega right now. And it seems to me that Omega just accepted the fact that there will be no more Lancelots for the side of Bren eSports. It's just way too strong.
And again, this is what part of the keys to victory that they're talking about. Forcing Carl TZ into a marksman. I wonder if that's going to happen today. And is it really that bad? Is the Carl TZ marksman really that bad? I mean, I think a lot of our analysts are saying that, right? And a lot of our analysts don't really like Carl TZ on the marksman. I wonder why.
It's probably because the only time when Carl TZ lost was when he went for marksman.
Oh, yeah. So
it could be the possibility. It could be that possibility.
That's what they remember. Right, exactly.
Yeah. So, if you don't have a clue or you don't have a trend or a pattern where a team or a player just falls behind, then what do? You just go for those random losses and just put 2 and 2 together. Then, don't give him, force him into a marksman. He might lose.
Yeah, I think Carl TZ kind of gets a little impatient the moment when he plays marksman, right? He tries to fight early. He's trying to show dominance. He's trying to show that, you know what, I'm not just a farming machine. I can fight too. But sometimes when those moments happen, those are the times that he gets caught out, because he might think that he's already strong, but he's forgetting he's a marksman, that he needs items and he fights. So maybe that's what Omega's trying to do, but of course, because of the first pick Ling, it's not going to be a thing anymore. The consequence of banning out this Lancelot is you leave this Kufra open. Same with the Barretts.
That is one point to consider here for the side of Bren eSports. And you know what? We did hate the Barretts for the first time we saw it, but right now it's at a 50% win rate.
Finally.
It's doing better.
Doing a lot better. Used to be like at a 10% win rate. So now it's better at 50. And in the hands of Bren eSports, it's only bound to go up higher.
Whoever has the Barretts wins.
Oh, we'll keep track of that. We have to keep track of that.
Let's keep track of that. Both Barretts here in this series has a 100% win rate.
100% win rate as well for Lusty on that Kufra.
Your team is
and he hasn't skipped a beat when he went up for this certain Kufra. They take out the Hilda, they take out the Chango. For Omega, they will take out Yuzhong. They don't want Toshi or the Selena to be reached that easily onto the back lines. They want him to, they want the Selena user to have a great angle and have the time of his life just throwing out those abyssal arrows.
This could be a support ban for Omega. They already have a great support. They have the Selena. He's gonna be very happy about that. Or Toshi. And it's going to be... I knew it! I felt it! The support Kadita is out! Oh my god, Dale! This guy is a beast. This is the pocket pick of Bren Esports.
They got it, but Bren Esports gets the Khalid.
Khalid, exactly. So they get something. This is not a total, total negation for Bren, but this Kadita was the one I was thinking about with the lineup that Bren has right now, and I'm just so happy it got banned out. But it's just something. It's just really something.
I think Natalia could be the pick here for the side of Omega. Well, I don't think Natalia could be the best, but you know what? There are a lot of tanky heroes here. You can't really burst anyone down here aside from Kralzi. Basha and Ruby. Natalia was left open.
Yep, singular support. No,
and
they don't want the Natalia. They want the Valier. And this is great. This is a great pick. There's a Roger. There's a Ruby. Yeah, okay, go ahead. There's a Fams.
Good reach. Can hit multiple people.
Exactly.
Can innately go for the Durans.
Not to mention it's on Few. So Few is like, yeah, I got it. You want any support hero, give it to me. I'll use it perfectly. 100% win rate on the Veil. Valier, rather.
This is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I thought it was going to be a Eudora for the side of Bren Esports.
Yeah, that was starting to look like it, right?
But I mean, I think if Omega went for the Natalia Selena Vision strategy, they could have picked that Eudora and took one out easily. And took one out of the Selena or the Natalia easily.
Instead of that, though, they go for a hard crowd control lineup. Stuns, stun, and knockup with the Ling.
As long as the Valier has the ultimate, he should not be scared of getting hit by that arrow.
Exactly.
That's a certain freedom, because if you're going up against a support battle, then you would want your support to have an innate counter to the other guy's support, other team support.
That's true. Again, the support roles for Omega is also not just for stun, man. This is when Hayes uses the Selena, it really does hurt a lot. I mean, he's one of those Selena players who don't just want the arrow. He wants to go for the growth all the time. He wants to go straight for the damage. And that's why, I think that's also a reason why Hayes' Selena is a bit different from the usual. He's not afraid to take risks.
And you know what? Rockhart, Carl, by the way, has been chasing this championship ever since Season 2.
Season 2, man. He's been started off with finesse. And
Haji has been doing the same as well.
Yeah, same thing.
And
Haji from SXC Imbalance.
And one of them will get that championship today.
Yeah.
This day won't end. Well, if we reach like 12 a.m., 12:01,
probably
that they could be champions for the next day. But that wouldn't even matter because they're still going to be champions.
Champion at the end of the day, and apparently for us, it's literally at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Usually when you say at the end of the day, it's just a saying. This is literally at like 12 midnight, probably.
I mean, we're still at game number 3.
It's only game 3.
We have 4 more games after this if we go the distance. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Could be a possibility.
Big possibility right there. So, who's getting the early game that they want, though, at this point? I think Omega is a little low. Hayes is almost going back.
Oh.
He hits the tower. It hits him stunned, though.
They catch out Lusty. Lusty's forced to use the flicker. And Haji trying to take him down, but Haji taking a lot of third shots there will just back out.
Easy's here.
Yeah, and Flap, they will try to punish Heath. He doesn't have the revitalize going on for him. Toshi trying to run away. They don't have the flicker. And look at Few.
With
one more stack. One more stack.
One more?
And
okay.
they won't get it.
Aggressive. This is a very aggressive Valier play here coming from Few.
But that was a waste, though.
Absolute waste of a flicker. They didn't get the kill.
You flickered. You didn't even have the mana to do so.
Yep.
And
And
he gets caught out.
There you go. Way too much. Way too little resources to be able to walk out. He already lost the flicker because of the offense. When you get hit by the arrow, that's a sure kill.
And Carlsy here, going straight for that turret. Look at Kurtzy. He's just focusing on to getting those minions onto the bottom lane. They're trying to take it out as well. 77 gold. And as you look at the preparations right now, what do you see, Rockard?
Omega's ahead. Flicker for 3 members of Omega. And on the other side, it is pure yellow for the yellow team.
And look at Kurtzy here. He's using that red skin, elite skin. And it actually looks good.
It really does, right?
I kind of miss that skin because a lot of
everyone uses the
Starlight, the
epic, yeah, either the Starlight
or the Dragons,
the Dragon
Tamer,
the epic Dragon Tamer skin. Yeah. But this one's like it's flaming hot.
Yes, the Scarlet look on it looks really hot though. But here comes the
Oh my God! What a disaster there!
Oh my goodness, punish! This is how you punish people, and Brenny Sports taking the fight to Omega!
What happened there? We didn't even have time to shoutcast anymore. We just had to wow that. That was just... We need a replay. Where's the replay of that one? We need to slow it down as well.
We need to slow it down.
Everyone collapsed at the same time. It's like, who do I call out first? It's like
you know the moments in your life where you just want to say something very intelligent and you just say, whoa.
Yeah, look at it. Whoa, it's the big whoa from Lusty. He was the first one who caught 3 people from Omega.
And here we are trying to say something intelligent, then
it's just whoa. You know? That was Gillette instant replay hashtag shape the day. Definitely shaved the day for Brent Esports, but Omega, surprisingly, they're the ones who got that turtle.
I don't think the lineup of Brent Esports really give a lot of emphasis to getting that turtle, to be honest. So they're fine, I think.
You want to go for the team fight instead.
We want to go to the team fight instead. But if I don't think Brent Esports had the resources to actually fight them as well, because I think right now their ultimate cooldowns just refreshed.
Yeah, that's right. And here we go. The big one.
And they catch out Kurtzy.
And
this is why the Barats is so annoying. Like, as long as you can get the Daytona's welcome, it's like an easy kill.
It's almost sure guarantee as long as there's no one next to the... Wait! How did Kurtzy pull that off? Anyway, he got a kill over Hayes, who failed to back. And then Toshi's going to get a bit of an answer on the bottom. But as we were saying, sure kill. When you get a Daytona's welcome, there's no teammates nearby. It's like, what are you going to do then? After you're stunned to a wall and then 3 people are hitting you.
But if you try to help, like Hayes, those things happen. You die in the process as well.
Yep, that's the lineup that Brent has. It's like long distance, you can engage right away. And they also have strong up-close melee potential.
And the arrow is there. Won't connect to Kurtzy. Flapsy here. Heath is there. He will be...
he's able to get out,
He's able to get out, but I don't think that's a good idea to go out right now, as a turret will be the next target for Brent Esports. The moment they saw Heath go back, they went straight for the turret. Smart move.
Yeah, Flapteasy is absorbing the arrows. He can regenerate with Quicksand Guard very easily in this matchup. And then everyone else from Brent Esports, they're just trying to wait and see if Omega's going to make a mistake. But right now, Brent Esports, they're ahead by 2.5k gold. Turtle will be spawning. This will be the next big thing. And they're setting up.
Turtle is now the main target of Brent Esports. Where is Haji? Haji is somewhere near. And let's see, the turtle has been slain. It goes to the side of Omega. They are trying to minimize the losses right now by just running away. And they will lose nothing.
Yeah, it was Karlteasy, and that's basically what you want to do. You want to get that turtle buff over to this guy, and he's more confident with this. In any character that you give Karlteasy, he's going to maximize that shield around the turtle, and he's also going to maximize the damage.
Because the thing is, if you give it to a Roger, the Roger will dive.
The Roger's going to keep diving, exactly, and he's going to get kills because of the percent HP damage that he does, plus the flat damage that he's going to get from the turtle buff.
this is actually a very early endless battle. He got that endless battle at 7 minutes. Not that early, actually. Like,
if it's his second item, yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Well, he went for Raptor Machete first.
Oh,
So this is fast.
This is fast. Actually, yes, it's fast. It's like, usually you'd have a boot and machete at this point, maybe on the way to your first, but he already completed it, so it's really quickly. But Brent Esports, I think they're still going to get ahead in the economy here because of everything ChooxTV is doing.
So Ling is one of those heroes that can just negate or not get any specialized boots. Just get the brown boots and you'll do fine.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. ChooxTV though will be the target, but comes the blades.
Look at this. Look at this Lusty hugging it out. And they can throw it to Hayes, but Hayes isn't really in the area. And this is Brent Esports just doing stuff, I guess. This is the normal things that Brent Esports do.
It's not even fast-paced. It's just slow and methodical. And normally you'd be able to, you can kind of predict when Brent Esports is going to go for a push. But the question is, can you do anything about it, even if you know that they're going to go for it? Even if you know there are 4 people from Brent there, like, okay, you have that knowledge. What are you going to do with that knowledge? What are you going to do with that info?
Yeah, and clearly, Brent Esports got the turtle instead.
Yep.
And they have full control on whatever objective that they want on this map. Omega is just being proactive. They're reacting to everything that Brent Esports is doing.
That's funny to say, considering Omega has the Selena. They're supposed to have that map control. They're supposed to have vision and map control. So what's happening? It's the other way around here. In Brent Esports, they're just using pure damage output. And again, it's difficult to engage if there's a Valier. You're a Roger. You're a Ruby. You're a Fams. You're a Baksha. There's a Valier who's spamming these Look at this. Look at that. Ruby can't do anything. And it's just funny to watch. And I'm not having fun. I'm not laughing because Toshi died. I'm laughing because if I was the Ruby, I won't know what to do as well.
Yeah, it's annoying in a way where you know the capability of your hero, but you're not given the chance to flaunt that.
Yeah, you can't do anything because you're just getting slowed and stunned.
And they're gonna go for the push, and ChooxTV, being the confident guy that he is, goes in front of 3 people and just does something. Wow! Brent Esports, okay, Omega has their own answer. ChooxTV getting called out by We Are Angry. That is a really good move. That's a really good move coming up from Omega, and they push Brent Esports back.
And that defense is actually pretty good. I have to say that they were able to get ChooxTV low. Imagine if ChooxTV didn't get low in that engagement, Brent Esports would not stop. So they got the right target. They lowered him. They lowered his HP. They didn't need to kill him. They just needed to lower his HP. And they're able to hold on to at least their side inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, and this is going to be ChooxTV aiming to go for that Lord. They position themselves in a way where they can actually just end this, and he tries to go for the Cyclone Eye, and here comes Repo, and it's like your older brother.
I got you,
trying to bail you out of a fight.
Yeah, exactly. It was like bouncing for you.
And Toshi, he is a non-factor in this game.
He's a non-factor. Like, I haven't seen anything significant coming out of the Ruby yet. But again, Hajiji, he's not dying as much, so there's still something there for Omega. We're waiting for Omega to make a big play, but they're the ones getting played out here.
And this is going to be Heath, just trying to roll around as much as possible. ChooxTV knows that these people cannot take him down. ChooxTV going for the Tempest of Blades, doesn't want to get hit by those turret shots, and they will just back off once again.
Big play on the bottom side, and the turret will be defended. But again, that's going to be Brent Esports just clearing out the jungle for the meantime. Getting the gold lead to 10,000 at 11 minutes and 25 seconds is a good achievement. They're able to do it against a team like Omega. That's part 2, basically.
Brent Esports slowly but surely trying to get this victory away from the side of Omega. Now, Brent, Are they even aiming to go for the Lord right now?
They're slowly. They're slow. They're a bit slow on taking that. They're just trying to make sure that the waves are controlled first. So they're sending Flap TZ and Few near the bottom side to deal with it. Actually, it's Carl TZ instead. Never mind. Few was just there to get vision. Flap TZ.
And they get Flap.
5v1. Oh my gosh.
They get Flap. They get Flap.
I wanted to see that. I want to see what Flap did with the 1v5.
And look at this. Look at all the ultimates that they had to, you know, burn.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Contrarent Inferno had to be burned. And We Are Angry had to be burned.
Looks like they're gonna, because of that, they're not gonna try to force a big fight yet, but they will try to go for Lusty.
Lusty,
low.
Where is he positioning himself? And he catches Toshi. Toshi gets swallowed here.
Haji, look at him.
And pushed back on the wall. That is a long stun. And here comes the fight. Curtsy tries to run away. And here comes the Curtsy. Who is the real TZ? Who is the best TZ?
Look at Rebo. Everyone's
is it
running.
going to be Kurt TZ or Curl TZ? And they will get the kill. And the next one is going to be Hayes. Haji here getting controlled by Rebo. And they try to go to the middle lane. No, they won't, as Carl C will try to take the Lord. But Brain eSports calls for him, and they are saying that, okay, you don't have to do anything anymore.
That's it.
That's
Daytona's
it.
welcome.
It is over.
It closes him out, and that's a 2-1. Rebo is the perfect Barats player. He did not die at all. 2 kills and maximum assists. This guy, he knows what he's doing. Alongside players like Carl TZ, alongside players like Few and Lusty, he's just making everyone, Lusty and Flap TZ, they're just making everyone sweat. So,
you know what? I'm gonna start calling Rebo the Dinosaur Master.
Rebo the Dino Man.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that better. Rebo the Dino Man.
No longer the doctor. You're just a dinosaur every day now. So he's doing it. This is it. This is the guy you want to look at if you want to learn how to play Barats.
In the Philippines.
In the Philippines.
In the Philippines.
Of course.
Now,
disclaimer.
You have to put a disclaimer because a lot of people are watching. And they might say that they're better players in the international scene or in the Indonesian scene.
Well,
but
we'll see soon.
Let's see.
We'll see that soon.
You can't really compare if
We're
they
not
haven't
done yet. We haven't fought yet.
Yeah, if they haven't
So
fought in
far.
an official stage, then probably we have to see that.
We'll
But
talk
we're
about
not
that soon.
really saying anything.
We'll talk about that soon.
We'll talk about that soon.
Yeah.
But
so far,
Bren.
he's perfect. He's not dead. He hasn't died on the Barats yet.
Bren, 2-1.
2-1.
This is turning out to be a very interesting match because both of the teams have the strategies to, you know, just beat each other up. And speaking of, you know, they have strategies. Let's talk to our strategist. I was going to call him strategy man. Wolf for his insights. Wolf, take it away.
Game 2, sa palitan lang talaga. Unfortunately, mukhang Barats wins game so far. Tignan natin at breakdown ang game number 3. My name is Wolf, your analyst. Let's talk about this draft. At isa lang talaga ang gusto kong tignan ninyo. This Barats from Rebo 2-0-11. Pati yung itemization niya was perfect. Ang yaman actually niya dito. The Akiras worked wonders against Omega. Do take note din, mga kaibigan, na itong hero na to ay pinik kasabay ng isang Ling. Omega, ang kanilang reaction is to pick up the deny pick. Ang term is deny pick para sa Selena. Yung tipong ipipick nila para hindi mapili ng kalaban. And if first pick nila yan, sabi ng Bren, okay, yung red side, meron siyang first 2 picks or 2 picks at kinuha nila Ling and Barats. Dahil yung Barats, napansin nila na it counters the Ling. At the same time, ang dami rin niyang pwedeng i-counter pang iba. I think nahirapan dito yung Roger because of this particular hero din. And we can see at Brain eSports capitalize on this Barats at every time na kaya nilang gamitin on Rebo, they will utilize it. Let's look at actually yung mga ambag ng bawat teams natin when it comes to the damage output. Hayes was also good with this Selena but there's only so much he can do. Kung mapapansin ninyo, nahirapan si Curtizi in this specific game dahil malakas ang zone out potential ng Bren. In fact, yung poke mechanic ng Bren dito ay napakataas din. You have Kufra na pwede makipag-trade ng hits sa early game kung napapansin nyo si Lusty, dahil meron siya nung passive na meron siyang knife. Still, obviously, with Fuse Valier, na isa sa mga pinakamalakas mang poke na hero out there, and obviously with the Barats. Now, Cartesi dealt so much damage, but look at the other members as well of Bren. Rebo with 37k damage, and a lot of damage na kinuha din. If looking at the opposite side, Heath not so impactful with the backshot, not so much as the Lusty, and Cartesi on the Thams is also not. Had GZ, unfortunately, nalugi talaga siya dito sa game na to because of just the nature of the heroes that they have. Why don't we look at the highlights of this match and tingnan natin kung paano nga naman ito na ipanalo ng Omega paunti-unti. Sorry, ng Brent Esports. Dahil ang Omega, I think this was the most crucial fight kasi yung fact na yung Omega nakipaglaban dun sa idea na kaya nilang i-burst down si Rebo. They were all inning against these Barats. And unfortunately, ang mga all-in type of team fight katulad nito, yung tipong papasok lahat, Thams, Roger, Ruby, sabay-sabay, tapos sa try nila mang-burst, hindi nag-work yan laban sa Barats na we know na sobrang sustainable at nakatakas pa. Sobrang counterintuitive and Bren Esports punished them for it. Kaya naman yung Omega, ito na yung dito na nagsimula yung kanilang pagkahirap sa game. It was incredibly hard after this point dahil makakakuha na ng back-to-back objectives ang Bren Esports. And Cartesi all of a sudden is feeling more confident around the map. Nakasanda yung potential and you can see Rebo hindi man lang nagdadalawang isip at dahil meron nga naman silang mataas sa damage output ngayon. And few actually hindi rin na-contest dito sa ating laban. Nakikita nyo, yinu-utilize din ng Bren Esports yung fact na pwedeng may manggulo tapos nagtitake ng buffs at nagpapunish sa Cartesi. We can see that the clashes will eventually just favor Bren Esports just by the nature of hero. Cartesi, wonderful positioning dun sa may likod. Hinabol nila si Lusty. At masyadong matagal yung pagtingin na kay Lusty. Kaya kahit nakakuha silang kill doon, naubusan sa likod ang side ng Omega. And alam naman natin, kapag flank type ang inyong composition, madali din kayo ma-force out of the fights pag nag-all-in kayo sa isang tank. Unfortunately, for Omega, pinili nila nahabulin si Lusty, kaya naman din sila nadali sa laban na yun. The last play with Rebo and on the Barats, sobrang cool lang din yung ginawa niya play dahil ginamit niya yung Daytona's Welcome on Hadjizi habang nagpupush ang side ng Bren Esports. Well, again, bonus na lang yun. That's just icing on the cake. But that allowed Bren Esports to take the game, to take down the base ng sobrang dali. And this guy, 2-0-11 ang kanyang performance. Napakayaman on this Barats. I think that this might be worthy of a ban para sa side ng Omega. Now, Bren Esports, obviously, if you want to support this team, napakadali lang bukod sa hashtag Bren ng malakas. Scan nyo na rin itong QR code na ito. Omega, they look like a team na kayang-kayang counterin at kayang basahin ang lineup ng Bren Esports at hindi pwedeng at hindi malayo na mangyari na magpalitan lang ng games. If you want to support them, scan this QR code as well. We would like to hear from you guys at kung gusto nyong makarinig naman ng tamang-tamang mga updates tungkol sa MPL Philippines, just visit fb.com/mplph.official or scan this QR code. At kung meron din naman kayong mga feedback, just fill up the survey form using this QR code. Tapos, pwede pa kayo manalo ng mga malulupit na rewards. Hindi lang yan, pati ito. 2 survey forms that you can fill out and you can win rewards. Speaking of rewards, we have a lot of giveaway codes for you guys. And so far, dahil nasa Game 3 na tayo ng ating Best of 7 series, feeling ko mas mag-wish nyo pang mas marami pang games dahil every single game during this analysis portion, we will be giving away 3 codes each time. And I'm sure na kayo ay gustong-gusto nyo itong codes na to, but at the same time, you want to see more from both of these teams. I personally want to see more from both of these teams. I want to see Omega challenge Bren Esports more. Alam natin na Omega ang pinakaunang team na nagpadugo dito sa Bren Esports in the playoffs, pati na rin sa group stages. The only team to have defeated Bren Esports in the regular season of MPL-PH Season 6, and hopefully they can repeat it. Or, tignan natin kung ang Bren Esports ay magpapatuloy-tuloy na lang. Bibigyan na naman ng ilang trophy. Ng pangalawang trophy, ang ilan sa mga members dito, like potential 2-time winners, like Lusty, Few, Rebo, di natin alam. But for now, that has been my analysis of game number 3. My name is Wolf, and I'm gonna be turning it back to the casters.
Time for game number 4, ladies and gentlemen, and this is really something to wonder or something interesting. And yes, I don't think that you should be flashing our real names. So, but I am Butter C's Rockheart, and I'll talk to production after this. But you know what? We are gonna go to game number 4, and Bren, it's like a boxing match.
Basically.
Bren went in for a straight. Omega counter punched
on the other side,
and
right?
the other, the one time that it hit Bren just left a wild swing and it hit.
And then I think while Omega was falling, they're gonna do a kick. Maybe if that happens later. But again, Bren looking good in that last matchup. Pretty similar to game 1, I would say. The way they won that is just by pure rotation. And again, the Barrett's factor. So expected to get banned out. So the bans are just piling up here for Omega apparently. The list of heroes that they need to ban are just increasing.
You know what? I just noticed something. Like, a Barrett is annoying just because it doesn't deal high damage. It deals consistent damage. And if you want to go against a Barrett, then that means if you get caught by Daytona's Welcome, a Ling on the mid lane can just come to your lane and just take you out.
And it was fast. I think that happened a lot of times in this game.
A lot of times. And I'm starting to think maybe these kinds of laning heroes are really gonna, be the next meta.
The future.
The future of side lanes. Just because if you can set up the kills for your jungler, then that means an easier time for your carry.
That's right. Free farming time, not to mention you're disrupting, especially in the early game, right? In the early game, when that 3.5 minute mark, where there's like big XP or gold minions, imagine making a big play around those and making him miss 1 or 2 waves. That you don't need to kill the person, you just need to push them back. Force them to go back, right?
Clearly.
And they're doing that in that way, that fashion.
And for this one, Barrett's has a 100% win rate on this grand finals. Is it ban-worthy though?
That's the problem.
I'm gonna ask you right now, is it ban-worthy, Rockheart?
They do that. If Omega forces a ban on that, there's so many things that are gonna be left out. Omega picked up the Barretts day 1 as well. They don't want to ban it. They want to pick it if possible. But at what cost? If you do that, if you draft around picking the Barretts, what do you give away? There's a possibility of a Selena being given away. A possibility of a Lancelot being given away. Cho, we haven't even talked about Cho yet. So,
yeah. And I was thinking maybe if both of the teams here just accept that there are a lot of strong things that these players want to do or want to get into this hero or drafting stage. You just have to choose the right mixture of who not to fight or who to give. Like Omega, they got the Selena, and Hayes plays one mean Selena.
He does, like
but
I said.
Just because of the certain situation that they were put in earlier, that only meant that, hey, I guess Selena, the Hayes' Selena, doesn't work with this certain strategy or there's certain hero picks that come off from these players.
Exactly, right? I mean, imagine that. I mean, and I'm super surprised by the distance, by the the difference between the Selena of Hayes and Selena of Few. You can really tell, right? Like there is a huge gap. This is what happens when you main a Selena, apparently, for a Few. But the problem is, again, it's not. The solution here is not just to simply ban it out. Like banning the Selena only gives you a small breathing room. Other than that, you have so much more to deal with. And that's the power of Brent Esports, right? That's what's so strong about Brent Esports as well. There's so many things that you can't ban out. And the strength of Omega is that they don't need to rely on these bans. They have picks of their own that need to be feared. And Omega is just so good when you give them what they want. So maybe one possible strategy here for Omega is to just not mind the bans too much and just focus on getting what they need. Because when they have the heroes that they need, it's so easy for them. Like for instance, if Heath is on the Jawhead, if Heath gets he gets that Hilda without the Valir and the enemy team.
Yeah.
It's a great time. It's a great time.
I was actually listening to you, but I was looking at the screen and what they're doing.
Yeah, Dale was like, I was wondering what Dale was doing as well.
Dale was like getting the phone and he was like, let me draft. Let me draft.
That sounds like him.
You know what?
Yeah.
I would have to put it in a way where I think Omega right now needs to pull something new. They need to pull out something.
They gotta
cheesy.
drop their regular stuff.
They gotta drop their regular stuff. They played their regular stuff earlier.
It didn't, yeah. Like
Probably a Freya could be great on their side. They've been playing the Freya on Toshi.
Yeah, that's true. I actually noticed that when they go to the regular stuff against Brent Esports, they fall hard.
But if you're not going to go for regular stuff, then Brent Esports don't know what to expect. When Brent Esports don't know what to expect, there is a chance that you might catch them off guard. If you catch them off guard, maybe it's things that happened on game number 2 will happen.
Maybe that's the point, right? Maybe we just need to throw out all the expectations and draft straight to the table. And the heroes that I mentioned, the Joyd and the Hild, got banned out by Brent. Wow, that's some next level stuff.
There is no way they heard that because we are on delay.
We're on like a 5-minute plus 10-minute delay. That's impossible.
That is impossible.
Don't worry.
Yes.
It was coincidence. Don't worry.
Yeah. It's clearly Omega. They are stuck with that Lancelot ban.
Lancelot ban
and
is...
you know how much that sucks, to be honest.
Yes.
You lose one ban just because you have to think about that Lancelot.
This is the pattern between teams in the regular season. Remember back then, when you had to permanently ban a Diggy because it was just so broken that you were forced to really ban it out if you are on blue side, you are on red side. And that means you only have 4 bans. It was a lot of teams were losing because of this. They don't lose against the Diggy itself. They lose because they lose a ban slot. And that was against the Diggy.
Yeah.
And again, first pick Barats.
Wow. Esports got it again. And that means Omega will have this certain freedom of getting the Ling right now. Are they willing to give up the Ling? Are they gonna get like the Selena once again? Because if they don't get Selena, Brent Esports is gonna get Selena.
It's a given. I think we have to get Esmes. They did. They're not gonna give it away.
Then Brent is gonna get Ling.
Exactly. It's so frustrating because it's already...
This is the certain this is the certain draft pattern that they did.
Exact draft that they did, actually. I think the only change here was Esmeralda. Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Esmeralda was banned and the Khalid was in. So I'm not liking this so far for Omega.
All right. Yeah, let's try to see what kind of adjustments can Omega make.
Look at Dale, man. He's so hard that his brain is like it's melting.
Yeah, well, for those guys who don't know, drafting is actually a bit like chess.
It's exactly almost like chess. Move per move. Like it's a complete difference from what you do in ranked games.
Yeah.
Where you just ban out who's the strongest. No, in the highest level of Mobile Legends, every pick, every ban you make has a pro and a con.
And the pros and cons right now for the side of Omega is they got Selena as pro, but they lose the Barats, which is the 100% win rate here in this certain series.
Exactly. And it's back on Brent Esports. If Brent Esports gets this win again, that would mean that the
match point.
It's match point, and the Barracks is the factor, probably. The big factor, right? Probably.
But who do you give out Khaled just to, you know, ban out the Barracks?
Do you Butter's asking the hard questions?
Because I mean, you are forced to give out 1 to 2 heroes that are strong, but you have to choose which hero that you're gonna give out. Because I mean, that's still going to be on you on how you counter those heroes, on how
exactly.
you know tolerable those heroes are in the game.
Can the Yuzhong tolerate a Ling and the Kufra? Probably.
Yeah.
Probably, right? Can Esmeralda do that? Probably as well. So I'm still liking the odds of Omega. It's just that Bren Esports have really highlighted the carry role.
They're forcing Omega to pick YSS.
Either YSS or Lance, right? Because no, Lance is banned.
They're forcing.
I know. Wow. Okay, that was a big move. Now even the players are not sure.
Okay, so if Omega picks the YSS right now, Bren got what they wanted. Then Bren will get what they want.
If not YSS, Claude. Which is unlikely, I know, but, you know, Hajizi used to be good at that hero. I'm not sure about if he practices it. But they're running out of carry options here.
They get the Baksha first. They know that in terms of side lanes, they could just get the Baksha on Flap or someone. So might as well just deny it.
Yeah. A good side laner is one that Bren Esports needs, plus a good support. Farsa is still on the table. Kadita instead.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh! That's a double. Wait, this is gonna be few. Is this Flap TZ?
Few Kadita.
Few Kadita Flap TZ on a Lunox?
Flap TZ on a Lunox.
I have never seen that. I have never seen Flap TZ play a mage.
And this is the bombs that Bren will drop. Is this going to be a YSS Omega? Who are you going to go for? Are you going to go for a 1-1?
1-1 sounds like a difficult option as well because so many targets are going to go off. So many targets are going to disappear from the map. The Brilliance plus the Rough Waves. Even if you activate the 1-1, it's like, okay, it's there. Then he's gone. The target's gone. I used Crossbow of Tang, then the target disappeared in the thin air.
They
went for the
They get
Yi-Sun
force
Shin.
on the Yi-Sun Shin.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like they never had the choice.
It's like they were like, what who do I pick? Haji's like, who do I pick? Yi-Sun Shin or Claude or Carry? You choose, Dale. You choose, coach. And apparently,
oh my goodness.
Oh boy. I mean, Yi-Sun Shin is great, but good luck.
This isn't the best Yi-Sun
Shin
game.
is the what? They're switching.
Okay.
It's a switcheroo.
Flap is going to play the Barretts.
There you go. That makes more sense.
Makes more sense, yes. If Haji can have a good game, if Haji can have a good game with his YSS, I am telling you, this guy deserves to be one of the best, to be named one of the best carries in MPL-PH.
I agree.
This
not just because of the KDA, right?
Not
but
because of KDA. Because he can make it out of these kinds of drafts on this other side. You have Kufra, who's always trying to jump on you. You have Ling, that the first...
He's gonna jump on you as well.
The moment he sees Traceless, Kartzi sees Traceless being
Defiant sword.
He is just gonna...
He's gonna jump in.
He's gonna jump in.
So, if he can make it out of this alive, just elect him the best.
Yeah, he's the best already.
The best to carry.
He should be MVP already.
He should be MVP. Given that $1,000 MVP prize, right? So, here we go. Game 4 for Bren Esports versus Omega in this best of 7 series for the grand finals of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines.
And let's try to see this. How will Omega come back from that 1-game deficit that they have versus Bren Esports? Goodness gracious, this is Bren Esports. If they win, they can take it to a match point.
That's right. And again, Omega, they're not a team that you can do that against easily. Omega is such a great team when it comes to clutch moments. They've proven that they can beat Bren before. So they're not new to this.
And Lusty went for the jump. He really knew where Toshi is at that point. Toshi just went out of the way. And Karlzy here, while all of that was happening, Karlzy is going to be the main target here for Baksha, but Karlzy is still having a great time because of the backup that Bren eSports gave him. But look at that jump. Hits two people, and Lust forced to use a flicker.
Yep, a lot of flickers, by the way. Oh, there you go. That's first blood for Omega, but will be answered really quickly by ChooxTV. That's level 4 already on that Ling.
Not a trade that you want?
Not at all. You want to give over the kills as much as possible to whoever needs it. That's Hajizi, but apparently ChooxTV is the one who has the double buff, plus the kill.
Oh!
Oh, there you go. Few gets caught. Arrow by Hayes.
To the Cyclone Eye, Thalassophobia? Tasalophobia?
Yeah, Tasalophobia.
Tasalophobia.
Gets him back up.
Gets him back up, and that is 50% HP of the current HP heroes. And Flap just...
Easy.
Blap.
That was a sound, right? Black. My gosh. But again, it's still... that was a pretty good move, but again, he's expending a lot of his resources to get these kills. I guess they're happy with getting the support, the assist instead.
He's gonna go for Heath.
He's gonna go for it.
And he just backs up. Doesn't want to do anything. And they get Lusty. Lusty will die.
Danger. That's gonna be a Lusty. Kufer going down. And that's one more kill for Omega. They're able to equalize on the economy.
Look at Rebo with the Impure Rage. They are banking on the fact that Rebo can deal so much damage against Heath, against Kurt Z, probably even Toshi as well. And whoever Rebo uses the Chaos Darkening and the Chaos Bolts with is 100% gonna go down.
Absolutely. Like, at this point, the power spikes for a solo laner Lunox, it is massive. It is just over the charts. So you need to be careful when you're facing off against Rebo. And the way to do it, you go for the 2v1, you stun him down. But apparently that's not going to happen at this point.
Now let's see how will this Raptor Machete battle between Haji Z and Karlzy will pan out. Because you know what, for Karlzy here, he's not even joining the fights.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He's just going around the map, getting gold. And because of ChooxTV's positioning, though, they will lose up on the turtle. That's going to be an Omega Turtle for the meantime. And Hajizi is very happy with that.
And they get Heath. Toshi is here. Wall is there. Rebo just jumps in. And look at this. Toshi really wants to take someone down. Few here uses the rough waves to get out. Rebo goes down first. Flapsy here is the next target. Hayes, Karlzy here will have a bit of a fight. But Karlzy will just opt to go away.
Yep, gonna be opting to go for it. Why are they looking at each other? Alright, that's gonna be waiting for the arrow. And again, proccing the traps is very smart as well.
And Karlzy here wanting to get that Raptor Machete stack up. He wants to get it to 15 as much as early as possible here.
That's
he
right.
wants to get maximum value for this item.
Even shares the green beans. You know, very generous of him, sharing it with Lusty. And on the top side, Flap TC is playing a little bit different on the Barretts than we saw in the previous game.
Being very aggressive. Not gonna lie. He's being very... Oh, Karlzy.
ChooxTV
gets hit.
Has a stun, but Rebo, big brother Rebo, just like last game as well.
He cannot jump in. He knows that Chaos Darkening will happen.
Exactly.
And once that Chaos Darkening happens, he's the one who's gonna go down first.
Yeah, but I really like the position that Hajizi's in. Omega, their star carry, is able to get a lot of farm.
Rebo, he is going to be the target. Flicker in, Order of Brilliance will try to get away. Kurtzy is here, and Hayes will take out his former teammate.
There you go. A good answer for the aggression that Rebo is putting on the map. Means that they'll be able to buy a lot of time for Hajizi even more. Hajizi is very fed. He also has the turtle buff, so expect Hajizi to really tear it up, especially in the mid game. If they don't stop this guy, it's going to be very difficult for ChooxTV to duel with this Jisun Shin.
And as you can see, Ling and the others, they are just running around the map. And the difference between that game number 2 that Omega is doing to now is Omega had control of the map as early as 6 minutes into the game. Now, Bren eSports, they're controlling it a bit better, but Omega here is still in the lead.
Still in the lead. That's 2,000, almost 3,000 in their pocket ahead of Brand Esports. They also take out Few, who seem to be having a hard time surviving on that Kadita.
And Omega is really good at this poke compositions. Hayes is playing one hell of a game.
This is the Hayes that we're talking about, man. That veteran experience from this guy really showing itself here in Game 4.
You know what? We were talking about how the heroes interact, but we did not take into consideration Hayes' Selena play.
It's just difficult to predict the Hayes of Selena. We've seen this yesterday. We've seen it time and time again.
Some people actually call Selena as a lottery ticket. That you can just use the arrow to get hit one good target and you just, you know, just win from there.
Yeah, you get a huge advantage, right? You get a huge advantage no matter, even if you're not in position. The arrow has such a big range, so just make sure it hits, then you already do. If you don't kill a target, he's definitely going to be low. So you already did your job anyway as a Selena. You put the target low.
Okay, so right now, the lineup that Brent Esports has is a kind of a mid-game to late-game spike. ChooxTV here has the Endless Battle, not as fast as the earlier one, you know? But still, at least he got it, and at least he can go for Haji, see if he wants to. Lusty going in for the brush, doesn't catch anyone. Toshi with the Falling Star Moon, not gonna connect.
Really. That is just... Alright, so we're seeing a bit of a stalemate here. And I think Hajizi is just so fed right now. I can't overstate how fed Hajizi is just because he's getting so much freedom. All the buff is his. All the minions are his. The whole jungle is his. It's like, even though he doesn't have a kill, I'm pretty sure he's like one item ahead already from ChooxTV.
Toshi is gonna try to run away, but look at the damage coming out from Toshi. Is gonna get devoured, and that is going to be the kill. Flap.
Full disengage. Whoa.
They're really trying to counteract everything that Brent Esports is doing right now. But you know what? Brent Esports won't back down from a fight.
For sure. And Omega, on the other hand, traded the turtle very happily. They were like, okay, go ahead, get Toshi. We'll go ahead and get this turtle as well. That's the last turtle for this matchup, for this game, rather. And Hajizi is definitely going to hurt the moment they want to pick a fight. And you don't want to pick a fight with Hajizi at this point. You want to pick a fight maybe when you're all level 15. But right now, look, Hajizi's 14, he's 13. I think their targets, specifically Heath. Heath, despite the gold lead, was still looking very squishy when faced up against Brent Esports' main damage dealers.
And that was very much, in a way, Brent Esports reclaiming their jungle in just one clash. Look at Omega. Look at their heat map right now in terms of going through the jungle. They aren't even crossing the river anymore.
Yeah, exactly. They're just waiting, and they're a little bit wary because of what happened there. They were shocked. I mean, they caught Hayes first. Hayes was one of the first people to go down. The moment Hayes disappeared, I mean, everyone else from Omega looked like they were a little bit confused. So now Omega, they need to get back on game set, on the mindset of the game. They need to reposition themselves into getting back those arrows, and they need to play around Hajizi because Hajizi is being left alone for a majority of this game.
Yeah. Clearly, Omega, Brent Esports, they need to make some. Omega needs to make something happen right now. See, Halberd is picked up for ChooxTV. ChooxTV here is going to have a good time dealing with ChooxTV and Toshi. So, this is getting scarier by the minute. Ling here getting the items that he needs.
Ling is absolutely going to be able to fight back this time. It's no longer scary. And Hajizi, look at that. He's doing a lot of damage.
And look, he goes in. With
Tempest of Blades.
He didn't even have allies there.
Now it's going to be the counter-attack from Omega. Falling Star Moon and Black Dragon form were both used but didn't do anything. Only pushed Brent Esports back. And now Brent Esports, they can go for the re-engage themselves.
You know what? ChooxTV right there looked like a legit troublemaker where he just went in, tried to provoke a fight, then they just went back.
Tried to go for the bait, right?
Tried to go for the bait.
baits.
They were just, at least for the side of Omega, they went back. And Curtsy here, they were trying to burst him down. Curtsy getting knocked up, and he gets a turret. Omega.
They're getting played.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to get the kills, but at the same time, nothing's really happening. And Toshi, onto the other side of the map, he just goes and tries to take down Flapsy. And Flapsy, he's welcoming that. He likes that.
Carl. He's re-engaging. And Heath, he's trying to absorb as much damage as he can. Breath of the Ocean is there, but no, he's not. It's very far away. It's going to be Rebo with the big one. Is the revitalize.
Carl.
Oh, look at this.
Carl on the backlines.
Carl, he's waiting. And Few is here. Now they can go for the full engage.
Oh, Flap getting hit. Doesn't really care.
One tanky boy.
One tanky boy indeed. Heath is out of commission for 19 seconds. Flap here just being the tanky fortress, the tanky tower that Omega needs to rely, that Omega needs to get through. Bren eSports needs to rely on Flap, because he is the only one who is capable of just tanking everything onto the side.
Why is everyone backing?
Of Omega, and that was Lusty with one of his signature moves. Haji gets caught out, and that is going to be the Daytona's welcome, hitting Haji and hitting multiple people. Curtsy and Toshi, they're gonna get out. They don't want to lose their lives as well. They're trying to minimize the casualties on the side of Omega.
Yeah, the moment Hajizi disappeared, the confidence of Bren eSports to go for the fight just rose exponentially. And now Omega, they need to come back here. They need to control their waves. For some reason, everyone was backing earlier for Omega. I'm not sure what triggered that.
Oh, Curtsy.
He's fighting Toshi 1v1. That's the Tempest of Blades.
And this is 1v1. Curtsy did say that he was going to give Toshi a problem. And there it is. And that's a 1v1. And Curtsy stayed true to what he said.
This guy's a beast. What is this guy?
Oh my.
There's just no other ways to describe this guy. He's like a killing machine.
This is Curtsy Prime.
Carlsy Prime. Exactly.
Curtsy. He can cement himself as one of the best players in the Philippines right now if he just wins this.
No doubt about it. And we will definitely see that later on. One of these guys will be raising that trophy. But for now, Bren eSports, they're starting to look like they're the team that wants to go for gold right now.
Bren eSports. If this was a BO5, this could have been match point already.
That's true.
But this is a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. If Bren eSports wins this, they can get to match point already.
And all of a sudden, you know, it's Omega who has been in a solid lead for how many minutes? 15 minutes for 10 minutes. All of a sudden, it's Bren.
They're a team who is capable of turning things around. That's for certain.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And Lord gets taken down. Bren eSports,
big minions.
What can you do? Omega. Flap is just stepping on the turret. Curtsy trying to see the best angle to attack from. Flap taking a lot of damage here, but he doesn't really care. He has very good HP regen.
And this Barracks is just destroying
Antikyras
everything.
on Haji.
That's how desperate they need to keep him alive.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a good thing, I think. They need to lower all of the... Because he's the one who's being focused in the first place. I don't know. It could be bad. That means that Hajizi...
Isn't that too defensive?
Yeah, he's playing way too defensive now. I'm not sure if that's a good sign. Maybe he has the items he needs. We'll check that later. But for now, it's a top lane push.
Slowly but surely, Omega is just putting their eggs into one basket. They're trying to clear the minions as much as possible. No more middle turret. No more bottom turret. Omega here. They look like they are still determined to win this.
They look very, very determined to win this. And seeing what happened here, I think we're starting to see the end. We're starting to see the end of this fight.
Oh, Carl, wow.
This guy, smooth moves.
He's
from
just playing around, and Toshi gets caught. He has the Purify. Let's see what can they do.
No one
They
getting
get
caught.
away from the Daytona's welcome.
Yep,
They
that's
get out
good.
of range.
Out of range means you don't need to purify or anything. You just need to walk. They'll be able to do that. But now with immortality on Flapteezy, how do you kill this guy?
How do you kill this guy? Lusty, he's trying to charge it up. Is he gonna go in? No, he won't. The rough waves is there. It's gonna get procced out. Let's try to see how will this be possible for Omega.
Look at this. Omega.
Is it possible to actually just win this? Few with the Ocean's Oddity. He will get away. Currently going
Carl on
for
the
Hayes.
back.
Hayes takes out their artillery. And they take out all the Abyssal Arrows, but Haji Z is there. Haji will use Traceless, and they go in for the ultimate. Haji gets caught out. He has one more Traceless, but it
he's
wouldn't
gone!
really matter as they try to go for the base. Toshi's the only one living here and make it match point for Bren eSports.
Look at that! One game away from getting that trophy. Bren eSports victorious over Omega at Game 4.
Man, oh man. 3-1, ladies and gentlemen. And how scary is Bren eSports at this form?
They're up against the team that keeps destroying them every season. Omega. And now look at what they're doing. Literally, Bren eSports is. This looks like a different team compared to what we've seen from Season 4, Season 5, Season 3 even. They look in a completely different level.
Man, oh man, Omega. They need to make every shot count.
They do.
And for them,
Omega shot.
Omega shot.
Wrong one?
Wrong one. It's Omega None.
Omega None. So supporters of Omega, we're not done yet. Please, if you want the team to stay in this one, show them messages of support. Message them, let them know that you're rooting for them because they need it a lot in this next matchup. It will be match point.
Man, Omega, you really need to step up right now. If you want to turn this into a 3-3, you need to win 3 games straight. Bren eSports, 1 game away from getting that coveted MPL-PH Season 6 championship.
And there's just no other way around it. There's just no other way to explain it. They are just winning with any lineup that they execute so far, and they are doing it very well.
Doing it very well indeed, but how is Wolf doing at the solo analyst segment? Let's throw it back to him to get his insights.
No, but my name is Wolf, your analyst. We're going to be talking about game number 4 na nangyari between Bren eSports and Omega at kung paano nga ba nag-play into importance ang hero na Barats. Una sa lahat, meron siyang passive na resilience. Actually, tatanggalin na yan. 3% each stack ng Barats nung big guy passive. Bago siya lumaki, ay merong 3% resilience na ginagawa. What is resilience? Basically, ito po yung pang-kontra sa crowd control. And if you're looking at the lineup of Omega, ilan ba yung mga importanteng crowd control nandito? Of course, may stun si Baksha, meron control ang Yuzhong, and most importantly, the Selena Arrow. At hindi makaporma dito si Hayes sa kanyang usual na ginagawa bilang isang Selena dahil tinatangki lang ni Flapteezy at inabuse ito ng Bren eSports up to 75%. At kung mapapansin nyo, all throughout that game ay tatangkihin lang ni Flapteezy yung pana at parang wala pa yatang isang segundo siyang napana. And it's okay for Bren eSports dahil free game yon bigla para kay Carteezy. Bukod dyan, mga kaibigan, ang Barats ay nagkaroon ng importanteng ambag sa isang laban kung saan pag inalis mo siya mula sa kalaban mo, for example, Bren eSports, first picking the Barats, it just meant na walang hard counter itong Omega, whatever it is na assassin na hyper carry para sa Bren eSports. Like, if it's Nick, if it's Roger, they don't care. As long as nasa kanila yung Barats or naban nila. This time, Bren eSports denied pick it against Omega. Look at the post-game stats at bitignan natin yung bawat ambag na bawat player. do take note, this guy, Cartesi, dealt so much damage, but Flaptesi as well, 59,000 ang kanyang na deal na damage as well as damage. Tingnan naman, 169,000. Tapos kung i-compare mo yung damage output niya sa mga natangke niyang damage, makikita mo talaga na siya yung may pinakamalaking ambag dito sa game na to. And I think that Omega, kung gusto pa nilang mapatagal itong ating laban, kung gusto pa nilang ma-force ang Game 7 para makabawi sila, they have to start looking at this hero. Be it na i-ban nila kapag hindi nila pwedeng piliin or just take it away from Bren eSports because Bren eSports are so happy with this pick. Parang ano siya glue na kahit ano na mangyari para sa side ng Bren eSports, whether it be a Roger lineup, a Ling lineup, kahit Yisun Shin lineup yan, wala silang katakot-takot. We will see in the highlights of this particular game na mahirap para sa Omega na mag-team fight in the mid-game even when they have an actually substantial lead at the start. Para sa Omega, nung ating early game, nakakuha sila ng importanteng kills. And Toshi was also phenomenal. Courtesy was great as well dahil sa kanyang mga initiation. Pero etong play na to talaga ang nagpahirap para sa Omega. Medyo kung ibabalik lang natin ng konti, nanggaling dito si Kufra, saktong-sakto nandito ang lahat ng members ng Omega. Kaya din naman, itong angulo mula dito sa spot na to, papunta dito ay perfect para dun kay Lusty on this Kufra. Putting them all together. At syempre, dahil nandito sila sa gitna, look at the AoE damage na pwedeng i-deal ng Bren eSports. Meron kang Lunox, meron kang Barats na by the way, ang sakit din ng damage in the mid-game dahil puro AoE din naman. Syempre, Kadita is there. As well as Cartesi, you know that Omega, they didn't have a chance to win this clash, diba? Ang makikita natin hindi pala ito yung clash na yun. Pero in this specific point din, ayan pala, si Toshi nilaban na rin niya, kaso kinulang pa rin. By the way, nagulat kami dun sa ginawa ni Hajisi na dodge na. We thought that he will die there, pero kulang pa rin. At nakita mo naman, diba? The Tonas welcome with the flicker. Nice timing from Flaptesi. And Omega cannot fight anymore. Napakahirap po ng pwesto ng isang marksman na lagi kang lumalayo. Imagine this. This is like what Bren eSports did against MLBB nung lagi lang nahanap si Wise. Hindi ka makapaglaro basically ng ML kung merong Barats na kalaban. Kasi laging may threat na pwede kang ma-stun or mahuli or ma-detonas. And obviously, without you, the main damage dealer of the team, hindi ka makakuha ng panalo sa mga team fights. Now, Flaptesi, our MVP of the game, 4-1-8. Courtesy of this Barats, but you would understand na hindi lang to dahil dun sa ginawa ni Flaptesi, but just the nature of the hero. Honestly speaking, I think the hero of the Grand Finals is definitely Barats. Kahit merong Link at Roger dyan na malupit na pinapakita ng ating mga core players from both teams. And maybe this is something na makikita natin na hindi na ibibigay ng Omega come game number 5, if ever. But that has been just game number 4 analysis. Marami pa tayong pwede makita. If you are here to support Bren eSports at #BrenLangMalakas, do scan this QR code. At kung ikaw naman ay fan ng Omega at gustong-gusto mong mapadami pa ang iyong mga matches, scan this QR code as well. Also, gusto lang din namin makarinig from you guys. If you want to keep yourself updated sa mga happenings sa MPL-PH, visit our official MPL-PH page sa fb.com/mplph.official or scan this QR code. We'd also love to hear from you guys. So please fill in this survey. Makita nyo sa QR code na to. At meron pa kayong chance na manalo ng rewards. Pwede rin naman sa susunod na QR code here. Fill up the survey and man, you can win all of the nice rewards from MPL. And obviously, marami pa tayong mga giveaway codes, but I believe na meron tayong i-draw na napakalupit. Ito na yata. Inaabangan natin pinakamalupit na title ng isang mythical raffle draw. Super unique mythical raffle draw in 3, 2, 1. Ito na. Siya na yung nanalo. Congratulations sa'yo. 54 total skins including all legend skins. Grabe. Magic dusts, tickets, hero fragments, and premium skin fragments. Literally everything that you need. Napakaswerte naman itong nanalo ng super unique mythical raffle draw. I'm sure napakasaya nito. Mas panalo pa yata siya sa champion eh. With this, all of the rewards that he was able to get, man, nako, congratulations sa'yo kung sino ka man. That has been our super unique mythical raffle draw, and we we thank you a lot. So, sa lahat ng sumali at nag-participate with us with all of the giveaways. At syempre, sa'yo na nanonood up until this point, we are ever so thankful na sumasama kayo ngayon dito, syempre, para i-enjoy at i-analyze ang MPL-PH Grand Finals. Mga kaibigan, we still have a lot of giveaway codes for you guys. Well, it's true na baka ito na yata yung second to the last game, pero gusto ko lang din sabihin sa inyo na meron pa tayong mga giveaway codes every single game. So, kung gusto mo pa na mas marami pang codes at kung medyo nalulugi ka sa pag-redeem, well, why don't you wish na magkaroon pa ng mas maraming mga laban? But definitely, para sa Bren Esports, they want to finish this as soon as possible. Medyo natapa sila ng game number 2, but they're showing a lot of dominance and resilience in game number 4. Tingnan natin sa game 5 kung magbabago ang takbo ng laban. Maybe Omega can bring out something new. Maybe Omega all of a sudden brings out a counter or an answer to the Barats. We'll find out. My name is Wolf, your analyst. That has been my analysis of game number 4. Tignan natin kung ano ang masasabi ng ating mga casters.
And we're a little bit...
you are the anchor
I
now.
forgot about that. Thank you so much, Butters. That was very interesting. I was about to say that we're probably... what I want to say is I'm glad Wolf didn't knock down the phone. That's because we're gonna pay for that.
He is gonna pay for that. I'm not gonna take responsibility for that.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. We are here on Game 5 for Omega versus Bren Esports here in the championship game here at MPL-PH Season 6. I'm going to be your anchor, Rockhart. Butters, right here, will be your analyst.
We swapped roles, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's NA? I'm not NA. Who's Mackie? What's happening? Are we getting a virus or something?
All right.
What is this? Is this a computer
This is what you get when you play around with our names.
You get cursed.
Okay, so the stream director is actually playing with us right now.
He's cursed.
And you should, you lost screen time on your handle.
That's true. It's not NA anymore. Thank you. But it's still wrong spelling wrong.
No, but Rockhart.
Who the heck is that? Anyway, welcome guys, and hopefully you guys are having fun, and hopefully you're still alive, because we are nearing the end of the line here for this game, and this is match point for Bren Esports. We didn't go to a panel anymore because the panel, they're literally just watching the monitor. They're like waiting, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? They want to see who's gonna win. Everyone wants to know if Bren can close this out. Everyone wants to know if Bren is gonna close and finish the curse against Omega. They have been losing consistently against this team. Will this be revenge? And revenge in the highest level of Mobile Legends, in the Grand Championship. That's the best kind.
A lot of punches has been thrown. This is probably the most controversial MPL ever. Social media posts,
people are
provoking. People are very hot, and just creating these kinds of hype for the MPL. Now, Bren Esports, they really tried to fight that mentality.
They did.
And right now, a lot of people don't like them because they actually went up against their fan favorites and they trash talk them to hell.
And back.
And back. And you know what? A lot of people are doubting Bren. It's because they're the real chokers, as said by the community.
Yeah, exactly.
So, right now, Bren, in their reformed state,
they're better.
They're better. They're
they
doing
so
things,
much better.
and they can close it out. They can silence everyone now.
And they're really just putting their money where their mouth is. That's the term, right? Now, we're going to have to look at Omega. How are these guys doing?
Look at the environment, Rockhart. Look at the environment. How heavy it is.
Hard to look at.
And he's here.
They feel really...
This is familiar territory for him.
He's been here so many times.
Here. Grand finals.
Dude, so many times already.
He knows the pressure of being here. And now, as you can see, these guys are just having fun. Bren is just having fun.
Yeah. You know what? Flapteezy's nature is very light nature apparently is kind of eking out towards the more serious brothers. Carl Tizzy, I very rarely see this guy smile, like really, but now I kind of see it, and especially even Lusty. We're telling you guys, we've been together with these guys ever since they started in the league, ever since they were rookies, right? And Lusty's usually such a super serious guy. You can rarely see this guy, you know, laugh. He's always super serious, but because of their addition to their team, because of their new synergy, they look like they're mentally ready, emotionally ready to go for the championship already. And Omega, I don't blame them, because right now the position that they're in, it's something that you don't want to be in at any point, behind by 2 games against a monster powerhouse like Bren.
Clearly, these guys had a dip deeply between each other, their correlations. Sometimes the stories that I can get from this tells me that Destiny, well, I did say this earlier, Destiny
You said that
played the
yeah.
hand. Like, it's Rebo Hayes meeting up again in different sides of, you know, teams in the grand finals, which you usually see them in the same team. Carl and Haji went in at the same time in the MPL.
Basically, these players are brothers.
Yeah, Kurt and Flap, Kurt Tizzy and Flap Tizzy. They just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, TZ Nation.
TZ Nation. Few and Kenji. They've been here since season 1.
And there's no doubt about it. We're gonna go into the draft, and the brothers from opposite sides of teams are gonna go into it. They're gonna battle it out for possibly the last time here in this game. But the difference in the story is the Barretts. The Barretts going to the side of Omega this time. It could be big.
Okay. Barretts right now has a 57.1 win rate.
Just because, right?
Think about it, Rockhart. Because of this grand finals, Barretts is climbing up the ranks.
One of the most used heroes, but you know what's very interesting as well? Look at the speed in which they're drafting now. It seems like they already know what they want to do for this last game. They want to give us the big kaboom with all their big hitting heroes. You got a Farsa here for Omega. You got that Yi Sun Shin. It's not even hidden anymore. They didn't hide it for last. They went straight into it. They're going to show us, you know what, this is what we can do. They look like they're drafting to really help it out. 80% win rate for Hajizi. That's still a very good number.
They were like, let's play our game. Let's go.
Play our game.
Omega. This is how we play. This is how we win. We're gonna use Toshi offlane, side lane, Farsa. If it worked against Execration, it might work against you guys. Who knows?
And that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna go ahead and straight into it. And Lusty once again gets this hero. This is such a big mistake. Stop giving Lusty this hero. I would rather give Carl Tizzy this guy than give Lusty the Kufra. I would rather give Carl Tizzy a Lance, or a Ling rather, than a Kufra. This is a big mistake. I think that might be it. And Few getting the Selena as well, it's a nail in the coffin, but they can still come out of this one. They can still make this work.
You know, I would just want to say that I want to see Carl Tizzy with the marksman. Like,
you want him to prove everyone wrong?
I want him to prove everyone wrong right now.
That's true, that's true.
But
kind of do.
If Omega gets that, then they have a higher chance of winning. So it's a win-win for us. If Bren eSports, if Carl Tizzy can prove that, you know, they can win against other people when using the marksman, then that also means Omega can prove that you guys are weak when Carl Tizzy is on a marksman.
So I really, what you're saying is you really like what Omega's doing.
Yeah.
Literally forcing. They ban out all of the possible Carl Tizzy heroes. They pick one right away. And then, you know what? They ask Carl Tizzy, what do you want to do? Here you go. Here are your options.
I think Hellkurt is a good hero too.
Valier Hylos.
Oh,
this is the big guns, man. This is the big guns for Omega.
They just go straight. They just go straight for the picks. They know what to pick. They're very much aware that these are the picks that they want to go for, and he is known to be one of the best Claude players in Southeast Asia, and he has the chance to prove us that right now. Bren eSports, can they take this in a 4-1, or will Omega force a Game 6?
This absolutely looks like it's gonna go down to the wire here, especially with the marksman pick. This is what we want to say. We wanted to see. You said this in the beginning of the draft. You want this marksman to come out for Carl TZ. It did. Now it's up to Carl TZ to prove us wrong. It's up to the team. It's up to Bren eSports to prove us that they can still pull this off. That Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, Carl TZ's squad is something to be reckoned with. And now it's also up to Omega. They're really standing by this Ji Shin, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're really standing by it. And they want to make it work.
They don't want... Bren eSports don't want to give out to Roger. They did just that. Omega, looking at the banning out the lane, banning out the lands, they actually targeted Haji as well.
I wonder if Haji's happy with that. We'll have to find out as we head into possibly the final matchup for this game. Best of 7. We got a free one already on our hands. Let's go into the game for Bren eSports versus Omega in the championship games.
So, as you can see right now, you have Impure Rage on Toshi. Haze on the Magic Worship, as expected. Well, Flapsy on the Purify and Rebo on the Purify is not really, surprising just because of the Barretts on the other side.
That's correct.
And Cardzi here needs to be very, very careful. Because if he goes in at the wrong time, Daytona's Welcome is going to hit him.
Yeah. The big question mark here is whether or not also if he not only can Carl TZ survive the Daytona's Welcome. I'll just call him Barrett because Carl TZ and Kurt TZ, it's difficult to put in a sentence. If he can survive Kurt TZ, if he can survive Kurt.
Kurt, yeah.
Or with the TZ.
Carl and Kurt.
If he can survive that, that's the winning condition. Because I think this Barrett is the only thing that's probably going to stop him when he goes into that Blazing Duet mode.
And Heath and the others, they're not going to let their dream end here. Kurtzy and Heath, look at this very jumbo duo.
Jumbo duo indeed.
They like occupy 1/3 of the map.
Yeah, and they're so fat they can't fit in the hallway anymore, right? They're gonna bump into each other.
Not really the map, but it's more on the hallway.
The narrow
hallway.
Yeah, so you got. I guess they have to be aware of their positioning because of that. So. But of course, in all seriousness though, Flicker, double Flicker into Haze and Kurtizi means they'll be the big playmakers here. Of course, Toshi's still classic on the far side. And of course, Festival Blood, Retribution, Carl TZ on the Claude. Avarice on Rebo's Esmeralda means that the damage output will be a little less in the early game. So they need to slow it down. Really going for the long game here.
And they're just going to go in. Look at this.
Look at this. Lusty's going to go in and only have a trap there. So Haze is going to have some vision. A few is going to have some vision.
And look at how aggressive Brenny's Omega is, knowing that that Claude can only do so much.
They got Cartesi. That's first blood. They get few as well. And Lusty, he's in danger. There's no way out. That's free kills for Omega. And, oh, that's the buff as well taken from the hands of Bren eSports.
Bren eSports, marksman. Let's see. Last time we saw Carl went for the go for the Claude. He was left untouched. Nobody did care for him.
He was not happy.
He was not happy. And he just went out and destroyed everyone. But for this side, for this match, everyone's just forcing a Claude to, just get out of the way.
Feels difficult. And even right now, Hajizi, they don't have any pressure on the turtle area. This will be a free turtle. Let's go into the Gillette Instant Replay.
And as you can see here, it's a narrow space. Lusty did want to, just get the kill on Heath, but he's just way too tanky, didn't have the passive, and he will just get away.
Yep, it's very, very scary right now that Bren Esports, they don't have that much of an early game presence. And they're definitely going to get outmaneuvered in here if they fight. Look at this, they're trying to go for it. Carl TZ's the main target of Hayes. Go for the BMI, straight into the high loss. He almost gets hit. But actually,
he cannot get away from this.
He's not going to get away there. That's going to be Hajizi going for the chase. The turtle buffed up. YSS.
Oh my goodness,
and Few
Omega.
flickers out, but does it matter? No, it doesn't. That is 3 people down on the side of Brand Esports. This game is already on fire. 4 minutes in. Omega has a 4K gold lead.
Omega 6-0. They are proving to us, ladies and gentlemen, that marksman Brand Esports on the mid lane,
it's not that hot.
It's not that hot.
Yeah, I think the early game problem is there's no early game, like 0 early game for Bren. Only few, probably. This is a lineup that's made for the late game.
I like this. This is a welcome change for the side of Omega. They're being very aggressive. They got the triple kill on Haji. What's not to like?
What's not to like? Exactly. That's 4 kills on your main carry, plus a turtle buff, plus all the buffs he wants.
How much gold is that? Probably 800?
Yeah, probably. And now we are in the gold lead where we've seen it. Bren Esports in this position, they're not as dominant. Now we'll see Heath. He's going to go in for Carl TZ. Carl TZ is very, very low. Follow up by the Valier. Here comes Soshi as well with Feathered Airstrike. I don't think that's going to hit anyone, but they do scare off Bren Esports. They also invade the jungle. They get the resources.
You know, Omega, they went for the big guns right now. This is their championship winning lineup. I'm actually surprised that they're not using this. Toshi on the side lane, Farsa.
Yeah.
This was the lineup. This was the lineup that Execration had no answer for. And it's clearly the fact that Bren Esports do not have a good early game just because Carl Z is on the Claude.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, you still have to look out for the Claude. 100%. You cannot you cannot take out the Claude of the equation just because right now he's not having a good time. That's why Omega is trying to close out the game early.
There's a really big gap, by the way, right now between the farm of Hajizi and Carl TZ on the Claude. He's not even complete on the Raptor's Machete yet. That's how far behind he is. Now, Carl TZ needs more than just the Raptor's Machete. He also needs the Demon Hunter Sword. He also needs either Endless Battle or Golden Staff. So we are very far from where Bren Esports wants to be. And Omega, they are starting to really up that gold lead, 6,000. And they can dominate hard on the jungle. And they're denying just even more gold away from the marksman of Bren.
This is how they beat, Bren Esports in game number 2. Right now, they're showing us that they are still capable of doing it. And it seems to me that the side turrets or the side outer turret, it's out.
Carl died.
Carl died. And he went for a BMI in front of Kurtzy.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
And he just gets the Daytona's welcome. Remember, BMI, there's a cooldown to whether you can go back in or go back out.
Exactly.
There's a cooldown.
The Barat's difference.
Yeah.
And just keep going back to that one because it's so obvious right now. And now it's going to be the Wrecking Crew. The 5-man Wrecking Crew of Omega knocking on the door of Bren Esports. 7,000 goal lead at 7.5 minutes. They are trending upward in this game.
The games that we're having right now, it's not like this is close games. These are actually very one-sided games where one team will win and the next game the other team will return the favor.
Usually it's whoever wins on the draft. So the draft is so big in this matchup. But now it's gonna be up to Omega as well to control the jungle to make sure that Carl TZ doesn't recover. Because if Carl TZ recovers from this one, he already has a Demon Hunter Sword. By the way, he went for the Demon Hunter Sword first instead of that Raptors.
Yeah, and that's something you would do because you don't really have access on the jungle anymore.
That's true.
So why would you get a Raptor Machete if you can't even, step up and get the stacks?
Can't get stacks anyway, so it's useless. Even if you complete the Raptors.
Might as well.
Might as well go straight into Demon Hunter Sword. Complete it a little bit later. But because of that, the Blazing Duet will finally do some damage on the big
and they get Carl TZ. They get Carl TZ once again.
Boom!
Daytona's welcome.
That's it. I don't even need to cast that anymore. He just goes boom at that point. Carl Teasy, the main target.
This guy just played out of his mind.
Absolutely. I mean,
crazy guy.
Crazy guy, man. And he's catching people who's supposed to be very slippery. This is a fast game. Omega wants to finish. They want to go for the 4-2. For 3-2, rather. And we are very far from over.
And this is a good one. This is gonna go to a game 6, ladies and gentlemen. They catch out Valor. Few trying his best to defend turrets, but Azelina isn't really that good in terms of a 5v1.
Nope, you're going down. You're going down hard. That is what Brent Esports is suffering from right now. And Carl Teasy he's not giving up just yet. He's not done. He's not done. He's gonna try to get something. He's gonna try to steal some jungle camps here from Omega. And this is spotted out by Toshi. Feathered airstrike against the intruder. Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Yeah.
We find him. And he's half HP all of a sudden.
They're just gonna get away. And look at this. For the side of Omega, they go straight to the bottom lane. They want to get that gold jungle, the crab coin.
Yep.
They want to get the crab coin.
They're scrapping the ground. They're scrounging. They're filtering soil to get gold. That is how desperate Brent Esports is.
I like that.
That for all the money they can get, that's just impossible to get right now.
And they got you Lusty.
There you go.
You have no way to get out of this. Omega.
Whoa.
They figured out something.
They got it. They know what to do.
These are the kinds of matches and these are the kinds of drafts and realizations that take us to a game number 7.
Panel's right. He's in the middle of everything, gets destroyed with a feathered airstrike. Can't even clear the minions anymore. And Heath with the Hylos slows everyone down. What a beautiful set there.
Omega! They can win this. View goes down.
That's going to be it.
Will they take us to a game number 6?
Diving in. The minion's still alive. Lusty's eaten up. No minions, but here comes a fresh batch. And that will be it. We are going to game 6.
And look at that. They're actually shaking.
Look at that.
They're shaking right now.
I wish I had my phone on for that. Oh.
They fight for tournament life, ladies and gentlemen.
Omega is not done by a long shot.
They are not done in any way.
And that is the Omega that we have seen. This is the Omega that gave Brent Esports to 2-0. That factor, that form, that bravado, and that certainty. The certainty.
Make that 2. Yeah, right there.
There you go. So, it's just beautiful to watch, I have to say.
I love this series.
It's a great series. This is one of the closest matchups we've seen. I mean, we've seen a lot of matchups this weekend. We had 4 days.
Yeah, no mechanics, no anything. There's purely draft battle. He who gets the best draft,
he wins.
He wins.
Apparently, who gets the Barretts wins as well. And big questions to be answered.
Still match point. Still match
point, but Omega's looking good.
Omega one more game to getting match point as well.
Yeah.
If they take this a 3-3,
oh my gosh,
we still have a best of 1, ladies and gentlemen. Omega, these boys. And are they gonna exceed expectations? Are they gonna break your expectations, our expectation, his expectations, Tagalog Stream's expectations, analyst expectations?
That's a good chance. There's a good chance of that happening. And you know what? I guess these teams know this is probably our last broadcast for the year, right? I mean, who knows? We're very close to it. We've had a long, rough ride. Let's see what Wolf has to say about this.
Number 5, this best of 7 series between Brent Esports and Omega. Omega naman nagpakita ng strength ng Barretts ngayon. At parang parehas lang actually. Nung sinabi natin last time, it was the Selena countered by Barretts at walang kahit sinong hero na kaya mag-survive nun. That we will explain later. But for now, why don't we look at the draft of game number 5? Do take note na force ang lineup ng Brent Esports na mag-last pick na Claude. And if you're thinking about it, siguro Claude na yung best case scenario para sa Bren Esports. Hindi naman sila pwede mag 1-1. Hellcurt could be an option or something like Bruno, diba? But Bren Esports, yung last pick nila na Claude, na checkmate sila ng Omega dahil na rin dun sa order of picks ng Omega. Do take note, Barrett's first pick para sa Omega, ang daming naban na core heroes at yung Bren ay napilitang kumuha ng Esmeralda and Selena. But I think that this is the time where we say, Selena, mukhang may counter ka na. And that is definitely the Barats. Ilang beses din natin nakita all throughout this game na tinatangke lang ng isang Barats ang arrow ng Selena and any other crowd control from Bren Esports. Not only that, yung play ni Heath para pigilan si Cartesi na makakuha ng purple buff since minute 1. That's also an important fact kung bakit nanalo ang Omega. Bren, sobrang dependent nila sa purple buff. That's Claude. Not only the purple buff na yung buff lang mismo, but the farm that you get, EXP and gold that you get from taking down the stature tracker or the serpent nga tinatawag natin ay importante para sa progression ng isang Claude. Iwan talaga sa farming ng isang malapit na Yi Sun-shin na alam natin ay kaya mag-solo jungle para sa side ng Omega. That's also another factor that we have to take into consideration. Kinayang mag-solo ng core or ng carry ng Omega mag-farm habang binigyan niya ng free pass etong si Hylos as well as si Valier na mang-bully ng lane natin while Bren Kufra needed na tulungan itong si Claude at hindi na nakaikot members ng Bren Esports. One of those rare moments na masasabi mong na outdraft ang Bren Esports. But that is Omega. We know this team can defeat Bren Esports and have defeated Bren Esports before. Let's look at the post-game stats at tingnan natin kung sino may pinakamalapit na ambag and it still is Dogie on the Farsa. Do take note, ang Omega ay isa sa mga konting teams na masasabi mong comfortable sila na may mage side lanes and Toshi is one of those players na hindi takot at kabisado yung mga ganitong klase ng side lanes. That is why Farsa worked wonders for Omega as well. In Bren Esports, for the first time, makikita mo ang kahinaan ng kanilang lineup. I think that in the coming games para sa Bren Esports, hindi na sila magpapa-corner when it comes to looking for the cores. Diba? Parang yung carry choices ng Bren Esports dito doon ka na mapapaisip. Then again, that was just game number 5. Why don't we look at the highlights kung paano nga ba nag-develop itong Omega draft na actually, it's all about ease. Ito yun, sinasabi natin first na in dominant na performance mula sa Omega kasi hindi nila hinahayaan na makakuha ng purple buff si Cartesi. In fact, Cartesi is just what? Level 4 at this moment. Sobrang baba. Hajiz is already level 5. And eventually makakuha sila ng purple buff dito. At hindi pa sila mamamatayan ng significant heroes. Then mag-snowball sila na mag-snowball. The emphasis of Omega to not give farm to Cartesi on this Claude really paid dividends. Ang ganda rin ng pag-collapse nila ng lahat ng members nila doon. Again, team fight for Omega dahil kaya nilang pumunta doon sa mid lane lahat. They have Valier and Hylos, very good bullies. At ang dami nilang pang-soak ng damage ng Bren Esports. Glorious Pathway was well done yung choices. Then lalong-lalo na sa huli na to sa Claude. Ito na talagang masabi mong, it's over. It's over. Omega, they really steamrolled over Bren Esports. One of those rare moments na makikita natin na denominate ng isang team ang Bren Esports at saktong-sakto pa sa game number 5 yan ng ating best of 7 grand finals. This is why Omega is such a good team to really challenge Bren Esports. Sila lang yung nakatalo sa Bren Esports in a series at sila lang din ang nagpapahirap sa Bren Esports ngayong playoffs. My goodness, Omega, a worthy adversary for sure for Bren Esports. And Hajizi, the Yi Sun-shin, 6-0 and 3. Pero hindi rin niya ito magagawa kung hindi dahil sa kanyang mga teammates. I think this was an overall effort coming out from Omega. And not only that, wonderful drafting coming out from Coach Dale. Ano kayang bawi ni Coach Dogie because of this? Or, punta ba tayo sa Game 7? And malalaman natin yan. Obviously, para sa Game number 6, if you're supporting Omega and their campaign here sa MPL-PH Playoffs, scan this QR code. At kung ikaw naman ay naniniwala talaga sa Bren at ang hashtag Bren lang malakas, scan this QR code as well. Would love to hear from you guys and also kung sino ng latest updates na latest para sa MPL-PH scene. Of course, just visit the official MPL-PH page or scan this QR code. Gusto rin namin makarinig sa inyo mula sa inyong survey. Just fill it up and you'll have a chance to win rewards through this QR code. At syempre sa susunod na rin na QR code. A lot of ways for you to win the rewards. Napakadali lang. Just fill out those forms. Speaking of rewards, we have a lot for you guys sa mga mahilig dyan sa giveaway codes. Every single time na magkakaroon ng post-match analysis, dito lang syempre sa solo analyst segment, mamimigay tayo ng mga giveaway codes. Tatlo yan, every single game. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, mag-wish pa kayo na marami pang games at syempre, mag-stay kayo dito sa ating solo analyst segment. My goodness, it is already late na. Malapit at mag 2-day event ang ating grand finals. But then again, syempre, para sa mga viewers out there, the finals is just starting. Actually, kahit pa match point number in eSports, Omega, hindi pa sila magpapatalo. Grab your snacks, grab everything. This is gonna be an exciting game number 6 for sure. The grand finals ng MPL-PH Season 6. My name is Wolf, your resident analyst. We'll find out kung ang Barats ba ay mababan na or may sagot na ba ang kahit sinong team sa nakakatakot na hero na to. We'll find out. Back to you, casters.
What is the answer to the Barats? That is the question that has been on the minds of a lot of our players and a lot of our viewers right
Ban
now.
it.
The solution is to ban. Apparently, very, very smartly played there, Butters. We are back, by the way, here on the caster's desk. We are your casters. I'm Rockhart. This is Butters. And we are going into Game 6 between Bren eSports and Omega right here on the championships.
Yeah.
Now, what else can we say that hasn't been said already? Is the Barats ban the solution? Because that was just one-sided. One of the most one-sided games I've ever seen against Bren eSports where they didn't look like they had a fight. Usually when Bren eSports loses, there's something happening here and there. But this time, all around the map, it was completely green.
You know what? Just looking at that match, wherever the Claude is, the Barrett is there. He was looking at the Claude as his somewhat of a prized possession for him. He really just wanted to get the Claude, just take him down and just rinse and repeat. He wants that certain formula, and that worked for the side of Omega.
Exactly. It worked, and it's still working, probably. We'll find out. I mean, is it strategy number 1 for Omega? Just push Carl Tizzy into a marksman? But look at this. Bren eSports, they don't care. We're first pick. Go ahead. Pick. Don't ban the Barrats. We'll pick it up for you. But for Omega, you know what they're going to do. You know what they're going to do, right? Come on. Are you still thinking about it?
Yeah.
Just do it.
Just ban it out.
Just ban it out.
Right now.
Just give us a normal game for once.
But you're going to give out the Uranus if you do.
Ooh, Uranus, Selena, cream of the crop, you know?
But if you give up the Uranus, well, they just take it out. Take it out.
You know you want to. You sly dog, you. Anyway, that's good. That's going to be it. That's the Uranus that you were talking about. Then on the other side, that's going to be Selena. Like Butter said, this is chess. Magic chess. Just kidding. That's a different...
And...
That's a different game mode.
I'm seeing a Selena or a Farsa.
Selena, Farsa. Either way, they win.
Oh, no Farsa. Farsa was banned.
Oh, yeah, by Bren. Right, exactly. So this is already a predicted outcome by Bren for sure.
It's going to be Selena. They don't like the Farsa off lane that Omega is doing. It gets a lot of stuff going on to him. But right now, do you just go for a Yu Zhong right now, or you just pick out Yi Sun Shin?
Yu Zhong sounds like a great possibility. I'm not 100% yet on the Yi Sun Shin, cause
Valor.
Okay, that's
Valor
a
is a good one.
sub for Farsa. Like if ever the Esmeralda gets out of hand, there's always gonna be someone to control it. That's what the position is right now for Bren eSports.
Omega, they're just anticipating this third pick. It's going to be Yu Zhong. Yeah.
On point with the predictions, Butters. That's exactly where you want to be.
And I think for Omega, they're going to go for a Yi Sun Shin right now.
full-on map control, right? Full-on vision control.
But you wouldn't really want to do that just because Bren eSports went for that Yuzhong just because they wanted the enemy team to not pick a YSS. Yes, they would get the Roger, but this time around, we did see how Bren eSports dealt with this Roger on certain games. So it's not really that big of a problem for them. But it's going to be the Kufra who's going to get banned here for the side of Omega. And the Thams on the side of Bren eSports, they don't want these strong laners or these fast wave players to be their problem in the long run for game number 6.
So that's going to be it, basically. Just deal with the Kufra, which has been, I think I've been saying that for for a long time now here in this whole season. Don't give Lusty the Kufra. And finally, it's gonna stay in the minds, and we'll finally see Lusty probably go on something similar to an Akai. I mean, having a Roger and having Selena, an Esmeralda, you want that Akai in.
They take out the Hellcurt. They take out the Hellcurt, okay? But they didn't really take out the Akai, so they can deny the Akai right now.
Yeah, they can. They kind of need a tank as well.
Will they deny the Akai?
Feels unlikely. Feels unlikely.
The thing is, there's a lot of displacement on the side of Bren eSports.
That is very true.
Black Dragon form will knock you a bit out of a position or pinning position. Few will just blow you out. And they get the Akai. They get the Akai. They do not want the Akai on their side.
They don't want the Akai. That's a great counter pick. Chess match ongoing.
YSS.
Please.
I'm expecting a YSS.
YSS, you gotta get it. There's like... that's just it. But it's so predicted.
Well,
the YSS is so predicted, but on the other hand, you don't have a choice.
YSS and Baksha.
It is too predictable, man. I don't know. I feel bad for the Bren draft.
I mean, the one time that they went unpredictable, they picked up Tigreal and they got manhandled.
Yeah, please don't do that again. I really was not a fan of the Tigreal there. Now.
Oh!
Oh, we did not think of that.
Oh!
Oh, shoot.
They take another path.
Koopa.
This is the first time that we've seen this from the side of Bren eSports.
Interesting.
And Khaled will be the last pick for Omega. I might have been wrong on my last predictions, but I'm happy. I'm extremely happy that we are seeing these scruffy haired boys.
Yeah, the last time that Popol and Koopa was picked by Bren was, I think, week 4, week 5.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
And the last time that Popol and Koopa was picked in the playoffs was with Blacklist International versus Omega.
Yeah, that was the super.
Game number 1.
That was the super. What do you call that?
Cheese.
The super cheese strategy. The all pure projectile strategy. So
with the Hellcurt. With the Hellcurt,
exactly.
they really just tried to zone out everyone, and when someone tried to fight, he would just get bursted down. Is this going to a game number 7? That is still the question, because right now, Bren eSports is still in. Well, it's still at match point.
Still match point here.
Yeah.
So Omega, they cannot afford to skip a beat in this matchup. Will they be able to outplay Bren eSports? Because the draft, I think it's kind of... man, there's no way to predict this anymore because we got some scruffy-haired boys.
I don't want to predict anymore.
Yeah, it's just impossible. Let's just enjoy this one.
I just want to enjoy it.
Let's go.
Game number 6. Destiny does play a hand within these certain matchups. And Bren, they can end this right here, right now. Look at this potential that they can use to zone out people here on the side of Bren eSports. There's a Popola Koopa, a Valor, and a Harith. Wow. How do you get near that?
This is actually a little difficult to get near, especially with a lineup that Omega has. Most of these heroes, actually, all of them need to be on melee range for them to activate. Except for the Selena, which she does go on melee mode as well for the execute, but you need to. It's difficult to do that with this lineup.
The last time I've seen Carl Easy just play this certain, a mage hero was a really long time ago.
Exactly.
He's been using a lot of these Lancelots, and last time I saw him use this, I have to say it's been a long time. Or there's a lapse on my memory.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's safe to say that this is a very unconventional pick for Carl Tizzy overall. And I really like the Popol and Koopa just so that they'll have a little bit more breathing room against the Selena arrows. So that's already a given.
Oh.
Flap Tizzy, though, will be going ham. And Kurt Tizzy will be doing a lot of damage as well here on this Khaled. Now, the range is on.
For them, right now, Avarice versus Avarice, this is as expected for Esmeralda and Uranus. They love the company of each other.
That is true, absolutely, and that's a match made in heaven, my friend. You do not mess with that, absolutely. Now we are going straight into it, and we will see that Brand eSports are looking like they are going for the safe laugh. They're not being aggressive at this point. Hajizi is getting a lot of free time, and I really like it when Hajizi goes into a situation where he's not the focus. Hajizi just does so many miracles. This guy is a prodigy, absolutely.
Well, I think the time for him being a prodigy was way back Season 2. Right now, he is the front runner. He is in the front line. He wants to get that championship, and he wants to get that ring on his belt.
Yeah.
Cardzi as well. Cardzi as well wants to get that. He has a gold medal, but he hasn't really claimed that MPL championship.
You gotta have that championship, bro. You gotta have that championship. And again, both of these teams definitely roaring and angry.
Oh, look at this, Lusty.
Lusty is gonna be here. He's gonna be using Koopa as a very strong pushing force, making sure that they can get some kind of space done here in the Lord Pit.
Okay. For Bren eSports, they're not really trying to fight this as much as possible, but Cardzi, he is getting these buffs.
He goes in!
Cardzi going
Flickers
for
out.
the Diamond Force.
Diamond Force is being pushed back. Here comes a big ultimate, but it's first blood for Kurt Tizzy. Flap Tizzy will answer, and of course it's Rebo. He's not touched. Everyone's running for the hills. Omega will be suffering 2 deaths after that. Carl Tizzy will be going down though, and I think for Omega that's already a win.
You know what? Cardzi, he got caught out. You know what happened there? What was the funny thing that happened? Lusty was there in the area, but he couldn't really help.
He
had no HP.
Yeah, he's really just watching most of the
He had
time.
no HP. He wanted to put Popol in front, the dog in front, but he couldn't really do it because someone's gonna reach him.
Exactly. You don't want to be in that position, right? And that's one of the weaknesses of Popol and Koopa in the early game. It's just difficult to push out when you're low HP. And again, you have to watch for 2 health bars, or else you might lose one important tool in the coming team fight.
Yeah, and by the way, that is an extra target for Hayes.
Exactly.
So it's harder to hit them.
That's right.
If that Popol and Koopa or that dog is in front of you.
Gives you a bit of relief, right? You have one more target that's catching those abyssal arrows, but turret will be taken out on top lane, equalizes on the gold. This is a big mid push. Goes in Flap Tizzy, he will be affected by the arrow, but removes the crowd control very, very quickly. Short range arrows stun only for a few seconds.
Remember, this is all about resilience. Rebo right now is having a good time at the bottom lane, and Bren eSports, things are looking good over their side.
It'll be difficult to deal with this Uranus for sure. And we'll have to wait and see if we're going to find any different results. I feel like the Uranus is just gonna keep running here from the Esmeralda. Just try to not fight as much as possible, right? Just farm. That's what he's doing right now. He's level 8. Should still have Consecration, I think. Yeah, he still has Consecration. He will be able to defend.
So, looking at it, Rockhart, there is a thing about a Bren eSports in which they just want to play that long game. they want Omega to go in. They want Omega to engage. It's never going to be their goal to start their own fight.
Absolutely. I think just watching, you just want to cool down a little bit, though, right? You just want to make sure that you can clear the traps first.
Yeah.
Look for the traps. Look for the location of the Popol traps as well. We have 2 traps, right? The Popol trap and the Selena traps. You want to watch out where those traps are first before you start engagements, or else you might be being thrown into a bait. You might be being led to a bait, a trap. And that's something you don't want to be in. Now, we're even on the gold score. What's the difference maker here in the team fights? Who wants to fight first?
I mean, if Omega just wanted to fight, they have all the means to do that. You have Raging Sandstorm, you have Falling Star Moon, you have Hurricane Dance. You even have the Sling Arrow. So, the question is Omega willing to commit on a fight?
That's true. I mean, they're given a lot of opportunities, but they're not doing it. They're just waiting. They're waiting for Brent Esports to initiate.
And look at Rebo here. The wolf form is going to hurt him a lot. There's the slow human form.
And the regen from the consecration. Turtle! Oh my god, they're already starting it. It's already half HP. Q is very low. Hurricane Dance starts into Carl Teasy, but even though he's being pushed back, he will be able to get that Turtle buff. And now he's a very scary Harif. They're going for the chase. Flap Teasy is mad. Flap! He gets a double. He wants more. And that will be another one going down for Omega. 2 people are left standing. They will get pushed.
Flap Haji is the next target for Krabsy.
Oh boy!
Will he go down?
Oh!
No, he won't, but still.
Synchrovision misses in the last moment. Wow, but Carl Teasy, man, he's scary.
Flap is scarier, man. Flap just went in, took down 2 people on their side, and Omega was forced to go back.
That's what you want to see when you have a Yu Zhong. Now, what will be the counterplay? Crazy, he has a Sandstorm. I don't think it was used effectively in that matchup.
It was used to go back.
Yeah, exactly.
Defensively.
And Heath, he wanted the lock in Carl Teasy, but he was not successful. He was trying to stop that retribution, but somehow Carl Teasy was able to pull it off. So maybe he was not positioned well against the wall. Maybe that small split second of indecision cost him that thrill, and then the succeeding fight.
Omega here, fighting for tournament life. Carl Teasy and his team, Bren Esports, they are getting the things that they want from the map. Objectives, turtles, turrets, monsters, minions. You name it, they got it.
Yeah, and Rebo is also getting a lot of free time on the bottom lane while everyone in Omega wants to go for the big one. And we'll be going down there. Apparently, Brent Esports is very capable of taking down turrets. And
look at everyone, they're going for Rebo.
Rebo is the target. Where are you going, boy?
They're going for Rebo.
You got a plan somewhere?
They want Rebo, but Rebo just goes out.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Lusty going down. Curtisi, great targeting. Finally, will be able to take down the Popol and Koopa. Target. Oh, look at this.
Oh, Flap there. Wow.
Flap with the defense.
Okay, I like that.
Look at me. I'm the big brother now.
And that was a good bait.
That was a great bait.
That was a good bait. Like, if Hayes went for the initiation, that could have been a kill on Selena.
I agree. And again, Selena is just the one keeping it together. Hayes in full control of each and every bush. He's making sure that Bren, they have to work for map control if they want to get it. And he's not letting them go without a fight. Now, Flap Teasy, he's very aggressive still on this Yu Zhong. Just goes for the defense, but turret will fall.
Okay, so this could be a Lord fight that's going to ensue in just a bit. Oracle will be picked up by Rebo, and that's going to negate a lot of damage here coming up from Toshi.
Absolutely, Toshi will want to be the one in front. Hajizi still very vulnerable when you think about it, especially when Carl Teasy gets his hands on him. So you need to make sure that there is distance between Carl Teasy and Hajizi, because right now, Carl Teasy is feeling a lot more confident. Not even now, they're going straight for the Lord.
And Krabsy has a mystery shop emblem going on for him.
Yeah, more items, faster items.
As long as he's not going down, he's still getting it at a very early pace. His items, I mean. So, for Omega, they're not really utilizing this certain
Holy.
aggressive lineup that they picked in a good way.
Yeah. Holy Crystal locked in, just like you said, because of Mystery Shop as well. Very, very early on. Now, I think this is a big item spike. This is a big power spike for Bren Esports. They can utilize this.
And let's battle on Haji. That is a power spike for them as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a great power spike for Roger.
Oh! Oh!
Look though. Great combo.
Okay.
Haze.
But he got clobbered a bit by the Lord there.
Ouchie. Yeah, single-handedly, Haze able to push Carl TZ to less than half HP, slowing down their Lord take once more. They're getting back into position.
If Selena went and used a skill on Carl,
that might have been it, right?
That could have been a kill with the help of the Lord.
That's all they need to do. And now this Lord is going to get reset once more. Unlimited resets for today.
And this is going to be the fight that you have to look at. Unlimited reset fight up top.
Yep,
Uranus
same
and Esmeralda. Nothing's going to happen there.
Same thing, Lord will be enhanced while waiting. The old Lord got 2
Oh,
boards.
look at this. Look at this.
Toshi.
Look at this.
It's the other way around.
Toshi.
It's supposed to be Esmeralda making a chase for the Uranus. But the Uranus is the one who's dealing a lot of damage. But
Look
how
at
long
this.
can Rebo take this?
Okay, he's going to go out. He's going to make things pop. And look at this. They are just fighting each other.
Their HP bars are fighting. What a sight to see.
What a way to fool each other.
I know, right? Man, this is just...
You guys are taking each other down.
No one's.
Why are you guys wasting time?
Yeah, they're like grade schoolers who are like waving their hands in the air at each other's face.
Look at this. It's another dance between Rebo and Toshi.
Another one, and then it's just basically they're just gonna both back off. But now it's 3v1 on top lane. That buff, they're way too late to the party. Toshi could go down, but Toshi will be able to get under the tower just in time. The rest of the Omega squad, they are on the chase. The knock-up from Lusty is not gonna be enough. Rebo will finally take down the Esmeralda, but everyone else is going on chase.
Carl, they can actually make something happen here.
Going for the chase. Zaman Force is down. Heap as well is low. That's a double kill for Flap DZ. One member remaining.
They can actually end this right here.
They can go for the end. This could be the championship. And Kurt DZ, he's doing his best to clear, but it's not enough. And that's it. Your champion for MPL-PH Season 6, Bren Esports.
Bren Esports. They prove everybody wrong. People say they choke on the playoffs, but right now, they silence everybody.
Y'all haters, y'all gotta chill. Just take a back seat. We'll see you next season. For now, it will be Bren Esports lifting the trophy of MPL-PH Season 6.
Man, oh man, Bren Esports. Clearly you're showing us the prowess EJ at 69. Well, I did see that.
EJ 69! Hey! I'm gonna PM this guy later.
Alright.
I'm gonna make sure that, the world knows your favorite number.
Digits.
No!
Digits.
But before we get to that, man, congratulations is in order. Again, Omega.
Of course.
They put up one heck of a fight. Omega was a team that really looked like they were gonna do it. They were gonna put Bren on a Game 7, but Bren said no. We are not done. We're not gonna let this happen. We want dominance. We want it now. And they showed it right here in this matchup.
Man, I just have to say that Omega, I really thought that they were going to go beyond expectations. They beat Bren Esports twice. And there are only a couple of teams who did that. You have Onic and you have them. And they beat Bren Esports 4 times. So in terms of just polishing, whatever it is that it needs to be polished on this team, I think this team, Omega lineup right now, they have a promising future ahead of them.
Whatever polishing they did, this coaching staff, all of the people who made it possible for Bren Esports as well, they are obviously successful now. And Omega, this is the farthest this team has gone in the MPL.
But
that's something still to be proud of.
we are going to sign out, and that is going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen. From us to you, thank you for making this a fun ride for us. 200 plus games casted.
That is
from English to Tagalog to the solo analyst segment, from all the casters who stepped into, well, not stepped, who sat in this table. We thank you. And it's an honor for us to perform in front of you guys. From He's Rockhart, I'm Butters, Manjin, Rob, Wolf.
It's an honor.
It's an honor. And thank you for MPL-PH Season 6. I'm Butters, he's Rockhart, and this is going to be our social media handles. Let's throw it back to our panel. Thank you, guys.
Na pwede talaga sabihin, Bren lang malakas. Ako po si Reptar, and we're here with Ocho Gahaba and Midnight, your panel to close out the series, and that went to 6 games. Malabo na umabot to na isa, dalawa, to less than that. It was either gonna be 6 or 7 talaga.
Yeah.
With the caliber of these two teams na pinakita nila, the fact that they mirrored their drafts, their movement so well, it was a mirror match all throughout. Nakita talaga yung mga fundamentals.
Yeah, alam mo, again, totoo yung sinabi natin kanina, no? Battle of Brothers. They're really similar in a lot of ways. But the sad thing is, the sad and great thing is that we crown 1 champions on this matchup. Isa lang talaga eh. And definitely well-deserved naman yung grand final spot. Both of these teams, they deserve it a lot, especially when we have new grand finalists here. No, maraming bagong grand finalists. Even Flapteasy, diba? It's his rookie season and champion. Diba?
I can't believe na ganito yung recipe lang pala na kailangan ng Bren eSports. Nasabi ng casters parang it was a long chase for the back-to-back round. Imagine this, nung Season 2 na final sila. Season 3, another finals performance. Season 4 and 5, they kind of feel lost. Although meron sila ng mga recipe na hinahanap natin, kinailangan lang talaga nila ng pinakahuling touch. And it was Flapteasy, the super rookie ng ating season. Pero syempre, ganda rin talaga ng draft battle between two teams.
Yeah, a draft battle, rotation battle, a mirror match. So many things to say about it. Tignan natin ang mga numero. The data post-match from that game number 6, 10-2, and you pointed out the rookie in his rookie season from RG streams to champion. Flapteasy, that knock-up na dinala, na nilabas ng Yuzong na in that crucial moment na sabi ng Omega, mag-engage tayo dito, punish natin to. The knock-up from that Yuzong changed the whole team fight.
Man, I think ito yata yung best Yuzong performer or player. At least all in the playoffs, sure ako, masasabi ko na kay Flap ko nakita yun. Their game against Onyx-PH, that game 1, yung pinrove ni Flapteasy with this Yuzong na iba yung understanding niya ng hero na yon. And this guy, ilang beses niyang pinunish yung Omega nang nag-overchase sila. Tapos meron kang knock-up courtesy of the second skill ng Yuzong, and that was amazing coming out from Flapteasy. Kaya naman, nawala na yun eh. Parang hindi nga siya rookie kung maglaro eh.
Yeah. Alam mo, ever since parang yung unang beses natin nakita yung Yuzong ni Flapteasy, I never felt like it's a greedy hero. The way they use Yuzong is for his teammates. Again, protect the king, protect Carteasy. And sobrang gandang narrative nito, just to share with everyone, no? 0-1-8 yung score ni Carteasy. This is the first time na na-experience na hindi siya yung nagbuhat for the team. Yes, he did well, pero he found gracefulness in his teammates, bringing him the championship. Ito ang player na magtitiwala sa sarili niya, pero dinala siya ng team niya sa gusto niyang marating.
And parang poetic isipin mo, ang dragon ni Flapteasy ang natalo sa Omega.
Yun yung masakit eh.
Masakit eh.
Yun, ito ririto ko kaya. Kausap ko kasi si Carl before. Sabi niya, maganda yung laban. Kasi again, SGD yung kalaban niya or Omega eSports. Ang masakit kasi dito, tinalo niya yung old teammates niya. Diba? Pero syempre, the grace is, he did it in front of his teammates na parang, guys, naabot ko na yung gusto kong gawin. Yun nga lang masakit, syempre, tinalo mo yung old teammates mo.
Yeah, I guess it's masakit eh. It's a dagger to the heart. Pero feeling ko, ano sila eh, alam mo yung bromance na medyo may tumutulo pang luha na bro, sorry, pero para makuha ko yung kailangan ko.
Then umiiyak din yung Omega, parang bro, okay lang, we're proud of you, bro.
Okay lang, pare.
A former coach here for Carl TZ, Midnight. It is emotional, but let's look at the highlights from this game number 6. It was close. We highlighted off-stream na nag-uusapan tayo dito, the Popol and Koopa pick for Lusty. The last 2 picks were the Popol Koopa and the Harith. It was big for Bren Esports. It provided a lot of the zoning that Bren needed to counter the potential dives and the engages na dinadala at nilalabas ng Omega.
Yeah, again, yun yung ironic eh. Kasi the strategy of Bren Esports is protect the hero of Cartesi. Every single player of Bren Esports, in a single moment, protektahan nila si Cartesi. We've seen Ribo and Few protect him. Pero this situation, itong instance na to, just the knock up from the Yuzong was and the Popol and Koopa as well was enough to secure the victory. And again, the funny narrative is 017C Cartesi didn't get the opportunity to showcase the the KDA, pero it was his teammates, no, na parang pare, sama-sama tayo dito.
Oh man, FlapTZ, the last MVP of this series. I want to say I've seen this kid nung kanyang rookie performance in a tournament outside of MOBA of MPL. At ang tinawag sa kanya is, ano siya eh, parang RG Gods eh.
RG Gods.
Tapos, nung pinakauna niya na laro professionally, this is outside of MPL, na-criticize siya. Kasi kabado. Kabado daw yung galawan niya, na para siyang nagdagdag-doubt. But this time, after ilang months, that was just January of this year. At this time, this is almost November, we are seeing FlapTZ very confident. I think that him being in Bren Esports at inaruga siya sa Bren Esports with good teammates na activate yung pagiging RG Gods or yung, the skill level, the mechanical skill of this guy.
Yung nakita talaga ng Bren kung bakit siya kinuha. And I got to say, the fact na in your rookie season, in the championship game, kayo yung MVP, I'm pretty sure FlapTZ is feeling really special right now. He's becoming 100%. more and more confident about himself. And I know ang daming memes ni FlapTZ, nakamukha niya si JYP, pero Flap, sabihin mo na anong JYP, ako si FlapTZ, ako naging MVP ng championship game. Bren lang malakas. FlapTZ, man. Other than Flap though, I feel like we also have to give a lot of focus here for Lusty. Dalhin natin in the earlier games ng Bren Esports dito. Sabay nga natin kinol eh. Yung naka 3-man titles raid siya. The last 3. What was Lusty's effect in this whole series?
It was, let's just say yung comfort. Iba yung may extra knowledge, yung extra in-game knowledge. At bukod dyan, alam mo yung parang confident ka if you're a core, kahit anong gawin mo kasi meron kang kuya na para sa'yo. Parang, Kuya Lusty, binubugbog ako nito. Ikaw na bahala. And even in clashes, I think yung fact na may clutch performances from Lusty, this guy is also a champion before. At nakakita rin tayo ng gold medalist performance, diba? This guy knows how to win games, and all he needed was, players or core players na may tiwala sa kanya.
Yeah, and just to add to that, this is his second MPL alongside Ribo. So ang dami nating bagong second timer dito. This just shows experience and pati si Few, diba? And pati yung yung sustainable career, no. Etong tandaan niyo tong mga taong to. Nakita natin to since season 1, season 2 pa. Diba? And they're still here proving na kaya pa rin talaga makipagsabayan even against the pool of fresh talents. No? Yung mga young bloods, sila FlapTZ, diba? Yan yung mga kasabay nila. They're still capable of going toe-to-toe with these players.
I think you have to commend the management of Bren Esports for that and what they're doing for the esports scene, diba? Imagine this, they had a comeback ni parang homecoming ni Dogie as a coach dito sa Pilipinas. And they utilize all of the resources well. Kung iisipin, nakakatawa talaga ang Bren dahil all-star team sila, diba? Parang everybody wants to look at that. But actually, hindi lahat ng all-star teams ay nagiging successful. At this time though, nakita natin sa MPL on how to utilize that, how to provide them with the adequate resources at paano mag-provide ng tamang parang training, kumbaga sa kanila. This is what we see as the results.
Yeah, you need great people behind the scenes to be able to handle all those. I'm not saying na may ego sila, pero of course, when you're a bunch of all-stars and you've been here for a long time, hindi yung posible na lumabas yung ego. But the fact that you have a strong a coaching staff behind the scenes to handle those egos, and then at the same time to be able to just really bring out the best that they can. It's a testament to the organization of Bren Esports. In a well-deserved, finally, nakuha nila yung championship na, kasi parang ang tagal nila sinasabi na Bren lang malakas. But they weren't able to back it up with a championship. But now, this is a regular season where they dominated, a playoffs where they only had 2 losses. You can definitely say Bren lang malakas.
Technically speaking, ang Bren as the franchise, di ba, parang hindi pa sila nagkakaroon ng championship. Although this is a second time for the team.
For the team.
And
For
the players.
And the players.
The players. But Bren Esports is a franchise.
This is their first MPL.
Isa na lang yung natira dun sa na-acquire nila. That's their Sribo. So, even when this is like that, the second time, masasabi nga natin na what you just said, matagal nang kinaklaim na Bren lang malakas. This is finally that exclamation point.
Period.
Exclamation point, period. Parang it works. It both works. And what worked throughout the series, of course, was the Barats pick. And I just have to say, I feel like this wasn't just a story of the Barats until we started noticing it. It was a story of sino ang makakakuha ng unang purple buff or sino makakasteal. Punish that.
Again, keys to victory. If you look back to the keys to victory for both teams, no, the purple buff was the decider for both of the teams. Kasi ang laking advantage kapag nanakaw mo yung purple buff ng kalaban. Effectively, you shut down the entire early game of a team. And these two teams are really reliant with the early game purple buff. Nakita natin si Cartesi, diba, na walang purple buff on Claude, easy snowball. Nakita natin si Hajizi na nakawan ng flame shot pana ni Selena, snowball, diba? It's a pattern And these two teams being similar to each other, they win and lose in the same manner.
Ang nakita natin dito sa Grand Finals, ito yung perfect example ng evolution na tinatawag na meta. Parang merong OP heroes na alam natin, may mga Lancelot, may mga Yi Sun-Shin. And then all of a sudden, may mag-appear na hero na sinasagot lahat yon. Tapos, siya naman bigla yung pinakamalakas. And then teams start to experiment, ano ba yung dapat sagot dito, ano ba yung tamang counter. Eventually, teams will just ban it out and then show us something different, like Harith for the last pick. Who would have thought na sa MPL Season 6, ang winning na hero ay Harith.
No? Yung sinabi nating pinakamahinang Final
Valir was a hero na hindi pinaprioritize nung Season 6, but he is a champion
Last
hero.
2 games. Last 2 games, 100% win rate.
That Valir pick was really big for them nung game number 5.
Exactly.
Not mistaken. And man, we can really just dissect every single game of
Kulang oras.
Kulang ng oras hinintay lang namin yung Bren Esports dito. Of course, we want them to rejoice in the moment na magsa-celebrate sila. They are the champions. They deserve all the time that they need na mag-ingay to celebrate with one another here. Now, let's once again look back into the games here. Yes, you mentioned, both of you guys mentioned actually, that you have to lessen the possible picks here for Flap, which makes sense. But why is that also something that that Bren needed to do laban sa Omega?
Yung limit ng ano?
Limit ng side laners potentially,
Because if you look at the matchup, sobrang daming heroes na pwedeng i-block against Hayes and against Hajizi. Doon pala nagkakaipit na sila. If you try to remove other options then, if you try to ban out side laners, you can essentially limit the hero pool that they can pick. And that's why both teams, yung mga winning matches nila, first picks. Kasi nag-uubusan sila ng heroes. Even though the enemy side gets 2 picks, yung first pick kasi sobrang importante nun. It dictates how the enemy drafts accordingly. That's the battle of coaches or drafters na sinasabi natin paulit-ulit. Sinasabi natin may invisible war. Kasi yung first pick na yun, ang laking mental block nun sa drafter na kalaban.
Ang na-mention ko dito kay Manjin, tawag ko dito is the power pick. Yung pick na yun, pag pinik mo siya dun sa slot na yun, para siyang may nababan na sa kalaban. Kasi for example, Barats, if you pick that up, kahit hindi mo binan yung Ling, kahit hindi mo iban yung Roger, hindi siya pwede i-pick ng kalaban. Right? That's also kind of true with Yuzhong in a way. Parang ayaw mo na ng hindi malakas na side laner kasi pag hindi ka tumapat sa Yuzhong, nakita natin si Flap TC, di ba? There's really weak laners or weak picks. Kaya naman, importante sa draft. I always say that a draft is hindi siya yung iba yung lineup. Lineup is yung hero composition na lumabas. Ang draft ay yung order ng picks kung paano nangyari yung mismong lineup. And you can see na we will spend honestly, I will spend like an hour or so just for one draft now. 3 hours. Para lang i-explain kung gaano kaganda yung mga nangyayari. But
Yeah,
we are just so amazed at this.
And something to add there, one of the trends na notice ko din sa drafts ng series na to is that the most important picks, other than the first one, were also the last 3. So the last 2 and then the last one, the last pick in the draft here. Is that a parang testament or just an indication of where we are in the meta and the types of heroes that we put importance to?
I think it's more of game understanding rather than meta evolvement. Kasi, like for example, yung nangyari kanina, diba? We actually managed to predict the last 3 heroes. And the thing is, if you're able to do that, you have this game understanding. You have this deep knowledge of how games work. And let's say, gamitin natin yung Hylos and Valir kanina. It was the perfect pick. Why? It blocks everything that Bren is offering off the table for their lineup. And incidentally, Claude na lang yung natirang hero for Cartesi, diba? Na-corner siya, di ka naman pwede mag-1-1 funnel. So essentially, yung last 2 picks, you have this understanding na, okay, pag pinik natin to, literal lahat ng parts ng game, walang gagawin yung Bren eSports. So again, it's not, kasi drafting, if you have deep understanding of patterns, it doesn't really stop. Kahit anong mangyari sa meta, if you have the understanding of drafting, you can really predict how games result into, di ba? Maintindihan mo kung paano yung takbo ng game, kung ano yung itsura ng early game, ano yung itsura ng mid game, and sino mananalo ng late game. You can really interpret that just from the drafts alone. And this is the way coaches think, no? Kapag tinitignan nila yung draft, they have this specific image of how the game plays out. So, ganyang kalalalim na yung mga coaches natin these days. Kaya yung drafting, sobrang importante niya.
In a way, yung tanong ni Renmar, ang actually sinasabi niya for me is hindi na pwedeng walang coach or walang drafter ang isang team. Hindi lang siya important, it's actually imperative. Or basta, kailangan. Requirement. It's a requirement. Kidding aside, I think yung mga Yutong Grand Finals, nagpakita siya ng value na hindi ka talaga pwedeng maubusan ng hero. At hindi ka rin pwedeng matalo sa draft. Maubusan ng hero meaning your coach needs to train you na dapat kahit anong mangyari, meron kayong hero pool. Hindi siya basta-basta, uy, nagamit na ito ng 10 times, pwede na itong gamitin. Hindi ganon. Mastery should be there. And lastly, of course, drafting. Kailangan meron ka ng malupit na drafter because it's also a battle na.
And what a battle we saw between Bren and Omega. Na naman, nagwagi ang Bren eSports. Sila ang bagong kampiyon ng MPL. And we are gonna talk to them. Bren eSports, the champions for MPL Season 6. We're gonna get to ask them some questions, see how they're celebrating right now. Let's bring in Bren and whoosh. There we go. Sakto yung whoosh ko. Yun! Congratulations, Bren eSports! Champions natin dito sa MPL Season 6. And there's so many things to talk about and ask. Ang dami pwede tanongin dito sa Bren eSports, pero tanongin muna natin ang MVP ng huling game, ang Rookie of the Year, Flap TZ. Flap, how are you? Ano yung dumadaan sa...
Pasa ko lang yung ano.
Wait lang daw si coach.
Papasa yung mic. Okay, sige, naki-coach Dako.
Kasi hindi natin sila maris.
There we go. Okay, so pasahan ng
Hello po.
mic po. Hi, Flap. Congratulations. Champion first season dito sa MPL. Ano dumaan sa utak mo nung pabasag na yung base, na wipe out mo na sila? Walk us through what was going through your head nung alam mo, grabe, magiging champion na ako.
Parang sasabog. Di ko explain
Mind blown talaga, mind blown.
Ayun, sobrang saya. Nakakaiyak.
Okay. Sino yung unang umiyak dyan? Sa Bren? May umiyak na ba sa saya? Sino yung unang umiyak dyan sa Bren?
Wala pa nga pong umiyak eh.
Wala pa.
Si Pew po, sabi niya expected, kaya di umiyak.
Nako po.
Mainit.
Expected na daw, sabi ni Pew.
Siguro question for Cartesi. So pasa.
Sige.
Pasa mo tayo ng mic. Pasa natin kay Cartesi. Yan. Ito medyo mainit eh. Cartesi.
Hello po.
Yan. Si Cartesi dito kasi has been trying since season 2, I believe, with Finesse Solid. And ironically enough, just so para may idea yung audience, no, Pinasolid is SGD and transition to Omega. So, anong feeling na nakapag-champion ka in front of your old teammates?
Sobrang. Ewan ko, di ko ma-explain yung feeling. Basta sobrang saya ko. Tapos, gustong-gusto ko talaga talunin yung SGD.
May goal ka talaga, no? May goal ka talaga na talunin yung SGD. Ano naman, siguro, message mo to them?
Good luck sa susunod yung laban. Palakas pa kayo.
Hindi talaga natatapos no? Hindi talaga natatapos.
It never ends.
May tanong actually kay Few, napakasimple lang. Pwede ba natin ipasa kay idol na mga kids, Few?
Ako?
Hello?
Few! Yun! Ano ang pakiramdam finally ito? Pangalawang beses na. How does it feel?
Sobrang saya kasi dalawang medal na rin ako eh. Tapos, ayun pa, yung sa bahay, sabi ni mama, manubi na yung medal ito. Kumuha ka bago.
Yun! Grabe naman yun!
Kanino mo i-dedicate itong pangalawang championship mo?
Itong pangalawang championship ko sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin. Sa patuloy na sumusuporta din sa akin, sa partner ko, sa family ko. Palagi.
Sino partner mo?
Si IC, syempre.
There you go. Okay, question naman dito para kay EJ. So, ipapasa natin yung
EJ.
Yung mic para kay EJ. Hello, EJ, rinig mo na ako?
Hello. Rinig na.
Ayan. Hi, EJ. Of course, as the sixth man here dito ng Bren eSports, we all know and a lot of people say na parang may konting stigma sa mga sixth man. Pero alam din natin yung mga sixth man talaga, pag hindi mo sila nakikita in-game, meron din talaga sila ginagawa para sa team, helping the team win. As the sixth man of Bren, ano yung mga ginawa mo throughout the season para tulungan yung Bren?
Ngayon, hindi naman kasi lahat ng six man parang walang tulong sa team. Ang sa amin kasi, pinapalagan din kasi namin yung six man. Hindi porket six man ka, wala ka parang wala ka ng kwenta. Gano'n, na, hindi porket hindi ka naglalaro, parang wala ka na. Gano'n. And ang mga ginagawa ko sa team ko, tinutulungan ko sila parang nag-a-analyst na rin ako sa kanila kung paano gagawin. Gano'n, kung paano yung ginagawa ng kalaban. Ayun lang.
Yun. So there, guys, kung if ever maging sixth man kayo ng isang team, sundan nyo yung advice ni EJ dyan. Find other ways to be useful, be an analyst.
Ayun pala, first time ko lang din makapag-champion ng MPL kahit di nakapaglaro, okay lang naman. Masaya pa rin.
Congratulations. Well-deserved pa rin. Well-deserved pa rin sa number 69 ng Bren eSports.
Ay, naglaro pala ako, pero regular season nga lang. Ay, regular.
Actually,
now, I feel like the coaches here, you guys want to ask something para kay Coach Dogie.
Daki. Feeling ko ikaw naman, Daki.
Si Coach Dogie naman.
Coach Dogie. Marami akong tanong dito kay Coach Dogie. Kung may oras tayo, feeling ko interviewin ko talaga si Coach Dogie. Ayan. Coach Dogie, kamusta?
Okay lang.
Kamusta yung milk tea?
Well, masaya kasi first time na mag-champion dito sa Philippines. And meron na rin ako dito sa Pilipinas at sa Indonesia. So, happy.
Actually, yun yung question namin sa'yo eh. Kailan ka titigil na magpa-champion ng team?
Hindi ko alam, honestly. As long as nag-enjoy ako sa ginagawa ko, mas masaya na makasama itong mga to.
Daki.
Sa Malaysia naman siguro.
Dax, gaano ka importante na ikaw ay nagpa-champion dito sa Philippine soil? Sa Pilipinas, sa Liga ng Pilipinas. Ano yung meaning nun para sa'yo?
I'm definitely getting closer to my goal, which is the World Championships for a Philippine team. This is just one step, basically. Yeah.
Thank you, Dax.
Siguro follow-up question since para din naman sa Filipinos itong ginagawa natin. Any message to actually hindi nga question eh. Any message to aspiring professional players na tumitingala to entities? Okay, sige.
Wait.
Any message to aspiring professional players na tumitingala sa organization, sa players, and sa mga coaches tulad ng Bren eSports?
Alright, I just want to say one thing. Don't quit school.
Studies first. Studies first. We still have our interview coming up with the regular season MVP, but very, very quickly lang para makapagsalita din naman sila. Let's hear from Lusty and Ribo. real quick. Any quick messages na, okay, pasa natin yung mic.
Any messages daw?
Okay.
Pass the message in.
Ano ba sabihin?
Okay.
Ano sabihin?
Mabilisan na shoutout, magpasalamat kahit kanino. Isang mabilisan lang, Ribo.
Shoutout kay Boss Bren, tapos sa mga staff ng Bren eSports, sa mga kakampi ko na natupad din yung champion namin. Tapos sa mga lahat ng sumusuporta sa Bren.
Yun.
May tanong, sorry, may tanong ako kay Ribo na mabilis lang. Ribo, man, gusto ko lang tanong, ang haba ng journey mo para maabot yung pangalawang championship, ano yung importance sa'yo nitong second championship mo?
Masaya, sobra. Sulit yung pagte-training na ginagawa namin. Yun lang. Wala na akong masabi. Basta masaya.
Okay, si Lasty naman. Si Lasty naman.
Ako ba?
Let's go! Uy, Coach Leder.
Okay, Lasty ka naman. Isang mabilisan na magpasalamat. Shoutouts kung sino man.
Sa lahat ng staff ng Brand, thank you. Lalo na sa coach namin, si Dogie, tapos kay Boss Jeff, kay Boss Brand, kay Boss Job, kay Leather Goods, kay Coach Leather Goods. Tapos, sa live-in partner ko kay Just, tsaka sa baby ko. Sa mama ko, tsaka sa family ko, thank you. Tsaka sa lahat ng supporters ng Brand, maraming salamat. Kahit marami tayong buzzers, pinakita natin, mas malakas tayo sa lahat.
Yun.
Ngayon kayo mag-joke.
Malakas.
So, sumakay kayo dito!
Congratulations, Bren eSports. We're gonna let them celebrate a little bit more. Pero up next, interviewin natin si Carl TZ in just a bit. Ang regular season MVP natin. So,
Regular season MVP. Yes, sir. And arguably the best player of MPL right now.
I think at this point, pinapasa na. I think at this point, feeling ko kahit si Carl TZ mag-agree. Undisputed.
Hello po.
At this point. Feeling ko at this point. Agree ka ba doon, Carl? Undisputed. Best Mobile Legends player of the Philippines.
Siguro po.
Siguro. Okay. Okay. Alam ko, medyo nag-ano ka pa rin na champion ka na ngayon. Pero ano naman pakiramdam mo na hindi ka lang champion, regular season MVP ka rin? For the whole season, for the whole season. Ano pakiramdam mo, Carl?
Sobrang saya po kasi yung lahat ng pagod nagbungay.
Yun. Masaya. Masaya talaga.
Parang parang normal no? Basic. Parang normal lang kay Carl.
Okay, one last question for Bren. Or for Carl TZ, I mean.
Carl, ito na lang siguro, no? Any future plans that you want to share with your fans?
Kung may M2 man, champion din namin yung M2.
Champion ulit. Grabe, mainit na mainit. Congratulations, Carl, for being the season MVP. Marami kang pinagdaanan and I think marami kang pagdadaanan and you have a great future ahead of you.
Congratulations,
shoutout
Carl.
din po sa, sa mga sponsor po ng brand. Sa ROG, Laika, PaPV, Now. Yun.
There you go. Congratulations, Carl TZ. Papasa naman yung mikropono kay Dogie na mabilisan para marinig din tayo. Okay, kay Dogie para marinig yung earphone.
Kaya magbuhat yun.
Yabang mo naman doon. Taga lang. Hello.
Alright. Coach Dogie, congratulations. I think it's time to bask in your winning moment, in your glory. Bren eSports, please, all together, lift up the trophy.
Hey, guys, sabay-sabay.
Bren eSports.
Hashtag Bren lang malakas.
What a journey.
Period.
Period. Exclamation point. Never truer. Matagal, pero worth it. Ang kampiyon ng MPL Season 6. Few, Lusty, EJ, Ribo, Flap TZ, Carl TZ, Coach Dogie, and the rest of the Bren eSports crew, well-deserved, etching their names in history.
Nadagdagan ng trophy. Kumbaga, mga medals and obviously historic run din para sa Bren eSports. A lot of people ay ano eh, parang nagkaroon nga, sinabi, na nagkaroon ng mga bashers. There was a lot of issues that really went through here. But these guys, they're just saying kung paano ba talaga maglaro ng Mobile Legends. I mean, even the coaches, you see as sabihin natin abrasive man yung feeling ng ibang mga tao sa nangyayari, sa mga sinasabi nila. But that is how you become champions. You understand the game, you play like you're one of the best players out there. Ganun kung dapat yung confidence mo and prove it and lift the trophy with it.
Yeah, and you know what? The journey of these players, it has been hard, but honestly, it's all worth it. Naalala ko dati si Carl Tizzy nung season 4, lumapit sa akin, umiyak. And sabi niya sa akin, kasalanan ko, bakit kami natalo now? He's proving to the world na kaya naman eh. It's just you have to keep up the grind and you have to keep going.
And there we have it. Another season of the MPL done. And this really wouldn't have been possible without the awesome organizations and, of course, our partners, our official tournament telco partner here, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game. With free games for all, get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. For Gillette as well, our official sponsor, get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select pure gold doors nationwide. Realme as well, our official sponsor, dare to leap to the next level with Realme's hip and awesome range of smartphones and AIoT products. Visit their official pages to know more. Partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Of course, our other official our partner in esports here, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to join. Win free Legend skins and MCL tickets. Limited quantity launch daily as 4 p.m. exclusive on TikTok treats. Our official headset, a gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And of course, all of this is powered by Moonton. Don't forget about the Tricksters Village event. And now, as we close out this season of the MPL, we can definitely say it has been a strange year for everyone in the world. Pasensya lang para sa mga kapo kong Pilipino. Mag-English muna ako para maintindihan tayo ng international viewers natin. And we find ourselves in the cusp of history. We're experiencing something altogether na a lot of us, we have never experienced before, and it's tested us as people. We have lost so much, but think about what we've gained and think about what remains. Despite all of this, we were able to do 2 seasons of the MPL Philippines. Season 5 was affected, but it came back. Season 6 almost didn't happen, but it happened. And of course, all of that wouldn't have been possible without the people behind the scenes, without Moonton, without our casters, without our production crew, and of course, the true MVP of this season, you. Thank you so much on behalf of Leo, Paolo Expert, Cherizawa, Chin Valdez, the rest of the talents here. Thank you, the true MVP of Season 6, for making this MPL season truly legendary. GG, well played. Good night.